While the entire city was desperately preparing for the beast-taming examination, he was holding a juvenile iron-eating beast that hadn't evolved in 3 years and could only roll around. Even more ironic was the news that Lina from class next door had supposedly evolved her beast to its complete form. Complete form? Even the most demanding instructors said that was a level only possible in beast-taming universities. As soon as the news broke, the classroom erupted. Some were amazed, some bitter, some indignant, and discussions spread from the front rows to the back, from the windows to the doorway. I heard that all the prestigious beast-taming universities in the Xia Kingdom have sent her acceptance letters. Someone broke the silence. As long as she nods, she can be directly admitted without even taking the beast-taming examination. The phrase direct admission hit like a dagger to the heart. Reality showed no mercy. The gifted walked such an easy path, while ordinary people could only struggle desperately in examinations. Some smiled bitterly, others sighed. It really makes you sick comparing yourself to others. For ordinary families like ours, we can only work hard in the beast-taming examination, hoping to get into a beast-taming university and change our fate. Otherwise, we'll just end up finding some company job and living that 996 lifestyle. This was a world overrun by exotic beasts, where beast tamers had become the mainstream profession, the only mainstream. Behind every name lay contracts, bloodlines, and resources. Behind every acceptance letter lay talent, background, and destiny. Ning. A soft, adorable sound rose above the noise, like a drop of water hitting an iron plate, instantly drawing everyone's attention. People looked up to see a young man leisurely entering the classroom. His expression was lazy, his eyes half hidden by messy bangs, and in his arms was a black and white furry dumpling, the source of that sound. The young man was named Su Chen, and the cute creature in his arms was his beast companion. I say, Su Chen, your little dummy has gotten fatter again, haha, came the teasing voices, followed by undisguised affection. This little guy does nothing but eat and sleep. He's just too cute. I really want to raise one like this. Let me hold him. Hey, I was here first. Groups of classmates gathered around like a tide, reaching out to hold, pet, and feed snacks to the creature, creating quite a commotion. Facing the circle of laughter, Su Chen frowned slightly and reminded them in a low voice. I've told you countless times Henin is a beast companion, not a pet. His voice was soft and quickly drowned out, because the black and white dumpling in his arms was indeed two lovable distinct black and white fur, a round body, naturally black eye circles that made him look both silly and endearing, like a natural-born charmer. Su Chen, there's only 1 month left before the beast-taming examination begins. What are you planning to do? Someone asked in a lowered voice, concern layered with worry. Yeah, after 3 years of high school, your Henin is still only in juvenile stage. Another added, hitting the nail on the head. That's right, at this rate, the beast-taming examination will probably be more dangerous than promising. Several caring female classmates said while playing with Henin's rolling, laying their most direct judgment on the table. From the crowd, a plump, well-dressed male student stepped forward. His name was Wang Xiaohu, from a wealthy family, and he had a close friendship with Su Chen. He glanced at Henin and spoke seriously. Su Chen, Henin is useless except for being cute. I suggest you go to the black market and pick a combat-type beast companion. Otherwise, the upcoming beast-taming examination will be dangerous. His eyes showed genuine concern, without mockery, only warning. This gaze warmed Su Chen's heart. He shook his head, his attitude uncompromising. If I buy another beast companion, I'd have to abandon my Henin. I've raised him for 3 years. I can't bear to give him up. His reluctance wasn't an act. This stubborn thought seemed to tie him to the eye of the storm. Then what about the beast-taming examination? Wang Xiaohu pressed, his voice even lower. Don't forget, your Henin has no combat ability whatsoever. Every time he goes into battle, all he does is roll around. Reality cut like a knife, slice after slice, stripping away luck and fantasy. Henin was rolling around playfully among the classmates, having the time of his life. When snacks appeared, his front paws would reach out, and his whimpering never stopped. The scene was comical and filled with laughter, but Su Chen's heart felt bitter, with pain he couldn't express. Looking at this black and white bear that only ate and slept, a thought he'd never wanted to face surfaced. This wasn't an ordinary beast companion. This was a panda, an iron-eating beast, the legendary mount of the war god Qiyu from his previous life. He remembered those myths and legends, those mighty reputations. He also remembered the accident that brought him here, and waking up to find this world ruled by beast companions. Because of that incident, he'd arrived here with memories from another world, never expecting that what he'd contract would be the last iron-eating beast. The last one meant precious, meant extinct, and meant expectations. But reality struck back mercilessly. The status panel was like a cold brand, showing the facts without room for negotiation. Iron-eating beast, juvenile stage. Evolution progress 56. Energy value 100. Attributes blank. No beast talent. Enormous appetite. Capable of eating without restraint. Personality. Sundara. Ultimate skill. Rolling. Every keyword seemed like a taunt. Strong? No. Can fight? Can't fight. Talent? The talent was eating a lot, eating nonstop. With no beast talent to rely on, he could only forge ahead through real combat, hoping that someday battle might force evolution and reach the next level. But in every fight, Henin would just roll around in front of enemies, like a moving black and white dough ball, rolling, dodging, acting cute, then rolling again. 3 years passed with no movement from the juvenile stage. Su Chen went from being a cheered youth to an object of mockery, from a hopeful beast tamer to a laughingstock with bottom-tier grades. You glutton. He sighed inwardly, keeping his emotions from showing, only feeling bitter inside. I thought you were my transmigration bonus, but you turned out to be a trap. Since having you, I've been mocked terribly, and my grades are dead last. Watching Henin reach for snacks, he suddenly felt that all the ancient divine glory had been worn away by those whimpering sounds. Henin, roll once more for sister, and I'll give you more food. The female classmates laughed crisply, passing snacks to his paws like a relay. Henin wasn't polite at all. He performed when he should perform, acted cute when he should act cute. As long as there was food, there was whimpering. As long as there was applause, there was rolling. Dignity? The dignity of an ancient divine beast had no presence at this moment, but everyone in the classroom was happy to see it. The atmosphere relaxed and filled with laughter. Su Chen sighed deeply, swallowing back the word shameful. But when he looked up, he was interrupted by cold mockery. Hey, are you feeding pigs again? A sharp voice squeezed in from the doorway, piercing through the laughter. A young man strode in with an arrogant demeanor, his eyes hiding condescending disdain. His name was Chun Hao, a young master from one of Haiqing's influential families, generous with money but bad-tempered. Walking beside him was a beautiful girl named Jiang Man, with gorgeous features, one of the rare beauties in the academy. She held Chun Hao's arm, her gaze sweeping over Henin, the corners of her mouth curving as she whispered in Chun Hao's ear, a flash of undisguised greed passing through her eyes. Su Chen's brow tightened. Without hesitation, he moved Henin behind him, his gaze darkening as he stared at the pair. He knew what they were eyeing Henin. This wasn't the first time, nor would it be the only time. Many people had designs on the iron-eating beast, and most of them were girls. They liked cute things, rare things, things they could hold in their arms like treasures. Su Chen, I want to buy your beast companion. Name your price. Chun Hao said straight to the point, his tone like he was announcing something already decided. His eyes showed determination, as if money could solve everything. Su Chen remained expressionless and didn't respond. Silence was the most direct way to refuse. I'm talking to you. Chun Hao raised his voice, cutting through the noise. It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to your beast companion. Don't be ungrateful. The implication was threat, pressure, and display of power. Don't waste your breath. I won't sell. Su Chen said only this before turning to leave. How could he let someone take away something extinct with just a few words? No matter how difficult, he wouldn't give up. Chun Hao hadn't expected such a straightforward refusal. Being left hanging in public, his face immediately darkened. He stepped sideways, directly blocking the path, his tone cold as a blade. You'd better be smart and hand it over obediently. Otherwise, I'll make sure you have no place to stand in Haiqing City. The footsteps stopped at that moment. Su Chen wasn't a strong person, but he wasn't a pushover either. Having lived 2 lives, his temperament was harder, with an unyielding stubbornness in his bones. He raised his head, messy hair falling over his eyes, but his aura suddenly turned cold, like a string pulled taut in an instant. If you're capable, try taking it by force. Killing intent wasn't a roar, but cold silence. His presence wasn't loud, but it made Chun Hao's heart skip a beat, generating an inexplicable fear. Wang Xiaohu stepped forward at the right moment, a hint of disdain in his eyes as he snorted coldly. Chun, stop trying to intimidate people here. Su Chen is my friend, try touching him. His words weren't many, but they carried weight. Chun Hao was somewhat wary of Wang Xiaohu, but with so many eyes watching, he couldn't lose face. His expression alternated between pale and flushed, the air seeming frozen. A standoff formed an invisible line in the center of the classroom, full of tension. Just because of one refusal to sell, they were about to tear each other apart. Even the watching classmates held their breath, afraid that fighting might break out at any moment. The atmosphere plummeted to freezing point, as if war could erupt at any second. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in Su Chen's mind, as if coming from far away yet exploding from the depths of his consciousness, cold and clear, carrying an undeniable commanding tone. Ding. Anger value collection complete. Activating system. System successfully activated. Randomly drawing newbie gift package for you. Congratulations on obtaining SSS-level beast-taming art. Infinite extraction. Infinite extraction can extract energy from food to amplify your beast companion's power, with permanently effective amplification strength. Hearing the voice in his mind, Su Chen felt a surge of surprise and overwhelming joy. A system? This is exactly the kind of perk a transmigrator should have, he shouted internally. The newly awakened SS-level beast-taming technique, infinite extraction, appeared in his mind like a brilliant golden light. Su Chen immediately realized how incredibly powerful this ability was. Normally, tamed beasts could only evolve through combat experience, with rare exceptions of advancing by devouring other beasts, but never had any beast been able to evolve simply by eating. His iron-eating beast happened to be a natural glutton, making infinite extraction perfectly tailored for it. Infinite extraction perfectly complements the iron-eating beast's devouring ability. Su Chen clenched his fists, breathing heavily. As long as it eats, it can extract energy. Eventually, just by eating, the iron-eating beast will advance from juvenile stage all the way to growth stage, mature stage, and even perfect form. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he threw back his head and laughed loudly. Ha! I'm finally going to make it. The previously tense classroom atmosphere instantly turned bizarre. What's wrong with Su Chen? Has he been scared senseless? Wang Xiaohu gaped in astonishment, looking at Su Chen like he was mentally unstable. Oh no, Su Chen's lost his mind. Several nearby classmates exchanged worried glances. Even Chun Hao, who had been confronting him, was momentarily stunned. Then he snorted coldly and barked. Kid, stop playing dumb. If you know what's good for you, sell me that iron-eating beast. Otherwise, before he could finish, a large stormhound slowly emerged from behind Chen Hao. Its gray-black fur clung to sleek muscles, sharp fangs gleamed menacingly under the lights, and its growl was deep and intimidating. This stormhound was already at mature stage with formidable combat power. It could easily rank in the top 10 throughout the entire beast-taming academy. Wang Xiaohu squeezed in front of Su Chen and shouted up at Chun Hao. Otherwise what? Xiaohu, don't get involved in this. Let me handle it. Su Chen patted his shoulder, his tone suddenly full of confidence. He smirked, his gaze sweeping over the couple across from him, his voice calm, yet resounding. They say Jiang Man has 2 dogs by her side. One is this husky, and the other is Chun Hao, her lapdog. The reputation is well-deserved. As his words landed, the classroom fell dead silent, then erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Ha! Some students even collapsed onto their desks laughing. Jiang Man, who had been holding Chun Hao's arm, stiffened and instinctively let go, her face burning with embarrassment. Chun Hao's neck turned red, his eyes nearly shooting flames. Where did Su Chen get such audacity? Damn it, you're asking for death, Chun Hao roared, pointing forward sharply. Stormhound, attack. The stormhound growled low in its throat, claws scraping the ground as it prepared to strike. The pressure in the air instantly intensified, causing everyone to reflexively step back. Su Chen remained composed, calmly reminding, you want to fight inside the academy? Private duels are strictly forbidden here, and the punishment is extremely severe. Chun Hao froze, cold sweat breaking out as he quickly shouted, stand down. The stormhound reluctantly stopped, its eyes showing unwillingness. Darling, forget it, I don't want it anymore. Jiang Man anxiously grabbed Chun Hao's arm, afraid the situation would escalate and implicate her. Though Chun Hao had called off his beast, he still glared at Su Chen through gritted teeth, unable to let go of his pride. He said in a low voice, kid, after school, I'll be waiting for you at the school gate. Just the 2 of us, unknown, no help from anyone. With that classic wait for me after school threat, he left with his stormhound and Jiang Man. Su Chen, are you really planning to duel Chen Hao? Wang Xiaohu's face went pale. Chen Hao's family has great influence in Sea City. You can't win against him. Maybe, we should tell a teacher. The surrounding classmates also tried to dissuade him, their words full of concern. Su Chen just shook his head with a smile, patted Wang Xiaohu's shoulder, his gaze determined. What's there to fear? I'll be fine. Of course he would be fine after all. He had just acquired an SS-level beast-taming technique. With unlimited extraction and the iron-eating beast's natural devouring talent, how could he worry about not being able to evolve and grow stronger? By the way, do you guys have any snacks? Big brother here is hungry. Su Chen looked around the classroom. Big brother. The classmates looked puzzled. Su Chen simply lifted the adorably clumsy, iron-eating beast high up from his arms. Its round, plump body with distinct black and white fur, paired with innocent big eyes, instantly captured everyone's attention. Well, I'll be. The little dummy has become Big Brother. Someone chuckled, but faced with such an adorable creature, no one could bear to be stingy. Moments later, snacks in various packages piled up like a small mountain, their colorful wrappers reflecting the classroom lights. The iron-eating beast's eyes lit up as it unceremoniously pounced on the pile, using both paws to tear open the packages with the skilled movements of a seasoned foodie. Alert! Extracted cake energy, gained 0.12 energy points. Alert! Extracted spicy strips energy, gained 1.5 energy points. Alert! Extracted apple energy, gained 0.5 energy points. Ha ha ha, Big Brother, eat more, don't hold back. Su Chen stared at his wristwatch screen, grinning from ear to ear. Those numbers were climbing rapidly, faster than he had ever imagined. In just a few minutes, evolution progress reached 78. You have to understand, other people's beast companions had to fight desperately to accumulate energy, and the growth rate wasn't even that fast. Who would have thought there could be a beast companion that boosted its energy by simply chowing down? If other beast tamers saw this, their jaws would drop to the floor. Su Chen also discovered that consuming different foods yielded significantly different extraction values. Cake was gentle but inefficient, while spicy strips packed surprising punch. So he naturally became like a devoted sidekick, unwrapping packages while feeding snacks directly to the iron-eating beast's mouth. Evolution progress 81, 85, 97. Su Chen was overjoyed. Just a little more, and it could advance to the growth stage. Evolution progress 100. A golden flash erupted as the iron-eating beast's body began to transform. Haha, it evolved, it evolved. Su Chen could no longer contain his inner ecstasy, his shoulders shaking violently as he burst into laughter. In the classroom, all the students seemed frozen in time, their mouths agape. Who could have imagined that a beast could evolve by eating snacks? Unheard of, unseen. Brilliant golden light flooded the podium. As the radiance faded, the iron-eating beast's silhouette emerged. Its body had expanded tenfold, its black and white fur appearing even more rounded. Su Chen was so excited his eyes reddened and his palms trembled. The next moment, a translucent panel suddenly materialized before him. Giant iron-eating beast growth stage. Evolution progress 0. Energy value 1000. Beast talent. Devour increases evolution progress through continuous feeding. Temperament gentle. Ultimate move. Crow takes a plane drops from high altitude, crushing enemies with body weight. Su Chen. The classroom instantly erupted in laughter. It's still just a panda. It only got bigger and fatter. Ha ha ha, you call this evolution? At best it just grew up. The students chattered away, laughing until they doubled over. Su Chen felt like crying. What the hell was this ultimate move? Crow takes a plane. In just a few minutes, he had plummeted from triumph to despair. It's fine, if the growth stage is useless, I just need to evolve it to maturity. He clenched his fists, his gaze burning with determination. Damn it, eat. Keep eating. Fortunately, the devour talent remained, and the giant iron-eating beast had a bottomless appetite. Su Chen tore open bag after bag of snacks, feeding them to its mouth. Don't be shy, big guy. Eat up. Evolve once you're full. Alert. Extracting 0.01 energy from spicy strips. Alert. Extracting 0.01 energy from cake. Evolution progress 0.1. The values plummeted, and Su Chen's heart sank. It seemed that with the larger body size, the energy provided by food was also diluted. But he gritted his teeth and persisted. It's okay, just a bit slower. In the corner of the classroom, students watched him feed the beast like a man possessed, crying out in alarm. Enough, enough, Su Chen, you're going to stuff it to death. Holy crap, it ate all the snacks in the entire class. That was my week's worth of food, wah. Good thing it's such a gentle creature, or I would have killed it by now. If it keeps eating like this, it's really going to get fat as a pig. Worried voices rose one after another, but Su Chen paid no attention, only accelerating his feeding pace. To him, these snacks weren't even enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Where are the snacks? How did they disappear so fast? He turned around to scan the room, and the desks that had looked like grocery shelves were now completely empty. Soon, all the snacks in the entire class had been devoured by the iron-eating beast. However, the great iron-eating beast's evolution was only at 5, still a long way from its next stage. This mere 5 had stumped countless beast tamers what others couldn't achieve in an entire month. Su Chen had accomplished in just a few minutes. Even more ridiculous was that his method was simply eating together. If word got out, people would be shocked speechless. In the classroom, bags, boxes, and wrappers piled up like a small mountain. A week's worth of snacks from his classmates, all now in the great iron-eating beast's belly. Someone complained, is this thing a pig or what? Su Chen, let's call it a day. Look, Henin can barely eat anymore, a girl said, gently stroking the great iron-eating beast's massive head with concern. Su Chen cursed inwardly. I thought evolving to the growth stage would give it some fighting power, but it just got bigger. Chen Hao is still waiting at the school gate, and his stormhound is no pushover. What am I supposed to fight him with? With the snacks nearly gone, the great iron-eating beast sat on the ground like a gray-white stone Buddha, its round head looking around. Suddenly, its gaze locked onto a few tender bamboo leaves in the girl's hand. The girl paused, then held the leaves to its mouth. The great iron-eating beast didn't hesitate, chomping them down in a few bites, then nuzzled the girl's hand with its fluffy head, nearly knocking her over with its hefty frame. Ha ha, laughter erupted as the students realized that while this big guy had grown in size, it hadn't lost any of its adorable charm. That's right, pandas love bamboo. A light bulb went off, and Su Chen jumped up excitedly. There was an entire bamboo grove on the west side of campus, enough to let the great iron-eating beast eat to its heart's content. Boss, come with me, I'll make sure you eat your fill. He tried to lift the great iron-eating beast, but couldn't budge the 300-pound iron lump. Fortunately, beast tamers shared a mental connection with their contracted beasts. The great iron-eating beast immediately understood and waddled after Su Chen out of the classroom, its round body swaying. Su Chen, where are you going? Class is about to start. Hat's teacher Shangwan's class. Good grief, he's actually skipping teacher Shangwan's class. Shouts followed from behind, but Su Chen couldn't care less as he rushed toward the bamboo grove. 10 minutes later, the two humans and one beast stood at the edge of the lush bamboo grove. It was class time, so the campus was deserted, no one to disturb them. Patches of green swayed in the breeze like a buffet spread just for the great iron-eating beast. The great iron-eating beast's eyes lit up as it dove into the depths of the grove, crunching away happily. Boss, sit tight, I'll bring you more. Su Chen became like a diligent little brother, running back and forth, carrying bundles of bamboo and fresh bamboo shoots to pile beside the beast. Sweat dripped from his forehead, but he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Notification, bamboo energy extracted, gained 0.1 energy. Notification, bamboo shoot energy extracted, gained 1.5 energy. Notification, bamboo energy extracted, gained 0.1 energy. A stream of data flashed through Su Chen's mind, making him grin from ear to ear. Each bamboo stalk only contributed 0.1 energy, but there was enough here to push the great iron-eating beast all the way to maturity. Moreover, Su Chen discovered that bamboo shoots provided much more energy. Big guy, don't just eat bamboo, try more bamboo shoots. They're way more nutritious. To help the iron-eating beast consume more energy, Su Chen crouched right beside it, continuously handing over fresh, tender bamboo shoots with both hands. Before long, he had gathered all the bamboo shoots from the surrounding area, piling them into a small mountain in front of the creature. The young man had essentially become a personal caretaker, dedicated to serving this massive iron-eating beast its meals. Ring, ring, ring. The class bell suddenly rang out, and the quiet academic building instantly erupted into chaos as students poured out of classrooms in groups of 3 or 5. Click, click, click. A series of sharp, urgent high-heel clicks cut through the noisy campus. As the footsteps echoed, the surrounding chatter seemed to hit a mute button, with every gaze instinctively locking onto the source of the sound. The newcomer was a tall, stunning woman dressed in a tight-fitting office outfit and bright red high heels. Her jade-like complexion, willow-shaped eyebrows framing starlit eyes, and sleek black hair, combined with her statuesque figure of about 5'7", her form-fitting clothes couldn't conceal those incredible curves. This was none other than Shangwan Wan, the substitute teacher at Haicheng No. 1 High School and the dream goddess of every male teacher and student. Today, Shangwan Wan's brow was furrowed with concern as she walked with urgent steps. Beyond her stunning appearance, everyone couldn't help but wonder, what could have happened to make their goddess move with such haste? Teachers and students found themselves instinctively following in her wake, all the way to the bamboo grove on the western side of campus. However, the sight that greeted them left everyone frozen in place. Huh? Wasn't there supposed to be a bamboo grove here? Where did it go? Did the school remove the bamboo? The roots are still in the ground. Someone clearly cut them down. Who would have the nerve to cut down the school's bamboo grove? Burp. A deep, satisfied belch interrupted the discussion, and all eyes suddenly turned toward the depths of the bamboo grove. There, a black and white bear stood out conspicuously. It bit through a wrist-thick bamboo stalk, chewed a few times, and swallowed it whole. Beside it, a young man who looked exactly like a diligent caretaker was still feeding it bamboo shoots and stalks. A breathtaking realization simultaneously dawned on every teacher and student at the school. Could it be that this entire bamboo grove was devoured by this big fat bear? What the hell is this thing, actually a pig? Oh my god, don't tell me this bear ate the entire bamboo grove. The crowd erupted in chaos. What? You're telling me this is a bear? Doesn't it look more like a dyed pig? Even if it were a pig, it couldn't possibly eat an entire bamboo grove. Holy crap, how big must its stomach be? Folks, if I may interject, pigs don't eat bamboo. Bear or pig, it doesn't matter, destroying public property must be severely punished. Right? We need to report this to the school administration immediately. While everyone was talking over each other, Su Chen crouched beside the giant iron-eating beast, his eyes curved into crescents with delight, his expression as focused as if he were attending to his stunning beauty. Bamboo leaf fragments continuously fell from the beast's tusks, glittering in the sunlight. Despite the surrounding commotion, he remained completely oblivious, even blocking out Shangwan Wan's stern glare. System alert. Extracting bamboo energy. Gain 0.1 energy points. System alert. Extracting bamboo shoot energy. Gain 1.5 energy points. Evolution progress. 89, 92, 97, 99. Almost there. Evolution is imminent. Su Chen was thrilled by the system notifications, his face showing a sleazy satisfaction. Meanwhile, Shangwan Wan finally reached her breaking point. Su Chen, her furious roar thundered like lightning. Though her voice remained melodious, it carried undeniable authority. The chaos instantly ceased as thousands of students instinctively fell silent, fear flickering in their eyes. The familiar queenly tone made Su Chen shudder violently. Only then did he turn around to face that stern yet breathtakingly beautiful countenance in the dense crowd of onlookers. Teacher Shangguan, you're here. Su Chen smiled sheepishly, scratching his head. Why did you skip my class? Shangguan approached step by step, her subtle, intimidating presence making many male students' hearts race with admiration. Only then did Su Chen remember he had indeed skipped class. He quickly defended himself. I didn't mean to. The iron-eating beast said it was hungry and kept demanding bamboo. As soon as he finished speaking, the bamboo in the giant iron-eating beast's mouth dropped with a thud. It stared at Su Chen with a bewildered expression, as if protesting. You were the one who told me to eat. So why are you blaming me? The enormous black and white head froze in midair, looking even more adorably silly. Shangguan's initial anger was softened by this endearing sight, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Did Hanan eat this entire bamboo grove? Su Chen looked around and finally noticed the ground was covered with bare bamboo stumps and thick layers of bamboo leaf debris. How did it finish so quickly? I was just 1 point short. He muttered under his breath, still unsatisfied. Though spoken quietly, every onlooker heard him clearly. Holy shit, does this guy not realize how serious this is? What does he mean by 1 point short? Does he want to keep eating? This is terrifying. At this rate, he'll devour the entire school someday. Faced with accusations from thousands, Su Chen awkwardly touched his nose, feeling embarrassed. Su Chen, school's over. Pack up and come with me. Shangguan didn't dwell on the bamboo grove issue. Her real concern was student safety. During class, someone had already informed her about the conflict between Su Chen and Chen Hao. As a substitute teacher, she didn't want any student to get hurt, so she decided to escort him personally. Therefore, Shangguan had Su Chen leave school with her so she could speak with Chen Hao directly. Shangguan wielded considerable influence. Anyone she chose to protect in Haicheng was untouchable. Teacher Shangguan, wait a moment, there's still a little left. Su Chen waved at her while keeping his eyes fixed on the last green bamboo stalk before him. Just wait until Big Brother finishes this last bit. His evolution progress had reached 99.9, and he absolutely refused to fall short at this crucial moment. Though Shangguan couldn't figure out what Su Chen was up to, she could only wait patiently beside him. The surrounding students erupted in outrage once again. Have some decency. You've stripped the entire bamboo grove bare, and now you won't even spare the last stalk. I've never seen such shameless behavior. How dare you defy Goddess Shangguan's orders? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of 100,000 male students at Haicheng No. 1 High School? Amid the commotion, the crowd suddenly parted to make way as several grim-faced teachers strode forward. The middle-aged man leading them had a gleaming bald head, and when he saw the bamboo grove even balder than his own scalp, he froze in shock. When he spotted the culprit Su Chen, crouched on the ground with his chubby bear munching bamboo, his fury exploded. You dare destroy school property. This demands severe punishment. Leave immediately and come with me to the disciplinary office. This man was Chun Danwen, the disciplinary director, notorious as the demon teacher. No student who fell into his hands, regardless of their background, escaped punishment. Thousands of students unanimously agreed that Su Chen was in for severe consequences, possibly even expulsion. Wait, Director Chen. Shangguan stepped forward. This wasn't Su Chen causing trouble deliberately, it was for his beast's growth. After all, we are a beast-taming academy, and we should strongly support beast cultivation. Since what's done is done, a minor punishment will suffice. I'll take responsibility for the school's losses. Shangguan's willingness to pay compensation to protect Su Chen sparked waves of envy and jealousy around them. Even Chun Danwen had to consider her background carefully. Since Teacher Shangguan has spoken, I won't pursue this further. Chun Danwen frowned as he compromised. However, he must go to the disciplinary office and write a self-reflection. Thank you, Director Chun. Shangguan breathed a sigh of relief. She knew this was already the maximum concession he would make. Two male teachers immediately approached Su Chen. Student, didn't you hear Director Chen? Go to the disciplinary office. Su Chen waved them off. No rush, no rush. Let me wait until Big Brother finishes the last bamboo stalk. This statement completely ignited Chun Danwen's rage. Drag him away. Forcibly drag him away. Thousands of students burst into laughter. Even with disaster looming, he was still thinking about food? At that moment, information flashed before Su Chen's eyes. Extracted bamboo energy. Gained 0.1 energy evolution progress 100. The next second, blinding golden light exploded from within the giant panda's body, shooting straight into the sky. The dazzling pillar of light sent bamboo debris flying everywhere, leaving everyone stunned as they stared at the glowing, chubby creature. Haha, my big brother has evolved again. Su Chen placed his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. What? Evolution? This guy did nothing but eat bamboo? Impossible. This defies science. This scene left everyone wide-eyed, hardly able to believe what they were witnessing. The radiant light of the iron-eating beast's evolution illuminated the entire Haicheng No. 1 High School, drawing the attention of nearly every student with its golden glow. This was the light of beast evolution whose contracted beast was evolving? My goodness, with such intense radiance, could this be a divine-level beast? The light is coming from the west. Let's go take a look. Wait for me, I'm coming too. It was dismissal time, and all the students were captivated by this evolutionary light, turning back and rushing toward the western part of the campus. In an instant, another massive crowd gathered around the bamboo grove on the west side. Haha, finally evolved to the mature stage. Chen Hao, just you wait, I am going to smash your husky's dog head. The golden light gradually faded, and the silhouette of the beast began to emerge. Su Chen nearby appeared exceptionally excited, radiating an aura of supreme confidence. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger, eventually reaching tens of thousands of people, surrounding the entire area so tightly that not even water could leak through. The scene fell into complete silence as everyone held their breath, eyes wide open, watching the golden light dissipate. Ing-ing-ing. A series of whimpering sounds echoed. Then, what appeared before their eyes was a black and white, chubby creature. Its head had barely changed, except for a few long white whiskers above its dark eye circles, giving it a somewhat sage-like appearance. It held a wolf hair brush in its hand and carried a small bamboo basket on its back, possessing quite a scholarly air. But overall, it was still a panda. The entire scene fell into dead silence as everyone stared blankly at the beast before them. After a brief few seconds, thunderous laughter erupted like a tsunami. Haha, after all that anticipation, it's still just a panda after evolution. That's right, it just got a bamboo basket and a brush. Does it want to go to school with its master? Haha, it would have been better not to evolve at all. What a waste of resources. Haiching number 1 high school really took a loss and entire bamboo grove eaten for nothing. This guy must be here for comic relief. I can't stop laughing. The mocking laughter around them rose wave after wave, instantly spreading throughout the entire campus. Despite the overwhelming ridicule surrounding him, Su Chen remained deaf to it all, standing motionless and silent. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upward slightly, and his eyes blazed with intense light. Hee hee. The next moment, Su Chen let out a foolish laugh. This guy can still laugh? His brain must be broken. I think so too. Definitely can't accept reality, and his mental state couldn't handle it. We've seen cases like this before. The beast evolves, but the person breaks down. How tragic. Seeing Su Chen continuously laughing foolishly, everyone assumed he had mental problems and began whispering among themselves. Shang Wanwan was deeply worried about Su Chen and stepped forward to inquire. Su Chen, don't lose heart, you're still young. Before Shang Wanwan could finish her words, she felt an extremely powerful aura rushing toward her. The presence was tremendously imposing, emanating from that panda. Shang Wanwan was shocked and immediately used her smartwatch to check the panda's information. This single glance left the well-experienced Shang Wanwan stunned on the spot. Painted soul, mature stage, evolution progress 0. Energy value, 15,500. Attributes, all attributes. Beast talent, devour enhances evolution progress through continuous feeding. Personality, stubborn. Ultimate moves, rolling, crow flying, and cosmic sketch using a wolf howl brush to draw the 5 elements tome to attack enemies, while also mimicking opponents' elemental techniques. This spirit beast actually possesses all attributes. Shang Wanwan's breath caught, her mind thundering with shock. In the known spirit beast system, every creature belongs to a specific element, and only the fortunate ones possess dual attributes. Those capable of wielding 2 elemental powers simultaneously have typically crossed the threshold into sacred beast territory. Elemental differences directly determine attack patterns, defense capabilities, and growth potential, yet Shang Wanwan had never even heard rumors of an all-attribute existence. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed such a level of spirit beast could exist in this world. Could this panda have already reached sacred beast status? The moment this thought emerged, it sent chills down her spine. The spirit beast hierarchy is strictly defined. The lowest tier is feral beast, retaining primitive animal form. Above that is demon beast, with diverse skills and humanoid appearance. Beyond that lies sacred beast and divine beast, both belonging to legendary levels, exceedingly rare in the world, contractable only by top-tier prodigies or prestigious families. Witnessing the Ink Soul Panda display its all-attribute nature, Shang Wanwan's first instinct was at least sacred beast level. By conventional wisdom, even the most powerful demon beasts could only possess 2 or 3 elements, while all-attribute mastery was achievable only by sacred beasts. Moreover, Haiching had never seen a sacred beast-level spirit creature. If this news spread, the entire city would be thrown into chaos. Teacher Shangwan, what's wrong? Seeing her standing motionless, Chun Danwen approached curiously. Shangwan took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement. Check the spirit beast information yourself, and remember to get too excited. I'm a spirit beast instructor at Haiching First High School. I've weathered decades of storm sits, just a gluttonous panda. What's there to make a fuss about? Chen Danwen's lips curled with disdain as he raised his hand to access his smartwatch data. Within seconds, his expression transformed from contempt to shock, his eyes bulging like a frog's. All attributes? Demon beast? No, at least sacred beast level. In his excitement, his words became fragmented and incoherent. Director Chen, this matter is extremely serious. Until we understand it fully, absolutely don't spread word of it, lest we invite trouble, Shang Wanwan whispered as a reminder. Chen Danwen snapped back to reality, spinning around to instruct the teachers behind him. Teacher Huang, immediately disperse all students. Though completely bewildered, Teacher Huang quickly complied. All right, don't crowd here. School's over, hurry home. Under the teacher's urging, students gradually dispersed, yet continued discussing animated live, iron-eating beast evolution. Farce had become the day's biggest joke. Even after being ushered out the school gates, many students lingered in small groups outside, heatedly discussing the absurd rumor. Outside the gates, Chun Hao had been waiting for some time, catching key phrases like Su Chen and panda evolution from the scattered conversations. Initially, he worried Su Chen might have encountered some genuine fortune, but upon hearing made a fool of himself, his anxious heart immediately settled. He leaped onto the steps by the entrance, calling out loudly, "Fellow students, don't leave just yet, there's going to be quite a show here shortly." Henin had finally evolved. Su Chen stared at the attribute panel before him, his eyes blazing with excitement. Full attribute constitution and an energy value of 15,500. These numbers exploded in his mind, far surpassing beast companions of the same tier. As a beast tamer, he knew exactly what this meant. Chen Hao, you dare to mess with my Henin? I'll beat you to a pulp. His spirits soared, radiating unstoppable fighting spirit. You're Su Chen, right? A sudden voice interrupted his enthusiasm. Su Chen froze and turned to see a middle-aged man with a gleaming bald head. Director Chen. Chen Danwen was known as the demon teacher at Haiching No. 1 High School, notorious among students who rarely dared to defy him. Though his expression remained neutral, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority. While it's still light out, come with us to the Beast Tamer Association. Chen Danwen got straight to the point. Shang Wanwan, standing nearby, had already noticed something unusual about Henin. She explained, Su Chen, your beast companion might be sacred tier. For your future, it's best to get an official assessment. Sacred tier. Su Chen's lips curved into a disdainful smile. You've got to be kidding. This is Chi Yu's mount, we're talking about at minimum. It's a divine beast. No, an ancient divine beast. Shang Wanwan nodded good-naturedly. Fine, but the association still needs to confirm it. Chen Danwen checked his watch. Time's running short. Let's go. Not so fast. Su Chen stepped forward to block them, his voice grave. I have a personal score to settle first. More important than getting your beast assessed. Chen Danwen frowned. What grudge? Tell me, and I'll handle it for you. Then you come with me to the association immediately. Once a sacred tier beast was confirmed, Su Chen would instantly become a prominent figure in Haiching City, and Haiching No. 1 High School would rise with him. Chen Danwen couldn't afford to let his student cause trouble at such a crucial moment. This is something I must handle personally. Su Chen's expression was resolute as he turned and headed toward the school gate with his painted soul panda. Reading its master's emotions, the panda's thick paw struck the ground with a resounding thud in response. Just as Chen Danwen was about to lose his temper, Shang Wanwan raised her hand to stop him. Let him go. This gives us a perfect opportunity to observe this painted soul's true strength. Outside the school gate, the area was packed solid. Tens of thousands of students formed layers upon layers of crowds, blocking the entire street. Su Chen's joke had already gone viral on the campus forum, and with Chun Hao's deliberate promotion of their duel, more and more spectators gathered. It's been half an hour already. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? He's scared, obviously. Probably hiding inside, too afraid to show his face. Chun Hao's Stormhound ranks 9th in the school. What gives him the nerve to accept this challenge? If Brother Hao wants his beast, that's his good fortune. If I were him, I'd have sold it already. That pig only knows how to eat. It's just a pet. I heard it devoured an entire bamboo grove in one go. Terrifying. Maybe it got a stomachache? Hurry up and come out. I just want to see how that pig fights. I heard it only knows how to roll around. Haha, now I really want to see this. Chun Hao stood among the crowd, listening to the chatter around him, much of which praised his abilities. Pride swelled in his chest as he lifted his chin high, his eyes filled with arrogance, radiating an aura of supreme superiority. As more onlookers gathered, Jiang Man's vanity-driven heart was greatly satisfied. She crossed her arms and looked down at everyone around her, as if she had truly become the king's woman, adored by thousands. They're coming out. They're coming out. A commotion arose as all eyes suddenly focused on the school gate. A figure appeared slowly, one person and one beast. It was Su Chen with his spirit beast, Hua Han. Shang Wanwan and Chen Danwen didn't accompany them, but maintained a distance of several dozen meters, quietly observing the pair from behind. What no one noticed was that the moment Hua Han appeared, An ancient bloodline pressure emanated from within its body like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire campus within mere moments. The beast tamers felt nothing, but their spirit beasts were filled with terror. In the next instant, almost all exotic-level spirit beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the guard dog in the gatehouse collapsed with trembling limbs. Some beasts shook uncontrollably with fear, unable to rise no matter how hard their masters pulled at them. What's happening to our spirit beasts? The students stared at their trusted battle companions in bewilderment. In the crowd, Chunhao's Stormhound was also beyond his control. Its originally crimson eyes suddenly contracted, its fur standing on end as it growled warily and retreated step by step, clearly sensing extreme danger. Strange, why is this happening? What spooked them? Could it be a beast-tide invasion? Outside the school gate, countless exotic beasts either cowered and trembled or roared frantically. The scene quickly spiraled out of control, causing panic among everyone present. Indeed, it's bloodline suppression. Only saint-level beasts possess such overwhelming presence. Chen Danwen watched from afar, his chest heaving violently. Shang Wanwan frowned deeply and corrected in a low voice. No, saint-level alone couldn't create pressure of this magnitude. Teacher Shangwan, do you mean? Chen Danwen's pupils contracted sharply as a shocking hypothesis formed in his mind, though he dared not voice it. We'll need the Beast Tamer Association's appraisal to know for sure. Shang Wanwan's gaze remained fixed on Su Chen's retreating figure, her tone calm, yet laden with meaning. The school gate was now completely packed. Seeing the massive crowd, Su Chen was quite surprised. His appearance was accompanied by deafening screams. The ordinary spectators paid little attention to the beast's abnormal behavior. What truly excited them was the impending confrontation. Even Su Chen hadn't expected that a simple personal grudge could stir up such a frenzy. Trash, you finally decided to show yourself. Chun Hao approached with large strides, his arm around Jiang Man, basking in the illusion of being the center of attention, acting as if he ruled the world. I'll say it again, he announced loudly. I'll pay 10,000 gold for your spirit beast. If you won't sell, I'll make sure you can't survive in High City. Jiang Man lifted her chin and giggled. This cute little pet is useless with you anyway. Why not sell it to me? I'll take good care of it. With the money, you could go to the spirit beast market and pick another one. You should know Hao's background's not someone a commoner like you can afford to provoke. Their coordinated performance made Su Chen feel sick. He gently stroked Hua Han's head, his expression indifferent. I told you, my Han is not for sale. If you have the ability, then come and take it. Damn it, enough talking, let's fight. Stop wasting time. Are we doing this or not? Hurry up and get on with it. I still need to go home for dinner. The crowd was getting impatient. Everyone had come to see Su Chen make a fool of himself, to watch how that gluttonous panda would fight. Although Chun Hao had some reputation, it wasn't enough to keep so many people waiting around. The real reason they stayed was to see Su Chen's panda embarrass itself. As the surrounding crowd continued to jeer, Chun Hao grew irritated. Since you won't take the easy way, don't blame me for being ruthless. Stormhound, attack. Chun Hao immediately commanded his Stormhound to strike. However, the Stormhound seemed fearful and hesitated to advance. Chun Hao's Stormhound was a maturistage beast, known for its fierce and bloodthirsty nature with incredible offensive capabilities. Even when facing complete form beasts, the Stormhound showed no fear. Yet now it cowered behind its master like a small dog, afraid to engage in battle. Go on, you stupid dog, didn't you hear me? Take down that fat pig, and I'll reward you handsomely. Otherwise, I'll slaughter you and turn you into hot pot. Chun Hao threatened the Stormhound viciously. Under its master's intimidation, the fear in the Stormhound's eyes deepened, but it reluctantly moved forward to fight. Many beast tamers shook their heads in dismay at this scene. Beast tamers and their beasts should be intimate comrades, but Chun Hao's behavior made many in the crowd uncomfortable. Go kill it. A flash of cruelty crossed Chun Hao's eyes. If he couldn't have something, he would destroy it. At Chun Hao's command, the Stormhound roared and lunged forward from behind him. The Stormhound crouched low, its fur bristling, eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light, fangs bared menacingly. Compared to the fierce Stormhound, Su Chen's panda appeared completely at ease. The 300-pound giant sat slumped on the ground like a Buddha statue, still munching on half a bamboo stalk. This scene made everyone's hearts race with anxiety. A bloody outcome seemed inevitable for the panda. Many girls who loved pandas couldn't bear to watch such a scene and closed their eyes. Everyone believed Su Chen's panda would be torn apart by the Stormhound. Only a few people noticed something unusual. Besides Shang Wanwan and Chen Danwen, there was Li Na, hailed as the genius of Haicheng No. 1 High School. Chun Hao's Stormhound is no match for Huan, Li Na said from within the crowd, causing her companions to gasp in surprise. That's not right, Sister Na. That bear doesn't look like it has any fighting ability, while the Stormhound looks incredibly fierce. How could it lose to that bear? Li Na shook her head and continued. There's bloodline suppression between beasts, this invisible pressure that beast tamers naturally can't sense. The Stormhound's fierce appearance is actually self-protective behavior, trying to intimidate its opponent into retreating. On the contrary, Huan appears calm and composed, completely unafraid of the Stormhound. Perhaps to it, the Stormhound is just a little dog. Her companions listened in confusion. Lina offered no further explanation, instead watching the pig-fat Huan with great interest. Damn it! How dare they roar at us? Henin, roar back at them. Show them what a true dragon's roar sounds like. Seeing the Stormhound continuously growling and advancing, Su Chen's face darkened with annoyance. Does it really think it's some kind of fierce beast? Who gave you the nerve to act wild in front of an ancient divine creature? With a cold snort in his heart, he hooked his finger. Sensing his master's command, Huan suddenly stood upright, a 2-meter tall panda, pot-bellied, yet standing like a wall of flesh, blocking the Stormhound's path. The crowd immediately felt their chests tighten under the pressure of that massive figure. Now this is the kind of presence a beast tamer should have. However, what happened next nearly made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. The adorable panda opened its gaping maw, took a deep breath, and let out a roar. The scene instantly fell dead silent, with smiles freezing on everyone's faces. 3 seconds later, thunderous laughter erupted like a tsunami. Ha ha ha, that's the dragon's roar? What a domineering battle cry is it trying to kill enemies with cuteness. That's just a whimpering sound. Lina felt so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole. She had just been bragging to her companions about how powerful this panda was, only for it to deliver such a pathetic sound, completely humiliating her in public. She whispered in complaint. Henin, that's your most ferocious roar? Su Chen was also stunned. Huan looked at him innocently and nodded slightly. Su Chen's ears turned red with anger, wishing he could disappear immediately. This stupid pig is still acting dumb even when facing disaster. It's probably going to die from its own stupidity. The onlookers waited to see the joke unfold. They had no idea what level the panda actually was. In their eyes, Shenhao Stormhound was more than capable of tearing apart this 300-pound fatty. That completely harmless boosted the Stormhound's confidence even more, reducing the fear in its eyes. It's over, Shenhao thought coldly, his lips curling with contempt. I'm not only going to destroy your beast, but I'll also make sure you have no place to stand in Haicheng City. He commanded his Stormhound to attack. The Stormhound leaped into the air, its sharp claws gleaming with cold light. This was its ultimate move, Savage Bite, capable of tearing any creature to shreds. Watching from a distance, Shang Wanwan's lips curved slightly. Indeed, it's about to end. Chun Danwen beside her lit a cigarette and walked out of the campus alongside her. What a waste of time. Everyone was certain the panda would be torn apart in the next second, but the scene that actually unfolded completely shattered their understanding. Whoosh! The panda's thick paw cut through the air with a deep whistle. One slap landed squarely on the dog's head in midair. Bang! The asphalt road collapsed like a brittle cracker, instantly forming a pit 1 meter deep, with cracks spreading like a spider web within a 10-meter radius around the crater's edge. The Stormhound's head was pressed firmly into the bottom of the pit, tongue lolling out, eyes rolled back, dead on the spot. A complete 180-degree reversal. The air froze instantly, and the entire crowd turned to stone. After a brief silence, trembling discussions began to rise. What just happened? The Stormhound was killed instantly? One slap killed a mature stage beast. Shenhao wasn't deliberately holding back, was he? Have you ever seen anyone throw away their beast's life just to hold back? Finally, a shocked cry exploded above everyone's heads. My God, that pig actually killed the 9th-ranked Stormhound in one hit. Everyone was stunned, speechless. Even Chun-Hao stood frozen in place, his face filled with disbelief. The panda's paw strike had appeared simple and casual, yet it unleashed terrifying power. Impossible, this can't be happening. Chun-Hao muttered to himself, his voice trembling. My Stormhound is a mature stage beast, ranked 9th in Haicheng First High School. How could it possibly lose to your pig? Bloodshot eyes appeared as he gritted his teeth and commanded, Stormhound, get up. The only response was a dull thud. The Stormhound's beast core was forcibly expelled from its body, the pale blue glow flickering briefly in the air before falling to the ground. The beast core was the essence of life and source of power for any tamed beast. Once separated, it meant certain death. Shenhao's vision went dark, his legs gave out, and he collapsed in despair. The adorable panda showed no hesitation, grabbing the pale blue beast core and plopping down on the ground with a thud. It examined the core like a precious pearl, turning it left and right, then opened its mouth and swallowed it whole. The system notification immediately appeared. Devoured 1 mature stage beast core, extracted 500 energy points, evolution progress 18. 500 energy points and 18 evolution progress. Su Chen's heart raced with excitement. It was common knowledge that tamed beasts evolved through battle and devouring beast cores, but even consuming cores of the same tier provided extremely limited improvement. This massive evolutionary boost was clearly the result of his SS rank beast taming technique, infinite extraction. What thrilled him even more was that the panda could maintain combat evolution while stacking infinite extraction. This double enhancement was absolutely incredible. Chen Hao stared at his stormhound's corpse, his expression shattered. That beast cost my family a fortune. The pain cut through him like a knife. Jiang Man stood nearby, silent for a moment before disappointedly shaking off his arm and turning away. The surrounding students let out sighs of amazement. Is it really over just like that? Who would have thought that adorable panda was so fierce, killing a mature stage beast with one paw strike? That's ridiculously powerful. At that moment, several of Chun Hao's lackeys exchanged glances and stepped forward. Su Chen, how dare you kill Brother Hao's beast? Such brutality demands an explanation to everyone. Punish the murderer. Their accusations drew scorn from the crowd. Casualties in beast duels were common, especially when Chun Hao had been the one to provoke the fight. If they were truly worried about consequences, they could have gone to virtual space, but instead they chose to block the school entrance. The lackeys completely ignored the crowd's murmurs and raised their arms. Buzz, a mantis blade materialized, its scythe gleaming coldly. Huosha phantom moth flapped its wings, stirring up wisps of powder. Growl, a blood fox crouched low with a snarl, its fangs gleaming crimson. The appearance of 3 mature stage beasts caused another uproar. These creatures all ranked around 15th in the school, and their combined might was formidable. The situation suddenly grew tense, but Su Chen's face showed not a trace of fear. Punish me? Just you lackeys think you're qualified to make demands here? Come at me together to make excuses. Such arrogance. Then don't blame us for ganging up on you. The lackeys shouted their commands. Mantis blade, scythe execution. Phantom moth, acid spray. Blood fox, toxic blood mist. 3 mature stage beast companions simultaneously unleashed their ultimate attacks, targeting the panda. The air seemed to tear apart as howling winds carried deafening roars, instantly filling the entire campus with murderous intent. The cacophony exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. Instinctively, everyone held their breath and stared intently at the adorable panda. At that moment, Henin let out a soft, cute. The sound was so sweet and childlike that it left everyone around stunned. Seriously, at a time like this, you're still acting cute? But an even more absurd scene followed. The blood-devouring fox, phantom moth, and mantis blade, 3 fierce beast companions charging forward menacingly, suddenly pressed their heads to the ground in unison, as if held down by an invisible giant hand, sliding to a stop right in front of the panda, trembling all over. Blood-devouring fox, what are you doing groveling on the ground? Phantom moth, attack, damn it. Mantis blade, get up and fight. The 3 beast tamers shouted themselves hoarse, but their companions wouldn't budge. They had no idea that the bloodline pressure from an ancient divine beast was firmly restraining their partners. Henin, don't waste time. Finish them off, right now we going home for dinner. Su Chen's voice drifted over casually. Going home for dinner? Henin's eyes immediately lit up. The 300-pound giant suddenly leaped up, its massive form blocking out the sky as it crashed down toward the 3 beast companions. Crow on an airplane. Boom. The thick bare bottom hit the ground, and the earth shook as if struck by a giant hammer. The entire playground trembled continuously as debris mixed with asphalt flew everywhere, sharply tearing the clothes of many onlookers. The ground at the center collapsed into a massive crater, with cracks spreading densely for hundreds of meters. The 3 mature stage beast companions were instantly flattened into pancakes. Impossible! Cries of shock rose one after another as the crowd retreated several steps. This scene, even more terrifying than the previous butt slam, completely shattered their understanding of combat. Those who had been waiting to see Su Chen make a fool of himself were left speechless. The 3 lackeys' legs went weak, their eyes filled with terror. Their carefully cultivated beast companions had been sat to death on the spot by a 300-pound fat bear, and all 3 with one butt slam. Who could endure such humiliation? Enough! A deep, authoritative voice broke the deathly silence. Teacher Shangwan and Director Chun entered the scene, with Shangwan Wan and Chun Danwen appearing beside Su Chen. Seeing the 2 high-ranking school officials arrive, Chun Hao and his 3 lackeys grabbed onto them like a lifeline. Director Chen, perfect timing. Su Chen killed my beast companion. Chun Hao shouted at Su Chen, pointing accusingly and abandoning all pretense of dignity, while the other 3 chimed in agreement. Publicly killing our beast companions on school grounds and destroying public property must be severely punished. Right, expel Su Chen from school and make him compensate us for our losses. The 4's rapid-fire accusations drew contemptuous looks from the surrounding students. Though no one dared speak up in opposition given Chun Hao's family background, no one dared voice any criticism either. Just when everyone thought Su Chen was about to face punishment, Chun Danwen made a shocking decision. You 4 have been causing trouble and openly bullying a fellow student at the school gate. Effective immediately, you are all expelled and are no longer students of Haiqing No. 1 High School. His words struck like thunder. The 4 students who were called out turned pale instantly, while the surrounding students and parents watched in stunned silence. Why? We're the ones who got hurt. Our spirit beasts were all killed by Su Chen, so why isn't he being punished? This isn't fair. The three of them protested one after another, trying to argue their case. But Chen Danwen merely cast them a cold glance, completely unmoved. Director, are you really going to coddle Su Chen like this? And you want to expel me? Huh. I doubt the principal would agree to that. Chen Hao, who had been hanging his head in dejection, suddenly looked up with a cold sneer that carried a threatening tone. His eyes locked onto Chen Danwen, as if he was ready to drop all pretenses at any moment. Chen Danwen's expression grew serious, but he didn't back down. Don't try to use the principal to pressure me. Even if the Chun family themselves showed up, it wouldn't change my decision. Shang Wan stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. Chen Hao, you were the one who challenged Su Chen to battle. If you lost, you can only blame your own lack of skill. What did Su Chen do wrong? This hit Chen Hao where it hurt, turning his face ashen. His storm hound, ranked 9th in the school, had been killed in one strike by Su Chen's painted soul, and his three companions' maturistage spirit beasts had also fallen with a single move. The overwhelming difference in strength had left him utterly humiliated. Seeing that this was dragging on too long, Chen Danwen impatiently waved his hand. Stop wasting time. Su Chen, let's go. The group turned and left, finally bringing the drama at the school gate to an end. However, rumors about Su Chen began to surge like a tide once again. In downtown Haicheng, at the Spirit Beast Association building, the spacious and bright lobby bustled with spirit beast trainers and their various spirit beasts, creating a lively scene. Wow, that chubby pig is so cute. No way. I think it looks like a bear. Who cares what it is? That round head and plump belly just makes you want to give it a pat. Oh, it's even holding a brush. Can it paint? As soon as Su Chen stepped into the lobby, his panda-painted soul became the center of attention, especially drawing the gazes of young girls who couldn't take their eyes off that chubby little head. The trio and their spirit beast made their way through the crowd to the reception desk. After Shang Wan exchanged a few words with the staff, a young woman in association uniform approached them. Hello, are you here for spirit beast grade assessment? Su Chen nodded. All right, please follow me. The testing area is currently occupied, so please wait in the lounge for a moment. She led them into a semi-enclosed lounge where they could see the barrier gate used for testing through the glass. As soon as Su Chen sat down, he heard a deep grue sound. The rumbling was so loud that other people in the lounge looked up. Henin, are you hungry already? Su Chen looked at his panda-painted soul with a helpless tone. Henin nodded earnestly and let out another childlike sound that completely contradicted its size. Su Chen looked around the empty lounge, which clearly had no food available. There's nothing to eat here. I promised Teacher Shangwan that we'd do the assessment first, so just bear with it. We'll go home for dinner once we're done. Su Chen could only comfort Henin. Your spirit beast seems hungry. A crisp voice, clear as a lark's song, suddenly rang out. Su Chen looked toward the sound and saw a slightly youthful, yet pure and beautiful girl leaning down to look at him. Beside her stood a snow-white, cat-shaped spirit beast. Snow Sacred Cat, mature stage, evolution progress 56. Energy value 9,800. Attributes: Ice Wind. Spirit Beast talent: Extreme Cold Comprehension, continuously emitting cold aura that drastically lowers surrounding temperature. Temperament: Steady. Ultimate skill: Frost Claw. With an energy value of 9,800, dual attributes, plus extreme cold comprehension, this was truly top-tier quality. Su Chen had never seen this girl at Haicheng No. 1 High School, making him wonder which school she came from. If you don't mind, please have these. The girl spoke while taking out 5 brown food items from her small bag. Mystic yellow buns. Su Chen was slightly stunned. This expensive spirit beast food produced by the Li Group in Haicheng City cost a full 500 gold coins each and was already considered a luxury item on the market. He hadn't expected the girl to casually pull out 5 of them. Just as Su Chen was about to politely decline, his panda spirit beast Han Han had already used both paws to scoop up all the mystic yellow buns with a swoosh, hugging them to its chest and stuffing them into its mouth to munch. Holy crap, you silly thing. Those mystic yellow buns are expensive. Spit them out. Su Chen reached out trying to grab Han Han's neck, but couldn't find where the neck was on the round, chubby panda. Seeing the comical scene between Su Chen and Han Han, the girl couldn't help but laugh until she bent over. It's fine, as long as Han Han likes them. I have plenty more. Before she finished speaking, she reached into her bag again and poured out a large pile of mystic yellow buns with a swoosh. Rich girl. Su Chen was dumbfounded. Extracting mystic yellow bun energy. Gained 200 energy points. Evolution progress 32. The sudden system notification made Su Chen secretly alarmed. Just a few mystic yellow buns contained 200 energy points. With just over 10 pieces, Han Han's evolution progress had climbed to 32. He secretly calculated. He need to find a way to stockpile more mystic yellow buns in the future. By the way, I'm Yu Xiaoro. And you? The girl gently rubbed Han Han's ears, smiling brightly. Su Chen. Su Chen smiled back. Moments later, a staff member's clear call rang out from outside the spirit beast hall. You Xiao. Ah, it's our turn. Su Chen, I'll go first. See you later. The girl waved excitedly and bounced toward the hall with her snow-sacred cat. Su Chen grew increasingly curious about her and decided to follow. The spacious spirit beast hall was brightly lit, and the crowd's attention almost simultaneously focused on that bouncing figure. Look, that's the genius spirit beast master Yu Xiao from Sacred High School. That's right, it's really her. Strange, didn't she get tested last year? Why is she here again? Don't you know? Yu Xiao successfully contracted a second spirit beast. What? Dual spirit beasts? How old is she? Discussions arose one after another. Dual spirit beasts require very strong mental power. No wonder Yu Xiao is called a genius spirit beast master. From the surrounding chatter, Su Chen caught the words Sunday High School. Sunday High School, the most prestigious beast-taming academy in Haicheng City, where only students from wealthy families or elite backgrounds could afford to study. Su Chen never imagined that Yu Xiao, this fresh-faced girl in her school uniform standing before him, actually came from Sunday High School. Moreover, she was a prodigious beast tamer who had contracted with two beasts, which sent shockwaves through Su Chen's mind. In the center of the testing hall stood an independent room specifically designed for evaluating beast grades. The room had only one entrance, beyond which lay a barrier gate. The barrier was narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time, so beast tamers had to first store their beasts in their beast space before entering and summoning them inside. Despite this restriction, the interior was extremely spacious, allowing even massive beasts to move freely within. When Yu Xiao's turn came, she stepped into the barrier with a relaxed expression. The next second, mysterious light erupted, and brilliant white radiance poured through the door, illuminating the entire hall. The crowd gasped in amazement, craning their necks to get a better look. Moments later, the light faded, and Yu Xiao emerged looking dejected, her lips pouting in obvious dissatisfaction. How did it go? Su Chen approached her, asking quietly. Just low dear, I'm so frustrated. Yu Xiao stamped her foot, her voice filled with disappointment. Low tier? Demon beast low tier. The surrounding beast tamers secretly breathed sighs of relief. Someone so young with two contracted beasts if she had also tested at an excellent grade. How could they even compete? Su Chen consoled her. Don't worry, when your beast evolves to its complete form, there's still a chance to improve its grade. The grades during maturity and complete form determine the final classification. Complete form testing is the last opportunity. Further evolution won't change the grade after that, as it becomes permanently fixed once evaluated. I guess that's all I can hope for. Yu Xiao remained sulky, clenching her small fists. I thought I could get height ear sacred beast, but I only got low ear. I'm so annoyed. The hall fell silent instantly, all eyes fixed on her. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Are you saying your beast tested at sacred beast level? Yes, just low tier though. Yu Xiao nodded pitifully. Everyone's faces turned pale, their eyes filled with despair. Sacred beast low tier just? Talk about showing off. Su Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's already sacred beast level, and you're still not satisfied? Humph, it's just low tier sacred beast. What's there to be happy about? Yu Xiao pursed her lips. My cousins back home all start with sacred beast level. His sounds of sharp intakes of breath echoed throughout the hall. All siblings starting with sacred beast level? Truly terrifying. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh at the vastness of talent in the world, while simultaneously feeling his fighting spirit ignite. Next, Su Chen. The staff member called out. Su Chen nodded and stepped forward. All eyes followed him, particularly drawn to the adorable panda by his side. Black and white fur, a round head, and a 300-kilogram frame that made many people unable to resist taking a second look. Outside the door stood a composed, middle-aged man who spoke. Please introduce yourself. My name is Lu Qing, and I'm temporarily in charge of today's testing. You just need to summon your beast companion again inside the barrier, and the equipment will detect your beast's grade. You can choose to display the results publicly or keep them private for your eyes only. Lu Qing, president of Haicheng City's Beast Tamer Association, was personally serving as the examiner due to special circumstances. Su Chen nodded lightly and first recalled his panda Henin back into the beast space. The little guy was too chubby to squeeze through the testing barrier's entrance otherwise. Once Henin disappeared, he pushed open the door and entered. Inside the barrier was pure white, like stepping into a blank canvas. Su Chen raised his hand, and the round, plump Henin materialized again, his black and white fur particularly striking against the empty backdrop. Henin looked around in confusion, turning his head this way and that. Suddenly, a column of ethereal blue water cascaded from above, completely enveloping Henin. This was the sacred water used to test beast quality. Though virtual, it could accurately read information. Su Chen held his breath in anticipation, his eyes fixed on Henin. The next second, Henin's ridiculous behavior nearly left Su Chen petrified on the spot. The panda's mouth opened wide, and he actually gulped down the ethereal blue sacred water wrapped around him with a loud glug. You silly thing, you'll eat anything. That's virtual sacred water for testing. Why are you eating it? Su Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, a line of information appeared before his eyes. Extracted energy from ethereal blue sacred water, gained 20 energy points. Su Chen's eyes widened. The virtual barrier developed by the Beast-Tamer Association was theoretically all illusion. Yet his talent for unlimited extraction could even absorb this? This was incredibly profitable. With the sacred water consumed, the quality test couldn't be completed, so the barrier immediately released another column of ethereal blue water. A flash of inspiration struck, and Su Chen immediately signaled Henin to continue. Extracted energy from ethereal blue sacred water, gained 20 energy points. 20 points. Far more than bamboo. Su Chen's grin nearly reached his ears. Henin, keep going, haha. Henin simply positioned himself under where the water column fell, tilted his head back with mouth open, and caught every stream of sacred water like drinking from a faucet, swallowing it all. The barrier, unable to detect results, could only keep refreshing the sacred water, while Henin accepted everything like a bottomless pit. Beast Tamer Hall. Strange, why is it taking so long? Lu Qing frowned slightly. Years of experience told him that testing usually took no more than 5 minutes. Yet Su Chen had been inside for half an hour without emerging. Outside the Beast Tamer Association Hall, Shang Wanwan and Chun Danwen were also waiting anxiously. Shang Wanwan's expression remained ice cold, revealing no emotion. Chun Danwen kept standing on his tiptoes to look around, his palms sweaty. He had staked his future on Su Chen. If Su Chen's beast companion proved to have mediocre aptitude, the principal would certainly hold him accountable, and the Chun family held considerable influence in Haiqing. Chun Danwen wasn't afraid of the Chun family itself, but worried the school might bow to pressure and blame him. Only if Su Chen's test results reached sacred beast level would he have the confidence to ask the school to protect him. Because while the Chun family had some influence in Haiqing, they weren't powerful enough to control everything with just one hand. What the hell? It's already dark and the people in the barrier still haven't come out. 2 students waiting outside complained, glancing at their watches. It's been over an hour. Let's go. The Beast Tamer Association should be closing by now. What rotten luck, running into this mess. We'll have to come back tomorrow. Night had completely fallen, and in the first-floor lobby of the Beast Tamer Association, students who had come for testing were shaking their heads and leaving one by one, grumbling under their breath. Among the bustling crowd, there was no sign of Su Chen. Only 2 people remained in the waiting area, Chen Danwen and Shang Wanwan. The 2 exchanged glances and finally decided to check the testing hall. The testing hall was brightly lit but eerily empty, with only Lu Qing and Yu Xiaoro standing beside the testing pillar at the far end. Seeing the fluffy yet imposing beast at Yu Xiaoro's feet, Chun Danwen's pupils contracted as he couldn't help but gasp. Low-tier sacred beast. Yu Xiaoro made no attempt to conceal her beast level. Chun Danwen raised his wrist to scan, and the data appeared on his smart bracelet. The genius girl from Shengdai High School, Yu Xiaoro, had just completed a dual beast contract and now tested another low-tier sacred beast. Such talent was simply terrifying. Compared to Chun Danwen's shock, Shang Wanwan merely glanced over indifferently, a flash of amazement flickering in her eyes before she said nothing more. Yu Xiaoro rubbed the corners of her eyes and yawned. Ah, it's too late. This baby needs to go home and sleep. I'll come play with the dummy another day. With that, she turned and left, her figure light and carefree. Only 3 people remained in the hall. Chun Danwen lowered his voice and asked carefully, Brother Lu, the person in the barrier? Is it Su Chen? Lu Qing, having some acquaintance with Chun Danwen, merely nodded with a cold expression. What the hell is your student up to? He's been in that barrier for 2 whole hours and still hasn't come out, keeping me from getting off work. Damn it. Above the heavy alloy door of the testing room, a small light indicated whether testing was complete, and it remained dark. Shang Wanwan frowned. If the light isn't on, it means the results aren't ready yet. Lu Qing shook his head in denial. Impossible. Testing a beast level takes 5 minutes at most. There's never been a case that dragged on for 2 hours. Before he finished speaking, ding. The small light above the alloy door suddenly blazed to life, its piercing green glow surging through the empty hall. Rumble. The door shook violently, as if the entire wall might be shattered from within. The next moment, a scorching wave of air burst from the door cracks, hitting the 3 like a giant hammer. The terrifying pressure forced them to retreat repeatedly until they barely managed to steady themselves after backing up more than 10 meters. Buzz. A golden beam suddenly shot out from within the barrier. The pillar of light pierced through the testing hall's ceiling like a sword, carrying shattered steel and concrete as it broke through the clouds. The golden light illuminated the night sky, and the entire city of Haiqing seemed to be awakened by an early dawn. Roar, roar, roar. Roar. Coo, coo, coo. Instantly, 10,000 beasts cried out in unison. Whether they were battle pets patrolling the streets or gentle spirit birds in residential backyards, all raised their heads and howled. Their owners frantically gave commands, but couldn't suppress their roars. 10,000 beasts bowing in worship, a stunning phenomenon. The golden beam shooting skyward reflected in the floor-to-ceiling windows of the city's high-rises as people stopped in their tracks, leaning out from balconies or pulling over their vehicles to look up in shock. This beam of light, it actually penetrated the clouds. The direction is the Beast-Tamer Association? Could someone have tested a divine beast quality creature? It can't be wrong. If it weren't a divine beast, how could it make all the beasts in the city howl? A divine beast, a divine beast. Haicheng City has never had a single divine beast. The voices merged into a wave that swept through streets and buildings. All eyes focused on that dazzling golden pillar. A divine beast. Many beast tamers spend their entire lives without ever owning a divine beast. Even exceptionally gifted powerhouses can typically only contract a single sacred beast at most, which is already enough to earn the admiration of others. But the pillar of divine light shooting skyward completely shattered the understanding of Haicheng's citizens' true genius was right before their eyes. What the hell was I calling genius before? This is real genius, countless onlookers exclaimed silently in their hearts. Sacred beasts were already rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, let alone divine beasts. Haicheng had never produced a single beast tamer who owned a divine beast until today. The radiant glow pierced through the night sky, illuminating the heavens above the entire city. Tens of thousands of citizens surged forward, nearly blocking the entrance to the Beast Tamer Association completely, all hoping to witness this moment with their own eyes. Meanwhile, in the association's testing hall, Chen Danwen, Lu Qing, and Shang Wanwan felt their hearts skip a beat, their composed faces cracking with shock. That radiance carried the unique aura that only divine beasts could emit. Chen Danwen's eyes instantly moistened. He had originally thought Su Chen's panda was merely a sacred beast, never expecting it to be a divine beast of an even higher tier. Good lad, so it really is a divine beast. Lu Qing excitedly rubbed his hands together, witnessing the descent of a divine beast made a mere 2-hour wait completely worthwhile. Of course, he had no idea what exactly Su Chen had been doing during those 2 hours inside the barrier. Even the usually stern Shang Wanwan couldn't hide her satisfaction, nodding gently. The radiant light continued spreading wildly, nearly blasting a huge hole through the testing hall's ceiling, sending debris flying everywhere. Though the entire city's lights had returned, it was more boisterous than before. As the radiance faded, the barrier door slowly opened. A young man emerged from the room. It was Su Chen. He looked around in confusion at the vast, empty testing hall, where even the staff members who had been guarding the entrance were nowhere to be seen. Hurried footsteps echoed as Chen Danwen, Lu Qing, and Shang Wanwan rushed up to Su Chen. Chen Danwen grabbed Su Chen's arm urgently, asking, "How did it go? Are the test results showing divine beast quality?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. How did you know? To fit through the narrow barrier door, he had already recalled Henin into his beast space. It would be hard not to know. Lu Qing pointed at the gaping hole in the ceiling with a mixture of tears and laughter. That beam of light blasted straight through the roof. The news has probably spread throughout all of Haicheng by now. Shang Wanwan smiled lightly, her eyes full of admiration. Chen Danwen couldn't care about anything else, his eyes gleaming. Never mind what's happening outside. Su Chen, hurry up and summon your beast. Quick, quick, quick. If I don't see it tonight, I definitely won't be able to sleep. Su Chen scratched his head. Henin just fell asleep. It spent the whole day gorging itself and got exhausted. His tone was full of helplessness. Shang Wanwan smiled gently. Director Chun has been going on about this all evening. Just let him have his wish. Otherwise he really will pull an all-nighter. Shang Wanwan rarely smiled normally, but now her face lit up like a blooming flower. Su Chen felt his heart stir and could only compromise. All right then, I'll call Henin out. Su Chen activated the summoning ritual and called forth Henin. As the magic circle rose, all three instinctively held their breath. The brilliant lights faded, and a plump panda landed steadily in the center of the testing hall, still the same panda, but with a completely different aura. The panda was powerfully built and imposing. A golden banner atop its head swayed gently in the air currents, with the large character Loyalty written in the center. On its back was a tattoo of the character Righteousness in bold, rough strokes. Its thick front paws gripped a massive green blade, the surface carved with dragons as electric arcs danced along the sharp edge, radiating an intimidating presence. Yet at this moment, it lay sprawled on the floor with limbs outstretched, snoring thunderously in peaceful slumber. The contradictory image only made it appear more majestic. How is it different from what we saw during the day? Chen Danwen and Shang Wanwan exchanged glances, both frowning. They simultaneously activated their smart bracelets, and holographic displays appeared. Lang Tao Sha complete form. Evolution level, 12. Energy value, immeasurable. Attributes, all attributes. Beast taming talent. Devour enhances evolution through continuous feeding. Temperament, abhors evil. Ultimate skills. 1. Rolling. 2. Crow takes flight. 3. form and universe drawing attacks using 5 elements techniques while mimicking enemies' 5 elements. 4. Green Dragon Crescent Blade wields weapon, borrowing heaven and earth's power for devastating strikes. Beast rating, Ancient Divine Beast. Silence enveloped the hall, leaving only the rapid heartbeats and breathing of the three. After several dozen seconds, Lu Qing finally whispered hoarsely, Is this real? As his words fell, the silence shattered. Divine beast quality. No, it's an ancient divine beast. Aren't ancient divine beasts supposed to exist only in legends? Energy value immeasurable, it's too powerful. That last one, Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Is that the massive blade in its claws? So imposing. To actually witness the birth of an ancient divine beast. Exclamations continued endlessly as everyone remained deeply shocked. Before this morning, they had never imagined a divine beast would appear, let alone a legendary ancient divine beast, and with an 18-year-old high school student as its beast tamer, it was simply fantastical. Chen Danwen gazed at the soundly sleeping, sprawling bear, and finally exhaled deeply after a long moment. This morning it was still in its juvenile stage, and now it had crossed 3 entire realms to reach complete form. Such evolution speed was unprecedented and likely never to be matched again, truly worthy of the title Ancient Divine Beast. Beside him, Shangwanwan appeared dazed, her shock undisguised. As beast tamers of high status who had seen much of the world, they had long become immune to ordinary prodigies. Yet Su Chen's absurd talent still violently shattered their understanding. A saying circulated in the beast-taming world, divine beasts are proud and untamed. Only those with exceptionally powerful mental strength and talent can control them. The young man before them was exactly such a monster. Lu Qing gazed at the panda and the youth, his heart filled with countless emotions, remaining speechless for a long time. Such promising talent is incredibly rare and hard to come by. Once you miss this opportunity, you'll never encounter it again. The detection crystal glowed with a shimmering blue radiance, illuminating the young man's handsome features. After witnessing Su Chen's talent and abilities firsthand, Lu Qing felt his heart skip a beat, and his mind immediately began calculating such a rare genius absolutely could not be allowed to slip away. At the front of the classroom, 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed on Su Chen with piercing intensity, as if trying to see right through him. In their eyes, this black-haired youth resembled a lurking ancient beast with unfathomable depths. Congratulations, Su Chen. Your beast companion's grade is Ancient Divine Beast. Shangwanwan gripped the testing device tightly, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. How could she not be thrilled to have such a prodigy among her students? Su Chen nodded slightly with a calm expression. Thank you for your praise, Teacher Shangwan. He had anticipated this result, so his tone remained composed without a trace of smugness. Chen Danwen stood nearby, his eyebrows dancing with excitement as he nodded repeatedly. His mind was already sketching future plans once this boy rose to fame. He would promote Su Chen as the nation's most brilliant beast tamer while elevating Haicheng No. 1 High School to become a renowned beast taming academy. Lu Qing also nodded approvingly, his gaze growing increasingly admiring. So young yet blessed with extraordinary talent, while still maintaining such composure, this mindset was particularly precious. If this young man pursued the path of beast taming, he would surely achieve greatness. He stepped forward, his voice gentle yet tinged with barely concealed urgency. You're Su Chen, right? Would you be interested in joining our beast taming association? As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Danwen's eyebrows twitched, a heavy sense of crisis rising in his heart as he shot a sharp look at Lu Qing. Brother Lu, you do realize Su Chen is my student. Faced with such blatant poaching, even from an old friend, he would never back down. Lu Qing spread his hands with a light chuckle. Brother Chen, you misunderstand. I meant after he graduates from high school. Surely you don't intend to control his post-graduation plans as well. With a sharp turn, Chen Danwen flicked his sleeves heavily and snorted coldly. Humph. Ignoring this, Lu Qing turned back to Su Chen with a serious and sincere tone. Su Chen, the beast taming assessment is just 1 month away. When that time comes, would you be willing to join the Beast Taming Association? I can directly recommend you to the Beijing headquarters. No assessment required. Straight to an elite council position. How about it? Once this offer was made, the air seemed to freeze. The Beijing Beast Taming Association, the nation's largest official beast taming organization and the holy grail for all beast tamers. Every year, millions of beast tamers applied for the examination, yet those who actually made it into headquarters were as rare as phoenix feathers. And Lu Qing was actually promising Su Chen exemption from testing plus a direct council position. Joy flickered in Shangwanwan's eyes. For any beast tamer, joining the Beast Taming Association meant status, resources, and honor. As a teacher, she naturally hoped for her students' bright future. Chen Danwen was even more excited when one person achieves success. Everyone around them benefits. The more brilliant Su Chen became, the higher Haicheng No. 1 High School's reputation would soar. Thus, all 3 turned to Su Chen simultaneously, their eyes practically overflowing with anticipation. To everyone's surprise, Su Chen didn't even hesitate before shaking his head in refusal. Thank you for your kind offer, senior. However, I haven't thought about my future plans yet, and I don't wish to join any faction for now. The hall fell silent instantly. Shang Wan and Chun Danwen exchanged glances, their expressions frozen. Lu Qing beside them looked even more stunned, his mouth slightly agape, almost believing he had misheard. With such generous conditions laid before him, any young beast tamer would be tempted, yet Su Chen rejected them outright, without hesitation. Are you really not going to reconsider? The Beast Taming Association is the largest beast taming organization in the country. Lu Qing hurriedly tried to persuade him, but his words were cut short when Su Chen raised his hand to interrupt. I appreciate your kindness, senior, but I've made up my mind. I'll wait until after the beast taming assessment to make any decisions. Su Chen's tone remained steady. After speaking, he smoothly recalled Henin, who was sleeping on his shoulder, back into his beast space with clean, efficient movements. The Beast Taming Association was indeed the stage countless beast tamers dreamed of, but he didn't want to be bound by any organization. With his system cheat, this world's vastness and wonders held far more allure for him than comfortable resources. Lu Qing read the determination in his resolute gaze and sighed inwardly, having no choice but to fall silent. In that case, I won't force you. He pulled out a gold-edged business card from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. The doors of the Beast Taming Association are always open to you. When you change your mind, come find me anytime. Su Chen nodded and accepted it, his fingertips brushing over the card's cool metallic engravings before casually tucking it into his chest. Only then did Chen Danwen breathe a heavy sigh of relief. The genius was preserved. But just as he glanced up to see the hole more than a foot wide in the ceiling, a strong sense of unease surged through him. That divine beast light piercing through the clouds was hardly a Loki signal. This is bad. The entire Haiqing city probably knows that a divine beast was born at the Beast Taming Association. Before his words had finished, boiling voices erupted from outside the building. I heard the divine beast light came from this building. Absolutely no mistake, it's the Beast Taming Association. I'd stake my life on it. Open the doors, let us witness the birth of the divine beast. Shouts rose one after another. The crowd of tens of thousands pressed like a black mass against the Beast Taming Association's entrance, surging inward like a tide, nearly bending the heavy alloy doors. Oh no, the entrance is completely blocked. How are we going to get out? Standing at the high-floor window, the group looked down at the surging sea of people below and couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. Shang Wan chuckled softly. There's no helping it. Who told Su Chen to test for divine beast quality? Everyone wants to see for themselves. Humph. Chen Danwen's expression was grave. I'm afraid some people aren't just here to watch the excitement. Many families and corporations probably want to poach him directly. Indeed, familiar faces could be faintly seen in the crowd. Heirs of several top-tier wealthy families in Haiqing, representatives from national chain enterprises, all with burning gazes and obvious intentions. How could Chen Danwen allow others to lay hands on the genius that Haiqing No. 1 High School had finally produced? Seeing Chen Danwen's expression as if facing a great enemy, Shang Wan couldn't help but smile. As a substitute teacher, she was more concerned about her student's bright future than which faction he belonged to. With the divine beast light's appearance, Su Chen was destined to shine brilliantly, enough to shake the entire nation. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Su Chen suddenly spoke, his voice not loud but clear. Senior, does the Beast Taming Association have a back door? The three froze mid-motion, turning their heads simultaneously with faces full of, what are you planning to do? Confusion. This was clearly the rhythm of preparing to slip away. Which young person didn't yearn to be the center of attention? Ordinary beast tamers who contracted a demon-quality beast would want to climb high and proclaim it to the world. Yet Su Chen seemed to want to escape from this spotlight of universal attention. Could it be that Su Chen didn't want to become a superstar in the limelight? Su Chen, you want to hide your identity? Shang Wan asked. Su Chen nodded slightly, his voice low but firm. Yes. In the world of beast taming, the complete form is merely a starting point. I still have a long journey ahead, and I don't want endless troubles disturbing my cultivation. As his words fell, all three people in the room froze. None of them had expected that someone as young as Su Chen could view fame with such clarity. Chen Danwen's eyes reddened as he nodded repeatedly, as if witnessing the most brilliant side of his student. Lu Qing felt deep admiration, silently praising the young man's noble character. The Beast Taming Association has many back passages. I'll lead you around. Lu Qing was the first to recover, gesturing for them to follow. For Lu Qing, Su Chen's reluctance to reveal himself couldn't be better. All of Haiqing was buzzing with rumors. A divine beast had descended, yet no one knew who the beast tamer was. And he was one of the few who knew the truth. This thrill of holding such a secret made him imagine with satisfaction tomorrow there would surely be crowds at his door with gift boxes, seeking answers. As long as Su Chen remained hidden, he still had a chance to recruit him into the Beast Taming Association. Chen Danwen felt somewhat disappointed. If Su Chen stepped forward now, he would instantly become a genius beast tamer known throughout Haicheng and even the entire nation, and Haicheng #1 high school's reputation would rise accordingly. But then he reconsidered. Only the three of them knew the truth, which actually reduced the risk of Su Chen being poached by other factions. With this thought, his gaze toward Lu Qing became more guarded, making Lu Qing's back inexplicably chill. Under Lu Qing's guidance, the three quietly left the Beast Taming Association through side corridors and back doors. Meanwhile, outside the main entrance, waves of people continued gathering with mounting excitement until dawn gradually dispersed them, leaving the association staff utterly exhausted. Finally, Lu Qing had to personally address the crowd, citing barrier gate malfunction to appease them, though this explanation clearly failed to satisfy their curiosity. Back in his office, his phone rang incessantly as various major factions called for information. Just as he was overwhelmed, a staff member burst through the door with an anxious expression. "Director Lu, we've discovered a major problem with the barrier gate." "What could possibly be wrong with the barrier gate now?" Lu Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhausted. "The detection holy water stored inside has somehow dried up completely. Just refill it then," Lu Qing waved dismissively. But his words cut off abruptly as he shot up from his chair, roaring, "What? The detection holy water dried up? We just replenished over 10 tons a few days ago, enough for a year. How could it all be used up at once?" Detection holy water could assess beast quality, but was astronomically expensive. Consuming over 10 tons was simply unthinkable. Suddenly, the image of that chubby panda flashed through his mind. The last person to enter the barrier gate was Su Chen, and he had stayed inside for a full 2 hours. Could they have somehow used up all the holy water? Over 10 tons of holy water. Did they use it for swimming? Lu Qing's mouth twitched, unable to tell if he felt more shocked or heartbroken. If he knew that the holy water wasn't used for swimming but had been completely consumed by that glutton, he would probably faint on the spot. "Su Chen, if you don't join the Beast Taming Association, how can you face our 10+ tons of holy water?" Lu Qing's eyes blazed with determination as he resolved to recruit Su Chen into the Beast Taming Association at all costs. The enthusiasm of Haicheng's citizens lasted throughout the entire night. The whole city blazed with lights, street-side food stalls simply stayed open all night, and crowds gathered in groups of 3 to 5, repeatedly discussing last night's most dazzling topic, that divine beast light that pierced through the heavens. In 100 years, Haicheng had never witnessed such a spectacle. This beam of light cut through the clouds like a sharp sword, igniting everyone's curiosity and ambition. Meanwhile, the Beast Tamer Association was surrounded by layers of media, with camera flashes forming a continuous sea of light. Countless reporters stayed up all night guarding the entrance, desperate to expose the true identity of this genius beast tamer at the first opportunity. Faced with the massive crowd, Association President Lu Qing had no choice but to reluctantly come out and explain, claiming the so-called divine beast light was merely energy leakage caused by a malfunction in the barrier gate. But how could that beam shooting straight into the sky be just a mechanical failure? Combined with the unanimous mournful cries from all the beasts present last night, no one believed Lu Qing's explanation. The crowd's suspicion only intensified, and their enthusiasm continued until dawn. As day broke, hundreds and thousands of people still remained at the association's entrance, eagerly waiting for that genius to appear. Turning on the television or logging into forums, the screens were filled with eye-catching headlines like "Divine Beast Light," "Mysterious Beast Tamer," and "Once in a Century." Soon, netizens dug up information on all the beast tamers who had gone to the association for testing yesterday. Dozens of names and photos were exposed, followed by 1v1 comparisons and discussions. After screening, Yu Xiaoro from Shengdai High School received the highest support. As early as last year, she had been crowned with the title Genius Girl, so if anyone among these people possessed a divine beast, she naturally became the public's top choice. Thus, as the new day began, Shengdai High School's entrance was surrounded by reporters. Professional cameras of all sizes blocked the school gate completely, with flashes going off continuously. Seeing this scene, the principal felt uneasy. While media had interviewed Yu Xiaoro before, he had never seen such an exaggerated spectacle. Had she accomplished something remarkable again? The principal's mind suddenly flashed to last night's divine beast light that pierced the night sky, and his heartbeat instantly accelerated. Could that beam have been caused by Yu Xiaoro? Besides her, who else had such capability? Thinking of this, he felt both shocked and excited. Shengdai High School had produced many talented beast tamers, but since its founding, and indeed in all of Haicheng City, no true divine beast had ever appeared. The allure of divine beasts to beast tamers was beyond mere fascination. "Quickly protect Yu Xiaoro," the principal immediately ordered. But his secretary hesitated on the other end of the phone. "Yu Xiaoro hasn't come to school yet." What? They wanted to protect Yu Xiaoro, but unexpectedly, she hadn't even come to school. Just as everyone was puzzled, chaos suddenly erupted at the school gate. Car doors slammed open with a bang, and reporters from over a dozen media outlets surged forward like a tide. Thrusting microphones and flashing cameras in one direction, they had surrounded a ponytailed girl in the center. It was Yuxiaro. Camera flashes merged into a sheet of white light, while Yuxiaro looked completely bewildered. Miss you, was the divine beast light that appeared over Haicheng last night emitted by your spirit beast? Have you detected a divine beast? Regarding the divine beast light, what do you have to say? Miss you, what type is your divine beast? Could you show it to us? Questions fired rapidly like machine gun bullets. The previous night at the Beast Tamer Association, Yuxiaro had originally waited for Su Chen to come out, but after waiting in vain, she went home alone and slept deeply, completely unaware of the city's excitement. Now surrounded by reporters, her mind was full of question marks. Someone detected a divine beast? She wondered to herself. No wonder passers-by had been discussing it all along the way, and even the roadside TV screens displayed the same news headline. After gathering her thoughts, she raised her hand to signal the reporters to calm down. Everyone's mistaken. What I detected was only a sacred beast, not a divine beast. With those words, she raised her hand to summon a snow-white sacred cat with silver markings on its tail tip, which landed gracefully. On any other day, a sacred beast would have amazed everyone, but overshadowed by the aura of divine beast, the reporters in the camera frame clearly showed disappointment, and even the principal of Shanghai High School imperceptibly frowned. In fact, for most beast tamers in Haicheng, sacred beasts remained rare. The number of beast tamers in the city who possessed sacred beasts could be counted on one hand. But at this moment, all attention was drawn to the divine beast, making the sacred snow cat's brilliance seem almost transparent. Yuxiaro paid no attention to everyone's expressions and instead dropped a bombshell. The divine beast you're looking for, could it be Su Chen's panda? He was the last one to enter the barrier gate. I got too sleepy waiting last night and went home first, so I don't know if it might be him. At these words, the reporters fell silent for 3 seconds, then looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Who's Su Chen? Never heard that name. Someone looked up to check the registration list from the previous night. Su Chen, a student from Haicheng No. 1 High School. He was indeed among the dozens tested last night. Haicheng No. 1 High School? I remember the most talented student at that school is someone named Lina, and her spirit beast is only sacred grade quality. I was there. His spirit beast was a panda, and he was indeed the last to enter the barrier gate. Discussions arose everywhere. Could an unknown student from No. 1 High School really have the ability to detect a divine beast? The more doubts there were, the higher the news value. The reporters caught the scent of truth, shouldered their equipment, and ran off, heading straight for Haicheng No. 1 High School. Meanwhile, Haicheng No. 1 High School remained bustling. In front of the academic building, students gathered in small groups, and their topic of discussion was invariably the same: the divine beast born last night. It's incredible that Haicheng actually produced a divine beast. I heard it was Yuxiaro from Shanghai High School. The one called Genius Girl last year? Of course it's her, she's amazing. Someone grumbled unwillingly. Why are all the geniuses from Shanghai High School? Can't our Haicheng No. 1 High School produce even one genius? We have Lina too, but unfortunately, facing Shanghai High School with its abundance of talented students, Lina alone isn't enough. Shanghai High School has always been the top institution in Haicheng City, and now with the emergence of Yuxiaro, a beast tamer with astonishing talent, everyone is thoroughly convinced of their superiority. As soon as the news broke, Haicheng No. 1 High School was instantly buzzing with excitement. The owner of the divine beast was most likely her. What no one noticed was that a large group of reporters was already racing toward Haicheng No. 1 High School. Su Chen, who had just stepped through the school gates, paid no attention to the heated discussions around him. After last night's battle with Chen Hao, where he defeated the 9th-ranked storm dog tamer in the school with a single move, he had become a campus celebrity. That's him, the guy who took down Chen Hao in one hit. I heard he made his beast jump 2 whole levels in a single day. His beast is a panda that eats an insane amount. It completely stripped that entire bamboo grove on the west side bare. Isn't that more like a pig? Wait, here's the crazy part. That panda also instantly defeated Chen Hao's storm dog and 3 other beasts of the same level ranked in the teens. The Beast Tamer Association updated their list last night, and I heard Su Chen's name is on it. Could it be that? If it's really a divine beast, I'll do a handstand and crop a whole pound of it. I'll eat 2 pounds. The discussions rose and fell, but were quickly dismissed. Every divine beast that had appeared in Xia Kingdom's history was radiant and imposing, capable of making people shudder with fear from their aura alone. Su Chen's panda was so adorably silly that it made people want to rub its belly. It didn't look the part at all. Intimidating? Not in the slightest. Cute factor? Off the charts. Su Chen couldn't be bothered with these speculations and headed straight to the guidance office with one goal: to ask Director Chen Danwen for some suitable beast-taming techniques. Students who didn't know the truth immediately gloated. See? The Chen family must have put pressure on them. Director Chen is going to deal with him. Just as they were discussing this, The screech of brakes echoed from outside the campus. Dozens of news vans had practically blocked the school entrance. The iron gates couldn't stop the swarm of reporters who flooded into the campus like a tidal wave. Su Chen is at the guidance office, someone shouted, and over 100 reporters immediately turned around and rushed toward the office building. Looking out the window, there was a sea of cameras and equipment that made passing students gasp. When has Haiching No. 1 High School ever seen such a scene? What big shot has arrived? Driven by curiosity, all the students followed suit, surrounding the hallway 3 layers deep until it was completely packed, more lively than a celebrity fan meeting. Inside the office, Director Chen Danwen had just handed Su Chen the complete guide to basic beast taming when chaos erupted outside. The director frowned and opened the door to scold them, but was struck speechless by the scene before him. All reporters? His heart tightened as he thought to himself. Could Su Chen's true identity have been discovered? Cameras and microphones were thrust directly in front of Su Chen. According to Yusharo, you were the last beast tamer from the Beast Tamer Association to enter the barrier gate. As soon as the reporter finished speaking, the microphone was practically pressed against Su Chen's face. Was that divine beast light that shrouded Haiching City released by your tamed beast? Is your tamed beast really of divine grade? Why did you hide your identity? Could you summon it on the spot so everyone can see? A barrage of questions came flying, causing an uproar at the scene. The students from No. 1 High School were especially shocked, speechless. What's going on? Su Chen actually became a divine grade beast tamer? Wasn't it said that only Yusharo had that talent? Is this a mistake? Or some misunderstanding? Even more awkward were those students who had previously boasted, if Su Chen becomes a divine beast tamer, I'll do a handstand and eat shit. Their faces turned quite colorful. Seeing this situation, Su Chen felt a headache coming. One had always wanted to keep a low profile and develop quietly, but internet sleuthing had dragged him into the public eye, making it obviously difficult to brush this off now. Fortunately, Henin possessed the talent to conceal its aura, and with Lu Qing's cooperation, they successfully masked the beast's information. He raised his hand to explain, my tamed beast is just an ordinary exotic beast, not some divine beast. Since everyone wants to see it, I'll summon it. A flash of light flickered from his fingertip, and a round, chubby panda suddenly landed on the ground. It sprawled out with all 4 limbs, its big belly rising and falling with its breathing, its snoring making the ground tremble slightly. The entire scene fell silent instantly, then erupted in disbelieving murmurs. This is a divine beast. Shouldn't divine beasts be radiant with overwhelming presence? This panda doesn't fit the bill at all. Even a painted pig would look more like a divine beast than this. Everyone raised their wrists, scanning with their smart bracelets. The result only showed one name, Langtaosha. Langtaosha? Why not call it Languiction? Muttering voices rose and fell throughout the crowd, disappointment written all over their faces. I knew it couldn't possibly be a divine beast. Exactly. How could No. 1 High produce such a heaven-defying genius? Dream on. Made me excited for nothing. Handstand and eat shit? Don't even think about it. Despite hearing the mockery, the reporters still frowned. Su Chen's deliberate concealment of his beast's information was too suspicious. At that time, all other beast tamers from the Beast Tamer Association had already left, leaving only Su Chen behind, and it was precisely then that the divine beast light appeared in Haiching's sky. With these clues stacking up, suspicion naturally lingered. The atmosphere hung awkwardly in the air when suddenly the crisp sound of high heels shattered the tension. Everyone looked toward the sound to see Shang Wanwan walking gracefully into the crowd with elegant posture and composed steps, her red lips parting slightly. Everyone can stop looking, that divine beast light was emitted by my tamed beast. With that, Shang Wanwan casually cast a brilliant light, and a magnificent multicolored giant bird appeared in the sky. The enormous bird resembled a phoenix, its entire body ablaze with crimson flames, its wings spreading so wide they nearly covered the entire heavens. Scorching air currents swept down with each beat of its wings, instantly enveloping the entire city of Haiching in a blazing heat wave, as if the fierce midday sun of midsummer was beating directly overhead. That's the divine beast Zhuke. Exclamations erupted throughout the crowd. Whether pedestrians on the streets or office workers in high-rise buildings, everyone looked up at the sky in unison, their gasps of amazement and sharp intakes of breath blending into a chorus. The dazzling radiance of the divine beast reflected in everyone's pupils, leaving them stunned and filling their hearts with indescribable awe. This was the true majesty that one of the 4 divine beasts should possess. A wave of confusion quickly spread across the city. Could the divine beast's light that had startled the entire city last night have come from this very Zhuke before their eyes? Shang Wanwan chuckled softly, as if answering everyone's unspoken question. Last night, I just let it out for some fresh air. I didn't expect to disturb every enemy. Sincere apologies. She then turned and playfully winked at Su Chen. Only then did Su Chen realize that Shang Wanwan was covering for him. His heart filled with both gratitude and shock. This substitute teacher before him actually controlled Zhuke, one of the 4 divine beasts. Such power was far beyond anything he could have previously imagined. Zhu Ke beat its wings once more, fire patterns streaking across the sky, and Haiqing erupted in excitement again. All the reporters' cameras turned toward Shangwan Wan in unison, shutters clicking rapidly, while her background and identity were instantly dug up. The precious daughter of the renowned Shangwan family from the capital, this identity made all the major powers and wealthy families in Haiqing fall silent at once. Who would dare harbor thoughts of recruitment now? That would be nothing short of a fool's dream. Under Shangwan Wan's understated confession, the divine beast Zhu Ke restrained its flames, folded its massive wings, and dissolved into scattered points of light. Her power was beyond question, and no one at the scene dared voice another word of doubt. Su Chen, however, had become mere background decoration, even drawing quite a bit of mockery and ridicule. But Su Chen didn't mind this at all. After the incident, Su Chen didn't slow down his cultivation efforts. He found a quiet corner and spread out the complete guide to basic beast-taming arts, carefully flipping through each page. The book made it clear that beast-taming arts could both enhance tamed beasts and serve as direct offensive methods. The higher the grade, the greater the mental energy consumption, and when mastered to the extreme, they could even kill beasts directly. However, in real combat situations in the wild, physically frail beast tamers relied more on their beast's own combat abilities, so most people preferred to use enhancement-type beast-taming arts. Thick armor art, swift wind art, power strike art, body strengthening art. Su Chen's fingertip traced the table of contents as he quietly recited the technique names. Defense, strength, speed, constitution. All four commonly used enhancement arts were uniformly grade, which were also the top choices for most beast tamers. Reading further, he noticed that grade and higher techniques mostly shifted toward control or attack types. With his current mental energy of less than 1,000 points, he could barely learn some grade techniques. Finally, his gaze settled on the two characters, Shadowbind. Shadowbind, grade control type beast taming art that can briefly restrain target beasts. The drawback is extremely high mental energy consumption. With Su Chen's current mental energy limit, using it once was already his maximum at this stage, but it would be sufficient for life-saving purposes. After all, his contracted beast Lang Tao Sha was already in its complete form, so in real combat, he would still rely primarily on Lang Tao Sha, with Shadowbind serving as insurance. All right, I choose you. After making his decision, Su Chen pulled up his personal information panel. Age, 18 years old. Mental energy, 998. Higher mental energy makes it easier to control beasts. Beast tamer level, apprentice. Beast taming arts. SS grade infinite extraction can extract energy from any food. Grade Shadowbind briefly restrains beasts. Contracted beast, Lang Tao Sha complete form. After confirming everything, he nodded and prepared to head to the beast taming secret realm for training. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the trial hall within the school. The spacious and bright area spanning several hundred square meters featured rows of light screens suspended in midair, with beast tamers from various academies gathering in small groups to exchange information. Beast taming secret realm 8th floor, looking for teammates with mature stage beasts. 5th floor experience grinding, just need growth stage beasts. Any experts willing to carry me? I can't even get past the 2nd floor. The trial hall at Haiqing No. 1 High School served as a regional network hub, bringing together students from different academies. Su Chen glanced around roughly and counted several hundred beast tamers present simultaneously. Such a scene wasn't common. He wandered through the crowd with interest and soon spotted an intelligent computer used for registering information. After entering his name, level, and beast information, he had just closed the terminal when he heard a clear, pleasant voice beside him. Su Chen, I didn't expect to run into you here. Su Chen was slightly startled and turned around to look, only to find it was Yu Xiaoro. Behind Yu Xiaoro, several young men followed. Judging by their attire, they were all students from Shangdai High School, their golden school badges gleaming conspicuously under the bright white lights of the trial hall. Xiaoro, what a coincidence. Su Chen stepped forward with a relaxed smile. Xiaoro, who is this? One of the male students took half a step forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yu Xiaoro, his voice deliberately lowered to sound gentle. His name was Wu Jian, and his brows carried an unmistakable arrogance as he looked Su Chen up and down, his gaze clearly asserting his claim. This is Su Chen, a friend I met at the Beast Tamer Association. Yu Xiaoro introduced Su Chen, then blinked curiously. By the way, Su Chen, where's your spirit beast? Why haven't you summoned it? As she spoke, she had already moved to Su Chen's side, her whole demeanor as lively and enthusiastic as a cheerful little sparrow. It's sleeping in the beast space. Su Chen shrugged with a smile. Come on, call it out. It must be so stuffy staying in the beast space. Yu Xiaoro pleaded playfully, her eyes sparkling brightly. Su Chen raised his hand. It was hard to refuse such a cute girl's request, so he casually beckoned. The next moment, a flash of light appeared, and a round, plump spirit beast landed on the floor with a thud, sprawled out on all fours, fast asleep. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Chen had previously applied a grade concealing restriction to Henin, so no one could examine its specific information. Yu Xiaorou's eyes immediately lit up, and she threw herself directly onto Henin's soft, big belly, rubbing against it continuously while exclaiming, "So adorable. I wish I had such a cute spirit beast too. Xiaorou, it's getting late. We should enter the beast realm." Wu Jian saw the two chatting happily, his brow furrowing slightly, displeasure evident in his tone. "I don't want to. I still want to play with Henin." Yu Xiaorou hugged Henin, completely absorbed in the soft, fluffy sensation. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with an idea, and she looked up excitedly. "Su Chen, are you going to the beast realm too? Why don't you team up with us?" Wu Jian's expression immediately darkened, and he quickly stepped in front. "Xiaorou, we're entering the 15th floor realm. It's extremely dangerous inside. You need real strength to go in." His two lackeys behind him chimed in. "Brother Jian is right. Not just any random nobody is qualified to team up with us. Especially trash from second-rate schools who'll only drag us down." They cast undisguised contemptuous looks at Su Chen. Su Chen is not some random nobody. Yu Xiaorou turned around and shouted angrily, her voice echoing through the trial hall. The attention of everyone in the hall was immediately drawn over, and after seeing their school uniforms, whispers began. "What? They're going to the 15th floor realm? Aren't those people from Shengdai High School?" Yu Xiaorou. "That's Yu Xiaorou who contracted dual spirit beasts. Not just dual beasts, I heard one of them is even a low-tier sacred beast. A genius beast tamer from Shengdai High School. Who's that guy in the Haicheng First High uniform? A second-rate school trying to ride coattails. Really overestimating himself will just drag them down. Being a beast tamer requires taking it step by step, not looking for shortcuts." Mocking laughter rose and fell throughout the crowd, and Wu Jian's face showed satisfaction. "Xiaorou, thank you for your kindness, but I'd like to try the trial on my own." Su Chen ignored the mockery and smiled in response to Yu Xiaorou. "All right then, but be careful, okay? Don't let Henin get hurt." Yu Xiaorou pouted but still gave him a caring reminder. "Don't worry, Henin isn't that easy to hurt." Su Chen smiled and patted Henin's big belly. Then, giving Henin's large rear a pat, he walked toward the realm gate. Su Chen approached the entrance to the secret realm and paused before a translucent panel. After a brief moment of consideration, he input his target floor number on the interface. "This is your first time entering the beast-taming secret realm. You must start from the first floor. Please confirm." The AI system within the gateway announced in a neutral tone. "Confirmed." Su Chen replied decisively, tapping his finger to execute the command. As soon as the electronic voice faded in the trial hall, everyone immediately turned their attention to him, mockery, contempt, and curiosity blending into a chorus of whispers. "TCH, so this guy's entering the beast-taming secret realm for the first time. Rookies should stick to grinding through the first floor like everyone else. I bet this kid won't even make it past the first floor. Haha, I'm betting he gets stuck on the second floor, though that 300-pound pig beside him does look pretty fierce." The surrounding jeers rose and fell, but Su Chen didn't even twitch an eyebrow as he stepped through the portal outlined in glowing patterns. The beast-taming secret realm was a training ground jointly created by major academies. Students could earn secret realm points corresponding to each floor they cleared, which could be exchanged for various rewards at the Beast Tamer Association. For safety purposes, whenever students faced mortal danger, the system would immediately activate protective measures and forcibly teleport them out. The difficulty increased with each floor, becoming more perilous as one progressed. Su Chen's purpose for this journey was precisely to earn these points. A flash of white light later, he found himself in a narrow canyon. The cliff walls rose straight as blades, their ends meeting the sky on both sides. Secret Realm First Floor, Poison Dart Wasp Canyon. The panel displayed only these few words, providing virtually no useful intelligence. Swarms of poison dart wasps nested in the cliff crevices, each nearly a meter long, with black carapaces reflecting cold light. Sensing the intruder, they beat their wings in unison, their sharp buzzing reverberating through the canyon. A poison dart wasp from the front ranks suddenly dove towards Su Chen, its stinger dripping with emerald venom that made one's scalp crawl. Thud! A blue blade flash streaked by, cleaving the poison dart wasp in half midair. Henin Su Chen's contracted 300-pound giant pig landed with his green dragon crescent blade, striking a finishing pose. The massive pig head leaned toward his master with a satisfied grunt, extremely pleased with himself. Su Chen chuckled and patted Henin's sturdy shoulder. All right, you've shown off enough. Clear out these beasts so we can move to the next floor." As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining poison dart wasps swarmed from behind, their stingers cutting through the air like raindrops. "Henin, use cosmic manifestation," Su Chen commanded through their mental link. Henin responded with a low grunt, planting his hooves firmly on the ground and raising his blade like a brush to trace swift runic patterns in the air. Fire, frost, wind blades, rocks, and lightning, 5 elemental energies formed simultaneously, sweeping through the swarm with thunderous roars. Boom. The canyon walls blazed with interweaving flames. Ice shards shot forth. Wind blades severed wings. Rocks crashed down accompanied by crackling arcs of electricity. In mere moments, over a dozen poison dart wasps plummeted together, their remains consumed by the energy vortex as their death cries echoed long before fading away. With the path clear, Su Chen charged toward the canyons, and while Henin followed closely, blade-shouldered. Encountering no further obstacles, the pair reached the exit without delay. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the first floor of the beast-taming secret realm in 1 minute and 35 seconds. The message, "You've successfully broken the record and earned double points." 1,000 flashed before Su Chen's eyes, filling him with joy as he quickened his pace and entered the second floor of the secret realm. In the center of the trial hall, a massive light screen 3 stories tall suddenly blazed to life, with golden text scrolling across the top. Congratulations to apprentice beast tamer Su Chen for successfully breaking the first floor record of the secret realm with a time of 1 minute and 35 seconds. What? 1 minute and 35 seconds? A shocked cry erupted from the crowd, followed by a wave of heated discussions. The previous record holder took 3 minutes and 45 seconds. She just beat it by a full 2 minutes. That's absolutely ridiculous. Could it be some expert coming back to dominate the newbies? Not possible. The secret realm only records first-time completions. Using an old account won't work. Soon, everyone's attention turned to the young man who had recently left with a small white pig. Su Chen, you mean that kid who walked in with the shabby beast cage and a pig? That's him. I bet it was pure luck, a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Exactly. That fat, greasy beast of his clearly has no combat ability whatsoever. Skeptical voices rose from all sides, but suddenly the hall's light screen flickered again. Congratulations to apprentice beast tamer Su Chen for successfully breaking the second floor record of the secret realm with a time of 1 minute and 30 seconds. Then immediately after, congratulations to apprentice beast tamer Su Chen for successfully breaking the third floor record of the secret realm with a time of 1 minute and 5 seconds. Congratulations to apprentice beast tamer Su Chen for successfully breaking the fourth floor record of the secret realm with a time of 59 seconds. The messages updated at a speed almost too fast for the eye to follow, with the floor numbers climbing higher and higher. Nearly every 10 seconds, a new record crashed down before everyone's eyes. The completion times compressed from 1 minute to 59 seconds, then down to 40 seconds, and finally to an unbelievable 30 seconds. The entire trial hall fell into dead silence. People stared wide-eyed at the light screen in stunned disbelief, many instinctively rubbing their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. 30 seconds to clear a floor? This is really some rookie's first time in a secret realm. Forget fighting, just running from entrance to exit takes half a minute. Did he fly through it? Someone snapped back to reality, their voice rising. The system must be bugged, right? Only a bug could explain this. Using bugs to break records, what a shameless bastard. Quick, notify the secret realm administrators and drag this guy out. Absolutely, he must be severely punished. And so, what should have been joyful celebration of record-breaking achievements was instantly drowned in indignant accusations. Su Chen found himself thrust into the eye of the storm, with the controversy escalating all the way to the secret realm's management office. President Liu, we just received a complaint that someone exploited a bug to clear the beast-taming secret realm. In an office of the Beast-Taming Association, Lu Qing was buried in paperwork. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, he looked up, first shaking his head with a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The beast-taming secret realm was jointly created by major academies and monitored layer by layer by the association. After decades of operation, the system had become foolproof. Where could there possibly be bugs? Most likely, those students lacked skill and couldn't stand seeing others excel, so they made up such excuses. Having held high positions for years, Lu Qing had seen all kinds of mentalities and could judge the general situation at a glance. However, that latest record was indeed too astonishing. The staff member's tone had become hesitant and stammering. How outrageous is it? Tell me. Lu Qing casually put down his pen. He broke the record on the first floor with a time of 1 minute and 35 seconds, then broke records on every subsequent floor, with increasingly shorter times. On the 10th floor, he only took 30 seconds. What? 30 seconds? Lu Qing's expression instantly froze as he shot up from his chair. What's that beast tamer's name? Which academy? A student from Haiqing No. 1 High School, named Su Chen. The staff member handed over the report. Su Chen. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes. Isn't his beast a very fat bear? The staff member was stunned for a moment, but still nodded in confirmation. Just as I thought. Lu Qing stroked his chin and muttered under his breath, causing the person beside him to shudder. President Liu seemed quite approving of this young man and showed no doubt about the record's authenticity. Let's go check out the trial hall. Lu Qing immediately grabbed his coat, his movements unusually urgent. The 14th floor of the beast-taming secret realm, the blazing swamp. Boiling lava crevices churned continuously, with scorching steam hitting them in the face. Watch out for the flame fox's fire blast charge. The lava beast is charging over too. Oh no, the fire-devouring frog is nearby. Damn it, we're surrounded. 7 or 8 teenagers were forced onto a piece of charred rock, their retreat cut off. Ahead of them were at least 10 types of fire tribute beasts, flame foxes, lava beasts, fire-devouring frogs. Dozens in total, all enhanced by the swamp's flames to rival complete forms. The teenagers and their beasts were covered in wounds with torn clothes, their stamina and spiritual energy nearly at their limits. I can't go on, let's give up. One of the girls gripped her staff tightly, her voice trembling with fear. Looks like this is as far as we go. We'll try harder next time. Her companion gritted his teeth, still unwilling to accept defeat. Damn it, we were so close. They had prepared thoroughly and advanced cautiously for a full hour. The secret realm's exit was right ahead, but it was tightly sealed by this group of beasts. All their efforts seemed about to go to waste. Just as they were about to give up, a black whirlwind burst out from behind them, rushing toward them at incredible speed. A terrifying dragon's roar echoed through the air. In that instant, it seemed as though a furious azure dragon burst through the smoke and flames of the blazing swamp. All the exotic beasts in the marsh, along with their beast tamers, immediately prostrated themselves, limbs pressed to the ground, trembling all over, their wild eyes filled only with submissive terror. A sudden black wind arose, and a blurred figure approached the team ahead like lightning. When the fierce wind subsided, everyone finally saw the newcomer clearly, a beast companion standing 2 meters tall with a massive, imposing frame. Its movements were swifter than a gale, wielding a long blade crackling with electric arcs. The blade's light spiraled through the air like an azure dragon soaring across the sky, leaving howling wind blades in its wake that shattered all vegetation. Henin slowed down. I can barely hold on, came a panicked cry as Su Chen clung sideways to the beast's waist, his arms desperately wrapped around the thick roll of fat. The beast suddenly braked hard, coming to a steady stop before the team. A plump bare face suddenly filled everyone's vision, amusing black and white fur, a round head, dark eye circles, and a belly so large it made one wonder if it could even breathe. Even more outrageous was that this bear could walk upright. It gripped a long blade engraved with an azure dragon pattern, wore a golden headband with the character loyalty carved in the center, and had the large character righteousness branded on its thick back, a perfect match that, combined with its martial gear, made it look like a gangster bear. No one had ever seen such an unconventional beast companion. They even suspected the bear might be a person in disguise. "Excuse me, is this your beast companion?" a girl asked with a trembling voice. Yes, Su Chen glanced at them, recognizing the Haiching First High School uniforms, and smiled slightly. "Would you all like a ride?" "What? A ride?" Everyone looked at each other in confusion. "No time to explain, get on board. Just follow behind me." Su Chen climbed back onto Henin's back, his fingers gripping tightly to the fur. "Henin, I'm holding on tight, let's charge." Roar! Henin let out a long howl toward the sky, the azure dragon crescent blade spinning once more, producing a resonant dragon's roar. As the blade light swept past, the surrounding exotic beasts were instantly torn to shreds. In just a moment, dozens of mature-stage exotic beasts were killed on the spot, blood and flesh scattered everywhere, clearing the blazing swamp in an instant. The team members didn't even have time to blink before the area was littered with torn limbs and flesh. Everyone stood dumbfounded, frozen like puppets, their hearts churning like stormy seas, unable to recover for a long time. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and follow." Su Chen's shout from the distance snapped them back to reality. "Holy crap, it's the overpowered boss. Quick, follow him. Boss, wait for us, we want to get on board. Boss, you're going too fast, we can't keep up." Several people quickly mounted their own beast companions and rushed towards Su Chen's direction. The path ahead was completely clear, not even a single vine blocking their way. The black wind bear was like black lightning, sweeping through everything and forcibly carving a straight passage through the blazing swamp. In just an instant, they reached the secret realm gate leading to the next level. Starting from the 15th floor of the secret realm, all the exotic beasts inside are at the complete form level. This floor has become a nightmare for countless beast tamers. Among high school students, those who can evolve their contracted beasts to complete form are few and far between. Even with teams, squads capable of clearing the 15th floor remain extremely rare. Deep in the dense forest, a team of 7 or 8 teenagers was locked in a standoff with a giant beast. "Damn it, Wu Jian from Shengdai High School is such a jerk," someone cursed through gritted teeth. He clearly had the rock serpent owl under control, but he deliberately released it right at the entrance, blocking us on purpose. What a dirty move. I never thought the elites from Shengdai High School would be so petty. As they spoke, everyone's gaze fell upon the rock serpent owl, a creature with a serpent's body and bird's head, wings sprouting from its vital point, its massive frame moving with surprising agility. A sweep of its wings stirred up hurricanes from the ground. A puff from its throat spewed forth dark, green toxic mist. The mature stage-tamed beasts were sent tumbling by the winds, and wherever the poisonous fog passed, screams echoed continuously. What do we do? It's a complete formway no match for it. What choice do we have? We have to fight. Just minutes earlier, the rock serpent owl had been restrained by Yushiro using her dual beasts, and everyone thought they could benefit from this and clear the level smoothly. Who would have expected Wu Jian to release the restraints just as the group was heading toward the teleportation array, then turn and leave? The freed rock serpent owl's fury doubled, its attacks fiercer than before, and the teenagers had already cursed Wu Jian 1,000 times in their hearts. Wuxia? Flying sand and stones mixed with wails as the team retreated step by step. Why does this rock serpent owl keep getting stronger the more we fight? Let's retreat and come back next time. Damn that scoundrel Wu Jian. Just as thoughts of giving up began to spread, a black whirlwind suddenly swept in from behind, moving so fast it left only afterimages. The originally chaotic battlefield was instantly enveloped by an irresistible aura of dominance. The rock serpent owl and all contracted beasts simultaneously prostrated themselves, wings pressed to the ground trembling, eyes filled with terror. Move aside, don't block my ride. At the center of the black wind, a human figure appeared faintly. It was Su Chen, and the true core of the whirlwind was a round, plump panda. It wielded a giant weapon in its hands, spinning at high speed. Its blade winds like a typhoon passing through, uprooting grass and trees. Even more absurd was that the panda was actually dragging a string of human figures behind it, pulled along by the powerful winds like a long train. Is that a tamed beast? What kind of tamed beast uses weapons? Those movements are just like a martial artist. Those blade techniques. Can a tamed beast really do that? I'd believe you if you said it was a person in disguise. I heard there are humanoid tamed beasts among the legendary beast qualities. Could this be one? Upon seeing the panda's large face, everyone cried out in amazement, finding it utterly incredible. The sight was particularly striking as the beast companion stood upright, wielding a green dragon crescent blade with magnificent prowess, reducing everything in its path to fragments. Such terrifying power left everyone speechless. Everyone move aside. The boss is going on a rampage. Bro, what are you standing there for? Keep up. Haha, having a boss lead the team is awesome. The beast tamers following behind Su Chen shouted excitedly as they ran, their enthusiasm overflowing. On the other side, a team being pursued by rock serpent owls fled in panic. What? The boss is on a rampage. Brother Liang, should we follow them too? Several people looked enviously at Su Chen's convoy, their gazes all falling on the man called Brother Liang. Rampage? I think he's just like Wu Jian, trying to use us as bait to lure away the rock serpent owls. Brother Liang waved his hand with a cold expression. Everyone stop. Don't attract the rock serpent owl's attention anymore. Don't let that kid use us. Once bitten by a snake, even if it's just psychological trauma, one would never serve as bait for others again. However, the scene that unfolded the next moment completely overturned everyone's judgment. The adorable panda leaped high into the air, bringing down its green dragon crescent blade in a horizontal slash, charging straight toward the rock serpent owl with unstoppable momentum. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar, a green dragon phantom descended from the sky. A cold gleam flashed, and the rock serpent owl, covered in rocky scales, was cleaved in two with a single strike, while the earth itself was torn open with a massive fissure. What? A complete form rock serpent owl, cut in half with one strike. Exclamations erupted everywhere. That beast companion's strength was enough to make countless beast tamers retreat in fear, yet now it had been casually split in two by a panda. Brother Liang stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape enough to fit a goose egg. Even among complete form beast companions, achieving a one-hit kill was nearly impossible. He simply couldn't fathom what kind of existence this panda truly was. Too incredible. It seems I was narrow-minded and misunderstood the boss's intentions. He secretly swallowed his saliva, then shouted loudly, "Boss, wait for me. I want to join your team too." The team that had come to their senses hurriedly caught up with Su Chen, enjoying the safety and convenience of the convoy. Having a boss lead the team is just awesome. Cheers erupted from the crowd once again. Meanwhile, in the trial hall, most people remained oblivious to the changes within the secret realm, with many still questioning whether Su Chen was cheating. Lu Qing entered the hall and was immediately surrounded by the crowd. "President Lu, someone is cheating in the beast-taming secret realm and must be severely punished. Clearing a floor in just dozens of seconds is too ridiculous. He must be exploiting bugs in the secret realm, needs to be arrested. Please give us justice, President Lu." Amid the clamoring voices, Lu Qing remained composed. He spoke clearly. The beast-taming secret realm was jointly established by several major academies and supervised by the Beast-Taming Association. After decades of refinement, there are simply no so-called bugs. His voice wasn't loud, yet it echoed clearly throughout the vast trial hall. Though calm, it carried an undeniable authority. Only Lu Qing knew Su Chen's true strength, and he had never doubted it. However, everyone else was completely in the dark, witnessing only an unbelievable completion record that left them stunned and speechless. Keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lu Qing recalled what Su Chen had said just yesterday, silently complaining to himself. It's only been one day, and you've already turned Haiqing's trial hall upside down. You call this keeping a low profile? The outrageous data was clearly hard for people to accept. To maintain order, Lu Qing had to personally intervene. As president of the Beast-Tamer Association with tremendous prestige in Haiqing, his personal explanation gradually calmed everyone down, and the trial hall returned to quiet. However, the central display panel suddenly chimed with a new announcement. Congratulations to Beast-Tamer Su Chen for successfully clearing the 15th floor in 1 minute and 20 seconds, breaking the 14th floor record with double points awarded. That single sentence ignited the hall once again. Holy crap, this kid broke another record. The 14th floor is packed with mature-stage beasts, plus several demon-level creatures. The previous record holder took a full 10 minutes. How did he do it in just over a minute? Impossible. There's no way to do that without cheating. President Liu, you must investigate thoroughly. Definitely exploited some bug. Exactly. I stake my reputation on if this kid is absolutely cheating. Protests erupted from all sides, and the air was thick with tension. Lu Qing looked at the crowd with complete helplessness written across his face. If he hadn't personally witnessed Su Chen's true combat power, he would also suspect data manipulation. Clearing the 14th floor in 1 minute and 20 seconds was simply absurd. But he knew very well that the seemingly adorable panda beside Su Chen was an ancient divine beast that had evolved to its complete form. For a complete form ancient divine beast, dealing with mature-stage beasts was like cutting vegetables. 1 minute and 20 seconds wasn't outrageous at all. He really wanted to tell them directly. The panda Su Chen rides is an ancient divine beast. What are you all making such a fuss about? But reason suppressed his impulse. If word got out, Su Chen would inevitably become famous throughout the Xia Kingdom, with major factions extending increasingly tempting offers that might actually succeed in poaching him. To keep Su Chen with the Beast-Tamer Association, Lu Qing absolutely couldn't reveal his trump card. However, verbal explanations alone were no longer sufficient to quell the doubts. Steeling himself, Lu Qing accessed his administrative privileges and projected a massive light screen in the trial hall's airspace. The footage showed Su Chen's actual run through the 15th floor. The young man sat sideways on a bear's neck, leaning forward with his entire body nearly merged with his mount as they charged forward at breakneck speed. The bear appeared clumsy but left afterimages with each step, moving so fast the naked eye could barely follow. Though the bear looked heavy and sluggish, its actual movements were incredibly agile. It was like an agile fat guy. The panda stood a full 2 meters tall, its round body moving with surprising grace as it wielded a green broadsword. The blade flashed through the air, accompanied by faint dragon roars that sent chills through the spectator stands. Behind the panda followed more than a dozen beast-tamers, their eyes bloodshot from obvious exhaustion, yet still spirited and eager, willingly following in those heavy, rhythmic footsteps, as if enjoying the feeling of being carried by a boss. Is this even beast-taming? Good lord, that sword technique is more skilled than a martial artist's. This is absolutely ridiculous. How did that kid teach his beast martial arts? I'd believe you if you said that bear was a person in disguise. Don't tell me he just charged straight through, slashing his way to the 15th floor? Skeptical voices rose one after another. At the monitoring station, a group of examiners frantically operated their equipment, only to see a gray message, beast information encrypted. This kid is hiding information, definitely trying to cover something up. The 15th floor is guarded by a complete form exotic beast. He couldn't possibly fight continuously to get there. This floor has a complete form rock serpent owl. I want to see what kind of bug he's exploiting. If he dares cheat again, we'll expose him completely. The trial hall was brightly lit, everyone staring intently at the central projection, holding their breath in anticipation. Only Lu Qing leaned against the wall, half closing his eyes as he puffed smoke, not even lifting his head. No need for detection at all. With each swing of the panda's sword on screen, he could feel that explosive intent. His heart trembling. Su Chen didn't need to cheat at all. Sure enough, in just over 10 seconds, the projection suddenly froze. The complete form rock serpent owl, its rock scales thick as city walls, had been cleaved from head to tail by the panda's single strike. Stone fragments scattered as scalding blood splattered. The hall instantly erupted in thunderous gasps. What is this situation? A complete form rock serpent owl cut in half with one strike. Did he really slash his way up like this? That fat bear is no ordinary creature, probably also complete form. Maybe even has sacred beast potential. Holy crap, a sacred beast level boss came to stomp on newbies. Various exclamations burst from throats like bullet comments. Many people looking embarrassed as they quickly bowed towards Su Chen's direction. Holy shit, so you're a boss crushing weaklings. We misunderstood and thought you were cheating. Sorry boss. Someone suddenly noticed the edge of the projection. Huh? Why are there over 10 people following behind the boss? Holy crap, that group is following the boss to leech points. Damn, the boss is leading a train. Quick, let's catch up and get some benefits. Wait for me, I'm going to. In an instant, hundreds of novice beast tamers excitedly rushed toward the secret realm gate, the trial hall buzzing like boiling water. Lu Qing's pupils contracted sharply, his cigarette dropping to the ground and burning him, making him gasp. This is madness. Absolute madness. Close the secret realm gate immediately. He knew that clearing secret realm floors earned corresponding points, which could be exchanged for various rewards at the Beast Tamer Association, the core mechanism encouraging competition among newcomers. If hundreds of people all followed behind Su Chen for a free ride, the point distribution would be completely disrupted, and the Beast Tamer Association's rewards might be completely cleaned out. At Lu Qing's command, the staff quickly sealed the secret realm gate. Many people had managed to rush into the 15th floor in time, while those who missed it stomped their feet and wailed at the entrance. Why did they suddenly close the gate? It was the Beast Tamer Association staff who did it. Damn it, I was just one step away from getting in. I was planning to ride along with the Big Shots team. The 15th floor has such high scores, and now it's all ruined. I should have just followed the Big Shots and instead of doubting they were cheating. Who was it that started shouting about cheating in the first place? Now they're acting all innocent. Everyone blamed each other, but no one dared to direct their resentment toward Lu Qing. They could only envy those who had already entered. The trial hall was filled with laments as people beat their chests and slapped their thighs in regret. Lu Qing kept a stern face and whispered to his assistant, "Contact Su Chen in the secret realm immediately." He rubbed his temples in frustration. It's one thing for this guy to break records, but now he's running tour groups in the secret realm. At this rate, they'll clean out all of the association's prizes. Beast Tamer Secret Realm, 16th floor. Gray rock walls towered high as cold wind mixed with dust cut through the advancing team like arrows. Wu Jian and his group moved cautiously with light steps, while Yu Xiaoro wore a dark expression, anger burning in her eyes. Just moments ago on the 15th floor, several unfamiliar beast tamers had helped distract the rock serpent owl so she could use her spirit technique to control the fierce bird. But just as she stepped through the light gate to the next floor, Wu Jian suddenly disrupted her control, causing the rock serpent owl to go berserk and trap those people, costing them their chance to enter the 16th floor. Xiaoro, are you still angry? Wu Jian put on a righteous air. In the secret realm, it's every person for themselves. They lack the strength and don't deserve to be here. Humph, if we chose to cooperate, we should share both fortune and hardship. Yu Xiaoro's voice was ice cold. They helped us, yet you burned bridges. If she hadn't stepped through the realm gate first, she never would have let Wu Jian pull such a stunt. Thinking of those people's situation, she silently resolved to compensate them for their losses once they got out. Wu Jian didn't care at all and sneered. Cooperate? Those weaklings are worthy of that. We can clear this without them. They should feel honored to contribute, even a little give them bragging rights for life. Yu Xiaoro felt disgusted and quickened her pace to distance herself from him. Humph, little bitch. Wu Jian stared at her slender figure, a flash of malice crossing his eyes. Just then, a thunderous tiger's roar tore through the dense forest, sending powerful waves rolling across the area and causing tree trunks and branches to tremble violently. A saber-toothed tiger covered in dark green markings burst through the forest, its fangs gleaming menacingly as it let out a deep, angry growl at the group. A dark green tiger, someone in the crowd cried out in alarm. This was a fully evolved demonic beast, and its most terrifying ability was the Shadow Ray, capable of instantly leveling a small mountain. The dark green tiger roared again and slammed its massive paws against the ground. Crack, crack. The thick forest floor exploded into a web of fissures, and pitch-black beams of light erupted from the cracks, sweeping down like a torrential rain of blades. Wu Jian instinctively cowered behind his two companions. In a split-second thud, 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 both of their spirit beasts were pierced by the light beams, instantly pinned into the rubble and dirt, dying on the spot. The secret realm system detected the life-threatening crisis and immediately teleported the two beast tamers to safety. So powerful. Wu Jian's face turned deathly pale. The spirit beasts that had been instantly killed were only in their mature stage, but were already approaching full evolution. Yet they couldn't withstand even one attack from the dark green tiger. His legs went weak with fear, and he collapsed to the ground. Yu Xiaoro quickly focused her mind, spreading her psychic power like a net across the battlefield as she commanded her two spirit beasts to engage. A fully evolved windblade crane and a snow sacred cat that was still in its mature stage, but possessed low-tier sacred beast bloodline. Combined with Wu Jian's fully evolved steelback boar, the three beasts surrounded their opponent, kicking up clouds of dust as they barely managed to hold their ground against the dark green tiger. The crisis suddenly escalated. The dark green tiger let out a long howl toward the sky, and dozens of mature-stage saber-toothed tigers emerged from the jungle shadows. A single dark green tiger was already difficult enough to handle, and now with the entire pack bearing down on them, the situation became instantly precarious. Their blood-red tiger eyes gleamed with murderous intent, making Wu Jian's scalp tingle with fear as thoughts of retreat crept into his mind. Another shadow ray charged up into a dark red arrow and whistled toward them. Wu Jian panicked and retreated, instinctively hiding behind Yusharo. Yusharo's face went pale with terror as the ray approached in an instant. At this critical moment, a dragon's roar pierced the air, and the resulting shockwave scattered the light beam. Immediately after, a large black and white bear crashed down in front of Yusharo with a thunderous impact. The bear wielded a green dragon crescent blade in its paws, and on its thick back was tattooed a prominent character for righteousness. Its fierce yet controlled presence brought Yusharo a sense of relief. Su Chen, Henin, she called out in delighted surprise. Su Chen, riding on the bear's neck, turned back and nodded at her. At that moment, the beast tamers who had been following Su Chen and hitching a ride finally caught up, all breathing heavily. With several of their spirit beasts simply collapsing to the ground, keeping up with Su Chen's speed was no easy feat, and they had exhausted themselves just to barely keep pace. The group had just steadied themselves when their gazes all fell upon the giant tiger in the center of the battlefield, and they collectively gasped. Oh no, it's a fully evolved demonic beast dark green tiger. The dark azure tiger, a demonic beast of superior quality, possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary magical creatures. Not only was there the dark azure tiger, but dozens of mature saber-toothed tigers also lurked in the surrounding area, instantly tightening the atmosphere. A bone-chilling murderous intent spread through the air, making the already exhausted group feel as if stones were pressing against their chests, making breathing even more difficult. Wu Jian took the opportunity to size up Su Chen's beast companion, a rotund panda, as fat as a pig with deep suspicion. How could something with that body type make it to the 16th floor of the secret realm? Did this group escort it all the way here? Humph, these weaklings huddling together for warmth suits my purposes perfectly. I'll let them attract the dark azure tiger's attention while I seize the chance to rush toward the gateway to the next floor. With this thought, he quietly stepped back a few paces. Several classmates behind Su Chen noticed Wu Jian's sneaky maneuver and let out contemptuous snorts in unison. Trying to take shortcuts again? Does he even deserve to be at Shanghai High School? Bah, trash. In stark contrast to Wu Jian stood Yu Xiaoro, shoulder to shoulder beside Su Chen. The girl clenched her fists with unwavering determination, showing no intention of retreating. A low roar like a death knell thundered forth as over a dozen saber-toothed tigers pounced forward, their massive claws tearing through the air and sending visible shockwaves rushing toward them. The group, already weakened and powerless, couldn't possibly withstand such overwhelming force and could only close their eyes in despair, waiting for the beast-taming secret realm system to forcibly teleport them out. Clang! The explosive sound of metal striking metal suddenly erupted. Dozens of saber-toothed tigers were sent flying backward as if struck by a massive hammer, crashing into and toppling countless trees. Everyone opened their eyes to see the seemingly simple-minded panda standing before them, its broad back like a fortress wall. It held a green dragon crescent blade in one hand, the weapon's surface radiating brilliant azure light. Just one swing. The crowd cried out in disbelief. Facing the overwhelming assault, the panda had shattered all the saber-toothed tiger's attacks with a single horizontal sweep. Su Chen remained calm, raising his hand to signal. Henin, continue. Whoosh. The green dragon crescent blade cut through the wind with a dragon's roar. The panda turned and struck downward, its blade force rolling like thunder as it crashed into the pack of saber-toothed tigers. Accompanied by the tremendous sound of cracking earth, dozens of demonic-quality saber-toothed tigers vanished on the spot, their blood mist evaporated without a trace by the blade's searing energy. So incredible. The crowd, just recovering from their initial shock, was once again left speechless. Though the saber-toothed tigers were only in their mature stage, they were still of demonic beast quality with combat power rivaling that of complete form magical creatures. Yet enemies that even complete form magical creatures would struggle to kill instantly had been wiped out by the panda with a single strike. Could it be that Su Chen's panda is not only of demonic beast quality, but has also reached complete form? As this thought flashed through their minds, everyone gasped in shock. Never expected this kid to actually have some real skills. Wu Jian muttered to himself in a daze. For a 17 or 18-year-old beast tamer to possess a complete form beast companion was already astonishing enough, but for it to be of demonic beast quality made his strength truly terrifying. Could Su Chen be the heir of a prestigious beast-taming family with deep foundations? The more everyone thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Abundant resources and guidance from renowned masters, just like Yusharo's wealthy background. Otherwise, how could an originally ordinary young man possess such astonishing power? Discussions rippled through the group, and every gaze directed at Su Chen carried a hint of awe. In the beast-taming world, strength had always reigned supreme. This rule never wavered. Though Su Chen's beast remained mysterious, its absolute power commanded everyone's respect. Compared to Wu Jian, who came from a prestigious academy but was accustomed to opportunistic schemes. Su Chen was the one they truly admired from the bottom of their hearts. Today I finally witnessed what a real genius looks like, someone in the crowd whispered with admiration. Following behind such a master is incredibly lucky. We should just keep riding his coattails, a companion chimed in, half joking and half serious. Unlike certain people who are scheming and burn bridges after crossing them. Several girls gazed at Su Chen's handsome profile and his composed demeanor, unable to help but swoon. A man who possessed both such strength and good looks being his girlfriend would surely bring infinite happiness. The boys nearby rolled their eyes in unison, yet had to admit that facing such a monstrous talent, it was hard not to be impressed. Turning their attention back to the scene, only one dark azure tiger remained blocking their path. It was a genuine demon-quality beast, its dark blue-black fur gleaming with metallic coldness in the dim light. Its crimson eyes burned with killing intent, but upon meeting the gaze of Su Chen's panda, a flicker of fear flashed in the depths of its pupils. The bloodline pressure of an ancient divine beast made it dare not act rashly. At this moment, Wu Jian's lips curved upward with a cunning expression as he stepped forward. The dark azure tiger's strength is extraordinary. If you and I cooperate, we can surely defeat it. Oh, how do we cooperate? Su Chen looked at him with interest. Simple. You distract its attention first, and I'll strike when the opportunity arises. Wu Jian smiled, believing he had everything under control. Su Chen, don't listen to him. Yushiro urgently spoke up, but was stopped by Su Chen's raised hand. I think Brother Wu's idea is quite good. Worth a try, Su Chen said with a meaningful smile. No, Su Chen. Yushiro wanted to say more, but was silenced by Su Chen's glance. It's a deal. Wu Jian was overjoyed, secretly cursing Su Chen for being ridiculously stupid, unaware that he had already stepped into a trap. Brother Wu, step back a bit and wait for the opportunity. Su Chen curved his lips into a wicked smile, then turned to address the group. Everyone stay close to me, don't fall behind. The group had unconditional trust in Su Chen and followed without question. However, Su Chen didn't have Henin the panda directly confront the dark azure tiger. Instead, he waved his hand, and the beast-taming technique, shadow bind, transformed into several dark shadows that wrapped around the dark azure tiger like chains, firmly restraining it. All aboard. Everyone get on, he shouted, taking Yushiro's hand and leading the charge toward the secret realm gate to the next level. Only then did everyone realize Su Chen had chosen to use magic to control rather than directly overpower the beast. Could the dark azure tiger be so strong that even the panda would struggle against it? Their confusion lasted only a brief moment before they quickly followed. Wu Jian, positioned at the back, found it difficult to catch up. After everyone leaped through the secret realm gate, Su Chen casually flicked his finger, releasing Shadow Bind. The freed dark azure tiger roared and pounced toward the nearest living creature. Su Chen, how dare you trick me? Wu Jian finally realized he'd been outmaneuvered, his roar filled with both rage and terror. What followed was Wu Jian's agonizing screams of pain. The 17th floor of the secret realm, a level I've never reached before. Zhang Chao's voice cracked with excitement. Haha, I never thought Zhang Chao, would make it to the 17th floor. This is enough bragging material for a whole year. My classmates are definitely going to be jealous. A group of novice beast tamers chattered excitedly around Su Chen. Boss Su Chen is still the most awesome. I'm following you from now on, big brother. Boss Su Chen, do you need someone to shine your shoes? I'm really professional at it. Get lost? I was the first one to offer shoe shining services to the boss. Then I'll scrub your back. I'm really professional at back scrubbing too. The cacophony of flattery echoed at the entrance to the 17th floor, but it couldn't mask everyone's genuine excitement. For these mediocre talents who usually got stuck at the 12th floor at best, the 17th floor was an unimaginably high achievement. The points from higher floors could be exchanged for numerous rewards from the Beast Tamer Association, a tremendous boost for their development. No wonder their eyes were gleaming. At this moment, everyone looked at Su Chen with reverence, secretly hoping he would continue leading the team through the challenges. However, upon stepping into the 17th floor, Su Chen didn't advance further. He simply stood in place with his hands behind his back. A notification sound from the Beast Realm system chimed in. His era message from President Lu Qing had arrived. Su Chen, you can't keep leading everyone to charge through the secret realm gates. This will disrupt the realm's balance. On the other end of the screen, Lu Qing was nearly in tears. If we don't stop this, you'll clean out all the association's rewards. Su Chen awkwardly scratched his nose. Sorry about that, President Lu. We were moving too fast for me to consider these issues. He understood that the secret realm was meant to be a training ground for newcomers, and excessive help would actually deprive them of tempering opportunities. But hearing the explanation, moving too fast, Lu Qing's mouth twitched violently. This kid never intended to consider it at all. How about this? You can continue forward, but stop pulling the train. Lu Qing sighed. Keep this up and the realm's rules will be in chaos. Su Chen pondered thoughtfully. All right then. What if I team up with them and we advance together? That wouldn't count as pulling the train, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qing nearly collapsed on the spot. Damn it. What's the difference? You have dozens of people behind you. Every floor you pass will consume tons of points, and the association's rewards will definitely be wiped out. Ahem. Su Chen, what I meant was for you to venture alone, without bringing them. Lu Qing was almost choking up. Su Chen put on a troubled expression. That won't do. How could I abandon my brothers? That would be so disloyal. What the hell do you mean, brothers? Lu Qing cursed internally, thinking, you just met them for the first time. It seems I won't get anywhere without offering something. So he gritted his teeth and spoke. How about this? Stop charging through the secret realm gates, and I'll compensate you with some points. How does that sound? Su Chen's eyes instantly lit up, though his expression continued to feign reluctance. Well, that doesn't seem quite right. I feel like I should earn rewards through my own efforts. How could Lu Qing not see through his thoughts? The president silently cursed old fox, but still spoke soothingly. Haha, it's good for young people to be ambitious. But your abilities have long surpassed the beast realm's challenges. Clearing it would be inevitable anyway. How about I just give you the points for clearing the remaining floors directly? You'd save time for other things, wouldn't that be better? The beast-taming secret realm only goes up to the 20th floor. Lu Qing calculated quietly, his gaze fixed on Su Chen. With your strength, clearing it wouldn't be difficult. Settling the points in advance doesn't break any rules. Su Chen smiled faintly, offering no response. However, Lu Qing gritted his teeth, thinking of the floor records. If you set a new historical high, I'd have to pay double points. Then I'll take double. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Quadruple. Lu Qing's face turned ashen as he ground his molars. Deal. With Su Chen's single word sealing the agreement, his system panel immediately displayed the new point total. Through the system channel, Lu Qing's furious curses rose and fell continuously. Though no one else could hear them, Su Chen could easily imagine how the man wished to tear him into 1,000 pieces. With the transaction complete, Su Chen turned to face the dozens of challengers still in the secret realm, his voice echoing through the vast space. Everyone, today's journey through the secret realm ends here. As his words fell, everyone's expressions collectively dropped. We're leaving already? Sigh, the free ride has reached its final stop. Not bad though, got some free secret realm points to exchange for prizes. Boss Su Chen, come back next time. This brother is willing to serve you faithfully. Me too. Their enthusiasm remained undiminished, yet no one dared to pressure him. In the crowd, Yu Xiaoro looked up at Su Chen and asked softly, why stop so suddenly? With your strength, you could continue. I have enough points. Su Chen adjusted his sleeves. I only came to the secret realm to exchange for a few items. Now that I've achieved my goal, there's no need to waste time. Then I won't continue either. Yu Xiaoro smiled. She hadn't lacked resources to begin with, and had only come to try out the Snow Saint Cat after Wu Jian's persistent pestering. Now thoroughly disgusted, she naturally lost all interest. Su Chen nodded, and both of them exited the secret realm simultaneously. In the trial hall, the secret realm gate flashed with light as dozens of figures were transported out. Su Chen emerged first, drawing all eyes around him, every trace of previous contempt now transformed into awe. The panda beside him landed steadily, with its round head, circular ears, and rotund belly appearing utterly adorable, yet everyone remembered that earth-shattering palm strike. Apparently, cute and mighty could coexist. Many people immediately began muttering about searching the beast markets for similar pandas, unaware that Su Chen's panda was unique in the entire beast-taming world. Bang! The trial hall shook again as an angry roar exploded. Su Chen, how dare you scheme against me? Everyone looked toward the sound to see Wu Jian limping out of the secret realm gate, his clothes torn and blood-stained. His beast, the steelback pig, lay motionless in his arms, its breath gone, covered in deep fang marks. While the beast-taming secret realm guaranteed human safety, it didn't extend the same protection to the beasts. Clearly, Wu Jian's steelback pig had been no match for the dark green tiger and had actually died within the secret realm. President Lu, perfect timing. Wu Jian's face turned ashen as he pointed at Su Chen, firing off accusations like a machine gun. This kid schemed against me and got my ironback boar killed. Someone this devious and cunning has no right to be a beast tamer. His title should be stripped immediately. The moment he finished speaking, the watching candidates burst into quiet snickers and scornful looks. When it came to being devious and cunning, everyone knew Wu Jian was the real expert. His specialty was using innocent bystanders as bait to lure away magical beasts. Now that someone had given him a taste of his own medicine, resulting in his ironback boar's gruesome death, everyone felt a sense of poetic justice. Su Chen slowly curved his lips into a mocking smile. How exactly did I scheme against you? You were the one who suggested we cooperate, weren't you? You asked me to distract the Dark Azure Tiger so you could wait, so you could launch your attack. I had already temporarily controlled the Dark Azure Tiger with my contract technique, which gave you the perfect opportunity to strike. You're supposed to be one of Shungdai High School's top fighters. Taking down a fully mature magical beast should have been child's play for you. Who would have thought you couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Dark Azure Tiger? His tone of, "I'm genuinely sorry for your loss," made everyone break out in cold sweat. Su Chen had lifted Wu Jian to the heavens only to ruthlessly slam him back down, his mockery cutting to the bone. You're twisting the facts." Wu Jian's cheeks flushed red with rage as he whirled toward Lu Qing. "President Lu, you oversee the beast-taming secret realm. Please give me a fair judgment." Lu Qing looked up, casting Wu Jian a cold glance filled with undisguised disgust. Inside the secret realm, scores are earned through skill alone. Su Chen broke no rules whatsoever. "What gives you the right to make him your scapegoat?" Unwilling to give up, Wu Jian roared. "So my beast just died for nothing? Your iron backboard died under the Dark Azure Tiger's claws. What does that have to do with Su Chen? Don't try to pin the blame on others." Lu Qing snorted dismissively, too lazy to waste more words on him. While Shungdai High School certainly carried weight in Haicheng City, that status meant nothing before Lu Qing, president of the Beast Taming Association. Even if Shungdai High School's principal showed up in person, he'd have to show proper respect, let alone some wet behind Thier's student. Seeing Lu Qing openly protecting Su Chen, Wu Jian's veins bulged with fury as he pointed menacingly at Su Chen. "I won't let this slide. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. You just wait." After delivering his threat, he stormed off. After he left, the crowd didn't relax. If anything, they grew more anxious. Many quietly stepped back, afraid of being caught up in Wu Jian's future revenge. Yu Xiao frowned and whispered a warning. "Su Chen, you need to be careful. Wu Jian is the type who never forgets a grudge." Su Chen smiled lightly and waved dismissively. "Let him come. Su Chen, fear no challenge." With that, he walked straight toward Lu Qing with a brilliant smile. "President Lu, are you heading back to the Beast Taming Association? If you're going that way, mind if I tag along?" The air instantly froze as hundreds of pairs of eyes turned toward the two of them. The mighty president of Haicheng City's Beast Taming Association, whom no one had ever dared to approach casually, was being asked for a ride in broad daylight. The expressions on everyone's faces were indescribably priceless. After all, Lu Qing's status was sky-high. Others could only bow respectfully in his presence. Though Su Chen had performed impressively, he was still a nobody compared to Lu Qing, like comparing earth to heaven. However, under the gaze of hundreds of people, Lu Qing didn't refuse, but instead smiled and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. "You little rascal, taking advantage of me and then hitching a ride too." Lu Qing laughed and scolded while wrapping his arm around Su Chen's shoulder, acting as intimate as old friends who had known each other for years. This sudden display of brotherhood left onlookers stunned, though none dared to interrupt. Soon, the two returned to the Beast Tamer Association. The moment Su Chen stepped into the hall, he eagerly pulled up his personal panel. The exchange store's projection filled his vision. Beast taming techniques, beast taming materials, beast feed, beast equipment, and even beast eggs were neatly displayed. Different categories corresponded to different point costs, with the most expensive being beast eggs and height-year beast taming techniques. Su Chen's target was naturally not beast eggs, but beast taming techniques. The basic beast taming techniques that Chun Danwen had given him only went up to crank, while the top version available for exchange at the association was brank. To remain undefeated in future battles, he needed to acquire more suitable beast taming techniques. At this moment, Su Chen's account held over 50,000 points. Many novice beast tamers couldn't save up 50,000 points even after working hard for a year, yet he had earned what others made in a year from just one trip to the beast taming secret real man achievement, so outrageous, it was jaw-dropping. Flame Burst, Ice Seal, Palm Thunder. The exchange list was filled with devastatingly powerful offensive beast taming techniques. Why are they all attack types? Su Chen muttered while staring at the screen. These beast taming techniques could change the tide of battle once unleashed, but their mental energy consumption was equally terrifying, often only usable once per battle. If dodged by the enemy, the user would fall into a passive position due to the sudden drop in mental energy. Lu Qing nodded beside him. Attack techniques are powerful, but the consumption is brutal. Su Chen shook his head. Beginners are easily mesmerized by high damage but overlook the side effects. When mental energy bottoms out, the beast becomes weak too. Lu Qing secretly praised him. To see things so clearly at such a young age was rare. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Oh, weight fluctuation. This was a beast taming technique that leaned toward support while incorporating control elements. It could both add weight to enemy beasts to slow them down and reduce weight for allied beasts to boost their agility. More importantly, it could stack weight in reverse. Su Chen immediately visualized the scene. If Hanin's weight suddenly increased while executing that crow sits on airplane move, how terrifying would the impact force be? In that 1 against 3 battle at the school gate, Hanin had swept the field with that very move. Combined with weight fluctuation, the power would only multiply. Thinking of this, Su Chen revealed an excited yet mischievous smile. That's it, weight fluctuation. The system notification chimed. You have successfully exchanged for rank beast taming technique, weight fluctuation, consuming 10,000 points. Lu Qing was stunned. He couldn't understand why Su Chen would choose this unpopular book. Weight fluctuation had been sitting on the association's shelves for several years with no one interested. Though it had support and control effects, its actual performance was mediocre, yet it cost the same points as popular rank offensive beast-taming techniques, making its cost-effectiveness seem poor. Before Lu Qing could recover, Su Chen's next move completely floored him. With his remaining 40,000 plus points, Su Chen exchanged them all for Beast Feed. Beast Feed was extremely cheap, just 2 points per piece, usually used as snacks to supplement Beast's meals. Now, Su Chen was buying like he was clearing inventory, exchanging for several tons worth. Lu Qing stared at the system list showing an endless string of Beast Feed 1 entries, completely dumbfounded. Are you planning to use all this Beast Feed to fatten pigs, or what? Su Chen's behavior left Lu Qing completely dumbfounded. He simply couldn't understand what was going through Su Chen's mind. With over 40,000 points, Su Chen had exchanged them all in one go for the cheapest Beast Feed. He hadn't even glanced at the high-value beast materials and equipment. Do you actually understand beast taming, or are you planning to raise your beast like a pig? Lu Qing couldn't help but mutter. In front of the mountain of feed, the panda henin's black ears twitched excitedly as it made soft sounds, rolling around on the ground in pure joy. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction and stored the several tons of feed in his beast space. After bidding farewell to the still-stunned Lu Qing, he left the Beast Tamer Association and headed straight home. The first thing Su Chen did upon entering was dump out all the feed. Henin dove into the grain mountain, making continuous inging sounds as it ate, with its face glistening with oil. Only then did Su Chen open his Beast Tamer panel. Age, 18. Mental power, 1188. Level 1. Promoted from apprentice. Beast Taming Art. SS rank infinite extraction can extract energy from any food. Shadow Bind. Briefly restrains enemy beasts, consumes 900 mental power points. Weight fluctuation. Can lighten or increase weight for allies and enemies alike. Consumes 1,100 mental power points. Beast, linked to Osha. His mental power had increased by over 100 points compared to before the secret realm, and his level had advanced to level 1. Su Chen nodded to himself. This trip to the beast-taming secret realm yielded decent results. As drowsiness washed over him, he rubbed his eyes and went to bed, leaving only Henin buried in its feast. At this pace, one night would be enough to completely devour several tons of feed. The next morning, a thunderous snore jolted Su Chen awake. Henin was already sleeping soundly on its back, and the mountain of feed beside it had been completely swept clean. Eat then sleep. No wonder you're so fat, Su Chen teased. The sleeping Henin's ears twitched slightly, as if it had heard him. Su Chen could only shake his head helplessly and return it to the beast space to continue its nap. He opened the panel again. Link to Osha Complete Form Evolution Progress, 12. Energy value, 17,500. Increased by 2,000 from last night. Attributes, all attributes. Beast talent. Devour enhances evolution progress through continuous eating. Personality, abhors evil. Ultimate skills. 1. Rolling. 2. Crow riding airplane. 3. Form drawing universe draws the 5 elements book to attack enemies and can mimic opponents' 5 elements techniques. 4. Green dragon crescent blade wields the green dragon crescent blade to attack enemies. Several tons of feed only increased evolution by 12. Evolution is indeed getting harder and harder. He shook his head, though he was pleased that the energy had increased by 2,000. Upon entering the classroom, he immediately felt all eyes converging on him, surprised, curious, hesitant to speak. News of Su Chen's record-breaking performance in the beast-taming secret realm had already spread throughout the school. 2 days ago, Su Chen was still invisible, with his beast merely in its juvenile stage. Yet within a single day, he had jumped 2 stages, forcibly pulling Ling Teosha to its mature stage, which was absurd in itself. Even more absurd was, however, at the school gate, facing Chun Hao, who ranked 9th. Su Chen defeated Chun Hao with remarkable ease, then took on 3 opponents at once and emerged victorious. That moment sent shockwaves throughout Haicheng No. 1 High School. Just 2 days later, explosive news came from the beast-taming secret realm. Su Chen had swept through the realm like a force of nature, bulldozing his way to the 17th floor and once again breaking school records. The leap from complete obscurity to the center of attention caught everyone off guard. The showdown at the school gates and his legendary performance in the secret realm became the stuff of legend, retold countless times until the stories echoed through every hallway like rolling waves. Nearly every student could recite those stunning statistics by heart. Senior Class D, Su Chen, consecutive record-breaking achievements, reaching the 17th floor second only to the legendary day when the divine beast's light descended upon Haicheng. Su Chen had become a true celebrity. The moment the break bell rang, a group of swooning girls from neighboring classes would shriek and rush to Class D's doorway. "Ah, it's Su Chen." Their screams exploded like fireworks in the corridor. In an instant, the hallway became completely packed, layers of blue and white school uniforms creating a sea of color, with screams nearly lifting the ceiling. The boys in class watched the fan wall at their door and collectively rolled their eyes. Jealousy and resentment hung thick in the air. Wang Xiaohu tugged at his deskmate's sleeve, whispering, "I wish I could be as popular with girls as Su Chen." His words echoed the thoughts of most boys at that moment who wouldn't want to be the genius everyone admired. In just 2 days, Su Chen had reached heights they could barely dream of touching, leaving many with mixed feelings. Yet the real protagonist remained surprisingly composed. He didn't even glance at the girls at the door, calmly pulled out his chair, sat down, and opened his textbook with the posture of a model student preparing for exams, without a trace of showing off. The class bell restored order as the crowds gradually dispersed. Students returned to their seats, but couldn't help whispering among themselves. Just then, the sharp click of high heels echoed into the classroom. Substitute teacher Shang Wanwan. She wore a crisp, light-colored business suit, her every movement carrying a subtle fragrance. Her gaze swept across the class, and when it landed on Su Chen, her lips curved into a satisfied smile. "The beast-taming assessment is just half a month away," she began softly, her clear voice instantly cutting through all the murmurs. "To enhance everyone's practical experience, the school has decided to organize a wilderness expedition. We depart tomorrow, so please prepare accordingly." Her announcement hit the classroom like a hot coal dropped into water, causing an immediate uproar. Gasps of surprise, worried voices, and eager discussions all mixed together. Some students counted their food supplies, others calculated whether they might catch good materials in the wilderness, while still others couldn't help but grin at the thought of camping alongside their crushes. Shang Wanwan raised her hand for silence. "This wilderness trial will test your practical abilities and help you adapt to real beast-taming combat. I hope everyone will seize this valuable opportunity to master beast-taming battle techniques and make thorough preparations for the upcoming assessment." Every year, the Academy conducts a wilderness trial for students approaching their beast-taming examinations. This serves as a rehearsal for real combat assessments, designed to familiarize students with the rhythm and dangers of outdoor beast-taming. For classes, each accompanied by 2 supervising teachers, ensure maximum safety. At dawn, as the morning mist cleared from campus, students from all 4 classes gradually assembled on the playground. Various tamed beasts crouched or stood beside their masters, their roars and murmurs creating a lively cacophony. Most students looked excited, clearly anticipating the upcoming wilderness trial, while a few elite students who had already experienced battle, particularly those from wealthy families, remained composed. With abundant resources and family elders to guide their training, they naturally held advantages over their peers from common backgrounds. The poor study literature, the rich practice martial arts. This saying rings especially true in beast taming. At 9 o'clock sharp, the teaching staff of Haicheng No. 1 High School entered the playground. Leading them was the Academic Affairs Director, Chen Danwen. Quiet, though not loud, his voice carried undeniable authority, immediately silencing all chatter. "I am Chen Danwen, the supervisor of this wilderness trial. Now form lines and board the buses in order." His instructions were brief and decisive. Following their class teacher's signals, students quickly organized into groups and boarded the air-conditioned buses that had been waiting. Wang Xiaohu from Class D was about to step forward when he suddenly noticed a gap in their formation. Looking around, he realized someone was missing. "Teacher Shangwan, Su Chen isn't here," Wang Xiaohu quickly reported. The supervising teacher Shangwan frowned and immediately conducted a head count, confirming Su Chen's absence. She promptly reported the situation to Chen Danwen and dispatched several students to search both inside and outside the campus. 10 minutes passed with no sign of Su Chen. Could this kid have forgotten about the wilderness trial and still be sleeping at home? Chen Danwen checked his watch, his expression growing increasingly impatient. However, Su Chen was neither at home, nor had he forgotten the schedule. He had been intercepted halfway to school. Only 2 people blocked his path. One was Chun Hao, with whom he had previous conflicts. The other, dressed in fine clothes with sharp features, was Chun Hao's cousin Chun Lai. Chun Lai tilted his chin up, his gaze arrogantly sweeping over Su Chen. "Cousin, is this the one who killed your stormhound?" As he spoke, he raised his hand wearing a smart bracelet, scanning the black and white beast beside Su Chen. The bracelet failed to read any information. According to intelligence provided by Chun Hao, Su Chen's beast was only at the mature stage. In reality, Henin had already evolved to complete form, but with minimal physical changes, leading to Chun Hao's misjudgment. Confirming the opponent was merely at mature stage. Chun Lai's lips curved with disdain. "That's right, it's this guy." Chun Hao's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he snarled. "He used despicable methods to kill my storm hound and got me expelled from school. I will have my revenge." "Don't worry, Xiao Hao." Chun Lai patted his nephew's shoulder, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "Anyone who crosses the Chen family must pay the price." Before he finished speaking, he flipped his right hand, summoning a massive beast of fully evolved ice crystal python. The ice crystal python measured a full meter in diameter and 15 meters in length, stretching across the street like a massive chain. Its body was covered in thick, icy scales that radiated bone-chilling cold, and white mist swirled around its forked tongue. Its pale blue vertical pupils gleamed with bloodlust, emanating a murderous aura so intense it seemed to freeze the very air. The moment the beast appeared, the street erupted in chaos. Passers-by turned pale under the crushing killing intent, many gasping and stumbling backward in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Riding this wave of intimidation, Chen Hao puffed out his chest and raised his voice like a whip crack. Su Chen, I told you I'd settle the score. Kneel down and beg me now, and maybe I'll consider sparing you. In his mind, Chun Lai's fully evolved ice crystal python was an unbeatable trump card. Countless beast tamers had trembled before it, unable to even grip their weapons properly, with some even losing control of their bodily functions on the spot. Su Chen was just a commoner. How could he have ever seen such a terrifying beast? Chen Hao was certain his opponent would collapse in terror. However, at that moment, Su Chen was sprawled across the broad back of his own beast, Henin, his eyes drowsy as if he'd just woken up. Chen Hao shouting, and the ice crystal python's frigid aura failed to fully rouse him. Henin was a giant pig covered in thick fur with a sturdy build. It glanced up at the ice crystal python, which was several times its size, snorted lightly through its nose, but showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, it looked around curiously. As the temperature plummeted around them, Su Chen couldn't help but shiver, burrowing deeper into Henin's thick fur and mumbling. What's going on? Why is it getting so cold? So warm. Henin's sweater is really nice. Henin grunted softly, trying to alert its master to the enemies blocking their path. Henin, don't mind them. Just keep heading to school. Wake me up when we get there. Su Chen yawned and buried his face back into the warm fur. Following orders, Henin started walking on its four legs, completely ignoring the ice crystal python's existence and pressing forward. One side making threats with eyes closed, the other traveling with eyes closed. The scene was both bizarre and comical. Henin swaggered past the ice crystal python and the Chun uncle-nephew duo just like that. Brother Lai, this kid dares to ignore you. Chun Hao gritted his teeth. Without needing the reminder, Chun Lai was already burning with fury. Ice crystal python. Kill that pig. The ice crystal python hissed and swept its massive tail through the air with a whooshing sound. Smack. A crisp slapping sound rang out as Henin's plump rear end was struck hard. In sudden pain, Henin reared up on its hind legs, clutching its bottom with its front hooves and letting out several pitiful whimpers. Its round body swayed like a spinning top, drawing uncontrollable laughter from the onlookers. When Henin suddenly stood up, Su Chen rolled off its back and tumbled to the ground. Henin, what are you doing? He rubbed his back and looked up irritably, only to discover the ice-blue giant python before him, along with Chun Hao standing nearby. Oh, it's you, Chen Hao. Su Chen acted as if he'd just noticed him, his expression still carrying the confusion of someone freshly awakened. This scene left both Chun Hao and Chun Lai livid. After all that time blocking the road, their opponent had just now realized what was happening? Had all their previous threats been shouted at thin air? Even some of the spectators couldn't help but think critically. They felt Su Chen's nerves were incredibly strong facing such danger without even knowing what was going on. Su Chen, bet you didn't expect me to come after you. The morning air at the street corner carried a faint dampness as Chun Hao approached with a cold smile that didn't reach his eyes, his tone icy. Humph, I told you I'd settle the score with you. TCH, sir loser. I don't have time for your nonsense. What kind of settling are you talking about? Su Chen replied in a low voice, his gaze sweeping over the two men across from him as he calculated in his mind that Haicheng First High's wilderness trial was about to begin, and he had already delayed too long. However, Chun Hao had clearly come prepared today, with a young man by his side. The man wore a crisp combat uniform, his eyes filled with arrogance. A mere commoner with such a big mouth, the young man named Chun Lai said, looking at Su Chen sideways with mockery and disdain in his tone. Chun Hao's beast companion was bought at the beast market for 500,000 gold coins, and later training and cultivation cost a massive amount of time and money. In total you need to compensate 1 million gold coins. 1 million. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, the air seeming to freeze for a moment. For ordinary people, this was an astronomical figure beyond their lifetime reach. After all, a commoner's monthly salary was only around 1,000 gold coins. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, though a cold glint flashed in his eyes. What if I refuse? Chun Lai sneered. Then we'll take your pig's life as payment, and cripple your tendons too. Exactly, Chun Hao chimed in viciously, his murderous intent evident. As his words fell, the crowd immediately gasped and stepped back several paces. No way. Are they really going to fight in broad daylight? This doesn't look like they're joking around. I heard Chen Lai is a key heir the Chun family is cultivating, studying at Capital University, a third-level beast master, and his beast companion, is even a complete form of demon beast quality. Really? That's near genius level. Haiching City gave him the genius title last year. His strength surpasses many beast masters. Then this Su Chen is done for, right? No matter how capable, he's just an ordinary high school student. How can he compete with a beast master from a prestigious university? In the path of beast mastery, resources are everything. How can ordinary people compete with wealthy families? Amid the noisy discussions, all eyes fell on Su Chen, some curious, some worried, others gloating. Almost no one believed he could escape unscathed. This was a world where the strong ruled supreme, where beast masters relied not only on talent, but also on family background. Children from resource-rich families naturally stood center stage, while commoners trying to catch up faced odds as difficult as ascending to heaven. Cripple my tendons? Su Chen suddenly laughed, his smile hiding coldness. Let's see if you have what it takes. He shifted slightly, toes touching the ground, already assuming a battle stance. Even at this point, still so arrogant. Chun Lai raised his hand, spiritual light surging in his palm. Honestly, I do admire you for daring to fight me. The chill intensified as he no longer concealed his killing intent, and in the next moment his gaze towards Su Chen was filled with thick contempt and pity. A mere commoner dares to challenge the Chun family's authority. How foolish, Chun Lai said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with certainty. Today you'll learn the consequences of offending the Chen family. Ha ha ha. Su Chen, do you regret it now? This is what happens when you cross me. Chen Hao. Chen Hao threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing with arrogance. Su Chen merely glanced at the two brothers, his tone indifferent. You talk too much. Let's get started. I am in a hurry. Very well. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Chun Lai snorted coldly, his mental energy surging as he commanded his ice crystal python to attack. The next second, the ice crystal python flicked out its icy blue tongue, and frost spread like a tide in all directions, instantly dropping the air temperature. The spectators gasped in unison as the once lively scene was ignited with excitement and tension by the bone-chilling cold. All eyes focused on Chun Lian, elite student from Beijing University, whose beast companion, the ice crystal python, was renowned for its defense and ice-type abilities. In contrast, Su Chen was just an unknown ordinary youth from Haiching City, and his information-concealed beast companion even looked somewhat clumsy. Everyone generally believed this would be a one-sided crushing victory. Even so, the people of Haiching remained highly excited. Just witnessing the strength of a Beijing student was rare enough. The crowd surrounded the arena 3 layers deep, afraid to miss a single moment. Here it comes, someone whispered. The massive ice crystal python surged forward like thunder, its serpentine body resembling a cold iron dragon. Each twist caused the ground to crack and debris to scatter. The overwhelming presence undoubtedly proved it was a fully evolved beast. Ice and Earth dual attributes definitely fully evolved. Combined with a third-tier beast master's enhancement, its combat power must be doubled. Su Chen is finished. Discussions arose one after another. The ice crystal python was already mid to high tier among beasts of the same rank, renowned for its solid defense and supplemented by ice-type suppression. Against lower-tier beasts, it was practically a crushing force. Not to mention Chun Lai had the backing of Beijing University's secret beast mastery techniques. Against trash like you, I don't even need beast mastery techniques. Chun Lai raised his eyebrows with a confident expression. Su Chen didn't respond, merely casually rubbing his beast companion's chubby head. Han Han, it's up to you. Han Han responded with a deep voice, extending his thick bare paw into the void. The next moment, a green dragon shadow wrapped in sharp blade light condensed into a long sword. As the blade was drawn, a low dragon's roar shook the air. Roar? The entire crowd showed expressions of terror, all turning their gaze toward this black and white chubby bear. What the heck? This bear can actually use weapons. Yeah, even the way it grips the blade is almost human-like, though it doesn't look too bright. I actually think this big chubby bear is pretty cute. So jealous. I wish I had an adorable beast too. What's the point of being cute? Without real strength, you'll just get trampled underfoot. Look at that sword grip. Does that seem like it lacks power to you? Hard to say. Let's just hope it doesn't lose too badly. The crowd's chatter rose and fell in waves. In the center of the spacious arena, Henin stood with feet planted wide, its bare waist solid as an iron tower, gripping a cold, gleaming green dragon crescent blade steadily in its massive paws. Despite its bulky beast form, it assumed a remarkably disciplined combat stance that impressed many spectators, though it still couldn't shake their doubts about Su Chen. Most people remained skeptical of this young beast tamer. But Su Chen clearly couldn't care less. His bear is actually pretty interesting, someone whispered, though most observers maintained only fleeting curiosity. After all, no matter how special a tamed beast might be, without extensive bonding and training, it could hardly become true battle strength. The gazes of onlookers swept back and forth like searchlights. Chun Lai basked in the attention, growing increasingly smug. He straightened his back and lifted his chin slightly, the picture of confidence. In contrast, Su Chen appeared indifferent, even showing hints of impatience, as if awaiting a battle with a foregone conclusion. Chun Lai froze for a moment, then sneered coldly. Just a high school student, how could he, Chun Lai, an elite from Beijing University, possibly be afraid? In terms of raw power, there's no way he can beat me. The thought had barely formed when Chun Lai immediately issued his command. Ice Crystal Python, attack. The ice crystal python twisted its meter-wide body, its 15-meter length coiling and then launching forward like a silver dragon. It glided across the ground, its chill condensing white frost and leaving a gleaming ice trail in its wake. Frigid winds accompanied its roaring steel fangs as it lunged toward Henin. Even from dozens of meters away, the crowd felt the bone-piercing cold, hunching their shoulders and hugging their arms, barely daring to breathe heavily. Henin merely snorted. It raised its bare paw, its sandbag-sized fist gathering momentum in midair before suddenly slamming down. Bang! The deep, thunderous impact was deafening. Simultaneously, snow-white ice crystal fragments exploded outward like a sudden hailstorm. The audience's eyes widened in unison. The ice crystal python's head had been struck squarely by the bare paw. Its hard crystalline scales shattered instantly, fragments spinning through the air. The entire ice crystal python was driven into the ground by the savage force, creating a deep crater. The surrounding earth trembled like a minor earthquake as dust mixed with ice shards billowed upward. What just happened? What did we just witness? My God, was that really just one punch? Impossible. How could this bear have such tremendous strength? It even shattered the ice crystal python's scales. People stood slack-jawed, staring at the arena. The meter-wide, 15-meter-long ice crystal python now had most of its body buried deep in the earth. Around the crater's edge, shattered crystal fragments gleamed with pale, cold light, confirming the reality of the devastating blow. No one could question the power of that single strike anymore. Chun Lai's pupils contracted violently as the confidence on his face crumbled instantly. How is this possible? He muttered in disbelief. After all, the ice crystal python was a complete form, demon-grade tamed beast by all logic. It shouldn't have been taken down by that fat bear with just one punch. According to Chun Hao's perception, this bear was merely at the mature stage and couldn't possibly unleash such devastating power. Having encountered countless beast companions over the years alongside Chun Lai, both understood the limits of the mature stage. Forget about shattering the ice crystal python's defenses. Even prying off a single crystal scale would be nearly impossible. Yet before their eyes, Su Chen's beast companion had blasted a spider web of cracks across the ice crystal python's chest with just one heavy punch. An absurd speculation flashed through Chun Lai's mind like lightning. Had Su Chen's beast companion already evolved to its complete form? The moment this thought emerged, he froze in place. Chun Hao's reaction was even more intense, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, standing rigid at the edge of the ruins. The classroom scene from 2 days ago remained vivid in his memory back then. Su Chen's beast companion was merely in its juvenile stage, and its advancement to the mature stage just 1 day later had already been miraculous. Now, after only 2 days, though its size and appearance hadn't changed dramatically, it exuded a more concentrated sense of oppression. The same thought surfaced in Chun Hao's mind, sending chills down his spine. Impossible. It's only been 2 days. He desperately tried to deny it, but reality slapped him back hard. If it weren't a complete form, where would such terrifying power come from? How else could it instantly shatter the ice crystal python's crystal scales? Absurd, outrageous, utterly fantastical. Chun Lai's heart churned, yet he couldn't find a shred of evidence to refute it. The surrounding spectators also began to sense something was amiss. Whispers arose from all directions. A mature stage can't possibly be this strong, right? One punch to blast off crystal scales. You've got to be kidding. That's a complete form demonic beast, the ice crystal python. Unless that bear is also complete form, TSK. Exclamations rose one after another, and people's gazes shifted from their previous disdain to shock and disbelief. An ordinary high school student actually taming a complete form beast companion? In the impoverished Haiqing city, this was practically mythical. Moreover, the power of that punch was enough to directly clash with a demonic beast-quality ice crystal python. This alone was enough to leave everyone's souls ringing. Everyone had originally thought Su Chen was just an ordinary civilian youth with mediocre abilities, yet they witnessed him tear through the ice crystal python's defenses with a single punch. That scene was like a bombshell, instantly leaving everyone dazed and bewildered. After a brief moment of excitement, the scene fell into deathly silence. The crisp sounds of falling rubble and ice fragments hitting the ground were clearly audible. Countless shocked gazes simultaneously focused on Su Chen, yet he remained calm, only occasionally glancing at his smart bracelet as if pressed for time, showing no interest in even taking another look at the brief exchange that had just occurred. The ice crystal python had been forcibly smashed into the ground, the solid stone slabs collapsing into a massive crater, its crystal scales scattered and shattered everywhere. Though its defenses were broken, it hadn't died, and the cold aura around its body remained frigid. Impossible. Even if your beast companion is complete form. So what? My ice crystal python is demonic beast quality. There's absolutely no way it can lose. Chun Lai's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted with unwillingness and madness. He roared, transmitting his command. The ice crystal python at the bottom of the crater shot skyward like an escaping dragon, shrieking as it rose, its fractured scales reflecting cold light, surging blue radiance spreading outward, icy waves sweeping forth. It also emitted waves of blue light, bathing the surrounding area in an eerie blue glow. The ice crystal python leaped into the air, exhaling massive amounts of frigid breath from its mouth. Violent cold winds instantly swept across the entire arena, causing the temperature to plummet drastically as sand and stones were whirled up into the sky, condensing into gleaming ice spikes amid the howling winds. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen found himself completely covered by a dense, impenetrable layer of ice spikes overhead. That's the explosive ice spike. Spectators cried out in shock one after another. This devastating fusion technique combining ice and earth elements not only possessed terrifying power, but also covered nearly the entire battlefield. A fully evolved beast can spread its attack this wide. No wonder Chun Lai got into Beijing University. The discussions were filled with awe. The extreme cold continued to spread, and the deadly intent of the explosive ice spike became increasingly clear. Plummeting temperatures, bone-piercing winds, with nowhere to escape. Thick ice formed beneath Henin's feet, even freezing its claws in place, making movement impossible. The fierce winds continuously scraped against its fur, coating it with a layer of frost within just a few breaths, while the ground turned into a slippery sheet of ice. The cold air weakened strength and locked down movement. The muffled roar of howling winds and the crisp chiming of colliding ice spikes wove together into an oppressively suffocating soundtrack. Do you know how powerful this move is? Beijing University rated it as a level. Chun Lai crossed his arms, his tone arrogant. Your beast should feel honored to die under the ice crystal python's a-level ultimate technique. He was certain Su Chen's defeat was sealed. Chun Hao sneered coldly beside him, already plotting to make Su Chen kneel and beg for mercy, and to skin that panda to make a carpet. The ice spikes in the sky suddenly locked onto Henin, their edges menacingly sharp. In the next moment, countless ice spikes dove down simultaneously like a cascading ice waterfall, plummeting straight toward Henin. Facing the overwhelming attack, Henin simply raised its head and gazed upward. The crowd shook their heads in unison in their view. It wasn't that the creature didn't want to dodge, but that it simply couldn't move. The bone-deep cold, the frost covering its entire body, naturally made its movements sluggish. The shadows of the ice spikes completely engulfed its form, and the situation looked dire. Many spectators simply closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the gruesome scene of flying flesh and blood. Yet Su Chen remained completely calm. Henin, stop playing around. We're going to be late. Hurry up and finish them off in one move. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. One move? Ha ha ha. Chun Lai threw back his head and laughed. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Chun Hao joined in with mocking laughter. Your beast is about to be finished, and you're still bragging? Many people around continued shaking their heads, still believing Su Chen couldn't see the reality of the situation. The ice crystal python's explosive ice spikes were not only tremendously powerful, but also covered an incredibly wide area. Streams of cold light poured down from above like a dense curtain of death, covering the entire arena in the blink of an eye. Someone in the stand sneered. Your beast is about to die under those ice spikes, yet you're still talking big. That earlier stunning punch had made everyone think Henin might still have a chance to turn things around. But now with ice spikes surging like a tide, any hope of victory seemed completely lost. Discussions erupted everywhere. As expected, a beast tamer's strength ultimately depends on their background. How could a commoner possibly defeat someone from a prestigious family? Those who had been hoping for Su Chen to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat now lowered their gazes in disappointment. Just as the crowd's disappointment was spreading, a muffled came from the center of the arena. Henin let out a low growl, nodding its round head forcefully as the frost covering its fur instantly shattered and scattered. In this life-or-death moment, it suddenly raised the green dragon crescent blade high, planted its paws firmly on the ground, and spun its massive body like a windmill. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out densely like funeral bells, one after another. The green dragon crescent blade danced in the bear's paws, forming a wheel of light, its blade trailing dragon-like afterimages accompanied by faint, clear dragon roars. All the explosive ice spikes that rushed forward were blocked and shattered by the blade's shadow, with ice fragments flying everywhere, but not a single piece landing. Many ice spikes were even deflected back, shooting in reverse as a wave of counterattacking cold light. thud, the dull sound of ice spikes tearing through flesh came repeatedly. The ice crystal python had no time to dodge and was instead cut to pieces by its own attack. Blood drizzled down from above, forming a rain of crimson. In just an instant, that originally snow-white giant body had become covered in blood, wounded beyond recognition. It let out a piercing, mournful cry that echoed across the empty arena. The surrounding audience collectively dropped their jaws, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment. No one had expected this seemingly cute and clumsy beast to unleash such fierce blade techniques. Those moves are smoother than a martial artist's. Is this really a beast? It's not a person in a costume, is it? Just by spinning, it blocked the overwhelming ice spikes and beat the opponent to a pulp. That's brutal. Exclamations rose and fell like waves sweeping through the spectator seats. Amid the commotion, someone stared at Henin thoughtfully. Why do I feel like I've seen this bear's blade techniques before? It does seem familiar. The black wind bear from the beast-taming secret realm. Black wind bear? What are you talking about? Holy crap. That's it. I remember that signature big butt. Brother, your focus is quite unique. We remember the blade technique movements. Right. And that fish-bombing boss Su Chen. No wonder. So it's the fish-bombing boss. No surprise he's so awesome. Wait, who's the fish-bombing boss? Someone fill me in. The discussions exploded, and the crowd instantly erupted. Those who recognized Su Chen now looked at him with admiration and awe in their eyes. Those who didn't know the truth quickly learned from others' explanations about Su Chen's record-breaking achievements in the beast-taming secret realm. Exclamations rose and fell, with wide eyes full of disbelief. So the fish-bombing boss, who had caused such a stir in the beast-taming secret realm, was this very person. No wonder he was so incredibly domineering. Gasps of amazement erupted from all around. Su Chen stood in the center of the shattered arena, cold mist still swirling around his fists, his expression unchanged as if nothing had happened. The surrounding audience, however, drew sharp breaths and murmured among themselves. At the other end of the arena, Chun-Li and Chun-Hao stood side by side, the color draining from their faces bit by bit, especially Chun-Li, whose entire face darkened like storm clouds. The two men, who had been so confident moments before, now had only one thought racing through their minds. How could this happen? In that brief exchange just now, their prized ice crystal python hadn't even had a chance to unleash its power before Su Chen's devastating punch shattered its protective crystalline scales. The rebounding explosive ice spikes then pierced the beast itself, riddling it with countless wounds. The massive serpentine creature now lay coiled on the ground, its shattered scales mixed with blood, cold air dissipating around it, too weak even to hiss. This sudden defeat left Chun-Li feeling as if he were in another world. He stared intently at Su Chen, the fury in his eyes almost sharp enough to cut. He finally understood this young man had kept his true strength completely hidden. Chen-Hao, didn't you say Su Chen's beast was only at the mature stage? Chun-Li's voice trembled with barely contained rage. You call this the mature stage? One punch to shatter scales, then bouncing explosive ice spikes right back. Beside him, Chun-Hao had already turned pale with fear, his legs unconsciously stepping backward. Brother Lai, 2 days ago he really was only at the mature stage. I have no idea how he suddenly became this strong. The sight of the ice crystal python's battered condition struck Chun-Li's nerves raw. He knew full well that such injuries would require months of recovery. But he was in his prime at Beijing University. How could he waste those precious months? Among those elites, falling behind, even one step, could mean being left in the dust forever. Anger, regret, and unwillingness intertwined as he directed all his fury toward Chun-Hao. You don't know? Chun-Li stepped right up to his cousin and delivered a sharp slap. The physical prowess of a third-level beast master was far beyond that of ordinary people. This single blow sent Chun-Hao flying several meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. If you weren't my cousin, you'd be dead right here today. Chun-Li roared, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Chun-Hao crawled and rolled as he kowtowed an apology. I'm sorry, Brother Lai, I'm sorry. He didn't dare show the slightest resistance. The scene of the two relatives turning on each other made the spectators gasp. They're actually fighting each other? Is Chun-Li putting on a show for Su Chen? He probably realizes Su Chen isn't simple and wants to save face. My God, an elite from Beijing University is actually wary of a high school student. The murmurs pierced Chun-Li's ears like invisible needles, driving him to the brink of madness. He had indeed considered backing down. Beijing was his stage, and there was no need to fight Su Chen to the death in a place like this. If he actually won but lost most of his fighting power in the process, that would be a fatal loss. After a moment of silence, Chun-Li's expression shifted, and he suddenly broke into a smile, as if his previous rage had never existed. He looked up at Su Chen, his voice resonant and clear. Haha, not bad. There aren't many in this world who could withstand the ice crystal python's explosive ice spikes. So you're Su Chen, right? I've got your name memorized. I'm looking forward to our next battle. Chun Lai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, chin raised high, his gaze arrogant, yet his tone carried the condescending air of an elder lecturing a junior. The onlookers who had gathered to watch the spectacle couldn't help but roll their eyes inwardly upon hearing these words. If you're going to leave, just leave. Why put on this pretentious act first? He paid no mind to the crowd's mockery and raised his hand, preparing to recall his severely injured ice crystal python into his beast-taming space. But in the next second, Su Chen's giant bear had already positioned itself beside the ice crystal python, its massive blade held horizontally across its chest. The blade's edge gleamed with cold light, and the bear's beast eyes similarly glowed with icy intensity, firmly locked onto Chun Lai. Planning to run? Didn't you just threaten to sever my tendons and make me kneel and beg for mercy? Su Chen's lips curved into a smile, his tone dripping with mockery. After ambushing him halfway, now that he couldn't win, he wanted to make a dignified exit? Su Chen had always been one to settle scores, and he wasn't buying into this act. With his intentions publicly exposed, Chun Lai's face flushed red as he bit back through gritted teeth. Su Chen, don't push your luck. Your beast is merely at the complete stage. The complete stage is just the starting point of beast evolution. Don't think that getting a taste of victory makes you something special. The juvenile, growth, and mature stages are all considered immature. Only upon evolving to the complete stage does a beast become truly worthy of the name. But even that's just the beginning. Achieving this level is extraordinarily difficult, which is why we have beast sanctuaries and virtual beast competitions as protective institutions to provide training opportunities for beast tamers. Su Chen sneered coldly. Push my luck? If I didn't have some real strength, you would have crippled me today? Now that you can't win, you want to just dust yourself off and walk away? Where in the world does such a good deal exist? His resounding words drew gasps of admiration from the crowd, and many felt newfound respect for his courage. Most of the surrounding spectators were ordinary civilians who harbored both fascination and resentment toward the scions of noble families. Seeing Su Chen boldly challenge this wealthy heir, they couldn't help but worry for him, though some felt it unnecessary to provoke such powerful families. But with words having reached this point, if Chun Lai retreated now, he would lose all face. A mere complete stage beast dares to act so arrogantly? Chun Lai snorted coldly. Do you really think this is all the cards I have to play? Now let me show you the true domain of a beast tamer. As his words fell, he formed hand seals, light surging between his fingers. Boom! More massive shadows crashed to the ground. Fire attribute flame spirit wolf. Dark attribute thousand bone spider. The moment these two beasts appeared, scorching flames and dark, chilling aura rose together, their explosive presence actually surpassing that of the ice crystal python. What? Two more beasts. My god, Chun Lai actually possesses 3 beasts, and they're all at the complete stage. But these two are clearly only exotic beast quality. Why do they have stronger auras than the demon beast quality ice crystal python? Exclamations rose one after another, followed immediately by someone's hushed addition. Wait, these 2 beasts are at complete stage, second tier. Hiss. The crowd stirred restlessly as everyone gasped in shock. In the arena, 2 overwhelming auras suddenly expanded. These were complete form second-tier beasts. After breaking through the complete form shackles, the spirit beast's potential had been fully awakened, with their strength, speed, defense, and other attributes far surpassing ordinary complete forms. Watching the flame spirit wolf and thousand bone spider standing side by side next to Chun Lai, everyone realized Su Chen was in serious trouble. He actually had more cards to play. The crowd whispered in hushed, fearful tones. In last year's competition, Chun Lai had forced his way into Capital University with only his complete form ice crystal python. Now, after a year of enjoying the school's finest resources, his explosive growth and power was understandable. But who could have imagined that he had already contracted 3 spirit beasts, all complete forms, with the flame spirit wolf and thousand bone spider having advanced to second tier? Su Chen is doomed, someone exclaimed, face pale as death. The combat power Chun Lai displayed once again shattered everyone's pride. This was the level of Capital University's elite students. In comparison, those who hadn't even been officially certified as beastmasters seemed more like ordinary pet trainers. Discussions erupted everywhere, mixed with concern for Su Chen. No matter how strong he was, it would be difficult to fight 3 opponents, especially with 2 second-tier beasts among them. Originally, the outcome had been uncertain, and with proper tactics, either side could have won. But with Chun Lai revealing his trump cards, the scales tipped dramatically. Hearing the gasps around him, Chun Lai's lips curved into a cold smile. Surprised? Terrified? Regretful? This is what happens when you anger me. He raised his head arrogantly, his gaze piercing Su Chen's face like a blade. The moment the flame spirit wolf and thousand bone spider appeared, Su Chen's expression barely flickered, but Chun Lai automatically interpreted this subtle pause as deep fear. Su Chen, I gave you a chance, but you didn't treasure it. You're going to regret what comes next. Chun Lai swept his hand forward. With a deafening roar, the flame spirit wolf burst into crimson flames and charged across the ground at high speed. The thousand-bone spider raised its pitch-black limbs, weaving spider silk as both beasts lunged towards Su Chen. Chun Lai held his breath in excitement, waiting to see Su Chen collapse in terror. However, Su Chen remained calm and composed. 2 complete form second-tiers? Perfect, let me see what they're capable of. As his words fell, he flipped his palm and cast a silver-white streak of light, the beast mastery technique Shadowbind, drawing chain-like mystical patterns in the air, aimed directly at the flame spirit wolf. Brat, you think you can control my spirit beast? Dream on. Chun Lai raised his hand as well, unleashing a crimson arc of lightning branch beast mastery technique. Crimson Thundernet. But his target wasn't a spirit beast, it was Su Chen himself. He's trying to kill Su Chen. The spectators cried out in alarm. The Crimson Thunder Net could not only restrain, but also instantly stun spirit beasts with its lightning power. Su Chen was merely a first-tier beast master. His physical constitution absolutely couldn't withstand such electrical current. One wrong move could cost him his life. The Thunder Net crackled downward, but Su Chen didn't move an inch. The next moment, a massive figure blocked his path. Lightning engulfed the giant beast, and the air instantly filled with the smell of burning flesh and crackling electrical explosions, accompanied by a deep, mournful cry. Ice Crystal Python. Chun Lai couldn't help but cry out, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Su Chen. Standing in front of Su Chen, blocking the strike meant for him, was none other than the Ice Crystal Python. This scene wasn't the Ice Crystal Python's choice. Su Chen's beast companion Henin suddenly struck with tremendous force, launching it into the air to forcibly intercept the rolling crimson lightning net on behalf of its master. Blinding red lightning instantly pierced through the Ice Crystal Python's entire body, the scorching electrical current burning its scales to a charred black as the acrid smell of burnt flesh quickly spread through the air. Already severely wounded, the Ice Crystal Python had no strength left to endure this final blow and died on the spot, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground. Attack! Chun Lai's fury shot straight to his crown, immediately unleashing all his rage upon the thousand-bone spider. The thousand-bone spider roared toward the heavens, its carapace cracking open as countless bone branches extended like a violent storm, instantly transforming into a forest of bone needles. Pale white spikes whistled forth like cannonballs, hurtling towards Su Chen. However, commanding 2 beast companions simultaneously drained enormous amounts of mental energy. Chun Lai had already overextended most of his spirit to perform beast mastery techniques, and at this moment still couldn't break free from the flame spirit wolf's restraints. He could only grit his teeth and continue driving the thousand-bone spider forward, confident it would be enough to crush Su Chen. Roar! A deafening dragon's cry thundered like lightning. A blue dragon shadow materialized in the sky above, its claws reaching out as if pressing down the entire heavens. Henin raised high the azure dragon crescent blade and slashed horizontally through the air. The blade's light transformed into a cyan shockwave, carrying tremendous air pressure that first pulverized the entire forest of bone needles, like a hurricane sweeping away fallen leaves. Without losing momentum, the shockwave swept across the thousand-bone spider's carapace, a flash of blue light. Bang! The thousand-bone spider was forcibly suspended in midair for 2 seconds before splitting down the middle, its piercing death cry cut short as its body neatly divided into left and right halves. Almost simultaneously, another blue blade energy swept ruthlessly across the ground, cleaving the flame spirit wolf completely in two. It didn't even have time to howl as blood splattered, and its bisected corpse crashed to the earth. In one breath, 2 second-tier complete forms utterly annihilated. The entire arena fell silent, as if even the air had been drained away. People only saw 2 streams of blue light before witnessing both beast companions split in half. That overwhelming impact struck everyone's minds blank like a tidal wave. What just happened? How did 2 second-tier complete forms get sliced in half? How did he strike? Did anyone see it? Damn it, see what? I didn't blink the entire time and still couldn't make it out. I only heard a dragon's roar. Then those 2 beasts were gone. My God, truly worthy of being the fishing master of the beast-taming secret realm. Absolutely incredible. Excited chatter erupted, but no one could form complete sentences. Everything before their eyes far exceeded imagination, like something from a dream. Chun Lai's face, previously twisted with malicious satisfaction, instantly froze. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at his beast companions cut in two, massive waves surging in his heart. Impossible. How could this be possible? Chun Lai appeared utterly devastated, collapsing to the ground in despair. In just a few short years, he had exhausted his time and money, drawing heavily on his family's substantial resources to contract 3 beast companions. With their help, he entered the highest institution in the Xia Kingdom, Kyoto University. Even in such a competitive environment, he was still one of the elite students being specially trained. This impressive resume was enough to make him stand out among his peers in the impoverished city of Haicheng. However, Today, Chun Lai was publicly humiliated by the commoner Su Chen from Hechengi's 3 beast companions were all slaughtered on the spot. For a beastmaster, this was akin to a warrior being rendered powerless. Starting over would be an almost impossible challenge. Staring at the shattered contract mark, confusion churned within him. What was Su Chen's beast companion that it could take on 3 opponents at once and defeat them in an instant? Chun Lai's trio included 1 beast of supernatural quality and 2 fully grown second-tier ones. Any one of them would not be considered weak. Yet, against that bear, they fell in an instant. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such an absurd outcome. Was the bear truly a beast companion? Otherwise, how could it unleash such terrifying power? With these thoughts, Chun Lai felt a buzzing in his head, a chill in his heart, and his tongue froze. The battle ended without a doubt. When he snapped back to reality and looked around, his face was as pale as paper. Defeat was certain, yet his heart was filled with resentment. Regret clung to him like a poisonous venom. Shouldn't have provoked this calamity. Unfortunately, it was too late. With his beasts gone, he had lost everything. Chun Lai's dejected appearance drew a wave of murmurs from the crowd. Everyone had initially thought this would be a battle with a significant power disparity, only to find that the disparity was indeed there, but the roles were reversed. The true victor was Su Chen, who had been underestimated, and it was a thunderous defeat. The crowd gasped, their gazes towards Su Chen filled with newfound respect. In a world that revered strength, the powerful would always be honored. Many girls looked on with shining eyes, casting flirtatious glances. Yet, Su Chen remained calm, as if victory and defeat were simply part of the game. At that moment, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Successfully killed a fully grown beast, gaining 1,000 energy points. Successfully killed a fully grown second-tier exotic beast, gaining 1,200 energy points. Successfully killed a fully grown exotic beast, gaining 1,200 energy points. Waves of sand evolution progress at 38. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with surprise, realizing that Chun Lai's 3 beast companions could provide such high energy, dramatically pushing the evolution progress of his own companion to 38. He lifted his head and looked at Chun Lai with a silent smile. Chun Lai felt the unspoken mockery, his face turning beet red, unable to utter a single word, as if his throat was being choked. The scornful stares from the crowd made him feel like he was sitting on needles, an unprecedented humiliation enveloping him with a burning pain. Embarrassed, Chun Lai couldn't bear to stay any longer. He got up from the ground and turned to leave. "Did I say you could leave?" Su Chen's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Chun Lai's entire body convulsed, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his back. "All my spirit beasts died at your hands. What more do you want?" He forced himself to roar angrily, but his eyes showed a mixture of unwillingness and terror. Su Chen sneered coldly, his voice icy. "You said with your own mouth that you wanted to sever my tendons. Su Chen always repays grudges in kind. Do you think I'd just let you walk away?" "Su Chen, don't go too far. Aren't you afraid of the Chen family?" Chun Lai kept backing away, his voice trembling. "Humph, the Chen family?" Su Chen pressed forward step by step, his gaze like an icy blade. "If I let you go, would the Chen family spare me? Since we're already enemies, let's settle this properly." Killing intent pressed down like something tangible, making even the onlookers' hearts tighten as the air seemed to drop several degrees. Chun Lai turned deathly pale with fear, his steps stumbling. In desperation, he suddenly pointed to the side. "Don't do anything rash." It was Chun Hao who said to sever the tendons, not me. Chun Hao's face instantly turned whiter than paper, looking as desperate as if the sky had fallen. "Damn. Chun Lai, you personally promised me that. You were the one who said you'd sever Su Chen's tendons. Brother Chun." He suddenly changed his tone, speaking obsequiously. "This was all Chun Lai's idea. He dragged me into this revenge plot. It really has nothing to do with me." Chun Lai angrily retorted. "Nonsense. You were the one crying and begging me to help, boasting that you'd make Su Chen kneel and beg for mercy. After I lost to Brother Chen that time, I accepted it wholeheartedly. You were the one who egged me on." Chen Hao cursed loudly. "How shameless. You're the shameless one." Chen Lai also exploded with profanity. An elite from Beijing University who can't even beat a high school student. The two brothers went from shifting blame to cursing each other, and in the blink of an eye they were wrestling on the ground. Although Chen Lai was a third-level beast tamer, his spiritual power was depleted and his attributes greatly reduced, so he fought Chun Hao to a draw. Within moments, both had bruised and swollen faces. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Su Chen was momentarily stunned. "Have you fought enough?" Su Chen shouted coldly, his voice like thunder. The brothers immediately separated, looking at him in terror. "Stop shifting blame. You both have to pay the price." Su Chen's casual statement was like a death sentence. A chill immediately filled the surroundings, making everyone's spine run cold. Was he really going to give them a taste of their own medicine? Chun Hao's whole body shook, and he suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. "Brother Chun, I was wrong. Please don't sever my tendons. I'll never dare again." Chun Lai shouted angrily. Chen Hao, get up. Don't disgrace the Chen family. Do you think kneeling will make him spare you? Though his words were tough, his voice was trembling. Su Chen glanced at both of them. Since his attitude is sincere, I'll spare him. As for you. Before he could finish, Chun Lai dropped to his knees with a thud, his forehead nearly touching the ground. Brother Chun, I was momentarily confused just now. You're magnanimous. Please spare me. The scene immediately became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Chun Hao snorted coldly, full of disdain. Didn't you say not to disgrace the Chen family? How come you're also kneeling and begging for mercy? Chun Lai shouted angrily. Screw off. To everyone's surprise, Chun Lai and Chun Hao dropped to their knees without hesitation. They had no backbone whatsoever. People like this were destined for mediocrity. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at them with cold indifference, his voice dripping with mockery. I could spare your tendons, but you've wasted my time. Surely you owe me some compensation. With their foreheads pressed against the dirt, both men felt bitter inside. Kneeling had already cost them their dignity, yet Su Chen still demanded payment. Chun Lai raised his head and swallowed hard. What kind of compensation do you want, Brother Chun? All their spirit beasts were dead, and they seemed to have nothing valuable left. Su Chen crooked his finger mysteriously and let out a sleazy chuckle. That depends on what valuable things you have on you. He deliberately drew out his words, his eyes roaming up and down their bodies as if appraising prey. Damn it, don't they get it? Do I have to spell it out? Su Chen cursed inwardly. But to Chun Lai and Chun Hao, that head-to-toe scrutiny felt like being sized up as merchandise. Terror seized them as they scrambled backward, their voices breaking. Brother Chun, please no. Brother Chun, I'll give you anything you want, but not this. Both men looked utterly wronged, snot and tears streaming down their faces. Su Chen froze, noticing the strange expressions on the surrounding spectators' faces. Some covered their mouths to stifle giggles, others exchanged knowing looks, and the air seemed filled with pink bubbles. His mind raced, and suddenly it hit him, his face flushed crimson. What the hell are you thinking? I'm completely normal. I want gold coins, understand. His outburst triggered good-natured laughter from the crowd. Chun Lai and Chun Hao exchanged glances for a few seconds before finally understanding the misunderstanding. They awkwardly wiped away their tears and snot, forcing apologetic smiles. Oh, gold coins. No problem at all. Brother Chun, you should have said so earlier. We thought. Phew, nearly scared us to death. A vein throbbed at Su Chen's temple as he decided not to waste more words. The two men didn't dare delay further and immediately emptied all the gold coins from their spirit beast storage space, a glittering pile, totaling over 500,000. For elite students from Beijing University, this amount was pocket change, but now they handed it over as respectfully as paying ransom. After counting the coins, Su Chen tucked the cards into his jacket. This money was crucial for him. His big eater, Henin, would need massive amounts of food to continue growing. With his compensation secured, he didn't linger. With a low command, his panda spirit beast Henin stretched its sturdy limbs and carried him away in a hurry, not even bothering with farewells. Many onlookers had hoped to strike up conversations, but they only saw the panda's retreating figure. When the dust settled, only Chun Lai and Chun Hao remained at the street corner, supporting each other, their minds consumed by two words, Su Chen, a mixture of hatred and fear that would haunt their nightmares. Though the battle had ended, the aftermath was just beginning. News that Beijing University's Chun Lai was defeated by Su Chen from Haicheng No. 1 High School swept through Haicheng City like a hurricane. Initially, people scoffed at what seemed like ridiculous rumors, but as more eyewitnesses came forward, the skepticism gradually faded. Then a complete battle video surfaced online: 3 fully evolved spirit beasts, one of demonic quality, and 2 second-tier complete forms, controlled by elite Beijing University students, facing an opponent with just one spirit beast who dominated every exchange from start to finish with instant kills. Every frame showing blood spattering and energy explosions silently screamed. Is this really a high school student? Doubt instantly transformed into shock as words like monster and prodigy flooded the comments. The entire city of Haicheng exploded with excitement. People no longer dared call Su Chen merely talented. This was beyond monstrous. The word genius simply couldn't capture it. Forget about high school students, even beast tamers from Kyoto University, like Chun Lai, would struggle to achieve a one-hit kill. Yet someone had done exactly that, and it was Su Chen, an seemingly ordinary senior from Haicheng No. 1 High School. When curious netizens dug up his personal information, even more shocking details quickly emerged. Just days ago, Su Chen's beast was still in its juvenile stage. Within mere days, that same beast had grown powerful enough to instantly slay a fully mature Creaturia growth rate that completely overturned everyone's understanding of beast cultivation. The Haicheng No. 1 High School forum exploded instantly, with posts sprouting like bamboo shoots after rain, most commenters not even being students from the school. Is this really a high school student? Chun Lai is an elite from Kyoto University, and he actually won. Ridiculous. I heard Su Chen's beast was just in juvenile stage a few days ago, and now I can kill a fully mature beast in days. Did it take steroids or something? Haven't seen any drugs, but I heard that beast devoured an entire bamboo grove. Does anyone know what grade that beast is? To instantly kill a second-tier fully mature beast, it must be at least third-tier fully mature, right? Are you kidding me? Evolving to fully mature in just days? Even cheating isn't that fast. I was there, saw Chun Lai's 3 beasts instantly sliced into 3 corpses without even a struggle. Also witnessed it. Have you ever seen a bear wielding a massive blade with killer moves? Those sword techniques were absolutely sick. You didn't see Chun Lai's expression. The guy was completely questioning his existence. Is Su Chen really a high school senior? Seriously doubting it. Don't doubt it. I was there when this legend was fishing with dynamite in the beast realm and caught a ride. What? The secret realm dynamite fishing was him too? I'm also a senior, and my beast is barely at mature stage, so demoralizing. Haiching number 1 high school really struck gold. Countless posts shared a single theme: shock and awe. In Haiching number 1 high school's centuries-long history, never had such a prodigious student appeared, and this time, the entire faculty and student body were buzzing with the news. In freshman and sophomore classrooms, hushed discussions rose and fell, with students sometimes getting so excited they nearly slammed their desks, other times so stunned they sat slack-jawed. Despite teachers scolding from their podiums, classroom order remained chaotic more so than any other day. The news quickly spread to the faculty group chat, and only then did the teachers realize what their students had been discussing. Su Chen from senior class D? How come I've never heard of him before? In the office, a new teacher stared at the forum page with complete confusion. He's the school's invisible man, nicknamed pig farming expert, and veteran teacher explained with a laugh, though he couldn't help but sigh. Never would have imagined this student was hiding so deep, actually defeating Chen Lai, an elite student from Kyoto University. This Chen Lai was no ordinary opponent. Last year's genius from Shengdai High School, he had been admitted to Beijing University with a complete form beast of demonic quality. In just 1 year, he had managed to cultivate 2 more second-tier complete form beasts. Such talent ranked among the very best of the nation's young beast tamers. Yet this prodigy had fallen to an ordinary high school student, leaving all the teachers present utterly bewildered. Who exactly is this Su Chen, to be able to slay all 3 of Chun Lai's tamed beasts? Exclamations of amazement echoed throughout the office. Someone quickly pulled up his records, and as the screen scrolled through the information, new gasps of shock erupted continuously. Records showed Su Chen came from a common family. Just days ago, his tamed beast was still in its juvenile stage. Within a single day, he had evolved it from juvenile to mature stage. At the school gate battle, he fought 4 opponents of equal level single-handedly. In the beast-taming secret realm, he broke record after record, reaching the 17th floor with an average of just 1 minute per floor. And now, with absolute dominance, he had instantly defeated 3 complete form beasts belonging to Beijing University elite Chen Lai. Each piece of information piled upon the last, leaving all the teachers speechless. With such performance, Su Chen must have been hiding his true strength all along, right? Suddenly, a female teacher recalled the strange phenomenon from 2 nights ago, the divine beast light that had appeared above Haiching City. That pillar of light had shaken the entire city and even alarmed the whole Xia kingdom. She drew in a sharp breath. Could that divine beast belong to Su Chen? If so, instantly defeating 3 complete form beasts would make perfect sense. But immediately after, she shook her head repeatedly. Impossible. Controlling a divine beast required massive spiritual power. Reportedly, only 5th-level beast tamers could form such contracts, not to mention the requirements of strength, talent, and luck, none of which could be lacking. Su Chen was just a high school senior. How could he possibly control a divine beast? The news quickly spread back to Haiching number 1 high school. However, almost no one in the senior year knew about it. They were currently embarking on their wilderness trial and had no idea about the explosive news online. At this moment by the school gate, only 1 bus remained among the pickup vehicles. The other vehicles had already taken most students away, while this bus was specifically waiting for senior class A. The seats inside were full, yet they were missing 1 final student. Even after waiting nearly an hour, not a single complaint could be heard from the bus, because the person they were waiting for was Haiching City's acknowledged beast-taming prodigy Li Na. Outside the school gate under the sunlight, a ponytailed girl in a tight-fitting training outfit stood with an athletic build. She stared down at the scrolling news on her smart bracelet, her delicate face filled with astonishment. This was Li Na. Su Chen? He actually defeated 3 complete form beasts instantly. She widened her eyes, her heart racing. If she were to face Chen Lai herself, she was confident she could defeat that ice crystal python of demonic quality through skill alone. But if Chen Lai released his other 2 second-tier complete form beasts as well, victory would be uncertain. An instant kill, though? Li Na knew she could never achieve such a thing. An unknown Su Chen had defeated Chen Lai with an instant kill. This was truly hard to believe. As Li Na browsed through the posts one by one, the shock in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Just one beast companion with unclear information, yet capable of defeating elite students from Beijing University, she murmured to herself, her fingers rapidly swiping across the light screen. In the looping battle videos within the posts, fully evolved demonic beasts and two second-tier fully evolved alien beasts appeared one after another, yet they were all easily suppressed by a senior high school student named Su Chen. This footage completely overturned Li Na's understanding of the power ceiling for high school level combat. In upper social circles, any student who could evolve their beast companion to full form during high school was uniformly classified as elite. Li Na knew the profiles of all such talents by heart, yet she had never heard the name Su Chen before. An unknown high school student defeating a prominent figure from Beijing University. She would never believe such rumors without video evidence. Nana, hurry up. Everyone's waiting for you. The pleasant call pulled her back to reality. Looking up, she saw the gates of Haiqing No. 1 High School right in front of her, with the equally beautiful Lu Xian waving at her. Lina decisively closed her smart bracelet and jogged over. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Lu Xian squinted her eyes and playfully nudged her arm. Arriving so late, were you staring at some handsome guy on the way and got distracted? You think I'm like you? Lina rolled her eyes and explained, something came up at home at the last minute. Then she turned to the middle-aged man not far away. Director Chen, sorry, I'm late. Chen Danwen was standing by the car door, gazing outside the school. Seeing her arrival, he waved his hands repeatedly. No problem, as long as you're here. Get in the car. Lina was still puzzled about what his searching gaze was looking for, so she lowered her voice and asked Lu Xian, Xian, besides me, who else hasn't arrived? No one else. Class A is all here. Lu Xian thought of something and pursed her lips. I heard there's still someone from Class D who hasn't come. Director Chun had Class D's bus leave first and plans to arrange that person in our car. Honestly, those losers from Class D, why should they ride with us? Class D, which consistently ranked at the bottom academically, sat at the very bottom of the grades disdain chain, and this sense of superiority was written all over the faces of Class A students. Director Chen, since Class A is all here, let's start the car. We shouldn't delay the wilderness trial. The speaker was Xing Lei, Class A's homeroom teacher, who had always taken pride in outstanding students like Lina. Having waited nearly an hour for some nobody from who knows where from Class D, he was already growing impatient. Chen Danwen sighed inwardly. He had already used his authority to buy time for Su Chen and specifically arranged for him to ride in Class A's bus. But if they delayed any longer, even he couldn't withstand everyone's resentment. Forget it, we're not waiting anymore. He muttered to himself, directing the driver to prepare for departure. Just as the taillights lit up, a black and white figure rushed from the street, corner a chubby panda, steady in gait, yet surprisingly fast. On the panda's back, Su Chen held the reins with one hand and adjusted the goggles on his forehead with the other, arriving dusty and windswept at the school gate. Where did you run off to, kid? I called your smart communicator so many times, and you didn't answer. Seeing the figure, Chen Danwen was both delighted and annoyed, raising his hand to deliver a barrage of scolding. Su Chen dismounted and showed an apologetic smile. Sorry about that, I got held up by two dogs on the way. All right, get in the car quickly. Everyone's been waiting for you. Chen Danwen couldn't be bothered to listen to Su Chen's excuses and hurriedly urged him to board the vehicle. Lina peered through the car window and spotted Su Chen arriving late, her brow furrowing with displeasure. This was the same Su Chen who had defeated Chen Lai in the interschool competition. Lina's gaze shifted to the round, chubby panda beast companion at Su Chen's feet, her surprise deepening. Strangely, she was the only one in the entire car showing such an expression. The other students merely cast undisguised looks of disdain. Clearly, they hadn't seen the online rumors. As elite Class A students, they naturally felt superior to Class D, and being forced to share a ride only intensified their disgust. Su Chen recalled his panda Han Han into the beast companion space and stepped forward to board the bus, only to be blocked at the door by Xing Lei's outstretched arm. Sorry, student, the bus is full. Wait for the next one, Xing Lei said expressionlessly, his tone dripping with contempt. How dare a Class D loser think he could ride with Class A? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing at his lips. Honestly, he had zero interest in the wilderness trial the school had arranged. He'd much rather buy a few tons of beast companion food and stay home watching Han Han eat, while cultivating far more efficient than this hassle. Learning there were no seats, he was ready to seize this opportunity to head home and simply turn to leave. Chen Danwen panicked and was about to argue for Su Chen when a clear female voice suddenly rang out from inside the bus. Teacher Xing, I have an empty seat here. Let Su Chen sit with me. The voice belonged to Lina. The Class A students were stunned. Everyone knew Lina never voluntarily let unfamiliar boys sit near her. Lu Xian's eyes widened. Nah. So when you asked me to move over, it was to make room for this guy? She had originally been sitting with Lina, but was squeezed to another spot moments ago. Now the truth was revealed. Instantly, all the students in the bus began wondering, what exactly was the relationship between Su Chen and Lina? Teacher Xing, Since there's a seat available, let's Su Chen board. Don't waste any more time, Chen Danwen said with visible displeasure. Xing Lei turned to look at Li Na. Utterly bewildered, the usually proud Li Na was actually offering her seat to a Class D boy? This defied all logic. But since she had spoken up, he couldn't very well continue blocking the way. He could only snort coldly and return to his seat. What are you standing there for? Get on the bus, Chen Danwen urged. Su Chen let out a heavy sigh. My plan to go home and feed Han Han is ruined. His face showed complete dejection. Chen Danwen wanted to kick him. Countless people would kill to sit next to Li Na, and this kid looked utterly miserable about it. So infuriating. Su Chen stepped onto the bus in one stride. The driver immediately started the engine, and the vehicle roared out of the school gates. Director Chen, come quickly. Our forum has exploded. Chen Danwen hadn't even made it back to his office when several teachers responsible for the sophomore and junior classes rushed over, their faces etched with utter shock. Director Chen, have you checked the forum? Chen Danwen stopped in his tracks and casually refreshed his phone. Hot posts were rapidly climbing to the homepage. Records of Su Chen contracting a divine beast, combat videos of him defeating opponents of the same level, and news of various prestigious universities desperately trying to recruit him. One stunning achievement after another flashed across the screen. He merely raised an eyebrow slightly, then smiled, as if all of this was exactly what he had expected. Director Chen, you're not surprised at all? The teachers exchanged glances, their confusion practically written on their faces when they first saw this content. They were so shocked they couldn't speak, yet Director Chen remained completely unfazed. In truth, Chen Danwen hadn't known in advance, but he had long anticipated this day would come. He was one of the few who understood Su Chen's true capabilities. A genius beast tamer who had contracted a divine beast would inevitably set the entire Haiqing, and even the whole country, ablaze with excitement. The revelations on the forum were merely the opening act. The truly jaw-dropping scenes were yet to come. He cleared his throat twice, suppressing the wild joy in his heart, and put on a stern expression. What's so surprising about this? Students from Haiqing No. 1 High School have always been exceptional. With those words, he clasped his hands behind his back, tilted his nose slightly upward, and walked toward his office with steady steps. The teachers watched in amazement, truly worthy of being an iron-faced director with decades of teaching experience, able to remain so composed when faced with such a prodigious student. If it were them, they would have already been popping champagne in celebration. Someone secretly speculated. Perhaps Director Chen was well-traveled and had seen all kinds of geniuses? But Su Chen's level of absurdity had long surpassed the realm of genius, was undoubtedly a monster. Regardless, Haiqing No. 1 High School was destined to become famous because of Su Chen first in Haiqing, then throughout the entire Xia Kingdom. Inside the office. Pop! The champagne cork shot skyward, hit the ceiling, and bounced to the floor as golden foam splattered everywhere. Chen Danwen raised his glass and laughed heartily, the wrinkles on his face creasing into the shape of a chrysanthemum. Haha, good boy, you've really brought honor to this old man. What elites from Beijing University? They're all trash compared to Su Chen. Who dares say our No. 1 high school has no talent? Once Su Chen's identity is revealed, let's see how they all pick their jaws up off the floor. After finishing one bottle, he was still not satisfied and opened a second one. Champagne arced through the air as the entire office filled with the aroma of wine and his triumphant laughter. Meanwhile, the bus roared forward on the highway. Su Chen climbed the steps and looked down the narrow aisle, feeling as if a stone was pressing against his chest. The seats on both sides were full, and pairs of eyes like hungry beasts coldly locked onto him. If looks could kill, he would have died 1,000 times over. Who exactly did I offend? He sighed inwardly as he walked down the aisle. There was only one empty seat left in the bus, right next to Li Na. Reaching the seat, he sat down despite the resentment filling the entire bus. The passengers' heads turned like machine guns following his movement, displaying anger, disdain, contempt, and scorn. Everything except goodwill. Even Lu Xian looked disgusted, though there was also a hint of curiosity in her expression. Su Chen made his way to the back row and was about to sit down when a jarring voice erupted from the row in front. Kid, you'd better not sit here. He looked toward the source of the voice and saw a face marked by inherent arrogance. Xing Mingxian, the second-ranked student at No. 1 High and one of Li Na's suitors. His contemptuous gaze carried undisguised threats. Su Chen sneered coldly, meeting his challenge with a defiant look. Not only did he take his seat, but he deliberately scooted a few centimeters closer to Li Na. Xing Mingxuan's facial muscles twitched, clearly suppressing his rage. Are you looking for death? You think you can handle me? With someone picking a fight right in front of him, Su Chen had no intention of backing down. He'd always enjoyed taking on challengers, one after another. Very well. Xing Mingxuan's voice was low and menacing. After we get off this bus, you'll regret every word you said today. His tone dripped with murderous intent. Other students in the bus turned their heads, their faces filled with schadenfreude. This kid's done for, daring to cross Brother Xing. A Class D loser acting all cocky? His student career ends here. Haha, we'll have quite a show when we get off. Mocking laughter and whistles filled the air. Some flipped Su Chen the middle finger, while others made throat-slitting gestures. Su Chen dismissed it all as childish theatrics. Between angering one person and angering an entire class, he clearly preferred the latter. Stop staring, you idiots. His explosive shout detonated through the bus, instantly plunging it into dead silence. Everyone froze in their seats, staring at him with "Are you insane?" expressions. Even Li Na was left speechless with shock. Was Su Chen incredibly bold or incredibly stupid? The silence lasted only half a second. Holy crap, this kid's got some nerve. You little punk, say that again. A Class D waste dares to talk big? Brothers, let's take him down. Curses flooded the air as several students rose from their seats, rolling up their sleeves. Su Chen simply leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, tilted his chin up slightly, and maintained an expression calmer than anyone else's. This posture only fanned the flames of everyone's fury. Everyone quiet down and return to your seats. Xing Mingxuan's sudden bellow cut through the chaos like a severed power cord, restoring silence to the entire bus. He wasn't helping Su Chen as the supervising teacher. He had to maintain order and couldn't allow any incidents on the bus. He fixed Su Chen with a cold stare, his eyes carrying a naked warning. Yet his mind flashed back to Chun Danwen's instructions before departure. Ensure Su Chen's safety at all costs, no accidents whatsoever. Xing Mingxian scoffed at this special treatment, couldn't understand why a Class D waste deserved such consideration. Just because Su Chen had defeated Chen Hao. Speaking of Chen Hao, Xing Mingxian felt even more disdainful. Chen Hao's 9th place ranking was nothing but a hollow facade. Any student randomly picked from Class A could beat Chen Hao to a pulp. Everyone was convinced that Chun Danwen must have misjudged the situation to show favor to a worthless student from Class D. If other academies heard about this, it would only become a laughingstock. Xing Mingxian let out a cold shout, and the entire carriage fell silent instantly. However, everyone was secretly planning to teach this arrogant kid a proper lesson the moment they got off the train. In the carriage, Li Na stared at Su Chen for quite a while before finally asking softly, "Where did you go this morning?" Su Chen was caught off guard by the question. "Why are you asking about that? I asked you a question, so just answer it." Li Na frowned slightly. "Two dogs blocked my way, so I got into a fight," Su Chen replied casually. As soon as he said this, Lu Xian, who was sitting nearby, burst into laughter. "You're so funny. Why would you go fight with dogs?" Clearly, like the others, she hadn't paid attention to the forum rumors and knew nothing about Su Chen's exploits. Su Chen added nonchalantly, "When two dogs block your path, of course you beat them up. Even if a whole carriage full of dogs is barking, I'd still beat them up." The implication was clear. Those in the carriage who had been insulting him were all dogs too. Lu Xian missed the underlying meaning and continued laughing heartily. "What? You were blocked by a whole carriage of dogs? Ha ha ha. Why do you have such a connection with dogs?" The students in the back rows, however, caught the real meaning and were fuming with anger. Lina remained curious. "Can you tell me what grade your beast companion is?" This was what she truly cared about. She had witnessed Su Chen instantly defeat Chen Lai's 3 beast companions with her own eyes. Logically, that panda should be at least a sacred beast level. But she had just checked Su Chen's profile, and he was merely a first-level beast master, who by all reasoning shouldn't be able to control a sacred beast. Unless Su Chen had some hidden methods. Unexpectedly, Li Na asked so directly. Su Chen answered casually, "Beast quality? It's a divine beast, obviously." He said the words divine beast, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "If you don't want to say, then forget it." Li Na clearly didn't believe him. "Divine beast? Yeah right, keep bragging." Lu Xian looked disgusted. "With your measly spiritual power, you'd struggle to control even a demon beast, let alone a divine beast. Why don't you just claim it's an ancient divine beast?" Little did she know, Su Chen's panda truly was an ancient divine beast-level creature. What expression would Lu Xian have when the truth was revealed? Unable to extract any useful information from Su Chen, Li Na's curiosity only intensified. She even speculated that the panda might have already evolved to a third-tier complete form. But considering that just a few days ago it was in its juvenile stage, and advancing to mature stage in one day was already shocking enough if it had broken through to complete form in just a few short days, this would defy all common sense. If it wasn't a third-tier complete form, yet could still instantly defeat 3 complete form beast companions with one strike. Could Su Chen actually be telling the truth? Was that chubby bear really a divine beast? As soon as this thought arose, Li Na immediately shook her head in denial. What kind of divine beast would look so adorable? It would be more fitting to call it a cute beast. There are countless varieties of beast companions in the world, and Li Na knew a thing or two about most of them. However, this was her first time seeing a chubby bear like Su Chen's that could skillfully wield weapons. It wasn't that such cases had never existed before, but beast companions capable of reaching that level of armed combat had typically already broken through the complete form constraints. The complete form was divided into 9 tiers, and with each breakthrough, a beast companion's combat power would surge dramatically. When all 9 tiers were conquered, legend had it that one could summon wind and rain, move mountains, and drain seas. To this day, throughout the entire Xia kingdom, only a precious few beast companions had truly crossed the 9th tier threshold. Su Chen was merely a high school student, and logically his contracted beast shouldn't have been able to touch that divine barrier. Yet somehow it had achieved exactly that, at least in terms of combat techniques. His chubby bear wielded weapons as naturally as its own limbs. I never would have imagined that Class D would produce such a remarkable student. Curiosity was written all over Li Na's beautiful face. The facts were undeniable. 2 evolutions completed within a single day. Victory against 3 opponents of the same level. Consecutive records broken in Beast Companion secret realms. Decisive defeat of Chun Lai, an elite student from Beijing University. In just a few short days, Su Chen's achievements had emerged one after another, leaving the people of Haicheng overwhelmed yet deeply shaken. Now major forums were flooded with his name, and everyone who had heard of these accomplishments couldn't help but marvel. If we were to truly spar, I'm afraid even I wouldn't be his match. Li Na's expression grew serious, though her eyes revealed determination and eager anticipation. Her gaze had remained fixed on Su Chen from beginning to end, never wavering for a moment. The Class A students witnessed all of this, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Li Na was Class A's strongest member and the #1 goddess of Haicheng First High School. Even though she often dressed conservatively, it still couldn't conceal her stunning figure, only adding to her queenly aura and sharp, cool beauty. Now, this goddess whom everyone admired kept her eyes constantly on Su Chen, causing quite a few male students to grit their teeth and secretly vow. Once they reached the wilderness trial, they would definitely show that guy what for. Time passed quietly in the train car. Approaching noon, the scenery outside the windows transformed from concrete and steel to rolling green seas. Compared to the city, the densely vegetated wilderness was the true paradise for beast companions. Beast roars carried on the wind, and exotic creatures occasionally darted through the jungle. Species rarely seen in the city were commonplace here. Though most were in their juvenile or growth stages, the scene was already quite lively. The vehicles had only just entered the forest's edge and were already encountering groups of exotic beasts, yet their destination still required another hour of travel. Su Chen pressed against the car window, looking left and right with eyes full of wonder. This appearance, like someone venturing far from home for the first time, drew sneers from many who silently cursed him as a country bumpkin. Class A consisted entirely of elites, most from distinguished backgrounds who had experienced countless wilderness battles and had long lost any sense of novelty toward this forest sea. Most people kept their eyes closed, pretending to doze, completely indifferent to the world outside the train windows. The carriage was so quiet that only the engine's hum and occasional gentle swaying could be heard. Lu Xian lifted her wrist out of boredom, tapping her fingertips across her smart bracelet as a projection screen hovered before her. Today's discussion forum was flooded with the same name, Su Chen. Why is it all about him? She wondered, casually glancing across the aisle at Su Chen. The young man was pressed against the window, taking in the scenery with eyes full of curiosity, forming a stark contrast to his drowsy classmates in the carriage. Lu Xian frowned and randomly clicked on a post. With just one glance, her expression changed dramatically. The post listed multiple records held by Su Chen. Completion times in the beast-taming secret realm, battle results, each one breaking school history. She couldn't believe it and frantically opened more posts to verify. Every number on the screen struck her heart like a heavy hammer. When a video popped up, her body went rigid. The footage showed Su Chen defeating Chun Hao in just a few moves, played repeatedly in slow motion, while thunderous cheers from the audience pierced through her earphones into her eardrums. Lu Xian's pupils dilated, and even her breathing became erratic. Looking up at Su Chen again, the disdain in her eyes had completely vanished, replaced by undisguised respect and amazement. After a long while, she finally managed to calm down, only to realize her cheeks were burning. She stole a sideways glance. Su Chen was still gazing out the window, completely unaware of the emotional turmoil of the girl beside him. Lu Xian was a Class A student, with abilities ranking in the upper tier of her class. She had always only admired the strong, and in all of Haicheng #1 high school, only Xing Mingxian barely caught her attention, and even then, only slightly. But this information before her made her feel genuinely impressed by another male student for the first time. Could it be that I really have those kinds of feelings for him? She asked herself. Perhaps it wasn't quite affection yet, but the shock was enough to plant a seed. After all, what teenage girl doesn't yearn for a gifted genius? She didn't notice that her gaze towards Su Chen had already become as gentle as spring water. Xian, what are you daydreaming about? We've arrived. Her seatmate's reminder startled her back to reality. Ah, we're already at the station? Lu Xian snapped back to consciousness, her face turning even redder as she quickly covered her burning cheeks with her hands. The train came to a stop at the foot of a towering green mountain. The doors opened, and cool mountain air rushed in. Students shouldered their backpacks and filed off the train, following teacher Xing Lei toward the nearby, pre-established camp. At the campsite, teachers and students from the other three classes had already gathered together. Class A was nearly an hour late due to waiting for Li Na. The moment Su Chen stepped into the camp, he immediately became the focus of hushed conversations. Is he the Su Chen who was late today? That's right. He made our class be wait a whole 20 minutes. It's normal for Class A to wait for Li Na, but what gives this guy the right? You're telling me he doesn't have connections? I don't buy it. Nobody knows backdoor operations better than me. I heard he defeated Chun Hao a few days ago. Please, with Chun Hao's mediocre skills, even someone from Class C like me could crush him easily. What's the big deal? Some underclassmen also said he broke records consecutively in the beast-taming secret realm. Probably just rumors getting blown out of proportion. How strong could someone from Class D be? Who knows? Su Chen's delayed arrival had stirred discontent among some students. And with rumors about him spreading across campus, their dissatisfaction only grew. In the crowd, many gazes openly displayed contempt and disdain. Even within the same school, a hierarchy existed between classes. Advanced classes looked down on lower ones, and the unfortunate Class D sat at the very bottom. All beast-taming academies sorted students by talent and ability. The most gifted were placed in the best classes, with others ranked accordingly, so students from elite classes naturally carried themselves with confidence. Except for Class A, who showed little interest in the wilderness trial, students from the other classes were all eagerly anticipating this expedition, barely containing their excitement throughout the morning. They had no time to notice the viral post online and remained unaware that Su Chen had become an internet sensation, hailed as a genius beast tamer. The Class D students, overhearing the whispered conversations around them, felt their faces burn with embarrassment and indignation. As the car door opened and Su Chen stepped onto the ground, several people immediately blocked his path, led by Xing Mingxian. You'd better watch yourself once we reach the wilderness forest, Xing Mingxian said with a dark expression, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Anything can happen in a place like that. He had long considered Su Chen a thorn in his side, especially since Li Na's attention towards Su Chen filled him with jealousy. Everyone at number 1 high knew that Xing Mingxian was pursuing Li Na, and Su Chen's audacity to sit beside her in his presence felt like a direct provocation. You're right, anything can happen in the wilderness. You'd better watch yourself too, Su Chen replied, meeting his gaze with equal coldness and disdain. Xing Mingxuan's eyebrow twitched, his facial muscles trembling as he forcibly suppressed his rage. This kid dared to act arrogant, even after getting off the bush, truly didn't know the meaning of death. A cold smile curved his lips as he flipped his right hand, causing a flash of light to appear. Behind him, a three-metal blazing figure suddenly materialized a second-tier complete form, the Azure Flame Steed. When did Xing Mingxian break through to complete form? Reaching second tier before even entering university really is our number 1 high's genius. Way to go, brother Xing! Exclamations erupted from all sides. The Azure Flame Steed's entire body burned with deep blue flames, its scorching heat waves instantly raising the surrounding temperature. Known for creating firewalls through high-speed running, it combined both speed and power. Having just evolved yesterday, this was its first public appearance, and its fierce aura completely satisfied Xing Mingxuan's vanity. He smugly glanced toward Li Na, only to find her reaction disappointingly flat. She showed not the slightest surprise at his low-tier Azure Flame Steed. Forget about Li Na. Even Lu Xian, who was usually bubbly and carefree, showed little reaction at this moment. Watching Xing Mingxuan's second-tier complete form beast roar into view, she merely raised an eyebrow and muttered to herself. What's so impressive about a second-tier complete form? Just this morning, Su Chen obliterated 2 second-tier complete forms in seconds, and here you are still showing off like an idiot. Wait until you see this morning's trending newslets. See if you'll still dare to act all high and mighty in front of Su Chen. Li Na remained equally expressionless, though her gaze wasn't fixed on Xing Mingxian, but firmly glued to Su Chen. Clearly, compared to a second-tier flame stallion, Su Chen was far more captivating to her. Xing Mingxian summoned his beast before Su Chen with a "let me show you what's what" attitude, and the surrounding students immediately erupted in cheers. Xing Mingxian was extremely popular at First High School, with nearly half the crowd cheering him on while the rest joined in the commotion. The camp instantly became a chaotic mess, with the noise reaching the heavens. The supervising teachers merely glanced at the crowd without intervening. They always turned a blind eye to minor conflicts between students. As long as there was no fighting on campus grounds, they remained neutral regarding off-campus disputes. According to the academy's philosophy, healthy competition accelerated student cultivation. Su Chen muttered under his breath. Just took down 2 second-tier complete forms this morning, and now another one pops up. Are second-tier complete forms really that easy to evolve? Though his voice was low, it still reached some students' ears. Ha ha, did you hear that? This kid's bragging about taking out 2 second-tier complete forms this morning. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Does he really think a few tall tales will scare off brother Xing? If you're going to brag, go big. Why not claim to be Haiching City's legendary beast contractor? Laughter swept through the entire camp, with no one believing Su Chen's words. Li Na sighed quietly, her feelings complicated. When these people are mocking Su Chen like this, won't their expressions be even more spectacular than today's when the truth comes out? Unlike Li Na's silence, Lu Xian's face flushed red with anger. She suddenly placed her hands on her hips and shouted at the crowd. Su Chen wasn't bragging. He really did slay second-tier complete forms. All eyes instantly focused on her, and even Su Chen was stunned, not understanding why Lu Xian had suddenly stepped forward. Xian, what are you talking about? A female student approached Lu Xian with disbelief written all over her face. Everyone couldn't understand why Lu Xian would defend a loser from another class. I'm not talking nonsense. You'll all regret this sooner or later. Lu Xian stamped her feet in frustration. Seeing Su Chen looking at her, her face instantly turned crimson as she lowered her head like a deer caught doing something wrong. Lu Xian's girlish demeanor immediately revealed the truth to many onlookers. She was Class A's star student, beautiful and pursued by countless admirers, yet here, she was acting shy in front of a Class D failure? Firstly, now Lu Xianboth of Class A's top beauties showing interest in Su Chen simultaneously ignited the fury of many Class A students. At this moment, some even harbored murderous thoughts towards Su Chen. All right, Xian, don't let it get to you. Li Na leaned down and whispered comfortingly, while her cold gaze swept around the area, her eyes flashing with an intimidating chill. As a Class A student, she despised the condescending attitude of her classmates, the most especially those self-proclaimed elites who relied on their family resources to get ahead quickly, then looked down on those from ordinary backgrounds. Hearing Li Na's words, the anger on Lu Xian's face gradually subsided as she snorted softly. Exactly, they're nothing without their families. In terms of actual ability, Su Chen could easily take them all on. Li Na nodded in agreement. Ever since watching that viral battle video this morning, she had already recognized Su Chen's prodigious strength. Yet this group of ignorant fools continued their mockery and sarcasm. She really wanted to make them open their smart bracelets right then and there to check today's trending news, then decide whether they wanted to continue humiliating themselves. Facing the ridicule, Su Chen remained composed and acted as if he hadn't heard anything, walking straight toward the temporary camp in the distance. It was noon, and the sun blazed overhead. Though the camp was temporary, it was fully equipped with training areas, rest pods, and supply warehouses. Su Chen, over here. A clear voice rang out like a lark's song, instantly drawing everyone's attention and bringing sudden silence to the bustling camp. The next second, all the male students wore identical, dazed expressions. Shang Wanwan had arrived. With ruby lips and a jade-like face, bright teeth and radiant features, her delicate features seemed carved to perfection. Her waterfall-like hair cascaded to her waist, and her 170-centimeter tall, slender figure was perfectly curved. Even her tight combat suit couldn't conceal her stunning silhouette. She was practically every man's fantasy come to life. Class D's greatest advantage was having this breathtakingly beautiful substitute teacher. Rumors even circulated that many students considered dropping down just to spend more time with her. Why are you only arriving now? Hurry back to the Class D rest area for assembly. Shang Wanwan's willow-like eyebrows furrowed slightly, her tone carrying a hint of reproach mixed with concern. Su Chen nodded sheepishly and followed behind her through the gate. Inside the camp was even more crowded than outside, with rows of temporary tables and chairs filled with energetic young men and women. Why are there so many people? Su Chen looked around, slightly surprised. Upon closer inspection, he realized that besides students from Haicheng No. 1 High School, other schools from Haicheng City had also sent teams for wilderness forest trials. Shang Wanwan explained as she led the way. This year's beast-taming examination has expanded several times over. Haicheng City alone has over 20,000 applicants. With the exam approaching, every school is using their remaining time for intensive training. She paused, then added, the Xia Kingdom has quite a few beast-taming universities, but only a handful are truly prestigious. Based on this year's application numbers, the overall acceptance rate is around 5. Her tone grew somber as she continued. As for those renowned beast-taming universities, their acceptance rates are so low they don't even reach 1. Beast-tamers who can be admitted to prestigious universities are all outstanding individuals with exceptional talent and strength. The moment Su Chen stepped into Class D's rest area, it was as if he had lit a fire in the stagnant air, and everyone's eyes immediately turned to him. It's Su Chen. Brother Chen is finally here. Damn, we've been waiting for Brother Chen forever. Now I finally feel confident. Exactly. Those snobs looking down on us. Brother Chen, you've got to help us get some payback. The previously dejected classmates immediately gathered around him, their faces filled with humiliation and resentment, occasionally glancing toward the group of well-dressed students from classes A and B nearby. Everyone spoke at once, pouring out all the mockery they had endured over the past few days. Su Chen raised his hand to quiet them, his voice firm. Don't take their words to heart. Beast tamers speak with strength. If you really feel wronged, then get good results in this wilderness trial and shut them up with facts. With just those few words, everyone's expression shifted and a new determination appeared in their eyes. Right? Brother Chun is absolutely right. So what if they're from classes A and B? They're just rich kids, not necessarily stronger than us. And we have Brother Chun. Thinking of Su Chen's experience of advancing 2 realms in a single day and breaking the beast-taming secret realm record, everyone's confidence soared. Those people mocking Class D weren't even worthy of carrying Brother Chen's shoes. With emotions running high, everyone couldn't help but stand taller. Suddenly, a faint sweet fragrance drifted by. Su Chen sensed movement behind him and spun around, only to see a girl with her hands raised like claws, ready to scare him, but he caught her red-handed. Damn it, you noticed me again. The girl pouted with a resentful expression. She was none other than Haicheng City's genius girl Yu Xiaoro from Shanghai High School. Gasps immediately echoed nearby. Yu Xiaoro, the girl who was not only sweet and beautiful, but had also contracted dual beast companions in high school, and recently tested a sacred grade beast companion prodigious talent, who should be mingling with the elite circles, was now chatting familiarly with commoner Su Chen like an old friend. Su Chen remained calm. What do you need? What? I can't even come see you. And you're giving me that cold face. Yu Xiaoro's tone was aggrieved, yet carried a hint of playful whining. This scene left everyone around them dumbfounded. Su Chen sighed and forced a slight smile. Is this better? So reluctant. You might as well not smile at all. The girl rolled her eyes. Forget about that. Hurry up and summon Henin, I miss it. It's sleeping in the beast space. Sleeping again. Does Henin do nothing but eat and sleep? You're absolutely right, that's exactly what it does. Their back-and-forth banter was just like a young couple's playful argument. The watching classmates exchanged glances, some even showing envy in their eyes. At this moment, Yu Xiaoro turned to the crowd with a sweet smile. You're all Su Chen's classmates, right? I'm Yu Xiaoro. Nice to meet you all. Seeing her so approachable and charming, many classmates were stunned and felt somewhat flattered. Hello, Yu Xiaoro. It's such an honor to meet you. Many of them stumbled over their greetings, clearly too excited to contain themselves. Everyone had expected Yu Xiaoro, known as the prodigy girl, to be aloof and cold, but to their surprise, she wore a warm smile and maintained an approachable demeanor that put everyone at ease. When are you all entering the wilderness forest trial? The girl blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, a hint of mischief flickering in their depths. Though she appeared to be addressing the entire class, her gaze remained fixed on Su Chen. Why are you asking about that? Su Chen shot back bluntly. I want to take the trial together with you all. Is that not allowed? Yu Xiaoro paired her words with a plaintive look, tilting her head up slightly. Yu Xiaoro wants to take the trial with us? The students from Class D were stunned speechless by this unexpected invitation. Why aren't you taking the trial with your own classmates instead of coming to join us? Su Chen pressed. I don't want to take the trial with them theory, all a bunch of conceited jerks. I find you much more interesting, actually. The girl pouted, and her final comment was particularly direct, setting the surrounding students' imaginations running wild. Could it be that Yu Xiaoro had feelings for Su Chen? Su Chen, however, knew that the girl's real intention was simply to play with Henin. With her lively personality, she quickly integrated into Class D and got along well with everyone. At that moment, more than 10 male students wearing Sunday high school uniforms strutted arrogantly into Class D's rest area. The cramped space instantly became packed to capacity. The leading youth wore a contemptuous expression as he looked down on everyone present. Xiaoro, why didn't you tell me you were coming here? The trial is about to begin, let's head back. The speaker was none other than the leader Guan Ming, ranked first in combat ability at Sunday High School. Why should I have to tell you where I go? The girl's tone instantly turned icy. If you want to go back yourself. Guan Ming showed no anger and maintained his composed smile. Xiaoro, I don't mind if you want to get some fresh air, but the atmosphere here is too polluted. Let's find somewhere else. At these words, the Class D students' anger flared, and they clenched their fists while glaring at Guan Ming. What? Do you have a problem with me saying this place is too polluted? Guan Ming smiled contemptuously, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his powerful presence silencing everyone. A bunch of losers. He snorted coldly. Guan Ming, you're going too far. Yu Xiaoro finally couldn't hold back her angry shout. I have a problem with it. Only then did Su Chen's calm voice ring out. The surroundings fell silent instantly, with all eyes turning to Su Chen, expressions of surprise, disdain, and confusion intermingling. Guan Ming's face darkened immediately, his facial muscles twitching. Someone dared to challenge him openly. Who do you think you are, talking to Brother Ming like that? A blonde-haired youth burst out from the crowd, throwing an angry punch straight at Su Chen. Everyone gasped in shock. This was the wilderness trial base camp, and the blonde dared to start a fight in the designated rest area. Wasn't he afraid of punishment from the regulatory authorities? But in the next instant, Su Chen swiftly grabbed the blonde punk's arm in a lightning-fast motion, yanking hard and sending him flying through the air. Caught completely off guard, the blonde punk crashed heavily onto the floor, his body pitching forward in a faceplant that left his nose gushing blood. He clutched his face, letting out agonized wails as crimson seeped through his fingers, leaving him in a thoroughly pathetic state. "You little punk, how dare you hit someone?" The dozen or so students from Shanghai High School erupted in fury, all pointing accusingly at Su Chen with razor-sharp glares. Su Chen merely glanced coolly at the blonde punk, his tone calm, yet cutting. "What's the problem? You threw the first punch, can't I defend myself? This time it's just a lesson. Next time, it won't be as simple as a bloody nose." The air instantly thickened with tension. Guanming stared darkly at Su Chen, veins bulging at his temples. A mere freshman had dared to publicly humiliate him. As the saying goes, when you beat the dog, you must consider the master. This was clearly a direct challenge to his authority. "Guanming, take your people and leave now, or I'll tell the teachers." Yu Xiaoro stepped forward boldly, shouting sternly. "What's going on here?" Amid the angry voices, a middle-aged man hurried over. He was the supervising teacher from Shanghai High School. Seeing his student lying bloodied on the ground, his face immediately darkened. "What happened? Who dared to hit my student?" The dozen Shanghai High students remained silent, their eyes fixed on Su Chen. Following their gaze, the teacher locked onto his target, his face livid. "Did you do this? You've got some nerve, attacking someone in the rest area." Before Su Chen could speak, Yu Xiaoro stepped forward first, pointing at the blonde punk. "Teacher." He threw the first punch. Su Chen was only defending himself. The middle-aged man frowned, clearly displeased that Yu Xiaoro was taking the opposing side. He wanted to protect his student, but lacked a proper excuse. At that moment, Guanming delivered the final blow with feigned innocence. "Teacher, our classmate never threw a punch. He just wanted to shake hands, but this guy suddenly attacked him." The blonde punk on the ground immediately caught on to Guanming's meaning and quickly chimed in. Yes, yes. I just wanted to shake hands. Who knew he'd not only hit me, but then turn around and claim I started it? Teacher, you have to stand up for me. You're lying through your teeth." Yu Xiaoro's face flushed red with anger. "Teacher, don't believe them." The middle-aged man looked between Su Chen and Yu Xiaoro, saying coldly. "So you're saying you threw the first punch? Come with me to the office at headquarters. I'll notify your school and make sure you pay for today's behavior. Who's your supervising teacher? I'd like to see who raised such a lawless student." Shanghai High School was a prestigious institution in Haicheng City, and this teacher, full of his own importance, naturally looked down on other schools, his words dripping with superiority. "Are you looking for me?" A cool, crisp female voice came from behind the crowd. A woman of noble bearing approached in high heels, her stunning beauty radiating a commanding presence that instantly captivated everyone present. So beautiful. The watching students couldn't help but whisper in admiration, and even the middle-aged man stood frozen in place. "So you're this kid's supervising teacher?" He snapped back to reality, his tone still somewhat aggressive. "That's right." The woman lifted her chin slightly, crossing her arms. "Supervising teacher for Class D of Haicheng Number 1 High School Shangwanwan." The middle-aged man found himself intimidated by her presence, swallowing nervously while still trying to maintain his stance. "Your student attacked someone in the rest area. How do you plan to handle this?" Shangwanwan's lips curved into a smile that was both captivating and unnerving. "How to handle it? I can only say well done." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The middle-aged man was stunned at first, then his face darkened as he questioned. "Teacher Shangwan, you're condoning your student's misconduct." "I've been nearby the whole time and saw everything clearly." Shangwanwan raised her eyes, a contemptuous smile playing at the corners of her lips. "I saw exactly who threw the first punch. If you really want to take this to the garrison management office, I'm ready anytime. Do you think the administrators will believe me, or you?" Her gaze was sharp and confident. In fact, she had been invisibly watching from the sidelines since the Sacred Dynasty High School students started their provocation, choosing not to intervene immediately. A beast tamer's growth naturally involves challenges, and she wanted to test her students' adaptability. But when the opposing teacher blindly protected his students without distinguishing right from wrong, she decided to reveal her identity direct and efficient. The middle-aged man frowned deeply, then quickly backed down within moments. "Since teacher Shangwan witnessed it personally, I must have misunderstood this student. As for the student who struck first, I won't tolerate it. I'll take him back for punishment immediately." He gave Guanming a look, signaling the entire group to leave the rest area. The Sacred Dynasty High School group departed reluctantly. Halfway through their departure, Guanming finally couldn't help but complain in a low voice. "Teacher, we clearly could have taught that kid a proper lesson. Why did we let him off so easily? Anyone Shangwanwan chooses to protect is untouchable, even if we're in the right." The middle-aged man waved his hand, signaling him to be quiet. Guanming remained defiant, snorting coldly. "In Haicheng City, is there anyone the Guan family can't handle?" The footsteps stopped abruptly. The middle-aged man turned around, his gaze so intense that Guanming could barely breathe. "Listen carefully. Anyone Shangwanwan chooses to protect is absolutely off-limits to you. This is your teacher's advice." "Teacher, what exactly is Shangwanwan's background?" Does she really have such powerful connections? Guan Ming was full of confusion. The middle-aged man closed his eyes and sighed deeply. How powerful? Put it this way, the most influential person in your family would have to bow and scrape before a butler from the Shangguan family. As these words fell, all the students gasped. The Guan family could move mountains in Haicheng City, yet they couldn't compare to someone's butler? It seemed absurd, yet didn't sound like a joke. Remember, there are always people beyond people, mountains beyond mountains. When you leave Haicheng City, you'll encounter truly powerful individuals. The middle-aged man's tone was wistful, as if reminiscing about the past. The dozen or so students were infected by his sentiment, their hearts surging with anticipation and excitement for the future. But Guan Ming still gritted his teeth in frustration. Thinking of that boy daring to approach Little Ro, his anger burned. Are we just going to let that kid get away with it? I can't swallow this insult. The middle-aged man glanced at him and said indifferently, if you want to make a move, it's not impossible. Once we're in the wilderness forest, as long as you're clean about it, who would know who did what? As his words fell, a cold gleam flashed in Guan Ming's eyes, murderous intent clearly visible. After the Sacred Dynasty High School teachers and students left, the Class D students immediately cheered, as if they had won a hard-fought battle, high-fiving each other and laughing endlessly. Only Yu Xiaoro looked somewhat embarrassed. After all, she was also a student of Shangdai High School, and under such circumstances, she could only quietly leave. All right, it's getting late. Everyone get ready quickly. Shangguan Wan clasped her hands together and looked around at everyone. The other classes have already departed, and only Class D remains. With that, she stepped away from the rest area, leaving the final preparation time to the students. As soon as the order was given, all students immediately sprang into action. Some raised their hands to press their smart bracelets, causing contract patterns to light up. Others sat cross-legged on the spot, closing their eyes to communicate with their contract spaces. Still others directly blew whistles, summoning their beast companions. In just moments, the edge of the rest area was filled with various battle pets, night owls with jet black wings, ice serpents covered in frost scales, mechanical puppets wielding steam hammers. Azure's spiritual light traced array patterns across the ground. Before long, all Class D students were in position, quietly seated back in their chairs. Buzz, a teleportation array materialized in the center of the rest area, its patterns flowing like mercury as a strange energy spread out, tightly enveloping the entire area. The next second, light exploded. Su Chen felt everything go white before his eyes, and when he opened them again, beneath his feet stretched an endless grassy plain, the air mixed with damp earth and a faint scent of blood. At the same time, other Class D classmates gradually materialized, scattered in a semicircle around him. 100 meters away from the group, a dense forest stood like a dark green wall, with cicada calls and beast roars rising and falling. Bang! A massive transparent screen projected from the air, displaying the wilderness trial rules scrolling line by line. 1. The wilderness forest is filled with countless exotic beasts, generally at the mature stage realm. 2. This trial aims to enhance beast tamers' combat experience, with no rankings or point system. All resources obtained during the trial belong to individuals. 3. Free team formation or solo challenges are allowed, and conflicts between students are not restricted. 4. Crossing the forest to reach the other end counts as completion. 5. The trial takes place in a real environment, not a virtual secret realm, with extremely high danger levels and potential fatality. 6. To withdraw, click Abandon Trial on your smart bracelet. Once confirmed, all obtained spoils will be immediately cleared. After the information broadcast ended, the screen shattered into glimmering specks and disappeared, immediately causing the crowd to buzz with excitement. So this is the wilderness forest? This is my first time here. I heard the exotic beasts inside are all fierce, basically mature stage and above. Mature stage is manageable, but I'm most afraid of encountering complete forms. I'm a bit nervous. Can we really win? Don't scare me. What if we die in there? Unease, excitement, and fear mingled on everyone's faces. For most Class D students, this was their first real life-or-death combat experience, so nervousness was inevitable. According to the rules, students could form teams or act independently. Those with weaker abilities instinctively wanted to band together for warmth, while those with some confidence preferred solo hunting. No one wanted to share precious resources. At this moment, gazes unanimously turned toward one person, Su Chen, acknowledged as the strongest in the class. Obviously, if they could latch onto this golden thigh, both safety and profits would rise to another level. However, danger didn't only come from exotic beasts. Haicheng City had always advocated competition, with officials even encouraging students to compete against each other and seize resources. It was foreseeable that the intensity of this wilderness trial would be anything but low, and Class D, positioned at the bottom of the hierarchy, would naturally be viewed as prey by other classes. Only one path lay before them, banding together for warmth. If they could pull Su Chen into their team, that would be even better. Haha, the wilderness at last. This is where beast tamers truly show their strength. The moment they stepped off the vehicle, humid wind carrying the scent of grass and earth hit them in the face as the students of Class 3, Grade 11 were brought to this training area called Wilderness Forest. Unlike most of his classmates who looked tense, Wang Xiaohu was excitedly rubbing his hands together. His abilities were only average, but he came from money. His father was a well-known wealthy merchant in Haicheng City. Though they couldn't compare to the great families, it was enough to provide him with substantial beast-taming resources. After the instructor's brief reminders, the drill sergeant mentioned some background. The truly wealthy families were extremely strict with their children, throwing them into the wilderness for training as early as 10th grade. Even if they failed, these families could use their mountain of resources to help their children contract new beasts. Ordinary families didn't have such capital. Once something went wrong in the wilderness, not only would the beasts die, but the people might lose their lives too. As soon as the sergeant finished speaking, teasing voices rang out from the group. Fatty Tiger, what are you so excited about? Don't wet yourself when you get scared. Haha, I heard you already wet your pants in 11th grade. That's nonsense. I never wet my pants. Wang Xiaohu's face turned red, causing everyone around to burst into laughter and instantly easing the tense atmosphere. Su Chen, can I do the trial with you? Before the laughter died down, a female classmate mustered her courage and approached Su Chen, her voice timid yet full of hope. Hearing the name, the entire class turned their eyes to Su Chen in unison. Of course you can. Su Chen answered readily. I want to join too. Brother Chen, take us along too. Take me, take me. I don't need any resources, I just want to pass safely. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen was surrounded by his classmates. Looking at their eager eyes, he laughed heartily. How about this? Let's form a team and explore the wilderness forest together. Yes, Su Chen is awesome. The crowd instantly erupted, with some even jumping up. Su Chen should be our team leader. Does anyone object? Wang Xiaohu raised his hand and shouted. No. Then I'll be the strategist. Any objections? Yes, screw you. Laughter exploded again. Fear seemed to be completely chased away by the laughter. Under Su Chen's influence, this inevitably dangerous wilderness trial was being treated by his classmates as a fun outing. Su Chen looked at the excited, smiling faces and felt a warm comfort in his heart. Only half a month remained until the beast-taming assessment, after which everyone would go their separate ways. Since their time together was limited, he wanted to do his best to give his classmates the most wonderful memories. To clear the wilderness forest, we need to first figure out where the exit is. Su Chen squinted toward the dense forest and muttered to himself. Exotic beasts roamed among the trees, and valuable resources could be found everywhere. But for him, resources were secondary. Getting everyone out safely was the real goal. To be safe, he decided to scout the exit first, then split up to hunt for resources. With his mind made up, he reached out to open his beast space. Henin, come out. Ever since boarding the train, Henin had been kept in the space. Now a flash of light appeared, and a massive brown-furred beast landed on the ground, its front paws as thick as tree trunks. The moment it appeared, it let out a joyful cry and lunged toward its master. Wait, wait. Before Su Chen could finish speaking, the 300-pound Henin had already pounced on him. Su Chen's face filled with horror, and before he could stop Henin's enthusiastic gesture, he was pinned to the ground by Henin's 300-pound body. Mmm. Henin immediately let out a series of delighted squeaks, causing the surrounding classmates to burst into laughter. Let's go, the trial begins. After finally pushing Henin away from himself, Su Chen raised his arm and gave a short shout, taking the lead into the dense forest ahead. Roar! Whoosh! The students responded excitedly, cheering loudly while activating their beast-taming seals. In the next second, various contract lights flashed, and birds and beasts gathered together, towering steel-armored rhinos, flame-patterned crimson eagles, and even frost-armored snow wolves. For a moment, their roars shook the forest. As the group ventured deeper, the light in the forest quickly dimmed. Towering ancient trees stretched across the sky in all directions, their layered branches and leaves forming curtains, with only fragments of golden sunlight filtering through. The thick fallen leaves and undergrowth on the ground creaked underfoot, and a damp, musty scent filled the air. Su Chen warned, everyone be careful, don't touch any suspicious vegetation. The jungle not only has fierce beasts but also numerous plant-type creatures. Most of them are highly poisonous and extremely dangerous. This is Class D's first wilderness trial, so don't give these creatures a chance to ambush us. The freshmen nodded one after another, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes both nervous and excited. Suddenly, a rotting tree ahead cracked open, and a stream of green slime shot out violently. Henin almost instinctively raised his green dragon crescent blade, sweeping horizontally with the blade's back. The powerful wind scattered the slime to the ground. Sizzle, sizzle, green smoke rose from the ground, accompanied by a pungent, fishy stench that made several students gag. Before they could catch their breath, a massive black shadow pounced down from the canopy. Su Chen looked up to see what was clearly a giant flower, nearly 2 meters in diameter. Bloodred petals bloomed in layers, with a swollen green flesh ball at the center. The flesh ball had split open to reveal a gaping maw filled with rows of gleaming fangs. Blood pearl flower, a plant-type creature in its mature stage. Su Chen quickly shouted the information. Its entire body is highly poisonous. It can spray highly corrosive acid from its mouth, and its ultimate attack is anesthetic acid mist. The blood pearl flower seemed to understand, its giant mouth trembling as a layer of emerald green mist instantly spread out. Wind rise. Henin's arms shook, and the green dragon crescent blade spun at high speed, creating airflow that formed a small hurricane, scattering the acid mist in all directions. As the blade tip returned, he delivered a frontal horizontal slash. Hiss! The blood pearl flower, along with its thick stem, was cleanly cut into 2 sections, with poisonous liquid splattering everywhere. The process was clean and efficient. Most students hadn't even seen clearly before it was over. What the hell just happened? I didn't even see the shadow clearly before it got sliced. Someone stared wide-eyed, with exclamations rising one after another. Following Su Chen is definitely the way to go. The looks directed at Su Chen were filled with even greater admiration. Wang Xiaohu jumped out indignantly. Damn it, Henin beat me to it. I spotted it early but just didn't make a move. Everyone's disdainful gazes turned toward him in unison. Su Chen laughed and teased. Next time I'll have Henin slow down a bit to give you a chance. After saying this, he bent down to dig out the blood pearl flower's core and casually tossed it to a classmate. The student was stunned by the beast core hitting him and hurriedly caught it. Keep it, I don't need it. As long as everyone stays careful, there will be beast cores for all. Everyone gets a share. With just that short sentence, morale instantly soared, and the students silently praised. Being in the same class as Su Chen is truly wonderful. Throughout the rest of the journey, fierce beasts appeared constantly in the forest. Thunder feather falcons swooped overhead, fawn lizards darted out from the grass, and even stone-armored crocodile tails emerged from the swamps. Whether they ambushed, charged heat-in, or were simply passing by, none could withstand a single strike from Henin. Whether juveniles, adults, or mutated variants, they were all easily dispatched before him, unable to hinder their progress by even half a step. As the team ventured deeper, the beasts they encountered along the way grew increasingly ferocious. What had initially been mature stage creatures had now occasionally given way to complete forms that would leap out with piercing shrieks, making the difficulty escalate dramatically. The students gripped their weapons tightly, their shoulders trembling slightly, yet Su Chen remained completely composed. Facing the swarm of beasts charging toward them, he showed no hesitation, raising his blade and charging straight ahead, leaving a trail of blood splatter wherever he went as he carved out a path through sheer force. After more than an hour, the battle came to a temporary halt. All the students in Class D had gained substantial rewards, their pockets bulging heavily with at least 5 or 6 beast cores each. For ordinary civilians, this represented an enormous fortune. Many people had never seen so many beast cores in their entire lives. As for how to handle these spoils of war, Su Chen simply said with indifference, "Deal with them as you see fit. Sell them if you want." His non-interference only elevated his towering image in everyone's hearts even further. Moving forward, the edge of the wilderness forest suddenly opened up. Across the endless plains, several teleportation arrays stood quietly, their silver patterns glimmering in the setting sun. One need only step into the array to instantly return to the wilderness outpost. Everyone, we've reached the edge of the wilderness forest. Once we enter the teleportation array, we can return to the wilderness outpost, Su Chen announced. Just as he was about to turn around and venture deeper into the forest sea once more, he noticed an oppressive silence permeating the team. The teleportation array was within arm's reach. It marked the end of this trial. Passing through it would allow them to prove their abilities to the outside world and draw a perfect conclusion to their high school years. Some students with average talent could even sell their beast cores for enough money to significantly improve their families' living conditions. For them, their current achievements represented perhaps the most satisfying report card of their 3 years in high school. After all, not everyone possessed remarkable talent to continue their studies at beast-taming university. Average talent often meant eventually returning to an ordinary Lithia choice that most people in Class D were facing. They wanted to fight for more, yet they clearly understood they had virtually no place among the children of wealthy families. Taking one step into the teleportation array would be like closing the door on their passionate youth and turning to join the tide of mediocrity. Worried expressions spread across everyone's faces as their steps hesitated. At that moment, Wang Xiaohu suddenly strode boldly toward the teleportation array, but just as he was about to step into the light gate, he abruptly stopped. His trembling silhouette revealed the intense internal struggle he was experiencing. Damn it! If I die, I die, the young man roared, suddenly turning around and grabbing 6 beast cores from his backpack, stuffing them all into his beast's mouth. It was a snow-white, similarly adorable and endearing, but now choking on the sudden influx of beast cores, its eyes wide with bewilderment. Fat tiger, everyone cried out in alarm. They instantly understood that Wang Xiaohu's choice to have his beast directly consume the beast cores meant abandoning the practical benefits of selling them and stubbornly continuing on the path of a beast tamer. All right, I've made my decision too. Several students had their passion completely ignited and began feeding their own beast cores to their beasts. The excitement swept through the team like scalding waves, one after another. More people cast aside their compromise with ordinary life and resolutely turned around, following that more difficult yet more blazing path of the beast tamer. In the next moment, beams of white light emanated from numerous beasts, and many students' companions successfully evolved. Most of the beasts evolved from their growth stage to maturity, while a few reached their complete form from maturity. Wang Xiaohu's Samoyed transformed in a brilliant flash of light, becoming a golden claw flame hound with molten gold claws gleaming on all four limbs, breathing small flames from its fangs, and radiating natural intimidation just by standing there. This scene sent a shock through Su Chen's heart. Brother Chun, we've only come this far thanks to your help. His classmates gathered around with burning eyes. But we're not content to live ordinary lives. We want to forge our own path with our own strength. Selling the beast cores would certainly improve our lives, someone chimed in. But we'd regret it for the rest of our lives. Exactly. I want to become a real beast master. Another classmate clenched his fist. After being looked down upon by other classes for 3 years, I refuse to bow my head anymore. I want everyone to see what Class D is capable of. No matter the outcome, at least we'll have tried, they declared in unison. Passion boiled in the air as determined gazes merged into fierce fighting spirit. Infected by their resolve, Su Chen raised his hand. All right, whatever lies ahead, let's have no regrets. Come on, let's continue exploring the wilderness. Their unified shouts echoed through the mountains with tidal force. Far away at the base, watching through the projection screen, Shang Wanwan nodded with tears in her eyes. Though I'm only a substitute teacher, I'm proud of you all. The interplay of youthful innocence and reckless ambition at 18 reminded her of her own high school days compared to those elite classes. She preferred these vivid, desperately striving teenagers. The team set off again. As insects hummed softly in the forest, the students' chatter nearly made Su Chen stumble. By the way, how much could 5 or 6 beast cores sell for in the beast market? Depends on attributes and grady, at least 10,000 each. Rare ones can sell for 100,000, even a million. Holy shit, is it too late to regret this? What? You gonna make your beast spit it back up? It probably hasn't finished digesting yet. Damn, that's a fast attitude change. Everyone laughed and joked as the team's atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed. Su Chen led them in a different direction, and since the beasts they encountered weren't particularly strong, he simply stood back and let his classmates fight, honing their skills through real combat. Whenever they obtained beast cores, he didn't interfere with distribution, leaving it entirely to group discussion. However, just as they finished off a red-man wild bull, a pair of cold eyes secretly locked onto the team from the shadows. So it's the trash from Class D, sneered the boy hidden in shadow. His name was Qin Ji, a Class A student ranked 5th on the power rankings, controlling a complete form iron-armored lizard. Smart enough to huddle together for warmth. But trash is still trash even grouped together, they're just a bunch of targets. Qin Ji didn't act rashly but quietly followed, looking for isolated targets. To him, Beastmaster's cores were highly concentrated and pure perfect resources for improving his beast's evolution efficiency. Tree shadows swayed as Qin Ji crept forward, his gaze scanning the team's edges, calculating the optimal moment to strike. Brother, stop hiding and come out. A deep voice suddenly boomed through the forest. Qin Ji's heart jolted as his steps abruptly froze. And this voice belonged to Su Chen. I didn't expect you to find me. Qin Ji stepped out from the dark forest with a contemptuous smile, the dry leaves under his boots crunching loudly with each step. TCH, I spotted you ages ago, skulking around behind us. Wang Xiaohu snorted, patting the fiery red mane of his golden claw flame hound. As a canine beast, the golden claw flame hound possessed exceptionally keen senses of smell, and no beast's scent in the vicinity could escape its nose. When Qin Ji had been tailing them so closely, Wang Xiaohu had immediately noticed and informed Su Chen. Su Chen hadn't paid Qin Ji any mind at all. He simply hadn't expected this guy to follow them all the way here with such obvious malicious intent. Complete forms. Qin Ji's gaze swept over the beasts beside Wang Xiaohu, and he couldn't help but freeze. Then, seeing several other complete form beasts with equally powerful auras nearby, his surprise intensified. What's going on? How did they suddenly get so many complete form beasts? He muttered through gritted teeth. Everyone at first high knew that not a single Class D student possessed a complete form beast. Yet now several of them had them simultaneously, which was hard for the always arrogant Qin Ji to accept. Fighting against so many, he clearly lacked confidence and began considering retreat. So many people teaming you pair you that afraid of dying? Qin Ji sneered, still not forgetting to flaunt his Class A status. We in Class A would never be as cowardly as you lot. We all undergo trials alone. Well, I suppose trash can only huddle together for warmth, huh? As his words fell, he turned to leave. For 3 years, Class D had heard countless similar taunts, and each time they could only swallow their anger. But today was different. They had made up their minds to no longer endure bullying. What? Are you trying to run away? The casual remark struck Qin Ji's ears like thunder. He stopped abruptly, whirling around with eyes slightly red from anger. Who said I'm running? Come out and face me. In the past, Class D students would have already retreated in fear. But now, everyone remained calm, yet filled with fighting spirit. They all stepped forward in unison. The dull sound of soil being crushed underfoot instantly deflated most of Qin Ji's arrogance. What the hell does this mean? It was clearly one person's voice, so why are dozens of you stepping forward? He instinctively took half a step back, his confidence unable to suppress the fear in his heart. So many people stepping out. Are you trying to gang up on me? By martial arts rules, it should be unknown. Qin Ji had a sudden inspiration and quickly invoked arena regulations. 1 against 1, no one else is allowed to interfere. As long as it was unknown, he was confident that no Class D student could match him. His gaze swept among the crowd as Class D members looked at each other, finally all turning to Su Chen. Qin Ji was ranked 5th in the school. If it came to a real duel, it seemed only Su Chen could win. But Su Chen merely smiled faintly. To deal with trash like this, I don't need to lift a finger. He turned his head. Fatty tiger, you go handle him. Me? Wang Xiaohu's eyes widened as his body trembled involuntarily. Your golden claw flame hound is also a complete form. Surely you're not afraid of him. Su Chen brooked no refusal and pushed him forward. Su Chen gave Wang Xiaohu no chance to refuse and pushed him out. Although Wang Xiaohu's beast had evolved to its complete form, his strength was still far inferior to Qin Ji, who had been honing his skills for years. Su Chen's insistence on sending him into battle had deeper meaning. For 3 years, Class D had been constantly suppressed by other classes, and the inferiority complex ingrained in their bones had become a mental demon. No amount of passionate cheering could hide the underlying thought that we're still the weakest. Only a direct victory could truly ignite their confidence. Su Chen, are you sure you want me to fight? Wang Xiaohu frowned, his face full of reluctance. Su Chen smiled and patted his shoulder. You're our team strategist. If not you, then who? Go get him, Tiger. Yeah, show him that Class D is not to be messed with. Go Tiger, we believe in you. Cheers came from all directions, especially the encouragement from several girls, which made Wang Xiaohu's heart surge with fire. All right, watch your tiger show his might. He waved his hand, calling to his golden claw flame hound beside him. Doggy, go get him. Though he appeared spirited on the surface, his heart couldn't help but tremble. I should never have pretended to be some strategist. There really is someone who's not afraid to die. Qin Ji sneered, his face full of contempt. Beast mastery is about talent. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can do it. With an angry shout, he pointed forward. Iron scale lizard, attack. Hiss. The iron scale lizard dragged its heavy, metal-like tail, letting out a low roar. Its crimson eyes locked onto the golden claw flame hound. What talent do you have? Wang Xiaohu snorted coldly. Without your family's resources, you and I are the same. As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely commanded with his mental power, Golden Claw Flame Hound, attack. The two complete form beasts instantly collided. Clang, clang, claws struck scales, sparks flying everywhere. The Golden Claw Flame Hound's most distinctive flame claws danced wildly, stirring up rolling waves of heat. However, the iron scale lizard relied on its thick scales and agile body to deflect most of the attacks, repeatedly causing the flame hound to miss its mark. How is this guy's beast so powerful? Wang Xiaohu gritted his teeth secretly. Qin Ji also felt the pressure. He stared intently at the battle, concentrating all his mental power to control the iron scale lizard's defense and counterattacks. However, Wang Xiaohu's mental power was not inferior at all, and the Golden Claw Flame Hound's offensive became increasingly fierce. After several clashes, both sides were evenly matched. The 5th-ranked Beast Master is actually fighting to a draw with trash? This reality was unacceptable to Qin Ji, and his anger reached its peak. You piece of trash, go die. With a flip of his hand, light flashed. Crank beast art, thorn arrow. The spike-covered thorns weren't aimed at the two beasts, but shot straight at Wang Xiaohu himself. Oh no! The stands erupted in alarm. No one expected Qin Ji to be so despicable as to directly attack a person with beast arts. Wang Xiaohu had not yet advanced to Beast Master level, and had ordinary physical capabilities. Facing a crank beast art, he had only one path: death. The spiked thorns cut through the air, less than a few meters from Wang Xiaohu. Everyone instinctively covered their eyes, unable to bear witnessing blood splatter on the spot. Qin Ji's lips curved into a smile of successful scheming. The next second, the thorn arrow seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand and fell to the ground with a thud. The air seemed to freeze, and the scene fell into complete silence, yet deathly quiet. Dozens of students in Class D stared at each other with wide eyes, completely bewildered. They knew that beast-taming techniques were formed by condensed spiritual power with extremely high stability, and with both parties only dozens of meters apart, there should be no way for such a bizarre, mid-flight failure to occur. Even Qin Ji himself was shocked, his eyes wide with a mixture of shame and rage. But no one noticed that in the crowd, Su Chen's palm still held a faint glimmer of light. It was the Brank beast-taming technique, weight fluctuation, he had just released, secretly applied to Qin Ji's thorn arrow, causing its weight to instantly increase dozens of times, which made the arrow plummet to the ground. What's going on? You must have used some dark magic to make my beast-taming technique fail. Qin Ji flew into a rage, pointing directly at Wang Xiaohu. Damn, you screwed up your own technique, so don't go throwing around accusations. Wang Xiaohu rolled his eyes. I don't even know beast-taming techniques. Where would I get dark magic from? Outrageous. How dare you look down on me? I'll take your life. Qin Ji roared, forcibly changing the duel rules and directly commanding his iron-armored lizard to attack the beast-tamer himself, targeting Wang Xiaohu. In real life-or-death battles, beast-tamers were indeed the most vulnerable link, but in normal combat, the default was to only fight with beasts. Qin Ji's move was clearly intended to put Wang Xiaohu to death. The iron-armored lizard received the command, bloody fierce light shooting from its pupils as it locked onto Wang Xiaohu. Fatty tiger, watch out. It's coming for you. Su Chen warned in time. Damn it, this guy's really shameless. Others compete with beasts, but he attacks people. Wang Xiaohu rolled up his sleeves and taunted Qin Ji. So eager to mess with me? Come out and fight on your own. Don't be stupid, take this seriously. Su Chen was so frustrated by his recklessness that he held his forehead. The iron-armored lizard curled into a heavy armored ball with sharp steel spikes protruding its ultimate technique, steel rolling spikes. Rock-solid armor combined with unstoppable long spikes, offense and defense in one. Its rolling motion actually made the ground tremble. Bang, bang, bang. The iron ball came crushing forward at high speed. The golden claw flame hound breathed blazing fire heat in, the flame stream hitting the iron shell and only producing showers of sparks, all blocked by the thick-scaled armor. Clang, clang, clang. The golden claw flame hound swung out its claw blades, steel and fire flying, but still unable to slow the iron-armored lizard's rolling speed. Even its accompanying flames couldn't keep up with the opponent's charging rhythm. Haha, want to break through the iron-armored lizard's defense? There are few beasts in this world that can do it. With that useless dog of yours, you think you're worthy? Qin Ji laughed wildly with confidence, his face full of smugness. Wang Xiaohu's golden claw flame hound had just evolved to its complete form, with all abilities not yet stabilized, while Qin Ji's iron-armored lizard had long been settled in the complete form stage with mature stats. If the situation continued to develop this way, Wang Xiaohu would undoubtedly be in extreme danger. Suddenly, the iron-armored lizard slowed down, and the ground beneath it seemed to be affected by some mysterious force, sinking downward. It turned out that Su Chen had secretly cast his Brank beast mastery technique again gravity, fluctuation instantly, subjecting the iron-armored lizard to hundredfold gravity. The heavy iron armor on the monster's back pressed down like a mountain, causing its limbs to buckle as it collapsed completely, even its tail pinned firmly to the ground. What's happening? Don't stop. Attack. Qin Ji's face turned pale as he frantically issued commands to his contracted beast. However, the iron-armored lizard trembled all over, and with every inch it tried to move, the ground beneath cracked like brittle pottery, creating deeper fissures. Fatty tiger, use fire attacks. Su Chen whispered. Wang Xiaohu immediately understood. Golden claw flame hound, flaming claw strike. Clang, clang, clang. Sharp claws scraped against the iron shell, producing crisp metallic sounds, yet the armor remained completely intact. But this was merely the opening move. Scorching flames surged through the gaps created by each claw strike, instantly building a roaring wall of fire around the iron-armored lizard. The rolling heat waves made the iron-armored lizard restless and agitated until it finally couldn't help but roll over. The moment its thick armor flipped, its snow-white, tender belly was completely exposed. Now's the chance. Wang Xiaohu gritted his teeth. The golden claw flame hound struck again, flames wrapping around blade-like sharpness as it slashed down. Splurt. The iron-armored lizard's belly was instantly torn apart, its entrails spilling out as it crashed to the ground, lifeless. The firelight painted Qin Ji's face crimson red as he stared blankly at his fallen contracted beast, unable to believe what had happened. A top 5 elite from Class A had actually lost to the most inconspicuous waste from Class D. This was nothing short of a public humiliation for him. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers erupted like a tsunami. Fatty Tiger won. Worthy of being our strategist. Brother Tiger is mighty. Haha, a Class A elite actually lost to us. Let's see who dares look down on Class D now. The crowd's roars surged around his ears, yet Wang Xiaohu felt as if he were in a dream, bewildered. He turned back to look at Su Chen, his eyes instantly reddening excitement and gratitude written all over his face. He knew very well that without Su Chen's secret assistance, this victory would have been impossible. Su Chen smiled slightly at him, pressing his index finger to his lips in a gesture of secrecy. This victory was the spark to ignite Class D's confidence. He wanted all his classmates to know that Class D wasn't necessarily inferior to Class A. Wang Xiaohu understood completely, nodding firmly and secretly resolving to train harder. On the other side, Qin Ji's face flushed red, his gaze locking onto Wang Xiaohu like a blade. He refused to believe he had lost, but his iron-armored lizard's corpse was an undeniable fact. Anger, humiliation, and unwillingness intertwined as he could no longer bear to stay, abruptly activating his smart bracelet's protection mechanism. A blinding golden beam rose from the ground, teleporting Qin Ji back to the wilderness base. Damn it, damn it. Upon landing in the base's designated area, he roared while frantically smashing equipment. Qin Ji, what are you doing? Team leader teacher Xing Lei rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Qin Ji disheveled and his contracted beast nowhere to be found, Xing Lei frowned. Qin Ji, where is your beast? Qin Ji lowered his head, his throat dry and raspy as if scraped by sandpaper. How could he admit to being defeated by Class D's waste? How would he maintain his standing in Class A after that? After holding back for several seconds, he made excuses. I was ambushed by dozens of people from Class D in the wilderness forest. If it weren't for their sneak attack with dozens of people, those wastes wouldn't stand a chance against me. Qin Ji, even if they all came at me together. What? Those losers from Class D have no honor. They actually launched a sneak attack. As soon as these words were spoken, Xing Lei, standing nearby, furrowed his brow with indignation written all over his face. As the supervising teacher, he had been monitoring his students' movements during the wilderness trial through his smart terminal. But since most Class A students operated solo, the screen could only track a limited number of targets simultaneously. He could only rely on first-hand accounts regarding Qin Ji's situation. The school's fifth-ranked elite student had actually been defeated? In Xing Lei's mind, there was only one explanation: those inferior students from Class D had used underhanded sneak attack tactics. Around the campfire at base camp, several Class A students who had already completed the trial and returned gathered in a circle, seething with anger. Damn it! Those Class D losers actually pulled a sneak attack. They're usually useless, but they sure know how to be shameless. If it had been a fair fight, how could Qin Ji have lost? Fair fight? Would they even dare? Losers are losers. Even when they team up, they're still just a bunch of losers. If we run into them, we'll definitely teach them a lesson. Their indignant gazes frequently swept toward the Class D rest area, only to find it empty except for Shang Wanwan, who sat before the projection screen with her voluptuous figure and cold, stunning features, her fingers rapidly swiping across the display without ever looking up. Teacher Shangwan certainly lives up to her reputation. What fine students she's trained, Xing Lei said with contempt, curling his lips as he stepped into the Class D rest area. Shangwan Wan's gaze remained fixed on the projection as she asked coolly, I wonder what Teacher Xing means by that. You're constantly watching your students. Surely you know what your fine students have been up to. Xing Lei's tone carried mockery, though his eyes lingered brazenly on Shangwan Wan's curves. Shangwan Wan chuckled softly. Of course I know. Your fifth-ranked Qin Ji was defeated by our Class D's Wang Xiaohu. What? You're saying Qin Ji lost to some nobody called Xiaohu? Xing Lei's expression froze momentarily before he scoffed. You expect me to believe such an outrageous lie? It was obviously Class D ganging up in a sneak attack that caused Qin Ji to lose. They even killed his beast companion. Tell me, Teacher Shangwan, this gang attack strategy wouldn't happen to be your idea, would it? Shangwan Wan finally looked up, regarding Xing Lei with the kind of look one reserves for the mentally deficient. I take it your student told you this? Xing Lei crossed his arms with a cold laugh. What? Admitting it now? Shangwan Wan shook her head and projected a battle recording between them. In the footage, the Class D students were indeed traveling together, but they hadn't launched any sneak attack. Instead, it was Qin Ji who had been following them, attempting an ambush. During the direct confrontation, Qin Ji twice unleashed killing moves against Wang Xiaohu with lethal intent, only to be outmatched in the end. His beast companion was killed in retaliation, triggering his smart bracelet's protection mechanism and forcibly teleporting him back to base camp. As the projection ended, Xing Lei's face shifted from flushed red to ashen gray, shame filling his eyes. Teacher Xing certainly lives up to his reputation. What fine students he's trained. Shangwan Wan smiled faintly, returning his earlier words verbatim. This shameless strategy wouldn't happen to come from Teacher Xing himself, would it? The wilderness forest follows the law of survival of the fittest. What's shameless about that? Xing Lei argued with his neck stiff, though his face had turned completely red. His face now burning with embarrassment, he had resorted to playing by double standards. Xing Lei could no longer bear to stay any longer and slunk back to Class A's rest area in disgrace. The moment he looked up, he spotted Qin Ji again and exploded in fury. Useless. Several Class A students looked around in confusion, exchanging bewildered glances, but only Qin Ji understood completely, hanging his head in shame. With his rage having nowhere to go, Xing Lei flew into an embarrassed fury and quickly operated his smart bracelet, secretly sending a group message to all Class A students currently in the wilderness forest. Within seconds, Class A students scattered throughout the area received the message. Class D students are conducting group trials and ambushed our Class A member Qin Ji. All Class A students immediately launch a counterattack against Class D. The message caused an uproar. What? Class D ambushed Qin Ji. Damn it, if Class D is going to be so shameless, don't blame us for not holding back. Hunt down those Class D losers? Perfect. I was getting bored killing exotic beasts finally, some real fun. Brothers, let's go. Roars and excitement connected across the forest through their wrist communicators. Everyone immediately stopped hunting exotic beasts and began tracking Class D's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Lina on the other end also received the same message. She stopped and frowned. What's going on here? Teacher Xing wants us to go after our own schoolmates? Two classes from the same school fighting each other in it, we afraid of being laughed at by other academies. Lu Xian beside her was equally puzzled. Teacher Xing said Class D attacked first. Did that really happen? Would Su Chen be involved? With his abilities, he wouldn't need to ambush anyone. Let's go take a look first. If we can stop this, we should. Li Na made a decisive decision. The two immediately abandoned their training and headed toward the signal source. On the other side, Class A students who had originally been spread throughout the wilderness forest began converging, focusing on the Class D coordinates marked on their bracelets, closing in like a tightening net. At this moment, the Class D students remained completely unaware of the approaching storm, still focused on their trials deep in the forest. Along the way, they encountered quite a few students from other academies, but perhaps due to Class D's large numbers, the others chose to avoid them, making their journey surprisingly peaceful. Just when they thought today would be equally calm, a solitary figure blocked their path. Guanming, ranked first at Sacred Generation High School. At Guanming's feet lay a massive complete-form exotic beast, its blood still fresh. His expression was indifferent as he precisely extracted the crystalline beast core from the carcass, casually tossing it in his hand before turning around. His gaze swept over the dozens of beast tamers before him without a trace of panic, instead carrying a hint of contempt. A low roar suddenly thundered as a lion with a full golden mane stepped out from behind him, muscles rippling, its flame-like pupils looking down at the crowd. Sacred Sky Lion, second-tier complete form, sacred beast quality, someone cried out in shock. Exclamations rippled through the group. Sacred beast quality and second-tier complete form? That's absolutely monstrous. Is he really a high school student? With that kind of power, he'd be more than qualified for any top university in the Xia Kingdom. So this is Sacred Generation High School's top genius? Truly terrifying. All the Class D students looked at each other, the atmosphere instantly freezing. Wang Xiaohu swallowed hard and quietly suggested, "How about we take a detour?" The other students nodded in agreement. After all, a second-tier complete form sacred beast was far beyond what Qin Ji could compare Tovin. If their entire class attacked together, they might not be able to shake Guanming. No need. We'll go straight through here, Su Chen said calmly. These words immediately sent shockwaves through everyone's hearts. While they certainly trusted Su Chen, who was he facing? Guanming, the universally acknowledged top genius of Shanghai High School. Su Chen couldn't be bothered with everyone's hesitation. Riding his 300-pound fat pig, Han Han, he leisurely swayed through the crowd until he reached Guanming. Guanming cast a cold glance, his killing intent palpable. You see me and still don't run? Do you really think I won't touch you? This is the wilderness forest. Even if you die here, the teachers can't do anything to me. As he spoke, the Sacred Sky Lion beside him bared its fangs and let out a deafening roar. Kneel and apologize, then stay away from you, Xiaoro, and I'll spare your life, Guanming said icily. Another jealous fool, Su Chen chuckled lightly. If you want to fight, then fight. Cut the chatter. With that, he jumped down from Han Han's back, tucked his hands into his sleeves, and calmly locked eyes with Guanming. Han Han had already positioned the green dragon crescent blade across his chest, munching on beast feed with an expression that seemed to say life and death meant nothing to him. Guanming was momentarily stunned. Not only did his opponent refuse to beg for mercy, he couldn't even be bothered with threats, simply wanting to get straight to the fight. Such directness was beyond reason. Very well, you're seeking death, so don't blame me for being ruthless. With an angry shout, he pointed his finger, and the Sacred Sky Lion roared as it pounced forward. Su Chen remained expressionless as Han Han stepped forward to meet the attack. The blade swept through the air with a thunderous boom, unleashing tremendous momentum that actually overpowered the Sacred Sky Lion. That sky-like pressure struck directly at everyone's hearts. My beast is trembling with fear. A clash at the sacred beast level, just the aura alone is suffocating. Guanming is certainly strong, but Brother Chen seems even stronger. What exactly is Han Han's quality? He looks like an ordinary beast, but that aura. Exclamations rose one after another as confidence quickly shifted towards Su Chen. Guanming was secretly alarmed. How could a fat pig suppress a sacred beast with sheer presence? This defied logic. He gritted his teeth and growled, just bluffing. Beast mastery is about real strength, not intimidation. He then waved his hand to cast a crank beast technique agile movement. The sacred sky lion's limbs glowed as its speed dramatically increased. Just as the sacred sky lion was about to pounce on Su Chen, a clear shout rang out from the forest. Stop! A snowy figure flashed by as a pure white large cat carried a young woman down between the two combatants. It was Yu Xiaoro. Guanming, what are you doing? Her gaze was sharp. This has nothing to do with you. This is a battle between men. Guanming replied coldly. Su Chen is my friend. I hope you won't cause trouble, Yu Xiaoro said steadily, though her tone carried a warning. Just friends? I think it's more than that. The fury in Guanming's eyes intensified. Then I have even more reason to kill him. The anger in Guanming's eyes grew even fiercer, almost ready to burst into flames. Su Chen, stop hiding behind a woman and come out here. Face me like a man in a fight to the death. Guanming's furious roar echoed across the training ground, causing the surrounding grass to tremble. Guanming, how dare you? Yu Xiaoro stepped forward, pointing her slender finger directly at Guanming, her eyes blazing with fury. Why wouldn't I dare? Guanming sneered coldly, his gaze sinister. The whole city knows I've been pursuing you, Yu Xiaoro, but you've fallen for another man. Where does that leave my dignity? You're talking nonsense. Su Chen and I are completely innocent. Yu Xiaoro's pretty face instantly flushed red. If you're so innocent, why did you sneak into Su Chen's rest area? Guanming pressed forward aggressively, his voice like ice shards. Let me tell you something, even without Su Chen, you'd never look at me, would you? Because you think I'm not good enough for you. That's right, you're nowhere near good enough for me. Yu Xiaoro gritted her teeth. Haha, so you admit you've fallen for Su Chen. Guanming, you. Their heated exchange sent the watching Class D students into an uproar. The genius girl Yu Xiaoro actually likes Su Chen? This is explosive news. Brother Chen will always be Brother Chen. You got to respect that. He even won over Yu Xiaoro. Brother Chen's charm is insane. Damn it, he's supposed to be our husband, the female student said through gritted teeth. Doesn't her own school have any men? Why is she stealing ours? The boy's eyes gleamed with envious green light, while the girls wore expressions of resentment and anger. These two completely different emotions swirled around Su Chen. Meanwhile, the person at the center of it all stood to one side, casually picking his nose like a bystander watching the drama unfold. His nonchalant attitude made everyone break out in cold sweat. After all, this whole fight was because of him. Bang! A sudden thunderous crash pulled everyone back from their discussions. Yu Xiaoro had struck first, her spiritual power surging as both her spirit beasts simultaneously lunged at Guanming. Xiaoro, you're attacking me for Su Chen's sake? Guanming was both shocked and furious. Shut up. Say another word, and I'll kill you. Yu Xiaoro roared angrily, forming hand seals as her two spirit beasts launched a frenzied assault. Debris flew everywhere, and the ground was instantly pocked with craters of all sizes. Guanming retreated several steps without fighting back, only shouting at Su Chen through the spiritual energy storm. Su Chen, if you're a real man, step forward. Stop hiding behind a woman like a coward. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Su Chen sighed deeply and waved to the fat panda in the distance. Henin, go. Henin, who was sitting cross-legged munching on spirit beast food, glanced at the battlefield with an expression that suggested he was enjoying the show. Su Chen directly snatched the food from its mouth, and only then did Henin reluctantly get up. The next second, the 300-pound fatty descended from the sky. Boom. It created a crater several feet deep, dust swirling up like smoke and mist. Accompanied by a deafening shockwave, more than a dozen large trees nearby snapped in half. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw a chubby panda standing between the two spirit beasts. With explosive force, it forcibly suppressed both sacred beasts, leaving them unable to move. Then, an ancient bloodline pressure completely different from ordinary beasts swept over them like a tide, making the two spirit beasts tremble with fear, their roars stuck in their throats. Not only the spirit beast, Guanming's face also changed dramatically. Coming from upper-class circles, he was well informed and immediately recognized how terrifying this pressure was. Yu Xiaoro was equally shocked. She had always known Henin was extraordinary, but she never imagined it was this powerful. The same horrifying thought flashed through both their minds simultaneously. Could this 300-pound fat pig actually be a divine beast? Was it the one that emitted that divine beast's light a few days ago? Guanming, whose chest had been filled with rage, now stood frozen like his soul had been drained, staring blankly at the scene. When he looked at Su Chen again, only deep admiration remained in his heart. With his sacred sky lion, he had always considered himself the top genius in Haiching. But Su Chen had blocked two sacred beasts with a single move and made them instinctively fear him. Such overwhelming power could only be matched by divine beasts. Being well-traveled and knowledgeable, Guan Ming could naturally discern the true grade of that seemingly innocent little beast, and the word respect was deeply carved into his heart. If they really fought, he definitely wouldn't stand a chance. With this realization, he raised his hand to signal his sacred sky lion to retreat, his voice carrying undeniable melancholy. No wonder you would choose Su Chen. I, Guan Ming, accept my defeat wholeheartedly. His tone dropped several notches, clearly indicating his surrender to Su Chen. This single statement left all the onlookers completely bewildered. What's going on? Is Guan Ming backing down? Holy crap, I still don't understand what just happened. Could he have been moved by Su Chen's true feelings and decided to step aside gracefully? Damn, your imagination is even wilder. Discussions erupted everywhere. Yu Xiaorou's face turned bright red, but she didn't offer much explanation at this point. Further arguments would be useless. A wave of desolation surged through Guan Ming's heart. Looking at Su Chen with the bleakness of a fallen hero in his eyes, he said, Su Chen, I have nothing to say about losing to you. I hope you'll treat Xiaorou with sincerity and not let her suffer any grievances, or I won't let you off. After delivering this harsh warning, he turned and left, his face seeming to wear a mask of pain. His magnanimous gesture made everyone give him a thumbs up. Truly a real man who dares to love and hate. But Yu Xiaorou was at a loss. Her heart filled with mixed emotions. She couldn't tell if what she felt was bitterness or sourness. What the hell is going on here? Su Chen was completely bewildered, feeling like he'd somehow been thrust into a melodramatic love triangle, except this romance was entirely fictional. Just as he was about to explain, a group of people entered his field of vision. It was Xing Mingxian leading the Class A students. Haha, we finally found you. Seeing all the Class D students gathered here, Xing Mingxian was extremely excited. But when he spotted Guan Ming from Shengdai High School, his brow immediately furrowed. Guan Ming was here too. If he was really allied with Su Chen, things would become troublesome. The Class A students glared with hostility, their killing intent palpable, making the atmosphere suddenly tense and ominous. Xing Mingxian composed himself and respectfully called out to Guan Ming. Brother Guan, may I ask you a question? Guan Ming was irritated and snorted coldly. Spit it out. Is Brother Guan teaming up with Su Chen for this trial? If the answer was yes, Xing Mingxian would have to abandon his plans. As soon as these words were spoken, Guan Ming's expression darkened instantly, his cold gaze piercing Xing Mingxian. What do you mean by that? Are you fucking mocking me? Do you take me for some kind of lapdog? In his view, Xing Mingxian was clearly ridiculing him for having his beloved stolen by Su Chen while still shamelessly following Su Chen around. Already devastated and now being publicly mocked, how could he not be furious? No, I'm not mocking Brother Guan. Xing Mingxian panicked and frantically waved his hands while backing away. He couldn't understand why Guan Ming had suddenly exploded in anger, accusing him of treating him like a lapdog. What was going on? What script was this from? Xing Mingxian, don't you dare. A shrill female voice suddenly echoed from deep within the dense forest. Two figures then swept down from the treetops, landing gracefully with their robes billowing. It was Li Na and Lu Xian, the two most famous beauties from Class A. Lu Xian ignored everyone else and hurried to Su Chen's side, her voice filled with concern. Su Chen, are you alright? They didn't hurt you, did they? The appearance of these two beauties instantly ignited the emotions of everyone present. The Class A students had originally thought the girls would come to help them, but their excitement quickly turned to dismay when they saw Lu Xian go straight to Su Chen's side. Their faces turned green with jealousy. The Class D students had already sensed Class A's ill intentions, and now seeing the two goddesses favor their camp, they looked on with strange expressions, their gazes towards Su Chen filled with even more admiration. Guan Ming felt even more frustrated. Damn it. Now two more people have shown up to watch me make a fool of myself, and they're gorgeous too. Where am I supposed to hide my face? Yu Xiaorou looked helpless, but the beauty's entrance still stirred a faint sense of crisis in her, and realizing this made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. I'm fine. Su Chen was bewildered by Lu Xian's concern and could only respond awkwardly. Before he could finish speaking, the jealousy of the Class A students flared up. Guan Ming pointed directly at Su Chen and roared, You bastard, Su Chen! You already have Xiaorou, yet you dare to play the field and two-time. The moment these words were spoken, all the onlookers were petrified. Guan Ming, haven't you caused enough trouble? Yu Xiaorou blushed to the tips of her ears. But Guan Ming put on a tragic expression. Xiaorou, I've already stepped aside to help you and Su Chen be together. What more do you want from me? But you can see for yourself that he's two-timing. This man isn't worth entrusting your life. Toyo should come back to me. Stop talking. Yu Xiaorou wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She immediately commanded her beast to attack Guan Ming again. Forced to defend himself, Guan Ming fought back, and the situation spiraled further out of control. The Class A students were so shocked by this melodramatic scene that they couldn't react for a long time. Even Li Na and Lu Xian were completely confused. On the other hand, the Class D students admired Su Chen to the core. capturing the hearts of two beauties simultaneously, truly a role model for their generation. What the hell is going on? Xing Mingxian had originally come aggressively to cause trouble for Su Chen, but the chaotic scene before him left his brain completely frozen. After great effort, he finally pieced together what was happening. Guanming and Su Chen were fighting over Yu Xiaoro, and now Lu Xian had entered the picture, making the situation not just chaotic but doubly melodramatic. Just as he was about to make his move, Li Na suddenly stepped in front of him. Xing Mingxian, we can't attack Su Chen. Xing Mingxian was stunned. Li Na was actually going to help Su Chen? Remembering how Li Na had voluntarily sat with Su Chen on the train, jealousy surged in his heart. Why? Don't tell me you've fallen for Su Chen too. The Class A students erupted in shock, all staring at Li Na. Under their burning gazes, Li Na's ears quickly turned red. Xing Mingxian, what nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense. You two were making eyes at each other on the train. Dare you say there's nothing between you? Xing Mingxian gritted his teeth. Keep talking nonsense, and see if I won't be rude to you. Fine, fine. I've been devoted to you, yet you've fallen for a waste of space. Xing Mingxian was so furious, he turned sarcastic. You? Li Na trembled with anger, and simply summoned her beast as well, charging straight at Xing Mingxian. The entire scene was complete chaos, leaving everyone watching utterly dumbfounded. After Yu Xiaoro's fierce confrontation with Guanming, it was now Li Na's turn to deal with Xing Mingxian. Lu Xian stood to the side, her brow furrowed with worry as she stared anxiously at Su Chen. The dramatic scene before them left the spectators completely stunned, with exclamations of, "What the hell is going on? Can someone explain this?" echoing throughout the crowd. Many people muttered to themselves, "I've been watching for ages and still don't get it." They seem to be discussing some cheesy romance. Romance? Between who? Are you blind? Don't you know Xing Mingxian likes Li Na? He just said Li Na has fallen for Su Chen, so that's why she's furiously attacking Su Chen in embarrassment. Isn't this just a messy love triangle? But it also looks like Lu Xian has feelings for Su Chen too. What's the deal with those two from Shengdai High School? Everyone in Class A was completely confused. At this moment, Wang Xiaohu strutted out with his hands on his hips, looking smug. Can't figure it out, huh? Let Tiger Lord enlighten you all. As soon as he finished speaking, the Class A students immediately squeezed into the Class D crowd, eagerly waiting to hear the juicy gossip. The Class D students began chattering away, leaving the Class A crowd speechless with amazement. They completely forgot their original purpose for coming to Class D and instantly bonded with them, transforming into gossip-hungry spectators. Holy crap, this is ridiculous. How many people are involved in this love affair? Beautiful girls fighting over a guy, awesome. Su Chen has that much charm? He even won over the genius girl from Shengdai High School? This really brings honor to our first high school. The big three, that's the standard configuration for the strong, a role model for us all. The two classes got along harmoniously, even sharing snacks with each other. As the discussions grew louder, more and more people gathered, including students from other schools who came to watch, all unified in their position as quiet spectators. In the blink of an eye, the scene had become a sea of people. In one word, outrageous. Su Chen never expected the situation to snowball like this. He opened his mouth to defend himself, but didn't know how to begin. Could he really emphasize in public that he was completely innocent with those three women? Speaking up now would probably make even fewer people believe him. Henin, what do you think we should do? Su Chen wrapped his arms around Henin's plump neck. Henin was chewing on beast-tamer food and nodded vaguely. Damn it, this is like playing music to a bear. Su Chen looked up at the sky helplessly. On the arena, Xing Mingxian couldn't withstand Li Na's fierce attacks and kept retreating. He roared angrily. Li Na, we're classmates after all, yet you're being so ruthless to me for the sake of an outsider. Have you forgotten the task our teacher assigned? After saying this, he suddenly turned around, wanting to rally his classmates to gang up on Class D. However, what met his eyes was his own classmates shoulder to shoulder with Class D students, acting like best buddies, and occasionally cheering loudly for Li Na and Su Chen. 10,000 alpacas. Xing Mingxuan's heart was in turmoil as he gritted his teeth and cursed. Then he waved to Guanming. Brother Guan, we're both unfortunate souls who've lost our beloved. How about we join forces against Su Chen? He thought Guanming would agree without hesitation, but unexpectedly, Guanming flew into a rage. Get lost. Are you sick in the head? With so many people gathered here, you're still loudly announcing that your woman was stolen? You may not care about face, but I, Guanming, do. And you want to team up against Su Chen? Damn it, if I could beat it myself, why would I need to team up with you? That's a divine beast we're talking about. Guanming roared at the top of his lungs, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with fear. Xing Mingxian stood to the side with his arms crossed, his gaze full of contempt in his view. When a woman gets stolen, a real man should fight to get her back. If Guanming didn't have the guts, then he didn't deserve love. To prove his manhood, Xing Mingxian suddenly stepped forward and shouted at Su Chen. Su Chen, if you're a real man, stop hiding behind women and come out to face me in battle. The familiarity of this line made Guanming's forehead twitch. Wait, Didn't I say that exact same thing before? He immediately put on a fawning, sleazy smile and waved at Yu Xiaoro. Xiaoro, stop fighting, stop fighting. How about we watch the show together? As long as you keep your mouth shut, I don't care what you do. Yu Xiaoro snorted coldly. All right, I won't say anything stupid, he. Guanming waved his hands repeatedly. Only after seeing her recall her beast did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The crowd's attention focused on Su Chen. Once again he was, after all, a scion of one of the three great families, and the burning gazes of envy and jealousy were almost enough to set someone on fire. Su Chen watched this absurd drama unfold, rubbed his temples, and sighed. Fine, I'll face you in battle. As soon as he spoke, the spectators around them erupted in even louder cheers. Xing Mingxian, fired up by all the encouragement, decided to add more drama. Excellent. You've got guts. But I want to add a wager: whoever loses must stay away from Li Na. Hearing this, Guanming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good lord, he's completely copying my script. Li Na blushed furiously and scolded. Xing Mingxian, if you want to fight, then fight, but stop talking nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Xing Mingxian held his head high, his tone firm. This is a battle between men, and I will never back down. I want everyone to know who truly deserves you. His fighting spirit was blazing as he saw himself as the hero of the story. Guanming clutched his head in despair. Damn it, he really nailed the reenactment. Yu Xiaoro looked at Li Na with sympathy in her eyes, while Lu Xian's expression grew dim. Caught between Su Chen, whom she secretly admired, and Li Na, who was like a sister to her, she was torn. Su Chen was completely bewildered. Accepting the wager would imply he had feelings for Li Na. Refusing would make him look cowardly. A perfectly good misunderstanding had been twisted into a trap by these two jealous fools. He muttered under his breath. A battle is a battle. Why bring up such a stupid wager? Li Na hated being treated like a prize. Su Chen's comment about it being stupid made her heart sink, as if her worth had been casually dismissed. Xing Mingxian pressed on relentlessly. If you're scared, just say so. If you won't accept the wager, then admit it publicly. Not worthy of Li Na. Li Na's eyes immediately welled up with tears. The spectators' jeering grew louder, making the scene more chaotic than the wilderness trial itself. The trial? They'd completely forgotten about if this love triangle drama was the real entertainment. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Su Chen felt his chest tighten. He suddenly raised his voice and let out a curse. Screw this. I'm done playing games. I'm laying it all out. I'm the beast tamer who tested positive for divine beast resonance a few days ago. The scene fell into complete silence. A deathly quiet spread through the area, so profound that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Su Chen in stunned disbelief, as if looking at some clueless fool who didn't know his place. Others glanced at the massive 300-pound bear beside him, their faces filled with disdain. He's not seriously claiming that thing is a divine beast, is he? Come on, all I see is a glutton that hasn't stopped eating since it got here. Mental breakdown? The guy's making stuff up without even thinking. You don't get it, it's called being shameless. He probably used that thick skin to trick those three beauties into coming with him. The crowd's chatter rose and fell like waves, instantly transforming what seemed like a romantic drama into a massive con job, with the absurdity level skyrocketing. Class A students mockingly called out to Class D. When did your Su Chen become so shameless? Class D students gave awkward smiles. Maybe it's strategy? Li Na and Yu Xiaoro, who already found Su Chen mysterious, were still somewhat surprised by his words. Lu Xian's eyes lit up with obvious belief, while Guanming, having sensed something unusual during their earlier encounter, harbored no doubt, but still felt his heart tremble with shock. Who are you trying to fool? That fat bear, what part of it looks like a divine beast? Xing Mingxian sneered with righteous indignation. Su Chen patted the bear's head. Henin, roar a couple times to scare them. Henin, still chewing food, struggled to produce a few soft, adorable whimpers. Ha ha ha. Explosive laughter instantly swept through the crowd, the mockery multiplying exponentially. Su Chen helplessly covered his face. Stop roaring. Stand up and release your full aura. He casually removed the information hiding enchantment that the Beast Tamer Association had placed on Henin. Once this lock was removed, only Lu Qin could reset it. But this time Su Chen decided to stop hiding. Following the command, Henin's massive body slowly straightened. In an instant, a pressure like collapsing mountains spread outward, as if an invisible giant hand pressed down on the wilderness forest. All the tame beasts cowered on the ground in terror, unable to move no matter how their masters tugged at them. The bloodline pressure forced them to submit, while humans could only sense a faint oppression, though enough to notice something was wrong. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, quickly activating their smart bracelets to scan. The holographic display instantly filled with data. Lengta Osha complete form grade. Ancient divine beast. Evolution progress, 58. Energy value, 27,500. Attributes, all elements. Beast talent, Devour enhances evolution through continuous feeding. Personality, abhors evil. Ultimate skills. 1. Rolling attack. 2. Crow rides airplane. 3. Form and universe drawing uses 5 elements techniques to attack enemies. Can mimic opponents' 5 elements. 4. Green Dragon Crescent Blade wields the Green Dragon Crescent Blade for slashing attacks. The 4 characters, Ancient Divine Beast, struck everyone's eyes like a thunderbolt, causing hearts to race and bodies to freeze in shock. What? It's actually a legendary Ancient Divine Beast? Holy crap, that's a whole level above Divine Beasts. How is that even possible? The smart bracelet must be malfunctioning. Discussions erupted everywhere. Someone recalled the Divine Beast light that shot straight into the sky a few days ago and shouted in shock and uncertainty. That Divine Beast light that soared into the heavens a few days ago, was it really from this bear? My god, it really is a Divine Beast. This is absolutely incredible. It's completely blown my mind. The news that a genius who detected an ancient divine beast happened to be a local from Haicheng City struck everyone's ears like thunder. Such a terrifying prodigy. No wonder he can make several beauties fall for him at the same time. Damn, if I were a woman, I'd fall for Su Chen too. Someone slapped their thigh in envy, immediately triggering even louder exclamations from the crowd. Nearly 1,000 students from various academies in Haicheng City had originally come to the wilderness forest for pre-exam trials for their beast-taming assessments, never expecting to witness a melodramatic love triangle firsthand. All eyes focused on Su Chen aside from a few already famous prodigies. This ordinary-born youth had seemed utterly unremarkable, yet now he was proven to possess an ancient divine beast. Beyond shock, people couldn't find any other words to describe their current state of mind. With only "could this get any more outrageous" echoing in their heads. Class D students stood frozen in place. Su Chen's tamed beast was actually an ancient divine beast. Awe was written all over their faces. Class A students, however, broke out in cold sweat, their spines chilling. They suddenly remembered their real purpose for coming here. They had planned to deal with Su Chen, but now they were just grateful they hadn't had time to act. Otherwise it would have been suicide. The most devastated was Xing Mingxian. Moments ago, he had been proudly displaying his prowess, but after seeing Su Chen's beast information, his entire face deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly dimming. So Guanming had stubbornly refused to cooperate because he already knew Su Chen's true capabilities. Damn it, making me embarrass myself in public. Even he didn't dare provoke Guanming's beast master's sacred beast quality. So how was his mere demon beast quality anything but suicide? Not to mention his own tame beast was now lying on the ground, not daring to move, completely losing its fighting spirit. Thinking of all this, Xing Mingxuan's guts turned green with regret. He coughed awkwardly twice and announced loudly, "Ahem. Since you and Li Na are so well matched, I'll bless your union." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Sure enough, uniform booing immediately erupted from the surroundings, contemptuous gazes shooting at him like arrows. "What are you all making noise about? I'm helping true lovers unity. Do you understand what gentlemanly grace means?" Xing Mingxian forced himself to lift his head and explain, only earning even louder boos. When facing Su Chen, both Guanming and Xing Mingxian felt ashamed of themselves, their competitive hearts instantly dissipating. They looked at each other awkwardly, knowing that staying any longer would only make them laughingstocks, secretly planning their escape. "Could you two spare a moment for a private word?" Su Chen suddenly reached out to stop them, lowering his voice. "You've both misunderstood me. Relationship with the ladies you admire isn't what you think it is. So there's really no need for you to act this way." Both men froze, staring at Su Chen. "Are you serious?" "Of course I'm serious. I've only met them once or twice. How could I have feelings for them? It's all just a misunderstanding." These words rekindled hope in both men, and they gained some respect for Su Chen as well. The 3 men then squatted down and huddled together, whispering among themselves while the onlookers watched in confusion. The 3 women nearby also frowned slightly, sensing that these 3 men were up to no good. After their conversation, Guanming and Xian Mingxian burst into laughter simultaneously. "Brother Chen is indeed straightforward and speaks his mind. I'm truly impressed and bow to your wisdom." Guanming cupped his hands in respect, his face creased with genuine smiles. "If you ever need anything in the future, Brother Chen, just say the word. I, Xian Mingxian, will spare no effort to help you solve any problems." Xian Mingxian quickly followed up, his tone sincere. The 2 men had been radiating murderous intent just moments before, but now they acted like old friends. The dramatic shift in their demeanor was so extreme that everyone around them stood frozen in shock. After brief pleasantries, they bid each other farewell with, "Until we meet again," and departed separately. Only after their figures completely disappeared did the spectators snap back to reality. Wait, weren't they just about to fight to the death? A low voice broke the silence. One moment, they're ready to kill each other. The next, they're calling each other brothers. That change was way too fast. On the sidelines, Yu Xiaoro and Li Na exchanged glances, both seeing suspicion in each other's eyes. The sudden calm after the storm made them feel even more uneasy. After confirming that Guan Ming and Xian Mingxian had gone far enough, Su Chen turned back to his classmates and waved his hand dismissively. It was just a misunderstanding. Now that it's cleared up, let's continue with our trial. The Class D students looked at each other with confusion. Though puzzled, no one voiced any objections and simply followed Su Chen forward. The other onlookers erupted in discussion. That's it. It's over? They're not even going to fight. Fight what? Those are divine beast contractors. Even Guan Ming, the top student at Shengdai High School, backed down. You want to try? What's Su Chen's background anyway? How could he identify their contracted divine beasts? I've never heard of this guy before. It's like he appeared out of thin air. I'm so jealous. He got the attention of 3 gorgeous girls all at once. Why don't you try contracting a divine beast yourself? Don't even mention it. I've only got a pig by my side. Bah, you're the one with a pig. Amid the chattering discussions, this melodramatic conflict in the wilderness forest came to an abrupt end with Su Chen's identity partially revealed. In everyone's eyes, Su Chen had not only won in terms of presence, but had also captured the hearts of 3 stunningly beautiful girls, Li Na and Yu Xiao among them, both exceptionally skilled with sacred-level contracted beasts. The male students looked at Su Chen with a mixture of envy and awe. After the crowd gradually dispersed, Lu Xian jogged up to Su Chen's side, slightly out of breath. Su Chen, what exactly did you say to them just now? Su Chen turned to look at her with a carefree smile. Nothing much. I just clarified everyone's relationships to avoid any misunderstandings. He hadn't made a public clarification at the time, partly because he was concerned about the 2 girls' dignity, and partly because the chaotic scene hadn't given him the opportunity to speak up. Having lived a second life, he was more attuned to social dynamics and knew that directly rejecting them would have embarrassed the proud Li Na and Yu Xiao. After hearing his explanation, Lu Xian's eyes dimmed. Li Na and Yu Xiao are so beautiful and talented. Don't you feel anything for them at all? They are indeed excellent, but we've only met once or twice. I can't say I'm attracted to them. Su Chen shook his head, his tone calm. He raised his hand, signaling Lu Xian to stop walking, and lowered his voice. Miss, please stop following me. If people see us together, it won't look good for either of our reputations. Su Chen's words sent Lu Xian plummeting into an icy abyss, her entire body turning cold. What saddened Lu Xian wasn't Su Chen's refusal to travel with her, but rather that from beginning to end, Su Chen never even knew her name. As Su Chen turned and walked away, the spectating students gradually dispersed in small groups, and the clearing returned to its former quiet. However, all the drama that had just unfolded spread like a virus through the communication networks, sweeping across the entire wilderness outpost in less than half an hour. The rest area sofas, dining tables, and corridors all became impromptu forums for discussing Su Chen. 1. Su Chen's messy love triangle drama. Who was chasing him? Who got rejected? 2. Su Chen's beast companion. That divine beast's radiance that had illuminated the entire city days ago belonged to his contracted beast. Young prodigy, top-tier divine beast. These 2 pieces of news pushed all the students' emotions to fever pitch. Many couldn't stop thinking about the overwhelming pressure they'd felt that day on the arena when all beasts prostrated themselves, their hearts still racing even after returning to their dorms. In Class A's rest area, the projection had just finished playing the live footage when team leader Xing Lei abruptly shut off the light screen, his fingertips still trembling. Sweat trickled down his temples as his Adam's apple bobbed. They'd nearly caused a catastrophic incident. As a teacher from Haicheng No. 1 High School, he understood all too well what divine beast quality Beastmaster meant. A unseen a century, universally coveted genius. If Class A students had actually laid hands on the white-haired youth, no one could have borne the consequences. The thought still sent chills down his spine. Xing Lei glanced toward Class D in the distance. Shang Wanwan stood with arms crossed, calmly watching the dimming projection with an expression that showed no surprise at Su Chen's identity. Clearly, she'd known all along. Will this kid hold a grudge? Should I prepare some gifts? Xing Lei calculated mentally, quietly taking inventory of the resources he could offer. Meanwhile, on a forest trail in the wilderness, Wang Xiaohu walked with hands clasped behind his head, chattering nonstop. Brother Chun, I think you should just accept those 3 beauties. With your current status, wouldn't that be a piece of cake? Hey, just give the word and I guarantee they'll come flying over. What girl doesn't love a divine beastmaster? But Brother Chin just isn't interested. TSK. So cool. I have a question though. Brother Chun, you're not a him. You don't have any problems in that department, do you? Wang Xiaohu led the teasing, with other classmates joining in the commotion, their noise buzzing around Su Chen like a swarm of flies for a full hour. Suddenly, boom, thunder exploded across the distant sky, like a drumbeat crashing into the depths of the dense forest. Everyone instinctively stopped in their tracks. Someone whispered, "Is that a beast tide?" Su Chen looked up, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "Let's go take a look." With that, he took the lead, and the students behind him reflexively followed. At the same time, in the wilderness outpost's rest area, Shang Wanwan stared at the map projection, her face suddenly changing color. Oh no, that area is the Forbidden Forest Zone. She immediately tried to send a group message through her smart bracelet, warning all students to stop advancing immediately. Buzz. Unknown anomaly detected. Signal transmission failed. After the cold system notification appeared, the projection screen began showing static before going completely black. This is bad. Something's happened. Shang Wanwan's heart sank to the bottom as she spun around and rushed out of the hall, immediately notifying Chen Danwen to organize a rescue team. Chen Danwen received Shang Wanwan's message and immediately dropped his work, rushing to the Wilderness Outpost's rest area. Teacher Shang Wan, what exactly happened? He burst through the door and hurried straight to Shang Wanwan. At that moment, she was gathering several teachers from First High School, preparing to head toward the Wilderness Forest. Do you remember that twisted void in the Wilderness Forest? Shang Wanwan's expression was grave. What? The twisted void? Chen Danwen gasped, his eyes filled with terror. That legendary evil space was formed by the convergence of countless fierce beasts' negative emotions, and any living being that entered would become a target for all the monsters within. Even more terrifying was that the creatures inside weren't ordinary species, but grotesque beasts corrupted by twisted energy. There's no time to waste. Where exactly is the twisted void located? He asked while pulling out his communicator to contact his old friend Lu Qing. The southernmost area. Shang Wanwan turned and started walking. It's a dimensional space that could close at any moment. As soon as she finished speaking, she was already leading her team toward the southern edge of the forest. At the same time, all students' smart bracelets in the Wilderness Forest suddenly lit up. Emergency notice. A dimensional space, the twisted void, has appeared in the Wilderness Forest. The Wilderness Trial is suspended. All students must evacuate immediately and return to the Wilderness Outpost rest area. The same message repeated 3 times without interruption. Discussions erupted throughout the forest. Trial suspended? What's going on? I heard a twisted void appeared. Is that thing dangerous? Of course it's dangerous. It's a dimensional space filled with all kinds of grotesque beasts. The authorities already cleared the Wilderness Forest. How could this still appear? Looks like we won't be able to enter the forest again anytime soon. I've only collected a few beast cores. How am I supposed to pass this assessment? Let's evacuate first. Getting caught up in twisted energy is no joke. I heard no one who enters ever comes back out. Amid the commotion, students packed their equipment and retreated to the outpost along the safe passages. When they reached the rest area, they found it already crowded with Beast-Tamer Association personnel, the atmosphere tense as a drawn bowstring. Only then did everyone learn someone had accidentally entered the twisted void. What the hell happened? How could a twisted void appear in the Wilderness Forest? Lu Qing arrived and immediately confronted the outpost supervisor. As president of the Beast-Tamer Association, he bore responsibility as well, since this forest was provided by the association as a training ground for students. Have you sent anyone in for rescue? He suppressed his anger and quickly shifted into work mode. Several teachers from First High School have already entered the forest, the staff member replied nervously. Lu Qing fell silent for a moment, then issued orders. Notify all academy teachers to immediately escort students back to their schools and deploy elite personnel to enter the Wilderness Forest with me. Once the orders were given, everyone sprang into action. Students were evacuated in an orderly fashion under the guidance of teachers and staff, while rumors about the twisted void spread like wildfire throughout the outpost. Did you hear? Someone entered the twisted void. Holy crap, who's bold enough to venture into the twisted void? That place is a death trap with no way back. I heard it was a class from number 1 high school, including Su Chen, who owns a divine beast. What? The same Su Chen who's being pursued by the 3 elite academy beauties. The crowd erupted in chaos. Someone sighed. I think it's gone to his head, daring to enter the twisted void. Others suddenly understood. So it's Su Chen who tested positive for a divine beast. No wonder it caused such a stir that even the Beast Tamer Association's president came out personally. Sighs followed. What a shame. Just as he was showing his potential, he's about to perish in the twisted void. If he had developed steadily, Su Chen's future would have been extraordinary. Others sneered coldly. Serves him right for being so arrogant, dragging his classmates down with him. Humph, he deserves to die. A mixture of regret and schadenfreude filled the air as news of the twisted void incident rapidly spread throughout Haicheng City, once again stirring up massive waves. In the morning, people were still exclaiming over Su Chen's ability to instantly defeat Chen Lai, an elite student from Beijing University. By afternoon, they were stunned speechless by the revelation that Su Chen is a divine beast tamer. By evening, news of his entry into the twisted void hit like a thunderbolt, with these consecutive bombshells sending the entire city into a frenzy. All the powerful factions in Haicheng City immediately set out for the Wilderness Forest, ostensibly for rescue, but actually competing to recruit him. After all, the light of a divine beast appears once in a century, especially in remote Haicheng City, making Su Chen's value immeasurable. However, Everyone knew the dangers of the twisted void. Even if all factions joined forces, they might not emerge unscathed. At this moment, the Class D students trapped in the twisted void were completely unaware of the outside turmoil, let alone that death lurked beneath their feet. Under Su Chen's guidance, everyone reached the source of the thunderous sounds. Before them lay a crater-filled clearing with broken wood scattered about and scorched earth everywhere, clearly having just witnessed a brutal battle. Two hideous, humanoid fierce beasts faced each other across the space, with evil energy surging like tidal waves. On the left stood a crimson giant ape, 5 meters tall, its white fang-like horn piercing through the thick mist. Its forearms were massive and covered in bristles, with a ferocious expression. Though ape-like, it possessed a humanoid form, a white-horned solitary ape. Su Chen's heart tightened, a fierce beast, and a fully evolved one at that. On the right was a monster called the bull-scale tiger, body like a bull, scales like a fish, for horns on its head, but facial features resembling a fierce tiger. When standing upright, its muscles were taut, and its presence equally terrifying, also fully evolved. In this world, tame beasts were ranked from low to high as exotic beasts, demon beasts, sacred beasts, divine beasts, and ancient divine beasts, with vast gaps between each tier. But there was another category not included in this hierarchy: fierce beasts. Legend had it that twisted spaces were born from the negative emotions of tame beasts, and those long corrupted by the distortion would transform into fierce beasts filled with evil energy. They mostly dwelled in twisted dimensions, rarely setting foot in reality, thus often overlooked by beast tamers. Little was known about the true combat power of fierce beasts, though they were generally believed to rival sacred beasts. Now, two fully evolved fierce beasts had encountered each other on this narrow path. Their terrifying aura made the Class D students' scalps tingle, yet they dared not make the slightest sound. The two sides held their positions, eyes locked, filled with murderous intent. Soon, both ferocious beasts noticed the arrival of the humans, their gazes falling upon the intruders as their eyes widened in shock. The two beasts were initially stunned. This was their territory, so how could living humans have wandered in? In the next instant, murderous intent replaced their surprise. The twisted void was shrouded in dense, malevolent energy that corroded their sanity day and night, turning nearly all the beasts dwelling here into bloodthirsty creatures that delighted in devouring their own kind or humans. The Nyalinhu's eyes glowed an eerie green, its fangs protruding as its barbed tongue licked across its cracked lips. It let out a hoarse chuckle. Haha, let's set aside our grudges for now and feast first. The white-head unicorn ape seemed possessed, pounding the ground with its fists as its grayish-white fur bristled, its bloodlust evident in every movement. This sudden exchange of words left all the intruders frozen in place. What? They can actually speak. Isn't it said that only spirit beasts who've broken through to the 9th tier of complete form can possibly speak? They're clearly just complete form beasts. Don't forget, this is the twisted void. Legend says the beasts here have their minds warped by negative emotions. Not only can they speak, but they're exceptionally cunning. Fear quickly spread through everyone's hearts. As their emotions spiraled out of control, the twisted energy in the air began converging on them like sharks drawn to blood. If this state continued, their sanity would eventually be eroded by the energy, plunging them into the same brutality and madness. Haha, I'm going to devour these humans. The Nyalinhu and white-head unicorn ape exchanged glances, tacitly ceasing their mutual assault and charging toward the group with crushing malevolent force. As death approached, everyone instinctively retreated, despair washing over them like a tide. At that moment, Henin raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curving his lips as he even licked the corner of his mouth, putting on an exaggerated expression that seemed to say, I'm hungry too. Henin, no way. You want to? Su Chen noticed Henin's strange behavior and cried out in alarm. But before he could finish, Henin grabbed his azure dragon crescent blade with one hand, stomped his foot, and charged straight toward the two beasts. The blade cut through the air as his bloodline pressure became tangible, instantly dispelling the twisted energy swirling around the group. The people who had been suffocating under the pressure suddenly came to their senses and quickly retreated another dozen meters, holding their breath to watch the battle. That overwhelming aura gave everyone their first sense of security in the twisted void. Though worry still lurked in their hearts, they were facing two complete form beasts whose minds had been enhanced by dark energy, far beyond what ordinary spirit beasts could match. Su Chen didn't immediately use his beast-taming techniques. He understood this was the first time Henin had actively requested battle without orders. Though he knew Henin was the mount of the ancient war god Qiyu and ranked among divine beasts in quality, he had never witnessed its true strength. This seemed like the perfect opportunity to let Henin fight unrestricted and discover its true capabilities. According to this world's classification of spirit beast grades, divine beasts were undoubtedly the highest quality. But Henin was a rare ancient divine beast, and no one knew just how powerful it could become. Fighting two fierce beasts simultaneously would certainly be no easy task. Su Chen's mind raced as he stared ahead without blinking, yet he refrained from issuing any mental commands. He had decided to let Henin fight on its own. The white-head horned ape and the bull-scaled tiger approached with malevolent aura swirling around them, crushing grass and stones underfoot. Bloodthirsty gleams flickered in their beast eyes, as if they had already regarded the human before them as a steaming hot delicacy. In the next instant, what blocked their path was a rotund panda. Henin gripped a cyan blade in one hand, its paws hitting the ground with thunderous rumbles, while the blade vibrated with faint dragon roars. The overwhelming bloodline pressure crashed down like a tsunami. The two fierce beasts' originally vicious expressions instantly froze, their pupils filled with shock and retreat. This was an irresistible suppression from a superior bloodline. 5 meters. Henin made no unnecessary movements, simply swinging its blade horizontally. Whoosh! The cyan blade energy formed a crescent arc of light, instantly sweeping across the waists of both the white-head horned ape and the bull-scaled tiger. The two figures froze in place, brilliant cyan light flashing at their waists. Then blood sprayed forth as their upper and lower halves separated and fell to the ground, spilled blood trickling down the grass blades. The entire process took no more than the blink of an eye. Amazing, Henin. Su Chen whispered in admiration. This single strike involved no complex techniques, nor could one tell how much true power Henin had used, yet it had cleanly bisected two fierce beasts comparable to sacred beasts, a testament to its terrifying foundation. The surrounding classmates were dumbstruck. Though they knew Henin was a divine beast, they hadn't expected it to instantly kill both fierce beasts with just a casual strike. Moreover, its adorable appearance formed a stark contrast with its current dominance. After the initial shock, the fear that had accumulated in everyone's hearts was instantly swept away with Su Chen's divine beast present. They believed they could escape this twisted void realm. The two massive corpses crashed to the ground. Henin, however, moved with practiced ease, extending its claws to break open their chests and extract two still warm beast cores. After sniffing them at its nose, it tossed them towards Su Chen with obvious disgust. Trash, don't want. It can talk. Exclamations erupted one after another, and even Su Chen stood frozen in place. Since their contract, Henin had been unable to speak like any ordinary tamed beast, but after entering the twisted void realm, it not only displayed stronger autonomous consciousness, but could actually speak aloud. Such a transformation was truly shocking. A cool breeze swept by, ruffling everyone's hair and carrying away the lingering scent of blood from the blade energy. They had yet to recover from Henin's terrifying strength when they were struck again by the scene of it suddenly speaking, leaving everyone speechless with mouths agape. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone stared at this scene with vacant expressions, feeling their heads buzzing, unable to snap back to reality for a long time. The once uneven ground was now completely soaked in blood. Dark crimson mist slowly rose from the blood-filled craters, carrying an icy chill that sent shivers down everyone's spine, finally snapping them out of their shock. Beside the pit lay two massive corpses, a white-head unicorn ape and a bull-scaled tiger. Blood flowed from their thick limbs into the crater, confirming that the lightning-fast strike they had just witnessed was no illusion. After a brief silence, everyone collectively gasped. Two legendary beasts that were said to rival sacred creatures in the twisted void had been cleaved in half by Henin with a single blow. There was no brutal struggle as expected, just one clean, decisive slash. The bloody scene before them crashed into their vision with suffocating impact. Is this the power of a divine beast? Many murmured, their throats bobbing. Two creatures comparable to sacred beasts had been casually slain by Henin, a display of power that completely shattered their understanding. All eyes instinctively turned to Su Chen, filled with awe and shock. Everyone had thought Henin was just adorable, but now they realized it was ridiculously powerful. Finally understanding why Su Chen had always remained so composed, anyone with such a divine beast would find it hard not to be confident. With this realization, pride appeared on the students' faces for the first time. For 3 years, Class D had carried the stigma of being the trash class, the bottom of their grade. But now, for the first time, they felt a sense of vindication rising in their hearts. 18-year-old Su Chen possessed a divine beast, undoubtedly making him a top-tier genius among his peers, and they were his classmates. Years from now, when Su Chen achieved great success, they could proudly boast to others, "I was classmate to the genius beast tamer Su Chen." Something worth bragging about for a lifetime. Compared to the others, Su Chen's shock was no less intense, but he wasn't shocked by Henin's strength, rather by the fact that Henin had actually spoken. Before he could ask about it, he witnessed an even more astonishing scene. Henin lowered its head, pressing its massive mouth to the blood pit, and tilted back to swallow all the crimson liquid. Extracting blood energy from white-head unicorn ape, successfully obtained 5,000 energy points. Extracting blood energy from bull-scaled tiger, successfully obtained 5,200 energy points. Evolution progress increased to 98. Information flooded his mind, and Su Chen couldn't help but brighten up. The blood of these two beasts contained such enormous energy, pushing Hanin's evolution to 98 in one go, just two away from breaking through the complete form barrier and advancing to second-tier complete form. No wonder it didn't follow orders earlier, it had already sensed the energy in the blood. Su Chen understood, shaking his head with a wry smile. Perhaps overwhelmed by too many consecutive shocks, when everyone saw Hanin drinking blood, they didn't scream again, merely paling slightly, while maintaining surprisingly calm expressions. Su Chen held the two glowing beast cores, feeling their abundant energy. Cold white halos danced between his fingers like tiny flames. In the next moment, he did something that caught everyone off guard. With a casual flick of his wrist, the two cores traced graceful arcs through the air and landed in the hands of two female classmates who had weaker abilities. Hanin doesn't like this type of attribute, so let your spirit beasts consume them. Su Chen's tone was calm, yet carried an unquestionable firmness. But these are cores from ferocious beasts. The two girls stood frozen in place, their palms trembling slightly as they reflected the brilliant light of the cores. The surrounding classmates erupted in excitement. If we sold these at the spirit beast market, they'd fetch a fortune. Brother Chun is so generous. Envious gazes flooded toward the two girls like a tide, while Su Chen casually reminded them, have your spirit beasts swallow them now. Their energy can only remain intact within the twisted void realm. Once we leave, the energy will be cut in half. As soon as he finished speaking, the girls immediately crouched down to call their respective spirit beasts. The two creatures raised their heads, and the moment the cores entered their mouths, brilliant golden light exploded, bones cracked and popped, muscles surged, and their bodies visibly grew larger, directly breaking through to the peak of their evolutionary tier and completing their perfect form transformation. The air in the classroom seemed to be sucked away as everyone held their breath. Just one ferocious beast core had evolved the spirit beasts to their maximum potential, in effect that defied common sense. Countless gazes focused on Su Chen once again, filled with both amazement and longing. Su Chen composed himself and spoke in a deep voice. The ferocious beasts in the twisted void realm have battled for years, so their cores contain far more energy than those from the outside world. But that place is equally fraught with danger. Venturing deeper could mean death, or never making it out alive. If you want to improve your strength, you can follow me. If you want to turn back, I won't force you, and I certainly won't mock you. His words were like a double-edged sword, igniting everyone's desire for power while cutting open their fear of death. The twisted void realm was known as the graveyard of beast-tamers. No one had ever returned unscathed. Passion and reason clashed in everyone's hearts, hesitation written across their faces. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Wang Xiaohu slapped his chest hard. What's there to hesitate about? I'm sticking with Brother Chen no matter what. This shout injected courage into the group, and more classmates raised their hands in response, rapidly expanding their numbers. However, a discordant voice soon arose. I oppose moving forward. A male student named Lu Lu stepped out, visibly agitated. Think clearly, no one has ever made it out of the twisted void realm alive. Su Chen, no matter how strong you are, you can't lead everyone to their deaths. Like cold water poured over their heads, everyone's enthusiasm plummeted. Wang Xiaohu immediately glared at him. Lu, stop spreading fear. We've all seen Brother Chen's abilities can lead us out. I'm spreading fear? Lu sneered. Then ask Su Chen if he dares guarantee everyone's safety. Those who died in there included top-tier beast tamers. If they couldn't do it, what makes you think he can? Lu immediately fired back. All right, Lu, what exactly are you trying to say? How dare you question Brother Chen's abilities? Don't forget how many beast cores you've collected along the way. Wang Xiaohu roared angrily, his thick finger nearly poking Lu's nose. You're cunning enough, haven't fed a single one to your beast companion. Planning to make a fortune reselling them at the beast market, aren't you? Exposed in front of everyone, Lu's face darkened, his lips twitching. Since those beast cores are in my hands, I have the right to dispose of them as I see fit. That's none of your business. His gaze shifted, fixing coldly on Su Chen. As for Su Chen, you're manipulating everyone into entering the twisted void. What are your real intentions? Why else would you distribute all the beast cores to everyone? You're just trying to buy people's loyalty first, then use us to fulfill your hidden agenda. After finishing in one breath, Lu raised his voice. I'm not stupid enough to follow you in there to die. Wang Xiaohu's face flushed red with anger as he raised his fist, but Su Chen lifted his hand to stop him. The young man's face was as cold and hard as a blade in the bitter wind. I've never forced anyone to come along, and I've already explained that the twisted void is extremely dangerous. Those who want to leave can retreat along the original path right now. We're still at the edge. If you turn back now, you can safely exit before the void closes. With those words, he said no more and turned toward the mist-shrouded path ahead. Lu spat. Bah, I won't fall for your trick. Whoever wants to be cannon fodder can follow him. He waved his hand, and several equally cowardly individuals immediately turned around with him, heading back the way they came. Before leaving, he looked back with a cold sneer. Stay here and wait for death. The remaining 30-plus people were torn by this scene. On one side was fear of death. On the other was desire for power, their inner conflict written across every face. Wang Xiaohu stomped his foot hard and roared. Lulu is nothing but a cowardly, vain rat. I, Wang Xiaohu, have wasted away for 3 years, and now that I have a chance to turn things around, I won't miss it. Brother Chen, wait for me. He took large strides to catch up with Su Chen. Fatty Tiger's declaration was like a spark igniting dry grass, rekindling the crowd's passion. He's right. We've been looked down upon for 3 years. If we don't fight now, when will we? But that's the twisted void. It's extremely dangerous. What if we go in and die? What's there to fear? Since ancient times, all strong warriors have emerged from life and death struggles. Going back to mediocrity means we'll never hold our heads high again. I trust Brother Chen. He would never stoop as low as Lulu. Lulu just wants to exchange those beast cores for some money so short-sighted. He'll remain worthless in the future. One voice after another, they merged into a torrent. Finally, the remaining dozens of people shouted in unison, "Let's do this." Inspired by their high spirits, they followed Su Chen closely, stepping into the mist without hesitation. Good thing we only reached the edge of the twisted void and didn't actually go deep inside. Otherwise you'd all have to die with them. Lulu said smugly to his companions in a low voice on the way back. Those fools actually believed Su Chen's words and stayed in the twisted void to die. They'll regret it. You guys are smart to follow me, Lulu. Otherwise, you'd end up like them, dead inside. On the southern edge of the wilderness forest, Lulu wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned back with malicious glee to mock the others. Several male and female students followed closely behind. Their steps hurried and panicked, yet they couldn't help but glance back repeatedly toward the direction of the twisted void realm, their hearts still harboring lingering attachment and reluctance toward that unknown territory. They had just stepped out of the twisted void realm's boundary when the mirror-like rippling space behind them suddenly contracted and vanished without a trace, along with the eerie mist. The insect chirping in the wilderness forest became clear once again, as if that void realm had never existed. Lulu threw back his head and laughed loudly. Did you see that? One step later, and we would never have gotten out. Now we should be grateful we saved our own lives. His laughter carried the reckless joy of surviving a disaster, infecting everyone around him. That lingering attachment to the void realm was quickly diluted, and the shocked faces turned to expressions of relief. Brother Lu is right. Thank goodness we followed the right person, or we really would have died in there. Damn, we almost fell for Su Chen's trick. Brother Lu has sharp eyes, getting us out early. Yeah, if Brother Lu hadn't warned us, we'd be nothing but bones by now. Those people who didn't come out are probably regretting it to death now, huh? Everyone chattered away, forcibly burying their fear beneath flattering words. Lulu patted his backpack proudly. Following me, Lulu, is never wrong. I still have several beast cores left. Later I'll sell them at the beast-taming market and treat everyone to a good time. Brother Lu is so generous. Everyone cheered, and their original guilt towards Su Chen dissipated in the laughter, even beginning to mock Su Chen's stupidity. Before their words had faded, an overwhelming oppressive force suddenly struck from the forest. Flaming birds swept through the air, lightning-wreathed beasts charged wildly, their violent aura like sharp blades that shredded leaves and branches as they passed. Lulu and the others thought ferocious beasts were attacking. Their faces turned deathly pale instantly, their knees went weak, and they almost simultaneously collapsed among the scattered branches and fallen leaves. Lulu, a clear but cold female voice rang out. The flaming bird folded its wings and landed, and a tall, stunningly beautiful woman leaped down from its back, their substitute teacher, Shang Wanwan. Following closely behind, several tamed beasts landed, and teachers from other classes appeared one after another. Shang Wanwan couldn't hide her surprise as her gaze swept over everyone. Where are the other students? Where is Su Chen? Lulu's pupils contracted as he avoided her gaze, stammering and pointing toward where the void realm had just closed. The students, they're all still in the twisted void realm. Su Chen instigated it. Fortunately, I sensed something was wrong and wasn't fooled by him. What? Su Chen instigated everyone to enter the twisted void realm. Shang Wanwan's brow furrowed tightly. It's true, Lulu puffed out his chest, speaking faster. He said if we wanted to improve our strength, we had to follow him. The students were momentarily bewitched, and all followed him in. When I reminded them not to be impulsive, Su Chen called us despicable villains on the spot, and even tried to attack us. We barely managed to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the people beside him immediately caught on, nodding in agreement. Yes, that's right. Su Chen was the one who led everyone in. He said he guaranteed to lead everyone to the pinnacle of life. We were just giving kind reminders, and he wanted to beat us up. We nearly lost our lives. Everyone talked over each other, pouring out the strange and dangerous experiences from the void realm with embellishments, constantly suggesting to the teachers that Su Chen had premeditated everything, leading his classmates into danger like a demon who wanted to kill and silence witnesses. They painted Su Chen as a malicious demon with ulterior motives who sought to commit murder and eliminate witnesses. Lu Lu and his companions painted such a vivid picture that Shang Wanwan couldn't help but feel alarmed. She was merely a substitute teacher for Class D, having been in the position for just over a month, yet she had a fairly good grasp of each student's temperament. The idea that Su Chen's power had skyrocketed in just a few days and that he had contracted a divine-grade beast sounded like pure fantasy. However, based on her understanding of Su Chen, he would never do anything to harm his classmates. Therefore, she remained skeptical of Lu Lu's account, hesitating to draw any conclusions. In contrast, the other teachers nearby believed it without question. The Twisted Void is a forbidden realm formed by the convergence of negative emotions from countless beasts. It has always been unpredictable, opening without warning, one teacher said in a lowered voice, though unable to hide his fear. Now that the entrance is sealed, even if someone wanted to enter, they couldn't, let alone escape. What exactly was Su Chen trying to accomplish? Another teacher chimed in, his gaze dark. Didn't he know how dangerous the void is? I think his newfound power went to his head, and he deliberately dragged his classmates along to their deaths. Encouraging classmates to venture into a death trophy must have had ulterior motives. Such a student is absolutely despicable, Xing Lei coldly concluded, categorizing Su Chen as someone with a dark heart. Learning that the Twisted Void had completely vanished, these teachers secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Technically, they had a responsibility to protect their students, but even they feared such a deadly place. With the entrance sealed, there was no need to risk a rescue mission. If they could frame the accident as Su Chen's premeditated scheme, their responsibility would be greatly diminished. As for how much truth versus falsehood lay in Lu Lu's words, they had no interest in investigating further. Lu Lu and his companions exchanged glances, smug expressions crossing their faces. That's impossible. Su Chen would never harm his classmates. Shang Wanwan still shook her head. Xing Lei snorted coldly. Teacher Shangwan, don't forge at the camp's rest area. You saw it too through your smart bracelet's projection. It was Su Chen who led the charge into that place. Now only a few students have escaped while most are still trapped inside. If that's not instigation, what is? Shang Wanwan furrowed her brow but didn't argue further, turning instead to continue searching the forest for her students. Xing Lei and the other teachers, escorting Lu Lu and the others to safety as their excuse, simply abandoned any rescue efforts for Su Chen. In the darkness, Lu Qing led the Beast Tamer Association's arrival and launched a carpet search. The rescue operation continued until dawn the next day, but still no trace was found. Dozens of Class D students seemed to have vanished into thin air. News spread rapidly throughout Haicheng City. Lu Lu and his companions embellished their story, causing an immediate citywide uproar. Television stations took turns condemning the incident, while online forums erupted with criticism. How is it Su Chen again? He's been all over the news these past few days. People who don't know better might think he bought trending topics. This morning brought news of Su Chen defeating elite students from Kyoto University. By noon, rumors spread of his complicated love affairs and the revelation of his divine beast. But the afternoon brought even more explosive news that instantly flooded the forum. She had actually led his entire class into the Twisted Void, a place even Beast Master veterans dared not enter. The forums erupted with criticism. Holy crap, even roller coasters aren't this intense. Has Su Chen's ego reached its absolute peak, dragging so many people to their deaths? Good riddance if he dies. Is that so-called divine beast really his? I heard the divine light came from Shangwan Wan's vermilion bird. It's definitely just marketing. Nobody understands marketing better than me. While public opinion raged outside, Su Chen in the Twisted Void remained completely unaware. The deeper Class D ventured, the stronger the mind-corroding aura became. Brother Chen, this aura is getting more oppressive. I can barely breathe. Why do I suddenly want to fight? To tear apart every living thing. Except for Su Chen, dozens of students turned pale, cold sweat streaming down their faces. The bloodthirsty impulse seeped into their bones like poison. The low-tier beasts they encountered along the way only slightly eased this battle lust, but couldn't satisfy their craving for slaughter. Su Chen understood clearly this was the unique, corrupting aura of the Twisted Void. Once consumed by it, one would transform into a bloodthirsty monster knowing only carnage. Since there was an aura, there had to be a source, and Henin seemed to know where it was. From the moment they entered, the creature had been searching everywhere. Ignoring commands, this was Su Chen's main reason for venturing deeper. They walked for what felt like several hours. The void sky remained perpetually overcast, without day or night, filled with deathly energy. Rest here. Su Chen raised his hand to signal. Everyone was exhausted. Some even fell asleep instantly against tree trunks. Boom. Flames stretching 1,000 meters shot forth like fire serpents, carrying scorching waves toward the group. Everyone be careful, Su Chen shouted, rushing forward to meet the attack. From within the fire emerged a beast resembling a giant rat. Its entire body was covered in burning fur, and its claws turned the ground into a sea of flames wherever they touched. A flame beast. Dear God, a third-tier complete form. Facing this massive creature, everyone's pupils contracted sharply. Humans, I will burn you all to ash. The flame beast growled hoarsely, flames surging around it. Unfazed by their numbers, it seemed even more excited. A third-tier complete form? I'm not afraid of you. Wang Xiaohu roared, commanding his golden claw flame hound to charge. The other students no longer retreated, ordering their beasts to launch fierce attacks. Whether tempered by continuous battles or influenced by the void's aura, Class D showed no trace of fear. Dozens of energy attacks converged and poured toward the flame beast. However, to a third-tier complete form, these attacks were merely like a gentle breeze. The flame beast simply exhaled a wall of fire, reducing all attacks to nothing. Mere child's play. The fire beast's eyes blazed as it unleashed another torrent of flames. The inferno roared forward like a fire dragon cutting through the sky, sending waves of scorching heat that made all the students cry out in alarm. Whirlwind leaf sweep. A sudden hurricane whipped up sand and stones, forcibly tearing apart and scattering the flames. Only then could people see clearly that Henin gripped his green dragon crescent blade with both hands, the blade's edge tracing 5 elements array patterns in the air, generating whirlwinds that instantly extinguished the fire. The fire beast's fangs gleamed coldly, its ferocious face twisted with humiliation. Facing this mysterious fat bear of unknown origin, it burned with rage. In the next moment, evil spirit flames gathered in its mouth, and a green-red intertwined fire beam shot through the air toward Henin with a piercing shriek and terrifying pressure. Henin didn't even lift his head, casually waving his hand to scatter the evil flames into sparkling embers that died upon hitting the ground. Every student's gaze converged on the scene, their expressions filled with shock. The fire beast was a mighty third-tier complete form, and that strike should have been unstoppable, yet Henin neutralized it with a single move. This was the power of a divine beast. Damn it! The fire beast growled low, suddenly accelerating as blazing flames rose in rings along its running path. The fire left crimson tracks on the ground, quickly forming a wall of flames that trapped Henin in the center. As the fire beast sprinted faster, the flames spun with increasing speed, creating a crimson tornado hurricane, crimson flame. The blaze was like a forge, with temperatures at its core hot enough to incinerate any living being. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't hold back. He raised his hands to form seals, casting the crank beast-taming technique, Shadow Bind, attempting to restrain the fire beast with shadows. But enhanced by the hurricane crimson flame, the fire beast moved like lightning, and the shadow threads missed repeatedly. If it's speed you want to compete with, then let me slow you down. Su Chen's mind shifted as he switched to the Brank beast-taming technique, Gravity Wave, suddenly intensifying the regional gravity. Gravitational waves surged like tides, instantly covering the entire battlefield. The fire beast couldn't dodge in time. Its steps became heavy, and the tornado flames weakened accordingly. The opportunity appeared. Henin stomped his foot, and his massive form shot up through the wind. The green dragon crescent blade traced a brilliant arc of cold light, precisely catching the fire beast's sluggish trajectory and driving straight through. With a dull sound of metal piercing bone, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted from the blade. The blazing tornado collapsed, the firewall crumbled, leaving only 2 figures facing each other, the green dragon crescent blade piercing through the fire beast's chest. The fire beast's pupils contracted sharply, its face filled with disbelief. Henin's surging power flowed through the blade, leaving all the students stunned. A third-tier complete form fierce beast had been slain on the spot by Henin, who was only at complete form level. This scene left everyone's hearts in turmoil. Successfully defeated third-tier complete form fire beast, gained 8,000 energy points. Evolution progress 100. Successfully broke through complete form barrier, advanced to second-tier complete form. Beast tamer level increased to level 2. Your constitution, strength, and speed have been enhanced. As the fire beast's corpse collapsed, a crisp sound echoed in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen's panda has evolved into a second-tier complete form, someone exclaimed first. Even Su Chen's own beast tamer level has improved now, we're unstoppable. The students gathered around, watching the spiritual pressure suddenly surge from Su Chen's body, their faces filled with excitement and confidence. Henin waddled over on his short legs and extracted a fist-sized beast core from the fire beast's charred, roasted carcass. The core was black with fire patterns, like a burning gem that gleamed brilliantly in the night. Everyone's gaze fell upon that radiant treasury, a third-tier complete form beast core, worth a fortune, capable of granting a qualitative leap to any spirit beast that consumed it. Henin shook his round head, seemingly uninterested in such a precious item, and casually tossed the beast core to Su Chen. The energy is too intense. Direct consumption might cause backlash. Su Chen concentrated his energy and split the beast core in half, handing the pieces to the 2 weakest students in the class. As the dazzling energy flowed into them, their spirit beasts immediately evolved from growth stage to maturity stage. With this, Class D no longer had a single spirit beast remaining in the growth stage. The two students were both shocked and delighted, nearly moved to tears with gratitude, secretly celebrating that they had followed Su Chen into the twisted void. Thinking of Lulu's regretful expression when they returned, they felt even more satisfied. Just as everyone was chatting and laughing, Henin suddenly puffed out his round belly and shouted toward the front, "Follow me." His posture looked exactly like a leader giving orders, nearly causing Su Chen to stumble. "Henin, where are you going? And how can you suddenly speak?" Su Chen hurried to catch up. "Don't talk, just follow me." Henin dropped this line and continued walking, his tone both arrogant and curt. Su Chen was left speechless and could only lead the team in pursuit. Everyone followed along the way, leaving a trail of slain fierce beasts in their wake, but Henin never stopped. Time stretched endlessly, and oppression and fatigue spread through the group. Finally, Su Chen asked in a deep voice, "How much longer? Where exactly is your destination?" Henin turned around, his eyes flashing with seriousness. "The target is the source of that aura arrives soon. It actually wants to go there." Su Chen's heart trembled, was all too familiar with that mind-corroding dark aura, but he hadn't expected Henin to sense it so precisely. He probed, "Have you been here before?" "No." Henin shook his chubby head. "But this aura is intimately connected to Mei, can clearly sense its location." Intimately connected? The name of the ancient war god Qiyu surfaced in Su Chen's mind. Henin was Qiu's mount, and if there was something that could resonate with him, it could only be the Nine-Li war god himself. For the first time, Su Chen felt uneasy. Was Henin returning to serve under Qiyu? Confusion and speculation plagued them all the way until a cave suddenly appeared ahead. The entrance was wrapped in hard black rock, barely wide enough for several people to walk side by side. Yet the interior was dark and spacious. A pitch-black tumor floated within, its surface veins twisted and pulsing like a breathing heart, continuously spewing black mist. The mist scattered upon touching the ground, corroding the rock walls and eroding everyone's sanity. An intense oppressive aura of death rushed toward them, making everyone breathe heavily and their steps falter. Henin suddenly released the divine beast bloodline within him, and golden brown pressure surged like a tide, suppressing most of the rampaging death aura, allowing people to barely steady themselves and gasp for air. "We've arrived." Henin's face was grave as he looked at the black tumor before them and said, "This is the fierce king's heart." "What? The fierce king's heart?" Su Chen suddenly held his breath, his gaze locked onto the black tumor-like mass over 10 meters in diameter before him. The thing resembled a pulsating boulder, its surface covered with slick, dark blood vessels that contracted and expanded dramatically, the muffled thuds against his eardrums confirming if this was indeed a heart. But who could possess such a massive heart exposed in the open? Questions swirled in his mind as he stared at the black mass of flesh. With each beat, it spewed wisps of dark mist that slithered through the air like venomous serpents. Su Chen faintly detected the mingled scent of decay and sulfur. Wasn't this the very source of the corrosive aura within the twisted void? Just as he stood bewildered and shocked, a voice hoarse as dragging rusted iron echoed through the cavern. "Finally, you've arrived." The voice carried bone-chilling coldness, like death itself whispering. Everyone's faces turned pale as they collectively stepped back half a pace. Su Chen quickly surveyed their surroundings. The rock walls were hard and cold, and aside from the massive black heart, there was no other living creature. Could it be that this heart was the source of the voice? While everyone stood at a loss, Henin suddenly stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "You summoned me here, what exactly do you want?" His words struck like thunder. Throughout their journey into the twisted void, Henin had navigated with familiar ease. So his true purpose had been this mass of black flesh all along. Su Chen nodded slightly and raised his hand to signal the others to remain silent. He too wanted to understand the connection between Henin and the twisted void. The black heart suddenly expelled thicker dark mist, which swirled into a vortex, and a pair of crimson eyes opened deep within the misty walls. The air in the cavern instantly grew stagnant, making even breathing feel heavy. "I want to ask you for a favor," the hoarse voice spoke again. Henin responded calmly. "You manifested in the wilderness forest and lured me into this realm just to ask for my help?" Su Chen was secretly alarmed, so the twisted void hadn't appeared by chance, but had specifically targeted Henin and himself. The voice from within the vortex continued to echo. "You and I are both divine beasts left over from ancient times. Now only you can assist me." Henin pondered for a moment. "Speak, then how do you want me to help?" "It's simple, destroy this black tumor." "What? Destroy it? Isn't this your heart?" Henin frowned. "Indeed it is." The voice carried suppressed anger. "But now it has been controlled and corrupted by the firelight beast. You slayed the firelight beast, which is how you found this place. Besides this heart, I have two others, each controlled by different fierce beasts." A chorus of sharp intakes echoed through the cavern. 3 hearts. Such an existence was unheard of, making everyone's scalp tingle. Su Chen stepped forward, his tone serious. Why should we help you? What is your true purpose? Insignificant human, you have no right to question me. The red glow within the black vortex immediately intensified, focusing on Su Chen with an overwhelming sense of oppression. A deathly aura swept over them, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Yet Su Chen stood firm as a mountain, his imposing presence unwavering as his gaze locked onto the churning black vortex. My master's words are my words as well. Henin stepped forward, his voice deep and resonant. Master. The blood-red light within the vortex dimmed slightly, and after a moment of silence, it surged again. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you everything. The black vortex began its tale. 1. The twisted void realm was not a territory, but the body of a colossal beast. 2. Before the twisted void realm came into being, it had already existed within primordial chaos. No one knew its origins or true name, so later beings gave it a title, the Chaos Beast King. 3. At birth, it was merely a white, plump mass of flesh, no eyes, no ears, only a gaping maw. It fed on the mist drifting through the air, which was the manifestation of negative emotions from exotic beasts. With each wisp consumed, its body swelled larger. 4. As eons passed, it grew to the size of a small mountain and finally sprouted limbs, yet remained too heavy to move, able only to open its mouth and devour. 5. Later, as the negative emotions of exotic beasts grew scarce and the airborne mist diminished, it tore open space using itself as the core, creating the twisted void realm, to lure exotic beasts together. It released mind-disturbing auras that drove them into bloodthirsty madness. Negative emotions flowed endlessly once more, and the Chaos Beast King expanded into an unimaginably massive creature. 6. The excessive absorption brought excruciating pain. It wanted to stop, but could no longer control itself. Worse still, several powerful beasts seized the opportunity to claim its 3 hearts black, tumor-like organs, establishing dominion over the forest region, mountain region, and river region respectively. They used its corrosive aura to rule as kings within the void realm. The flame beast that had just been slain was the ruler of the forest region. 7. Unless the control over those 3 hearts could be destroyed, the corrosive aura would never cease, and the Chaos Beast King's suffering would be eternal. The black vortex's voice dropped to its lowest point. Endless devouring only makes me larger and more tormented. I want to stop, but I'm bound by my hearts. Only by defeating those beasts and destroying their control over my hearts can this nightmare end. Having heard everything, Su Chen now understood. The Chaos Beast King's greedy consumption of exotic beasts' negative emotions had caused it to expand into the twisted void realm itself, only to have its hearts seized by powerful beasts. Now, it could only rely on others' strength to break the control over its hearts. The Chaos Beast's words left everyone gasping in shock. No one had imagined that this vast, boundless twisted realm beneath their feet was entirely the body of the Chaos Beast King. The black soil they stood on, the rolling sea of mist above their heads, all were the flesh and bones of some living being. That unimaginable size left everyone's minds reeling, their breathing frozen. Originally, they had firmly believed the twisted realm was merely a distorted world formed by the accumulation of negative emotions from exotic beasts. Now that the truth was revealed, everyone instinctively recalled the ancient legend. In the northern darkness, there is a fish called Kuan. It transforms into a bird called Peng. The back of the Peng spans thousands of miles. The Chaos Beast King's body, comparable to the Kuanpeng, was so shocking it made one's scalp tingle. Su Chen was the first to regain his composure, his voice cold and hard. This is the disaster you planted long ago. Now the beasts slaughter each other, and the realm spirals out of control, all because of you alone. Why should we clean up your mess? As his words fell, the cave suddenly fell silent. The black vortex clung to the rock wall, its red glow flickering like a pulsing pupil. Invisible killing intent seeped through the damp stone walls, making the air instantly heavy, almost solidifying. Everyone was pressed down, sweating profusely, collapsing to their knees, gasping for breath. Su Chen still forced his spine straight, his entire body's energy surging, barely managing to remain standing. Han, that rotund, iron-eating beast wielding a green dragon crescent blade, stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Su Chen, ready to draw his weapon at any moment. Yet Su Chen was certain in his heart. If the Chaos Beast King could truly strike, how could it allow other beasts to imprison its heart? Ha ha ha. A hoarse laugh echoed between the cave walls. Insignificant human, you dare refuse me? Interesting. How about we make a deal? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Let's hear it. If you help me escape, I'll send you back to the real world. What kind of bargaining chip is that? Henin was the first to scoff. When asking for favors, you should show some sincerity. Henin, that's the spirit. Su Chen gave a thumbs up in approval. Henin proudly tried to copy the gesture, but his bare paws were so short his thumb was barely visible. The Chaos Beast King laughed again. Then I'll add a wisp of ancient soul. You should know that you are an ancient divine beast, and only this can remove the shackles binding you. What shackles? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Ask this iron-eating beast friend here. The Chaos Beast King said mockingly. What mistake did he make during the Battle of Zhualu? Ha ha. Shut up. Henin's face instantly flushed red as he muttered. Fine, I agree. A mistake from the Battle of Zhualu? Su Chen stared thoughtfully at Henin, a smile playing at his lips. What are you looking at? Never seen such a handsome bear before. Henin bristled and snorted, leaving Su Chen speechless, and the others barely able to contain their laughter. They simply couldn't hold it in. Good. It settled then. The Chaos Beast King said with certainty. I await your good news, and will certainly keep my promise. The voice cut off abruptly, leaving no echo in the cave. As the Chaos Beast King's voice faded, Henin raised his green dragon crescent blade and pierced through the black tumor with a single strike. In an instant, the black tumor's shell cracked into powder, and a white magic circle immediately formed on the ground. The heart, stripped of its outer shell, suddenly hardened in the air, its color shifting from dark red to grayish-brown, resembling a piece of solid dark iron rock. This was the true form of the Chaos Beast King's heart. As the heart transformed, the corrosive aura that had been permeating the surroundings noticeably weakened, as if devoured by the magic circle, leaving only a faint sweet metallic scent. There are still two more controlled hearts remaining, located in the mountain region and the river region respectively. Su Chen surveyed everyone, his gaze turning to the shackles on Henin's wrist, filled with curiosity about that ancient soul. Once unsealed, what would Henin become? Henin simply nodded, folding his massive arms to signal he was ready to follow orders at any time. Everyone still felt lingering fear. After witnessing the power of the Chaos Beast King, they felt both insignificant and guilty, like bystanders unable to help, yet only able to witness such scenes because of Su Chen. After organizing their equipment, they set off toward the next target under Su Chen's leadership. The mountain region was quite far from the forest area, and everyone trekked for a full day. At dusk, towering mountains came into view, their peaks obscuring the horizon like another continent embedded within the Chaos Beast King's body. Gazing at this inner world, everyone marveled silently. If just one mountain range was this massive, how terrifying must the Chaos Beast King's true body be? Who are you to dare intrude into the mountain region? Heavy stone debris tumbled down as two complete-form fierce beasts made of rock blocked their path. Seeing a group of humans, they tensed up and growled. It's humans. Quickly notify the Mountain Demon King. Bang. Before they could finish speaking, Henin swung his massive arm like a hammer, and the two beasts shattered instantly, their screams reduced to mere echoes. Another one-hit kill. The students had long grown accustomed to Henin's overwhelming power and remained unfazed, only thinking those two complete-form beasts had overestimated themselves. The sound of falling rubble seemed like a battle horn as countless fierce beasts swarmed from valleys, caves, and cliffs, their fangs gleaming and roars deafening. Humans? Actually humans. Everyone attacked together, kill them. Gray-black figures surged toward them like a tide. Facing the fierce beast wave, Class D students no longer showed the panic they had when first entering the virtual realm, quickly summoning their respective beast companions to fight. The fierce beasts in the mountain region were almost entirely complete form, with slightly superior overall strength, but the students had long since overcome their fear of level suppression after continuous trials. Su Chen felt gratified seeing his classmates charge forward bravely, yet knowing this area remained dangerous, he raised his hand and cast a level beast control technique, gravity fluctuation. Invisible gravitational waves precisely struck each fierce beast, making the heavy ones sink as if trapped in mud, while the light ones floated and lost balance. Their movements became sluggish and clumsy, allowing Class D students to seize the opportunity to attack. Flying creatures dove down, giant beasts charged forward, and cold steel mixed with blood mist. In just a few minutes, the mountain path was littered with corpses. This was their first large-scale frontal battle since entering the twisted virtual realm. The thrill of hot blood and victory ignited everyone's fighting spirit, and with Su Chen backing them up, they fought more courageously, ultimately annihilating all the fierce beasts. After the battle ended, wind whispered through the cliff walls as classmates excitedly searched for beast cores, their laughter rising and falling. I never thought I could overcome fear and face such powerful fierce beasts. One student clenched his fist with tears glistening. This is the charm of battle. More people held crystalline beast cores, their faces filled with pride and amazement. Joining Su Chen's team and entering the twisted virtual realm was a decision they would never regret in their lives. Accompanied by the joy of harvest, deep gratitude towards Su Chen welled up in everyone's hearts. Without Su Chen, they would never have grown, let alone encountered such extraordinary opportunities. Who dares to trespass on my territory? From the mountain peak, a massive beast covered in rocky armor plummeted from the clouds, landing heavily before the group. The mountain seemed to be struck by a giant hammer, thunderously collapsing as a crater several feet deep formed instantly. The beast resembled a wild boar with 5 claws on each limb, exposed tusks gleaming with a cold, sharp light that reflected in the human's eyes. It was a mountain demon, a third-tier complete form, its entire body encased in stone armor with defense like an impenetrable fortress, famous for its signature move, floating stone bombardment. I never expected a group of humans would dare enter my domain. The mountain demon's voice carried a deep, resonant echo. From the crowd, Su Chen stepped forward and stated his purpose directly. We've come here only for the heart of the Chaos Beast King. You'd better not stand in our way, or else. Or else what? The mountain demon snarled arrogantly. A lowly human dares to threaten me? Are you tired of living? The negotiation broke down as expected. Su Chen turned back with a casual remark. Let's do this, Henin. Remember, don't kill it to still need it to guide us. He knew that while Henin could track down the Chaos Beast's heart by following its scent, having the local lord as a guide would save them considerable time. Henin nodded, pointing his blade forward as killing intent surged forth like a tangible force. The mountain demon was initially stunned by this overwhelming presence, but when it realized its subordinates were witnessing its moment of weakness, its rocky armor seemed to burn with embarrassment, and rage exploded instantly. You want to challenge me? Just you. The mountain demon had established its dominion at the mountain range's core, controlling the corrosive aura that permeated the area to reign as king. Now these outsiders were targeting it. This was clearly a declaration of war. Floating stone bombardment, it roared. Crack, crack, massive boulders broke free from the peak, transforming into a meteor shower that bombarded towards Su Chen. The thunderous noise mixed with howling winds as each rock was powerful enough to crush stone walls. The mountain demon had targeted Su Chen for its first attack, which caught him off guard. However, after multiple enhancements, his physical capabilities had already transformed. Facing the sky-covering boulders, his form moved like a phantom, weaving and dodging as he forcibly carved a path through the stone rain. At that moment, the ground swelled, and a giant serpent covered in stone scales burst from the earth, silently attacking Su Chen from behind an angry rock snake, a second-tier complete form. Its body was like a python but wrapped in rocky layers, possessing both the flexibility of a snake and the hardness of stone, with the signature move crystal stone bullets. The angry rock snake puffed its cheeks and spat out dense crystal projectiles that filled the sky, whistling through the air. Ha ha, lowly human. How dare you challenge Lord Mountain Demon? Today is your death day. It raised its head in wild laughter, confident it had Su Chen trapped. With fierce wind approaching from behind and no time to completely dodge, Su Chen immediately activated his beast-taming technique, weight fluctuation, suddenly reducing his body weight until he became light as a feather, his speed increasing dramatically. Bang, 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 the crystal bullets struck the ground, sending up debris and dust. Su Chen used his lightened state to weave through the gaps without even his clothes being grazed. The rain-like dense assault completely missed its mark, causing the watching crowd to gasp in amazement. Su Chen's movement techniques and physical strength far exceeded their previous understanding. Bullying my master, what kind of hero does that make you? Henin roared furiously, raising his blade as he charged forward. Henin wielded the green dragon crescent blade, and with a resounding dragon's roar, he pierced through the charging, raging rock serpent. In an instant, he shattered the serpent's formidable defenses, the blade penetrating from head to tail, reducing the entire serpentine body to a pile of rubble. Debris tumbled down, dust billowed up, and cracks spiderwebbed across the surrounding rock walls. The mountain demon's face went ashen with horror, knew the raging rock serpent's strength all too well. Second only to himself, it had always been his most trusted lieutenant, yet now it was slain with a single strike. The terrifying combat prowess of this giant bear sent chills down his spine. Who are you? Why do you seek the Chaos Demon King's heart? The mountain demon suppressed his fear, his tone still defiant. Henin lowered his blade at an angle, killing intent surging like a tide. Su Chen stood behind him, responding coolly. There's no harm in telling you the Chaos Demon King himself asked us to come. His tone turned cold as he warned. If you dare obstruct us, death will be your only path. The air turned frigid as Henin stepped forward with his blade raised, overwhelming bloodlust bearing down on the mountain demon. Finally seeing the vast gap between them, the demon might have lived if he retreated, but his pride wouldn't allow submission. You think I'm afraid of you? At worst, I'll die. He roared, eyes bloodshot, unleashing his full power as violent winds carried debris toward Henin. Su Chen had originally hoped to capture the mountain demon alive as a guide, but seeing his resolve to fight to the death and fearing Henin might be injured if he held back, he immediately ordered, "Show no mercy." Henin understood, raising his blade overhead as dense spiritual energy blazed along the edge, making the surrounding air hum and vibrate. The mountain demon's throat bobbed, yet he still charged forward with a roar. Another dragon's cry thundered forth as the azure blade light swept across the sky with a piercing whistle. The mountain demon froze midair, and in the next instant, stone fragments scattered as his body crumbled to the ground. Another third-tier complete form, once again annihilated by Henin's single strike. Though everyone knew of Henin's terrifying power, they couldn't help but feel shaken to their core. The mountain ranges stretched endlessly, peaks upon peaks layered in succession. Su Chen stood on a protruding rocky point, gazing at the mountainous terrain ahead and grumbling irritably. With so many mountains here, how long will we have to climb? Though Henin could track by scent, he couldn't find gentle routes, forcing the group to traverse mountain after mountain. With steep cliffs and uneven forests, everyone scrambled over loose rocks for most of the day before finally reaching the cavern where the Chaos Demon King's heart lay. Their previous battles had yielded a massive haul of beast cores. Without hoarding them, everyone fed the cores to their respective spirit beasts. Brilliant spiritual light flashed as all the spirit beasts broke through to complete form. With their natural talents, who knew how long they would have had to cultivate in the outside world, yet simply by following Su Chen into this twisted void realm, they achieved such tremendous progress. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream, barely able to contain their excitement and filled with anticipation for the future. Su Chen didn't linger, instructing Henin to immediately destroy the chaos beast Xinyang's control, then said matter-of-factly, "Let's go. Only one heart remains." The final heart was located in the river region. The group crossed mountains once more, traversing several chasms and gorges on foot before finally arriving at a vast network of waterways. Rivers surged violently, torrents crashed against shores, and undercurrents churned beneath the surface, their depths unfathomable. This area housed numerous aquatic fierce beasts, with land-based creatures rarely venturing here, meaning the ruler must be a water tribute overlord. The group stood at the water's edge, gazing at the turbulent river surface, yet no beasts showed themselves. Wang Xiaohu frowned and muttered to himself, "Is the last heart really here? Could it be underwater?" Before them stretched an intricate network of rivers, nothing but rivers as far as the eye could see. Henin looked equally bewildered, unable to detect any scent of the chaotic beast's heart and unsure how to respond. Perhaps Wang Xiaohu was right, the heart was buried beneath the riverbed, with the thick water completely masking its scent. "How about we catch a beast and interrogate it?" Su Chen suggested, then turned to Henin. "Can you swim?" Henin lifted his chin proudly, set down his weapon, and leaped into the river. His 300-pound frame crashed into the water with a thunderous splash, sending waves several yards high. Everyone expected him to demonstrate his prowess underwater, but instead they watched him flail about on the surface, merely floating. No matter how hard he tried to dive down, his round belly kept bobbing at the surface. "That buoyancy is ridiculous. Is his belly hollow or something?" Su Chen complained helplessly. He turned to his classmates. "Does anyone have a water-type beast?" Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. After a moment, two girls shyly raised their hands and stepped forward. My contracted beast is water-type." "Mine too." They summoned their contracted spirits, a sea flood dragon and a blue mystic turtle. The sea flood dragon had a handsome dragon head, but its body was as thin as a worm, making it look like a giant earthworm. The blue mystic turtle had a completely bald head and an extremely long neck, creating quite an odd appearance. Su Chen nearly burst out laughing, and the other students' faces turned red from holding back their laughter. "What's that supposed to mean?" The two girls put their hands on their hips and glared angrily. "Don't look at our babies with those weird expressions, you'll scare them." The suppressed laughter finally exploded as everyone doubled over with mirth. "We don't care about you anymore." The two girls blushed crimson from the laughter and stamped their feet, turning their heads away. Laughter echoed along the riverbank. Since entering the twisted void realm, everyone had been on edge constantly. This was their first time laughing so freely. Su Chen stood quietly to the side, watching his classmates finally open their hearts, thinking to himself, in 3 years, Class D had never been this joyful. As the laughter gradually subsided, he walked up to the two girls, his tone gentle yet serious. "The river hides deadly dangers. You must be extremely careful. The mission is just to lure out a few water-type beasts. Don't get caught up in prolonged fighting." "Yes, we understand." The two girls nodded vigorously. "Go ahead," Su Chen said softly. The sea flood dragon and blue mystic turtle dove into the river together. The two girls stood by the riverbank, controlling their spirit beasts. Beast tamers and their creatures shared a telepathic bond, allowing the beasts to relay what they saw to their masters even when their lines of sight differed. The baby turtle dove in first, but the images it transmitted back showed only murky water. The young dragon on the other side also couldn't see clearly to the riverbed. The girls closed their eyes tightly, concentrating on capturing their beast's thoughts and quietly reporting the underwater conditions. Their classmates spontaneously formed a semicircle around them, both shielding them from potential danger and holding their breath to avoid disturbing the girls' concentration. Suddenly, both girls' expressions tensed simultaneously. "Something's wrong. A fierce beast has appeared and is attacking rapidly. The water's too murky. The young dragon can't make out what it looks like either. Oh no, the baby turtle is injured." Su Chen immediately ordered, "Don't engage in prolonged combat. retreat now. Both girls instantly issued commands, and the azure sea dragon and blue mystic turtle burst from the water in great splashes, returning to their master's sides. The next moment, dense bubbles rose from the river surface, and a spiraling water column shot skyward. At the center of the column, a crimson humanoid figure wielding a steel trident rode the waves toward them, surrounded by a blood-red aura like a malevolent spirit. A Yaksha third-tier complete form, a water-type fierce beast that prowled rivers, known as the Lord of Rivers. Its signature move was Roiling Sea of Clouds, capable of stirring up towering waves. The Yiksha's voice was unexpectedly gentle. Who are you, and what brings you to the river district? Seeing that the creature showed no immediate hostility, Su Chen refrained from attacking rashly and replied, "We've come to find the fierce king's heart." The fierce king's heart? What do you want with that thing? The Yiksha's expression changed dramatically as it gripped its trident tighter. The river district's terrain was complex, and the location of the Chaos Fierce King's heart remained unknown. To gain cooperation, Su Chen spent time explaining the entire situation. If they could break the heart's control, the Fierce King would no longer emit the mind-corrupting aura, and everyone could stop killing each other. What? You want to break the Chaos Fierce King's control? The Yiksha's eyes flickered, then filled with murderous intent. Do you have any idea what the consequences would be? Su Chen remained puzzled but continued patiently explaining. Once we shatter the heart's bonds, the corrupting aura will disappear, which benefits everyone, doesn't it? Humph, you make it sound so simple. The Yiksha snorted coldly. Have you ever considered that we don't want this aura to disappear? You mean you're willing to be corrupted? Su Chen's brow furrowed as if realizing something. Of course, the Yiksha raised its head proudly. This world follows the law of the jungle. Even in the outside world, we must fight and devour each other. Since conflict exists everywhere, why not stay in the twisted void? At least here, the fierce king grants us tremendous power. This mind-corrupting aura amplifies your negative emotions. That's exactly what the fierce king wants. Doesn't that concern you? Su Chen pressed grimly. The Yiksha snorted coldly. As long as we gain power, what does losing our sanity matter? At this point, its gaze suddenly dimmed. Besides, we can no longer live without this aura. Once it disappears, we'll likely become listless and eventually die slowly. Could it be? The Yiksha's words brought Su Chen to a sudden realization. The corrosive aura spread by the Chaos Demon King could cause all living beings to lose their sanity, falling into bloodthirsty madness, while he continuously grew stronger by feeding on these negative emotions. As he absorbed more and more emotions, the Demon King's body expanded wildly, and his power surged accordingly. However, this Demon King had a fatal flaw: couldn't harm the demonic beasts parasitizing within his body. Instead, he was controlled by these beasts, his heart seized, and continuously releasing corrosive aura from within. As the Demon King, he would never allow mere, insignificant clowns to cause trouble before his eyes, so he actively sought Su Chen's assistance. He keenly sensed the presence of Henin, who was also a divine beast, and deliberately revealed his true form to lure Henin toward the twisted void realm. Su Chen still had no way of knowing the Chaos Demon King's true intentions. The answer could only be revealed when facing the Demon King again. However, no matter what, the Demon King's heart had to be obtained. I am determined to claim the location of the Demon King's heart. I only ask that you lead the way. Su Chen's gaze was sharp, his killing intent unmistakable. If you insist on this course, I will take you there. As for what happens next, you must decide for yourself. The Yiksha's voice was low, tinged with a hint of helplessness. With those words, he turned his palm and condensed light, unleashing the technique, churning sea of clouds. The rushing river waters suddenly parted, creating towering walls of water on both sides, and revealing a dry path in the middle. Follow me. Everyone followed closely behind, walking along the newly split riverbed deep into the water's depths. Along the way, they looked around, puzzled by the empty waterway. Noticing their expressions, the Yiksha reminded them indifferently, "Stop looking. There are very few demonic beasts in the river region. Only I remain nearby." How could this be? Did you kill them all? Su Chen's expression grew heavy. I did kill quite a few, including the previous ruler who died by my hand. The Yiksha didn't turn around. But the deeper reason for the riverbed's desolation is that the Demon King's corrosive aura cannot penetrate here. If it can't affect the riverbed, wouldn't that be safer? Su Chen pressed. The Yiksha shook his head. As I said before, we cannot survive without that aura. Without it, we wither and die. Many water-type demonic beasts that lived in the river couldn't endure this weakness and had to leave. Was it always like this before? Wang Xiaohu poked his head forward to ask, then shrank behind Su Chen after receiving a cold glare from the Yiksha. No. The river region was once prosperous, at one time surpassing the other two domains in numbers. Ever since the previous ruler arbitrarily moved the Demon King's heart, cutting off the corrosive aura, the river region rapidly declined. So you killed the previous ruler and took his place. Su Chen's tone was meaningful. The Yiksha remained silent, not denying it. Although the river waters had parted, the riverbed was as winding and complex as a maze. Without a demonic beast familiar with the terrain to guide them, no outsider could hope to find the heart's location. The Yiksha navigated ahead, leading everyone to a cave entrance. They crawled through one by one, following the dark, narrow tunnel forward as the corrosive aura grew increasingly dense, making their chests feel oppressed. Finally, the space ahead opened up dramatically. A basketball-sized black tumor floated in midair, its bloody pulsing deeply unsettling. This is the Demon King's heart you've been seeking. The Yiksha raised his hand, pointing toward the tumor. The entire tunnel was filled with dense corrosive aura, concentrated within the confined space. No wonder the corrosive aura couldn't spread through the rivulet had been moved to tunnels beneath the riverbed. At the end of the tunnel, a black tumor was bound by layers of heavy shackles, with cold iron chains extending into the rock walls. Scattered around were bottles and jars of various sizes, within which dark liquid could still be seen churning. Su Chen immediately recognized the scheme. This was the work of the previous ruler. To consolidate power, that ruler had moved the fierce king's heart to this waterless underground passage beneath the river, thereby weakening the corrosive aura in the waters above. These containers were tools used to store and distribute the corrosive essence. At this thought, Su Chen shook his head inwardly. Power struggles weren't limited to the human world, they played out in the beast realm as well. What was surprising, however, was that although the successor Yaksha had personally killed the former ruler, it hadn't learned to use the corrosive aura to control fierce beasts. Instead, it had sealed away the essence, forcing the clan into withdrawal. Unexpectedly, the water-type fierce beasts, desperate for that addictive aura, had been willing to crawl onto unfamiliar land, ultimately leaving only a handful of survivors in the entire river region. The environment was deathly silent, and Su Chen's emotions were complex. He approached the still-beating heart according to the Chaos Fierce King's description. This was the final heart, and destroying it would complete their transaction. Yet when truly faced with the choice, he hesitated. Suddenly, a black mist materialized from thin air, swirling into a deep vortex. A hoarse yet commanding voice emerged from within. "Little one, since you've found the last heart, what are you hesitating for? Don't forget our deal." Su Chen's gaze remained steady. No rush. "Before that, I'd like to ask you a few questions." As his words fell, the tunnel instantly plunged into deathly silence. An invisible pressure crashed down like a collapsing mountain and raging tsunami, as if a majestic king was brewing fury, ready to explode at any moment. The bone-chilling cold made everyone shiver. Even the third-tier complete form Yaksha couldn't resist, its knees weakening as cold sweat dripped down its fangs. Only Su Chen and the panda Henin managed to remain upright, gritting their teeth against this overwhelming force. After a moment, the Chaos Fierce King spoke again, its voice deep. "Little one, what do you want to ask?" Su Chen remained neither humble nor arrogant. "Who placed the controlling shackles on your three hearts?" Throughout this journey, he had been pondering this question. Whatever could bind the Chaos Fierce King with such restraints wasn't merely limiting the corrosive aurate, seemed more like sealing the king's true power. What would happen if all the shackles were removed was anyone's guess. A low growl emerged from the depths of the vortex. "Human, what do you mean by this? Are you interrogating me?" Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. "I simply want to understand." Ordinary fierce beasts couldn't accomplish this. He stepped forward, meeting the black mist's gaze, his voice firm. "Only something on your level could place controlling shackles on the Chaos Fierce King. Am I right, Chaos Fierce King?" The black vortex gazed at Su Chen like an abyss for a long moment. Wisps of inky mist drifted irregularly through the underwater tunnel, lunging at their surroundings like living creatures. The cold, violent aura felt almost tangible as it penetrated everyone's skin. The students' legs went weak, their breathing became rapid, and every hair on their bodies stood on end. Yet Su Chen remained perfectly still, his expression as calm as if he were merely facing a gentle breeze. "Ha ha ha, little one, you're truly fascinating. I'm growing more and more fond of you." The Chaos Beast King's hoarse, echoing laughter emerged from the depths of the vortex. "I can see right through all the doubts in your heart. Naturally, whoever could place these controlling shackles on me is no ordinary beast." "Then who was it?" Su Chen's tone remained unhurried, though his eyes stayed fixed on the black mist. "That's not an existence you can reach." The Chaos Beast King's voice turned suddenly cold. "They're on the same level as Megads." Implication and threat mingled in the same sentence. "You are nothing but an ant." "Gods," Su Chen scoffed, his gaze full of mockery. "Creatures that survive by feeding on beasts' negative emotions dare call themselves gods." He raised his hand, pointing at the pitch-black chain around the Chaos Beast King's heart. "These shackles don't just force you to emit corrupting energy and compel you to constantly absorb negative emotions, making your body swell until you can barely move. I believe they serve another purpose, sealing your power." As the last word fell, Su Chen's lips curved upward, his attention focused even more intently on the black vortex. The Chaos Beast King had grown too massive to move freely, yet his power had diminished accordingly. This could only be the heart shackles doing. The chains blocked his ability to harm any life within his body, and even when he tempted other beasts, none could destroy these restraints. Only Hanhanth iron-eating beast might be capable of it. This was the Chaos Beast King's true purpose for appearing in the wilderness forest. Having his weakness exposed so directly, the Chaos Beast King didn't attempt to deny it. His raspy voice spoke again. Human, knowing too much isn't good for you. Don't forget our previous deal. You help me shatter all the black shackles, and I'll send you back to reality, plus throw in an ancient soul as a bonus the iron-eating beast's essence. Don't you want it? The importance of an ancient soul to Henin was self-evident, yet the Chaos Beast King's words were like a swamp, concealing unknown dangers. If the shackles were broken, who could predict what might happen? If only Su Chen and Henin were at risk, they could simply flee, but behind them stood an entire class of students. At this thought, his expression darkened. Henin lay nearby, his black and white fur trembling slightly, yet he remained surprisingly calm, as if waiting for his master's decision. Su Chen took a deep breath. Fat Tiger, lead everyone back to shore. Huh? Okay. Though puzzled, Wang Xiaohu immediately complied, calling for his classmates to retreat along their original path. Their footsteps were chaotic, but they tried to keep the noise down. As water sounds echoed through the tunnel, the Yiksha beast stood beside Su Chen, pupils contracting. You, what are you planning to do? Complete the deal, of course. Su Chen revealed a meaningful smile, his teeth gleaming white in the dim light. The Yiksha's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but step back several paces. Ha ha ha, human, you've made the wisest choice. The Chaos Beast King's deep laughter reverberated through the water, black mist churning like a giant maw devouring the light. Su Chen remained unhurried, raising his hand to snap his fingers. However, you need to produce the ancient soul first, or I won't break the shackles control for you. Su Chen's words angered the chaotic beast. What do you mean by that? Don't you trust me? A sinister growl echoed from the depths of the dark vortex. Su Chen shrugged with a cold laugh. We're complete strangers. Why should I trust you? The tunnel fell silent instantly, as if even the flowing river had paused for a moment. After a brief silence, the black vortex churned again, blood-red light piercing through, making one's scalp tingle. No one has ever dared to bargain with me. You're the first. I'll trust you this once, but if you dare to go back on your word, you know the consequences. As the words faded, a wisp of golden mist appeared near the Beast King's heart, the ancient soul it had mentioned. Su Chen exchanged glances with Henin. Henin raised his paw in a confirming gesture, indicating the soul was genuine. Su Chen immediately reached out, drawing the golden mist into his beast-taming space, then sprinted toward the tunnel entrance. Brother Yiksha, follow me quickly. Though Yiksha didn't understand what was happening, seeing the divine panda beast's body erupting with flowing light, he sensed danger and immediately followed. Behind them, the chaotic Beast King shrieked. Shameless human, what is the meaning of this? Nothing special, just a parting gift for you. Su Chen shouted back from the exit. Henin raised the green dragon crescent blade, its edge exploding with light, but instead of striking the shackles binding the heart, he slashed viciously into the tunnel wall. The rock face crumbled with deafening roars, massive stones cascading like rain, sealing the passage completely. River water instantly flooded in, submerging both the beating heart and the dark vortex beneath the rubble. Shameless human, you dare deceive this king. Don't think you can escape the twisted void. I'll tear you to pieces. The Beast King's roars echoed through the collapsing tunnel, but it could no longer pursue them. Su Chen had never intended to trust it from the beginning. He knew this self-proclaimed God looked down on everything and would surely turn hostile once freed. Since that was the case, he'd take the soul first, then seal the creature away. Bang, bang, bang. The collapse continued, the entire underwater tunnel crumbling into chaotic mud flow. Su Chen and Henin had already burst through the water surface during the chaos, returning to shore. The river area now churned violently, water columns shooting skyward one after another, like a torrential downpour striking a lake, creating an impressive spectacle. Chen is back. His classmates' cheers exploded through the forest. Su Chen and Henin came walking across the water, still radiating the afterglow of battle. The moment Su Chen landed, he shouted a warning. Everyone, take positions. The enemy is about to appear. Sure enough, a cloud-like tide of beasts writhed toward them from the horizon, surrounding them from all directions. How can there be so many beasts? My God, they're targeting us. There are way too many of them. The exclamations lasted only a moment before everyone refocused their minds. Summon your beasts. Prepare for battle. The beast horde charged like a swarm of ants, making the ground tremble. The Class D students, having been transformed through their brief journey and trials, quickly moved to optimal positions, summoning their contracted beasts and forming battle formations with practiced ease. The boys who once could only panic and cry now had determined eyes and decisive movements. The current Class D members had developed mature and steady temperaments through their trials. Even when facing powerful exotic beasts, they no longer showed the cowardice of being too frightened to fight, but had become fearless youths ready to face any battle. Booming thunder echoed through the twisted void as the beasts of the realm were unleashed in a terrifying wave. Beneath the roiling storm clouds, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the heavens. Insignificant humans, how dare you deceive me? This is the twisted void, my domain. I decide who lives and who dies. Your fate has already been sealed. Struggle, despair, and tremble before me. The voice belonged to the Chaos Beast King, its oppressive aura slicing through the fragile defenses of those who heard it, spreading fear like wildfire. While the Chaos Beast King couldn't directly attack Su Chen with its true form, it commanded the beasts of the void through its corrosive energy, driving them into a frenzy. The beasts of the twisted void were mostly at their fully evolved state, numbering in the hundreds if not thousands, forming a relentless tide. Even the strongest warriors could feel the crushing weight of the impending assault. Most of these beasts are fully evolved. Everyone, form up and hold the line. Su Chen commanded decisively, ordering his team to form a four-layered defensive formation. The outermost layer, defensive beasts to withstand the tide. The second layer, offensive beasts to deal damage. The innermost layer, support and ranged beasts providing vital assistance. All 40-plus students of Class D were present, and their beasts had fully evolved, covering a wide variety of types that complemented each other's strengths and weaknesses. The formation came together swiftly. Su Chen then cast his beast-taming spell, lightweight oscillation, weakening localized gravity and granting all beasts enhanced agility and speed. They're coming. Stay alert and fight smart. Su Chen warned. Bring it on. You think I'm scared? Tiger Lord. Focus, everyone. Fight alongside your beasts. My iron arm gorilla will take the hits. No one's hurting my brothers. My iron thorn bear's tough as nails. If you want to harm my team, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Don't worry, boys. My beast got healing covered. I'm a pro-level healer, after all. Help me out, healer. I need your skills. Shut up and fight. Shouts, banter, and the clash of metal filled the air, but not a single person lost focus. The next moment, the black tide of beasts slammed into the four-layered formation. Defensive beasts roared furiously, holding back the initial wave with sheer force. Bones shattered, blood sprayed, and the sound of impact echoed endlessly. In the chaos, beasts were torn apart, their screams mingling with the sound of flesh being ripped. The battlefield was a gruesome scene of carnage. With lightweight oscillation enhancing their movements, the warriors darted through gaps in the formation with remarkable agility. Whenever a beast faltered, Su Chen charged in to take its place, using brute strength to crush swathes of enemies and buy precious time for his teammates to recover. In mere minutes, the tide of over 1,000 beasts failed to breach the formation, their corpses piling high into a grotesque wall of flesh and blood. The students and their beasts grew fiercer with each clash, their coordination sharpening as they adapted to the relentless battle. Tactics and skills were honed to perfection in the crucible of combat. By now, their strength and experience had placed them firmly among the top tier of their peers, rivaling even elite students. The constant life-or-death struggle forged their beasts like steel and fire, driving their evolution and power to new heights with every passing moment. As Wang Xiaohu led several students whose spirit beasts simultaneously broke through their complete form shackles, evolving into second-tier complete forms, the aura of these second-tier complete spirit beasts surged instantly. Heavy elemental power fluctuations gathered at the center of the battlefield, and the previously precarious defensive formation immediately tightened. A pale blue light barrier firmly protected everyone, cutting off the fierce beast's assault mid-charge. With pressure suddenly reduced, Henin bent his knees sharply, his body transforming into a falling meteor as he plummeted straight into the pack of fierce beasts from midair. Boom! Shattered stones flew everywhere as his green dragon crescent blade rose through the air, its azure light sweeping horizontally, as if cleaving the very air itself. Accompanied by dragon roars, countless blade shadows wove into a dense net. Wherever they passed, blood mist exploded, severed limbs flew skyward, and the anguished howls of fierce beasts rose one after another. The scene was so brutal it chilled one to the bone. Dozens of spirit beasts joined forces to suppress them, forcing the fierce beasts into steady retreat. This shocking spectacle left the Yiksha hiding in the river water utterly stunned. Earlier, after the Yiksha and Su Chen had escaped through the underwater tunnel, they lurked beneath the surface to observe the battle, using this to avoid the terrifying corrosive aura of the chaos fierce beasts. The Yiksha truly wanted to help, but years of fighting against the corrosive aura had hollowed out his body. Though he still maintained his third-tier complete form realm, his actual combat power had fallen to that of an ordinary complete form. Chaos Fierce King, your minions are all dead. What tricks do you have left? After all the fierce beasts were annihilated, Su Chen let out a long roar, his fighting spirit surging like a raging tide. Everyone stood shoulder to shoulder, looking up at the sky with weary faces that couldn't hide their boiling battle intent. Their spirit beasts weren't idle either. Claws turned over corpse after corpse of fierce beasts, extracting and swallowing beast cores whole to forcibly temper their bodies. Everyone knew the next battle would be even more dangerous, and every bit of strength gained mattered. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder suddenly erupted from the clear sky. Its sound heard, but no lightning seen. The earth trembled, fierce winds howled, and river water churned violently. Insignificant humans, do you know what you're challenging to God? The chaos fierce king's voice rolled down from the heavens, carrying the contempt of a sovereign. Su Chen showed no fear, stepping forward and responding loudly. Your power is sealed. You can't act personally and can only control these fierce beasts. Unfortunately, your pawns are all too weak. Haha, human, do you really think I can only command these lowly creatures? How naive. The chaos fierce king sneered, his deep voice carrying malicious intent. Prepare to face my wrath. Before the fierce king finished speaking, doubt arose in Su Chen's heart. The opponent's power was bound by shackles, so logically he could only rely on corrosive aura to control fierce beasts. Now that all the fierce beasts were destroyed, what other tricks could he pull? The night sky pressed lower and lower, as if another scheme was quietly taking shape. Awawa! A heartrending shriek tore through the night sky. Everyone spun around to see the Yiksha emerging step by step from the riverbank, his entire body wrapped in pitch-black mist. Crimson eyes stared fixedly at the group, his mouth stretched to his ears in a grotesque expression like a demon. He had been completely controlled by the Chaos Fierce King and had even received a strand of the opponent's mysterious power, causing his aura to surge wildly several times stronger than before. This power is beyond imagination. I will serve you forever, my king. The Yiksha's eyes blazed as he knelt on one knee toward the void. Thick black, evil energy churning around his body, suffocating to behold. Stop putting on an act. Su Chen snorted coldly. The Yiksha's consciousness had long been erased. He was merely a puppet in the fierce king's hands. This performance was just meant to tell everyone. Whoever bows down can gain incomparable power. Unfortunately, Su Chen wasn't buying into this scheme at all. Everyone be careful, the Yiksha's power is extremely dangerous. The energy within the Yiksha continued to surge wildly, breaking through to the fourth-tier complete form in the blink of an eye. Dark energy billowed around it like a tangible substance, wrapping around its muscles and fangs. My God! Someone gasped, and instantly everyone was on high alert, their eyes locked onto the writhing mass of black mist. Brother Chen, Wang Xiaohu is here to help you. Wang Xiaohu stepped forward, his fighting spirit blazing. It's just a fourth-tier complete form. If we work together, we can definitely take it down. His beast companion, the golden claw flame hound, had just devoured a large number of beast cores, and its realm had also surged to the second-tier complete form. The dramatic increase in power filled Wang Xiaohu with confidence as he volunteered to fight, wanting to share Su Chen's burden. Count me in too. Another classmate called out, raising his hand as his blue-striped tiger growled low. Its aura also stabilized at the second-tier complete form. My steelback bear too. I'm joining as well. Several students stepped forward one after another, revealing their second-tier complete form beast companions, their fighting spirit high. However, those students still bound by the complete form's constraints could only watch their companions head to battle with envy. They urgently pushed their beasts to clear the battlefield and devour beast cores, hoping to break through quickly so they could fight alongside Su Chen. His classmates' actions warmed Su Chen's heart, but he understood even more clearly how terrifying the enemy before them was. Fatty Tiger, all of you stand back. This enemy is beyond what you can handle. Just observe from the sidelines. He raised his hand to stop Wang Xiaohu. But Wang Xiaohu opened his mouth, then ultimately clenched his fists and stepped back. Henin, this time we fight side by side. Su Chen turned to his companion. Henin nodded solemnly, gripping his blade as he stepped forward. Man and beast shared the same resolve as they formed their battle line. The Yiksha grinned menacingly, dark currents swirling around its body, even mixed with residual power from the Chaos Fierce King. Crackling arcs of electricity danced through the black mist, causing the entire twisted void to tremble as if it might collapse at any moment. Henin's blade light cut through the air as Su Chen followed closely beside him, ready to provide support. At that moment, the Yiksha's eyes erupted with purple-violet beams, and its right arm suddenly shot out. Dark energy condensed into a giant palm that materialized out of nowhere behind Su Chen, its 5 fingers closing crack. Su Chen was caught and unable to move. The sudden spatial ambush sent a shock through Su Chen's chest. Never expected the Yiksha could strike from a distance. Everyone nearby cried out in alarm. Seeing Su Chen trapped, Wang Xiaohu instantly cast aside all warnings and roared, "Golden Claw Flame Hound, save him!" The Flame Hound charged forward through fire, its claws igniting with golden flames as it slashed viciously at the dark giant palm. However, the Yiksha merely waved its hand, sending out a wave of pitch-black energy. Bang! The golden claw flamehound took a direct hit, flesh and blood flying as it crashed heavily to the ground, its aura instantly weakening. With just one strike, the second-tier complete form golden claw flamehound was severely injured and unconscious. Everyone's eyes blazed with fury as fear rapidly spread through the group. A fourth-tier complete form is truly terrifying. Someone murmured, "Will we lose?" Everyone's confidence had begun to waver at this moment. Despite the dire situation, Henin wouldn't just sit there and wait for defeat. Seeing Su Chen in danger, the composed Henin didn't rush directly to his rescue. He stomped hard, shattering the ground beneath him, as his azure blade sang like a dragon's roar upon being unsheathed. The blade's momentum transformed into a brilliant blue dragon shadow that howled toward the Yiksha. At that moment, the Yiksha's right arm was still reaching into the void, leaving only his left arm to defend. In desperation, he raised his steel fork to block the attack. Clang! Metal exploded as the fork shattered under the tremendous force, and the dragon shadow continued its assault, slashing down from the Yiksha's left shoulder with a cut so deep it reached bone. The Yiksha's expression changed drastically, and in his shock and terror, he locked onto Su Chen through their spiritual connection, rage surging within him. The massive arm restraining Su Chen loosened due to the excruciating pain, allowing Su Chen to break free. He staggered to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet wore a confident smile. It turned out that when the Yiksha's right arm emerged from the void, preparing to strike from behind, Henin's first instinct was to return and help. However, Su Chen communicated through their mental link. "Don't worry about me. Attack him directly." Simultaneously, he used the Yiksha's massive arm as a medium to cast the crank beast-taming technique, Shadow Bind. Though it could only restrain such a powerful enemy briefly, that split second was enough. Trust flowed seamlessly between the two, and Henin seized that instant to severely wound the Yiksha. "Brother Yiksha, wake up. Stop letting the Chaos Demon King manipulate you," Su Chen urged in a deep voice. "Human, you have no idea what this power truly is," the Yiksha shrieked. "I have gained the Chaos Demon King's recognition. I am no longer who I once was." With those words, he gathered dark energy between his palms, and behind him, the river's surface erupted into towering waves, his killing move roiling sea of clouds. Dark energy seeped into the tide, doubling its power as the massive waves crashed through the air with thunderous explosions. Henin leaped into the air to meet the attack, channeling the power of the five elements into his blade. Raging torrents. He wielded his sword like a brush, sketching an equally massive energy tsunami in midair, the divine technique, painting heaven and earth. The two furious waves collided, heat, black light, and azure energy streams crisscrossing in a deafening clash. The next moment, screams pierced through the roar. The Yiksha was blasted away like a cannonball, flying hundreds of meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The power of a divine beast ultimately proved superior. Distant observers erupted in amazement. Are those towering waves really the power of a complete form? That's incredible. It's completely beyond our level. This level of combat is absolutely stunning. Brother Chun is amazing, truly incredible. The explosion's aftermath caused violent spatial tremors. The Yiksha shakily rose to his feet, his eyes glowing with sinister light. The bone-deep gash on his left shoulder and the sunken bloody crater in his chest only fueled his fury. He couldn't understand. Despite wielding part of the Chaos Demon King's granted power, why couldn't he defeat this second-tier complete form beast? Endless hatred surged within him as dark energy in his body grew wildly, manifesting as tangible black blades that tore through the air. The surrounding space shattered with thunderous crashes, cracks spreading across the sky like glass, causing the surrounding space to slowly develop fractures like breaking glass. As the dark power within the Yiksha erupted, the spatial tremors intensified and the cracks grew larger. Black energy surged as he roared skyward, unleashing all his strength in one devastating burst. Amid thunderous explosions, the earth split in all directions, river water was shocked into towering walls, and scattered shockwaves swept away rocks and trees like tangible forces. In the next instant, the void before everyone was torn open into a long, dark gash, accompanied by the harsh grinding sounds of space itself, rapidly expanding into a massive rift capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. This, Su Chen's pupils contracted as he cried out in shock. Before his words had faded, another muffled thunder-like explosion erupted from deep underground, accompanied by tremors that sent debris dancing and dust swirling. The Yiksha raised both arms to the sky, his entire body wreathed in roaring flames that masked his former terrifying evil aura. Blood surged from his throat, yet he still roared through gritted teeth. "Even if you are the Chaos Demon King, you cannot control me." Quickly, while I still have strength, blood dripped from his chin as the cloudiness in his eyes was instantly dispelled, clarity returning. Though Henin's two heavy strikes had severely wounded his body, they had also briefly awakened the Yiksha's original consciousness. Resisting the Chaos Demon King's heart-seizing power was extremely difficult. The Yiksha ground his teeth, forcibly gathering all remaining strength within his body to tear open a spatial rift leading to the outside world. Originally, he possessed limited spatial traversal abilities, but his insufficient cultivation had prevented him from manifesting them. Now, borrowing a trace of the Chaos Demon King's savage power, he finally broke through the twisted void realm and pried open a gap large enough for passage. However, forcing this activation caused energy to flow backward, threatening him with explosive death at any moment. The rift was torn wider and wider, its edges wreathed in crackling lightning that sparked with sharp, crack-pop sounds. Through that twisted window, everyone could clearly see the wilderness forest on the other side beneath the dark sky. Fierce winds swept up withered leaves, seeming close enough to touch. There's no time to waste. Everyone get through quickly. Su Chen growled urgently. He saw through the Yiksha's intention at a glance and wouldn't waste a moment. The others were initially stunned, then awakened to understanding and rushed toward the rift. Brother Chen, what about you? Wang Xiaohu, running at the rear, had just stepped into the rift when he looked back with undisguised worry. At this moment, the Yiksha's aura was rapidly weakening, and the spatial rift's edges were already showing signs of contraction. Stop being such a mother hen. When I tell you to go, go quickly. Staying will only drag me down. Su Chen's voice boomed like thunder. If it had been anyone else, Wang Xiaohu's stubborn temper would have flared, but this time he had no complaints, nodding firmly before resolutely diving into the space-time fissure. Think you can escape? Not a chance. See wave flying spikes. A sudden roar filled with savage, killing intent erupted. The Yiksha's eyes were once again invaded by pitch blackness as the Chaos Demon King regained control. He shattered the ground in his mad charge, raising his hand to unleash rows of dark energy spikes like an ink-black tsunami, howling towards Su Chen. Su Chen's form flashed rapidly, his toes touching down repeatedly as he weaved through the spike rain without being touched by a single one. Not enough time. Henin, quick battle, he shouted. The green dragon crescent blade shot through the air, its blue radiance thunderously piercing the Yiksha's chest and pinning his entire body firmly to the fractured ground. Amid the clash of metal, shattered earth scattered everywhere. The Yiksha let out a beast-like shriek, yet ignoring his mangled flesh, he forcibly pulled himself up, the blade tearing a long gash through bone and muscle as black blood splattered everywhere. His broken body swayed unsteadily, yet he still gasped heavily, his eyes filled with bulging bloodshot veins as he locked onto Su Chen. A hoarse, distorted voice squeezed from his throat, echoing repeatedly. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Though the voice came from the Yiksha's mouth, it was the Chaos Demon King speaking. He charged at Su Chen like a crazed beast. The Yiksha was already at the end of his rope, his broken body swaying precariously, furious yet powerless. Su Chen's eyes turned cold as frost. He touched the ground with his toes and suddenly closed in, channeling all his physical strength into his arms as he forcibly seized the green dragon crescent blade from the Yiksha's grasp. A flash of cold steel, and he thrust the blade backward into the Yiksha's chest, saying quietly, "Brother Yiksha, forgive me." Thud, the blade pierced through his body. The Yiksha didn't even have time to scream before his massive form collapsed. Without support, the spatial rift trembled and contracted, its tearing force rapidly weakening. Henin, hurry. The opening is closing, came the panda's voice from afar. But Su Chen didn't immediately leap into the rift. Instead, he knelt beside the Yiksha to examine his wounds. The Yiksha's chest had caved in, his scales shattered, with pools of blood seeping into the ground. His eyes were bloodshot as he struggled to speak, but the blood pouring from his mouth left him with only labored gasps. In just a few breaths, Su Chen understood the Yiksha's resolve. To eliminate the corrupting aura spread by the Chaos Beast King, the Yiksha had personally killed the original ruler, stolen the Beast King's heart, and forced all the fierce beasts to quit their maddening addiction. But the corruption ran deep, and many aquatic beasts would rather leave the rivers and crawl onto land to feed on it. It took him years to barely cleanse them of their addiction. After being forcibly controlled by the Chaos Beast King, he secretly rebelled, using the Beast King's power to tear open space and create an escape route for Su Chen and the others. This completely enraged the Beast King. The Yiksha was doomed. Rather than live, he chose death to break free from control. The rift's edges rapidly closed as Panda Henin roared anxiously, "Xiao Chen, hurry." Su Chen took a deep breath, withdrew his gaze, and leaped into the space-time rift. The world spun around him. The surrounding scenery slid past like shattered mirror fragments as the tearing force dragged him toward the unknown. The next moment, he crashed heavily onto something soft and bouncy. It was elastic and springy, bouncing him up and down like a trampoline several times. So fluffy and comfortable. He couldn't help but sigh. A soft whimper brought him back to his senses. Opening his eyes, he saw a huge furry face pressed against his own, with a black nose breathing hot air directly at him. It was Panda Henin. Startled, Su Chen leaned back and rolled off the round belly. Ouch, that hurts. His head hit the ground, and he clutched it while gasping. That magical cushion had been the panda's belly. Henin had returned to his usual simple demeanor, looking resentful with soft whimpers, as if protesting being used as a cushion. Huh? Can't talk anymore? That's actually better. When you could speak, you acted all high and mighty. This version of Henin is much cuter. Su Chen patted the round belly, laughing carelessly. Brother Chun, Brother Chun, came shouts from the distance. Dozens of classmates came running over, and seeing Su Chen safe and sound, they burst into tears of joy. We thought you couldn't come back, Wah. Fat Tiger was just talking about erecting a memorial for you. I've been crying for ages. Just as Su Chen was about to be moved by everyone's concern, hearing the words memorial made his face instantly darken. All right, stop crying like you're at a funeral. Everyone paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. A week had passed since Su Chen and the Class D students entered the Twisted Void. During this week, both the Beast-Taming Association and Haiching No. 1 High School dispatched multiple search teams, utilizing various monitoring equipment, spiritual energy coordinate instruments, and even deploying the association's most skilled tracking squad specialized in detecting spiritual energy fluctuations. Yet they failed to capture even the slightest trace of the Twisted Void's coordinates anywhere outside the school, beneath the sea, or within any known secret realms. Ultimately, both parties had no choice but to declare the rescue mission a failure and announce the devastating news to the world. All 45 students of Class D, including Su Chen, were confirmed dead. In the public's understanding, returning alive from the Twisted Void was nothing short of an Arabian Nights tale. Therefore, Su Chen and the Class D students were quickly labeled as deceased. To provide closure for the children, Haiching No. 1 High School held a special memorial service. Black and white portraits swayed in the wind at the center of the playground. The school flag was lowered to half-mast, and Principal Chun Danwen led the faculty and students in 3 minutes of silent mourning. Shangguan Wan, the substitute teacher responsible for Class D, stood at the back of the crowd with red-rimmed eyes, nearly crushed by regret. The next day, she submitted her resignation letter, stepped down early from her substitute teaching position, and returned to the capital carrying deep guilt. With this, Class D of Haiching No. 1 High School was officially disbanded, and Lu Lu and other students who hadn't joined the expedition were reassigned to Class C to continue their studies. However, the impact of the incident was far from over, as public opinion in Haiching City erupted. Su Chen is a demon drunk on his own power. He lured the entire class to their deaths, a true devil. Such accusations could be heard throughout the streets and alleys. All these condemnations traced back to one source, Lu Lu. He spoke endlessly before classmates and in front of reporters' cameras, claiming that Su Chen had ulterior motives for deceiving everyone into the Twisted Void, even fabricating tales of evil sacrificial rituals. His power skyrocketed in just a few days. She must have made offerings to an evil god. He used his classmates as sacrificial offerings to gain that terrifying power. He earnestly promoted his conspiracy theories, vividly describing how Su Chen had laid traps and performed evil god rituals within the void. People couldn't find reasonable explanations for Su Chen's consecutive miracles. Why did someone who had always been an unremarkable nobody suddenly sweep through all the talented students? How could he defeat elite students from Beijing University despite being at a lower level? How could his 300-pound, round and chubby bear be identified as having divine beast quality? Was this reasonable? Obviously not. Thus, the evil god cultist theory seemed like the final puzzle piece, perfectly filling the gap in public understanding. Rumors spread like wildfire throughout Haiching City. Major forums' homepages were flooded with Su Chen evil god theory posts, and television stations continuously broadcast special programs about the Twisted Void tragedy. Lu Lu shuttled between different studios, collaborating with hosts to embellish the stories, suddenly becoming a celebrity influencer. In an instant, the former prodigious genius in the spotlight fell from grace and became universally despised. For an entire week, Haiching City's internet and television were saturated with Su Chen's name. It wasn't until the National Beast-Taming Assessment approached and new focal points emerged that the Twisted Void incident gradually faded from public view, with people slowly shifting their attention to this nationwide beast-taming assessment. The beast-taming examination serves as a crucial crossroads in every beast-tamer's life, its significance beyond words, drawing nationwide attention like no other event. Those who excel can directly enter beast-taming universities for advanced studies, securing a bright future ahead. Those who fail can only become ordinary Ninetinin office workers or risk their lives as beast hunters, making a living by hunting exotic beasts and selling beast cores. Therefore, countless candidates across the nation view passing the examination and entering beast-taming university as their sole objective, with securing one of the extremely limited spots at prestigious schools being the ultimate dream and glory. However, those few admission slots are almost entirely claimed by prodigies from various regions each year, making it unimaginably difficult for ordinary citizens to stand out among millions of competitors. Haiching number 1 High School, afternoon. The door to the administrative office at the northernmost end of the teaching building was gently pushed open, and a woman in her late 20s, visibly pregnant, walked in carrying a stack of documents. Her steps were deliberately light, yet couldn't conceal the weight of her belly. Director Chen, the transfer procedures for Lu and the others to Class C have been completed. The woman reported quietly, placing the documents on the desk. Her name was Shang Daixian, originally the homeroom teacher of Class D, who had arranged for her cousin Shangwan Wan, a student at Beijing University, to substitute for her as her due date approached. However, after the unexpected incident in the Twisted Void realm, Shangwan Wan was consumed with guilt and self-blame, eventually resigning from her substitute position and returning to Beijing alone. Upon learning of the tragedy, Shang Daixian immediately interrupted her maternity leave and rushed back from her hometown overnight to handle Class D's aftermath. Now, only 5 students remained from Class D's original 50. The school had no choice but to announce the dissolution of Class D and merge all remaining students into Class C. Teacher Shang, I can handle these matters. You should rest at home and focus on your pregnancy. Chen Danwen stood up to support her. In just 1 week, pressure from all directions had turned this usually vigorous academic director gray at the temples, his eyes bloodshot, his hoarse voice filled with exhaustion. These are just documents, no trouble at all. Shang Daixian forced a smile. What truly matters is the children's examination. She had always been conscientious and responsible in her work, earning nothing but praise from teachers and students alike. Her concern for her students, even while heavily pregnant, made her all the more admirable. In fact, she had been the one to persuade Shangwan Wan to leave. After the Twisted Void Realm incident, Shangwan Wan spent her days searching the wilderness forest for missing students and her nights crying until dawn in her room. Unable to bear watching her cousin's suffering, Shang Daixian had repeatedly pleaded with her until she finally returned to Beijing, carrying deep guilt. Since Lu and the others have joined Class C, let's leave them to the Class C teachers tomorrow. Chen Danwen sighed softly. Hearing this, Shang Daishuan's eyes dimmed slightly. Not being able to personally watch her students take the stage for the beast-taming examination was undoubtedly a tremendous regret for her. She raised her wrist to touch her smart bracelet and opened the campus forum. On the screen were posts where she had once interacted with her students. Wang Xiaohu had posted asking for help with how to stop a husky from destroying the house, and she had carefully offered advice in the comments. She also remembered how Wang Xiaohu would often walk his husky alongside Su Chen's panda, comparing bloodlines to see whose beast had the most royal bearing, their laughter still echoing in her ears. Though Class D's overall abilities weren't particularly outstanding, in her heart, they were a group of energetic, utterly adorable children. Memories of past joy and laughter flooded back, and she unconsciously teared up. Just as she raised her hand to wipe away tears, the forum page suddenly refreshed. The title read, "Your Lord Tiger is back, ha ha ha," posted by Wang Xiaohu just 1 minute ago. Upon seeing this post, Shang Daishuan's expression froze instantly, her eyes filled with astonishment. Every online account required login through a smart bracelet, activated by the wearer's blood essence, and impossible for others to unlock once bound. Account theft was simply a joke here. But Wang Xiaohu had been missing in the Twisted Void for a full week, and the academy had already declared him dead. Unless he wasn't actually dead. At this thought, Shang Daishuan's heart raced as she clicked on the post with trembling fingertips. The projection screen displayed a single line of arrogant text. Tiger Lord makes his domineering return. Everyone sit tight and don't cry when you see my incredible power, haha. That cocky, self-important tone was all too familiar to her. In an instant, she was certain Wang Xiaohu was still alive, a mixture of shock and overwhelming joy leaving her frozen in place. Teacher Shang, are you feeling unwell? Chen Danwen noticed her stillness and hurried forward, only to see her staring blankly at the projection displaying the post signed by Wang Xiaohu. Chen Danwen frowned, his mind full of confusion. Within minutes, replies poured in like snowflakes, each signed by students Shang Daixian recognized. Fat Tiger, showing off again. Don't get too cocky, you might crash and burn. Huh? With our current strength? Fat Tiger's the one who should worry. Even if we do crash, we'll back each other up. Tada! Class D makes its dazzling entrance ready to be scared senseless. So exciting. Wonder if their jaws will drop when they see us. Deep in the wilderness forest, moonlight filtered through the branches as a team of beast riders raced forward. Dozens of contracted beasts carried spirited teenagers on their backs. It was Su Chen and the entire Class D. They traveled while trash-talking on the Academy Forum, their 17 and 18-year-old exuberance impossible to contain. Their dramatically improved abilities made them eager to announce their prowess to the world. Damn it, someone's mocking me in my own thread, saying I'm impersonating a Class D student for attention. Wang Xiaohu rode his golden claw flamehound, glaring at his bracelet projection as he roared. Haha, someone else said we're collectively faking our deaths, a companion laughed. Guess they really thought we were dead. Then let's give them a big surprise. Right? Not only are we alive, but we're way stronger than before. Their voices brimmed with pride. Su Chen gently patted his storm falcon and reminded them, all right, save the chatting for later. The wilderness forest is still far from Haicheng City. Let's aim to reach the city gates by tomorrow morning. Night had fallen and the maglev trains had stopped running, so he decided to have the entire team ride their beasts back, while using this long journey to consolidate their strength. The power gained from devouring beast cores still needed integration. The beast's rapid running served as a form of cultivation, effectively helping them absorb and integrate the previously consumed beast cores. You have to understand that in the final battle within the Twisted Void, each beast companion devoured at least dozens of beast cores. Such a massive amount of chaotic energy couldn't be naturally integrated in a short time and required long periods of running and combat to accelerate absorption. That's why Su Chen proposed having all the beast companions return to Haicheng City on foot. After an entire night of cultivation and swift travel, the power within the beast cores was completely refined, and the beast companions' realm stabilized through the constant motion and vibration. Teacher Shang quickly asked them where they are now. Chen Danwen sprang up from his seat, his emotions unusually out of control. Shang Daishan nodded and immediately posted a reply under the forum thread to inquire. However, the newly posted message on the screen sank like a stone into a lake, with no response for a long time. What no one knew was that Su Chen had instructed the entire class to temporarily turn off their smart bracelets to avoid outside interference. Looking at the thousands of questioning and abusive comments piling up under the post, Chen Danwen and Shang Daishan exchanged glances, doubt growing in their hearts. Could it really be, as the netizens claimed, that someone was impersonating Class D students for attention? But Shang Daishan shook her head. I know their temperaments. While they would never do such a thing, they must still be trapped in the wilderness forest. I'll go find them. Absolutely not. Chen Danwen quickly reached out to stop her. Teacher Shang, you're pregnant. Let me go. After arguing for a while, Shang Daishan was finally persuaded to go home and rest, while Chen Danwen threw on his coat and headed straight for the wilderness forest. The midnight streets were sparsely lit. Before departing, he tried calling Su Chen's smart bracelet one more time with a glimmer of hope. Over the past week, he had made hundreds of calls, all of which had vanished without a trace due to the evil energy interference from the Twisted Void. This time, the call icon suddenly lit up. Hello, is this Su Chen? The moment the connection went through, Chen Danwen's voice trembled. Director Chen, this is Su Chen. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Are you all right? Are all the students safe? Where are you? Everyone is safe. We've left the Twisted Void and are in the wilderness forest, heading toward Haicheng City. After walking one more night, we'll arrive before dawn and can participate in tomorrow's beast-taming examination. Su Chen's answer moved Chen Danwen to tears of joy. Good, good. Don't move around. Dial immediately arrange for vehicles to pick you up. Director Chen, no need to trouble yourself. We're not far now. We'll arrive at daybreak. After ending the call, Chen Danwen wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes, grabbed all the Class D students' files, and rushed straight to the Beast Taming Association. At 1 in the morning, the association's duty office was brightly lit. Lu Qing, wearing a wrinkled uniform, pushed open the door sleepily. Chen, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Registration. Chen Danwen slammed a thick stack of documents onto the desk. Class D students want to participate in this morning's beast taming examination. Didn't you submit these a few days ago? Why are you? Lu Qing's irritation hadn't faded when he suddenly realized. Wait, did you say Class D? Weren't those kids lost in the Twisted Void? Did a donkey kick your brain? Would I come looking for you in the middle of the night if I wasn't sure they were alive? Chen Danwen rolled his eyes. All members alive, not one missing. Lu Qing was so shocked he couldn't speak, his eyes wide as saucers. 45 people escaped from the Twisted Void unscathed? This is simply a miracle. Stop gawking and hurry up with the damn registration. Chen Danwen impatiently pushed Lu Qing. Haicheng City, Haicheng Athletic Center. This open-air stadium, capable of holding 100,000 spectators, was packed to capacity today. The roar of the crowd resembled crashing waves against the shore. At the center of the stadium lay the circular Beast Tamer examination arena, with over 10,000 seats accommodating candidates from various academies across Haicheng City. 4 towering projection screens hung suspended in midair, ensuring even the most distant spectators could clearly see every movement on the field. Though there were still moments before the candidates would enter, the audience was already in an uproar. Did you hear? Those kids from Class D at Haicheng First High are back. You mean that forum post? Must be someone trying to get attention. You can fake names, but not account IDs. Someone verified it really was posted by a Class D student. But they've been missing for a week. Isn't this like rising from the dead? Maybe they never died in the first place. Surviving the Twisted Void? That's ridiculous. Probably just another rumor. Besides, even if those losers from First High's waste class came back alive, they'd just be there to make up the numbers. Haha, exactly. The minor stir Wang Xiao who had caused online last night continued to smolder, But most people remained skeptical, convinced it was just attention-seeking drama. Suddenly, a resonant and powerful voice cut through the noise. "Ladies and gentlemen, good morning." A sharply dressed host wearing sunglasses stepped into the center of the stage. Cheers instantly reached their peak as the crowd's emotions were fully ignited. Today marks the National Beast Tamer Assessment, a crucial milestone in every beast tamer's life. Let's welcome the candidates about to take the stage with our applause. The beast tamers from Sunday High School. Haicheng City's most popular school, Sunday High, entered first. Under the spotlights, two prodigious representatives led the way, Yu Xiaoro and Guanming. The host's voice climbed higher as the audience chanted both names like a tidal wave. It's just an exam, yet they're treating it like a major concert. Yu Xiaoro stood at the center of the light beams, frowning slightly, clearly unimpressed by the excessive enthusiasm. Guanming waved to acknowledge the crowd, his face radiating enjoyment. Beast tamer competitions are rare in Haicheng City. The assessment is about the only thing worth watching, so naturally the audience is passionate. Yu Xiaoro pursed her lips, quickened her pace, and was the first to reach Sunday High's designated seating area. What she hadn't expected was that media reporters had actually been allowed into the examination venue. "Miss Yu Xiaoro, could we have a brief interview? Regarding this beast tamer assessment, how confident are you? Do you think you can stand out and achieve excellent results?" The questions started professionally, then suddenly took a different turn. "There are rumors that you have feelings for Su Chen from Haicheng First High. Could you tell us about your relationship with Guanming? And how exactly did Su Chen come between you two? It's said that Su Chen is also romantically involved with Li Na from First High. Are you aware of this? What are your thoughts on Su Chen's bizarre decision to lead Class D into the twisted void?" As soon as the question was asked, a swarm of media reporters with microphones and cameras surrounded Yu Xiaoro's candidate seat, blocking it completely. The girl remained expressionless, frost gathering between her brows and eyes, her sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd as she coldly uttered, "Get lost, all of you." Before her words had even finished, a tremendous aura exploded from within her, like an invisible giant hand pushing outward in all directions, causing the reporters to stagger back several steps in unison. "Third-level Beastmaster." Exclamations arose one after another. To force back a crowd with aura alone required at least the signature pressure of a third-level Beastmaster. Yet Yu Xiaoro was only 18 years old and already possessed such strength it was simply inconceivable. In the stands, the audience was also stunned by this sudden display of power, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. Before the commotion had settled, the host's booming voice once again echoed throughout the stadium. "Next, the candidates from Haicheng First High School enter. Leading the way is our genius, girl Li Na." The crowd's attention quickly focused. Li Na not only possessed amazing talent, but also outstanding beauty, as if she carried her own aura. "Goddess." Yes, the genius girl Li Na. "What goddess?" "The goddess should be Yu Xiaoro." "Right, the true goddess of Haicheng City is definitely Yu Xiaoro." "Li Na is the goddess." "Yu Xiaoro." Chaos spread once again. Someone suddenly piped up, "Doesn't anyone notice Lu Xian? She's beautiful too." Then someone else lowered their voice to gossip. "I heard all three goddesses like Su Chen." "Damn it, don't bring that up with me." "Haha, that scene in the wilderness forest with three women fighting over one man, did you forget? If Su Chen hadn't caused that whole mess entering the twisted void, that topic would still be going strong. That evil cult leader Su Chen doesn't deserve our goddesses. Good thing he died in the twisted void, or the goddesses would have been deceived by him long ago." Compared to individual talent and strength, this gossip was far more effective at igniting the audience's emotions. In stark contrast to Yu Xiaoro's forceful approach, Li Na simply closed her eyes to rest after taking her seat. No matter how the reporters pressed her with questions, she remained silent, as if the outside clamor had nothing to do with her. Subsequently, beast masters from various academies entered one after another. The host maintained his high enthusiasm while introducing each one, but could no longer stir the audience's resonance, and the heat in the venue gradually cooled. Outside the stadium, Chun Danwen and Lu Qing waited anxiously at the main entrance, looking around frantically. Why isn't he here yet? The Beastmaster assessment is about to begin testing. Chun Danwen was so anxious his legs were shaking. According to procedure, once all candidates were seated, the system would submit a unified report and simultaneously initiate identity verification nationwide. Once testing began, latecomers would be barred from entry and completely lose their qualification for this year's assessment. "Old Chun, call him now." Lu Qing was also pacing anxiously. "I already did." Chun Danwen helplessly scratched his head. That kid Su Chen said his panda was hungry and insisted on going to the beast market to buy food. Holy crap, at a time like this he's still thinking about eating? Thinking of Su Chen's glutton panda, Chun Danwen could only roll his eyes. Behind them, the host's voice began announcing the name of the final academy, and the remaining beast masters hurried into the examination venue. Time was running out if Su Chen didn't appear soon. This year's beast master assessment qualification would be forfeited. But just then, Su Chen and the Class D students finally arrived fashionably late, appearing at the stadium entrance. Chen, why did you buy so much beast feed? 10 tons all at once. That's enough to feed our entire class's beasts for a year. The students from Class D hadn't figured out what was happening when they were told that arriving any later would have meant missing their chance to enter. Thank God, you're finally back. Chen Danwen, who had been guarding the entrance with red-rimmed eyes, urged them before he could finish speaking. Don't say anything now, just get inside. Seeing these dozens of students safe and sound, he nearly broke down in tears of relief. You little rascals, trying to give me a heart attack? Cutting it this close. Chen Danwen counted heads while lowering his voice. I've already re-registered you all. Hurry up and get in there. Lu Qing stood nearby with a look of relief, quickly operating his smart bracelet to sync Su Chen and the others' entry information with the other staff members. Su Chen gave both teachers an apologetic smile, then led everyone through the entrance toward the stadium. Amid his excitement, Chen Danwen suddenly felt something was off. He watched them leave, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper until he stood frozen like a statue. Lu Qing thought he was overwhelmed with emotion and laughed while giving him a push. What's wrong? Your star student is back. Are you too happy to think straight? Chen Danwen took a deep breath and said quietly, of course I'm happy that Su Chen and the others made it back alive, but I've discovered something even more remarkable. TV all advanced to level 1 beast tamers. Level 1 beast tamers. Lu Qing was stunned. This level wasn't particularly rare among students. Many talented ones had already reached level 2. But these Class D students had been apprentice beast tamers just last week, and now they'd all broken through in a single week. It was simply unbelievable. What shocked Chen Danwen even more was that this group of previously insecure, timid, and inarticulate kids now appeared calm and composed despite the tense competition atmosphere, their eyes confident and serene. What exactly did they experience in that twisted void? Lu Qing was equally shaken. Surviving the twisted void was already a miracle, but now they seemed like completely different people in both mindset and ability. It was truly bizarre. A rumor suddenly flashed through his mind. Had Su Chen embraced some evil deity? Chen Danwen instinctively slapped himself. Damn it, believing such ridiculous rumors. Su Chen's group passed through the internal corridor and reached the backstage rest area. All the competing beast tamers from various academies had already entered, leaving only the teachers from each school here. Children, you're finally back. Shang Daixuan, visibly pregnant, rushed forward with tears streaming down her face. Is everyone all right? Is anyone hurt? Her words touched the hearts of all the Class D students, and several girls threw themselves into her arms, crying. Teacher Shang, please sit down. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly helped her back to her chair with extremely gentle movements and a face full of reverence. He remembered how much respect all his classmates had for teacher Shang Daixuan. Class D students had relatively low abilities, but teacher Shang Daixuan had always been patient in her instruction, never giving up on any student. In the Xia Kingdom Beast Taming Academy, where grades were prioritized and students were taught in ability-based tiers, such teachers who believed in education for all were as rare as phoenix feathers. No wonder the Class D students held such deep respect and affection for her. At this moment, watching the energetic students before her, Shang Daixuan was so moved that tears of joy streamed down her face. Su Chen. Xing Lei was the first to recognize the young man in the crowd, his eyes widening as he exclaimed in shock. The surrounding teachers all turned to look, their eyes filled with astonishment. What? That's Su Chen. Wasn't he supposed to have entered the twisted void? He actually made it out alive. How is that possible? Since ancient times, no one has ever left the twisted void alive. Discussions erupted one after another, and the more they talked, the more shocked everyone became. Even more incredible was that all 45 students from Class D had returned without a single loss. My God, how did they manage to do it? Could the rumors be true? Is Su Chen really a follower of the evil god? A follower of the evil god? That's too far-fetched. But aside from that explanation, I can't think of any other possibility. Within just a few seconds, the teachers in the rest area began looking at Su Chen with an instinctive wariness. At the center of the stage, the host was about to announce the end of the entrance ceremony when he suddenly received a message from the staff. There was still another group of beast tamers who hadn't entered yet. He frowned and confirmed multiple times, and when he saw the name, Su Chen, his expression changed dramatically. Could there be a mistake? After repeated verification, he could only reluctantly raise the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, the next group to enter will actually be the final batch of beast tamers. The audience erupted in boos. Huh? Didn't they just say that the group from number 10 high was the last one? Did both the host and the staff mess up? Haha, both sides made mistakes. Just skip introducing these nobodies, it's a waste of time. Exactly, they're all just cannon fodder. Who would remember them? I wonder if the beast tamers from other cities have all entered yet. With Haiching's efficiency, let's just get started. The audience, their patience completely worn thin, complained loudly, their voices merging into a cacophony. The next moment, The host's voice cut through the noise. Now entering are the Class D students from number 1 high. The previously boiling venue instantly fell silent. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief at the Class D students filing into the venue one by one, especially at Su Chen walking in the front row. What? It's Su Chen and the others? They really made it back from the twisted void. Lina froze completely in place, her mouth agape. This can't be possible. Yu Xiaorou's lips curved upward. I knew it. You're not that easy to kill. Her eyes gleamed with an unusual light. Guan Ming and Xing Mingxian sat there like wooden statues, then simultaneously gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Truly a man who possesses a divine beast. We're impressed. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled like stars as she stared in infatuation. What's going on? Isn't the twisted void supposed to be a place of no return? This is impossible. Impossible. The one who found it hardest to accept was Lu Lu and his gang. Lu Lu's eyes were filled with terror as he muttered to himself, shaking his head frantically, looking as if he might break down at any moment. As the Class D students marched past him in formation, each one shot him a look of disdain. Didn't expect this, did you, Lu Lu? Wang Xiaohu raised his chin proudly. Not only did we not die, we came back completely intact. Now it's your turn to regret. You'll definitely regret the decision you made back then. Lu Lu gritted his teeth and roared. Regret? Don't make me laugh. I'm now a celebrity in Haicheng City, living the good life. You're the ones who should be regretting this. After a brief silence, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. The stands weren't filled with cheers, but with overwhelming curses and insults. Su Chen, it's really Su Chen. He didn't die in the twisted void? And all the students who went with him came back alive too. Isn't the twisted void supposed to be a one-way trip? This can only mean he's made a pact with evil gods. Skyrocketing in power within days, breaking beast-taming realm records, defeating elite students from Beijing University despite being lower level, and raising a divine beast. If this isn't the work of evil gods, I'll tear my head off and use it as a soccer ball. Using power gained through dark arts, and he still wants to participate in the beast-taming assessment? They should burn this cultist alive on the spot. Accusations and curses rose and fell in waves as spectators stood up, pointing and shouting at the young man in the center of the arena. The Class D students felt their eardrums throb from the surrounding cacophony, their faces showing confusion and anger. What's going on? Why are they calling Brother Chen a cultist? They're definitely jealous. Brother Chen is incredibly talented and has won the hearts of 3 goddesses Theory Green with envy. Amid their banter, they weren't intimidated by the hostile atmosphere and instead teased each other. Su Chen brushed the dust off his clothes and said helplessly, "Don't talk nonsense. My relationship with those 3 young ladies is completely innocent." He then looked up at the stands, his eyes showing only indifference. Let them make their noise. We'll focus on our own business. Evil gods. Cultist? Someone actually believes such rumors. He snorted softly, completely dismissing the gossip. Next to Su Chen's Class D testing area was the Class C seating section. The Class C students were equally shocked by Su Chen's survival, but they directed their anger at someone else. Lulu, everyone from your class is back. What are you still doing hanging around our Class C? We don't welcome trash here. Get back to your Class D. Lulu's face turned ashen under their contemptuous stares. He had never gained Class C's acceptance and had always been ostracized, but being publicly expelled like this made the humiliation even worse. Wang Xiaohu from nearby heard the commotion and laughed loudly with his hands on his hips. Hey now, our Class D doesn't take opportunistic scumbags like him. You can keep him in class. Perfect match. This immediately ignited Class C's fury. You little punk, what did you say? This trash belongs to your Class D. Don't try to dump your filth on us and contaminate our class's reputation. The 2 classes pushed responsibility back and forth, their words sharp as knives, treating Lulu like a discarded rag. Caught in the middle, he burned with shame and rage, while the 4 students who had followed him were equally uncomfortable, unwelcome on both sides. It's all because of you. Lulu shot Su Chen a vicious glare, placing all the blame squarely on his shoulders as rage burned in her chest. The time had come, and the beast-taming assessment officially began. Identity verification will now commence. As the host's words fell, the previously noisy stands instantly fell silent, with tens of thousands of eyes turning in unison toward the center of the examination grounds. The beast-taming assessment was a unified national examination with a clear process: first identity verification, then testing of beast realms and beast-tamer levels, after which candidates would be transported into the secret realm to compete against participants from across the nation. Accompanied by a low rumbling sound, 10,000 beams of light bloomed above the examination grounds, covering all candidates like scanners. Once the light beams stabilized, data projections simultaneously appeared above each candidate's head, clear enough to be read even from the distant stands. 1 third-tier complete form demon beast, 1 complete form sacred beast. Yu Xiaorou truly lives up to her reputation. Her sacred beast was only in its mature stage last week, and now it's evolved to complete form? That talent is absolutely ridiculous. 18 years old with dual beasts. And both are strong, what a prodigious girl. Excited discussions erupted throughout the crowd. The projections from Shengdai High School lit up nearly everyone possessed complete form beasts, causing many spectators to gasp in amazement. As Haicheng City's only elite academy, their foundation was displayed in all its glory at this moment. Look at Shengdai, that's incredible. Lina from First High isn't bad either. Though she only has one beast, it's a second-tier complete form sacred beast. I heard all of First High's Class A students have complete form beasts, but overall they're still slightly inferior to Shengdai. While the projection data couldn't directly determine final rankings, it reflected each school's educational strength. Shengdai High School held a clear advantage. First High's Class A could barely compete, and other schools could only look up in admiration. All the teachers from Shengdai couldn't suppress their pride upon hearing the amazed reactions, while Xing Lei from First High's Class A unconsciously straightened his back with a hint of smugness. However, in the next second, the entire venue suddenly fell silent. The audience turned in unison toward the same direction First High's Class D. Following those gazes, even the teachers and candidates themselves stood frozen in place. All 45 students in Class D had projections showing uniformly second-tier complete form. An entire class with identical realm levels, as if deliberately copied. It was utterly bewildering. Chen Danwen and Lu Qing stared at each other in disbelief, struck speechless by this sudden turn of events. Their homeroom teacher Shang Daixin stood frozen in place, her heart pounding. She had never imagined her students could improve to such a degree in such a short time. Among all the light beams, the most dazzling belonged to Su Chen. The text floating above Su Chen's head read, Second-tier complete form ancient divine beast. Ancient divine beast. Someone swallowed hard. Those characters carried their own soft radiance, drawing every pair of eyes like a magnet. Many spectators frantically rubbed their eyes, suspecting they were seeing things, but no matter how much they rubbed, those four characters, ancient divine beast, remained just as prominent. The entire audience fell silent for a full 30 seconds before erupting in thunderous cheers that shook the stadium. Holy shit, they're all second-tier complete forms, the entire class. A crude exclamation cut through the air, instantly igniting the crowd's emotions. Deafening roars rose and fell in waves, and entire class breaking through the complete form barrier and advancing to second tier in unison was an absurd spectacle that shattered everyone's understanding. Every single one is a second-tier complete form, not one lagging behind. This is what a truly top-ranked class looks like. The rumors were actually true. Su Chen's beast companion is a divine beast. Someone recalled the recent divine beast radiance that had illuminated the sky. Everyone had assumed it was their instructor Shang Wanwan's power, but now they realized she had merely been providing cover for her student. No wonder that guy caught the attention of three goddesses. Just 1 week apart, and he's already broken through to second-tier complete form. What a monster! Shock, astonishment, disbelief, countless emotions swirled together into a turbulent undercurrent rippling through the stands. The moment the test results were announced, those who had previously scoffed at Su Chen fell silent. Reaching second-tier complete form in high school was already nearly impossible, let alone having all 45 students achieve it simultaneously, something that should have been pure fantasy. Yet Class D had somehow made it reality. People began connecting the scattered rumors about Su Chen, his rapid advancement in cultivation, repeatedly breaking beast realm records, defeating Beijing University elites Hedon, his complicated entanglements with 3 girls in the wilderness, and his solo return from the supposedly inescapable twisted void. Now, with the explosive revelation that he possessed a divine beast, all the pieces finally formed a clear picture. He's only 17 or 18, yet he can command a divine beast. Just how terrifying is his combat power? Anyone who can return alive from the twisted void is already beyond normal comprehension. Why try to measure him by ordinary standards? These few words cemented Su Chen's status as a prodigious genius. The rumors about him being a cultist of the evil god crumbled in that instant. Even more incredible was the timeline. Just 1 week ago, most Class D students were still in the growth stage. In merely 7 days, they had crossed multiple cultivation levels, shattered the complete form barrier, and all 45 had advanced to second-tier complete form. This collective leap was itself an unrepeatable miracle. The audience was struck speechless, their amazement beyond words. In a corner of the stands, Lu and his group watched in stunned disbelief, regret crawling across their faces. During that wilderness training, Su Chen had slain numerous beasts and left all the beast cores for his classmates. They had received several as well. Unfortunately, their short-sighted thinking led them to sell the cores for high prices rather than having their beast companions absorb them. Later, at the edge of the twisted void, they had listened to Lu's cowardice and abandoned their team to flee elsewhere. The substantial money from selling the beast cores had indeed given them a few days of comfortable living. But now, seeing their former classmates' cultivation levels, they were utterly flabbergasted and deeply regretted their past decisions. If I had continued following Su Chen back then, I probably would have had a second-tier complete beast companion by now. Second-tier complete form. A realm he wouldn't even dare dream of in ordinary times. Yet it seemed so close before slipping away in an instant. The student's face turned ashen as he roared inwardly. Damn it. To miss out on a second-tier complete form just like that? If I could do it over again, I would never make such a foolish decision. He hadn't wanted to leave Su Chen initially, but if it weren't for someone constantly whispering poison in his ear, how would he have ended up in such a predicament? At this thought, he clenched his fists tightly and viciously blamed all his regret on Lulu. Damn it. It's all that bastard Lulu's fault. Meanwhile, the other three beside him shared identical feelings. Four angry gazes shot toward Lulu in unison, as if trying to pierce through him with their regret and fury. It was because they had been led away by Lulu's sweet words back then that they found themselves in this dead end of endless regret. On the other side, Class C students weren't faring any better. Earlier, they had been sneering at Class D as the trash class, shouting for Lulu and his group to go back to their garbage dump. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, Class D would leap to become the strongest in the entire school based on overall strength, while Class C had fallen to become the most worthless class in #1 high school. Even more ironic was that Lulu and his group's trash abilities now perfectly described Class C. At this thought, the Class C students' faces turned dark as iron, feeling as sick as if they had swallowed flies. The emotions of Class C students were in complete turmoil from initial disdain and contempt to current shock and envy, all written plainly on their faces. Many secretly prayed. If only they had chosen Class D back then. The four students who had left were even more tempted to return to Class D, thinking that Su Chen might still be willing to help them out of old friendship. However, when they saw the confident and proud expressions of the Class D students, their last bit of hope crumbled, leaving only endless regret. In just a few moments, exclamations rose and fell throughout the audience. Yet the Beast Companion assessment continued without pause. Although the test results had shocked the entire venue, they didn't represent the final scores. Forums across Haicheng City instantly erupted as a new wave of discussion swept across the internet. Netizens flocked in, eagerly speculating about what ranking Su Chen might achieve in the national assessment. From the currently revealed information, it was certain that Su Chen possessed a second-tier complete divine beast, and his true combat power might be even stronger. After all, his past achievements had already caused sensation after sensation in Haicheng City. Post replies skyrocketed, with the vast majority of netizens believing Su Chen could secure a stable position around the top 50. Considering that the Xia Kingdom had over 1 million beast tamers, such a ranking could already be called pinnacle level. As time passed, the testing light gradually faded, and the projection information floating in the air dissipated as well. The large screen at the center of the stage lit up with countdown numbers, ice blue light circles pulsing rhythmically. The host's voice rang out, high-pitched and magnetic, announcing the opening of the next phase. With that command, all examinees were enveloped by beams of light, their forms dissolving into particles of light one by one as they were transported into the virtual illusion realm. Everyone's attention then shifted to the projection screens. Everyone, let's give it our all. Su Chen called out to all his classmates at the final moment before being transported into the virtual realm. As the acknowledged spiritual leader of Class D, his words of encouragement were like a spark igniting gasoline, instantly firing up the fighting spirit of every student. The countdown reached 0, lights blazed above the candidates' seats, and in the next second, all the figures vanished as the nationwide beast-taming examination officially began. As the white light faded, Su Chen found himself standing on a boundless plain. A gentle breeze swept across the rolling green grass, yet the air carried a primitive and brutal atmosphere, like that of a wilderness where only the strong survived. He was momentarily disoriented, then took a deep breath and pushed the bloodthirsty oppressive feeling from his mind. Welcome, beast tamers, to Realm 10086. A penetrating broadcast voice echoed from the sky. This is the unified national examination venue, with 1 million beast tamers participating simultaneously. There are no exotic beasts in this realm, only other candidates. You must stand out among the countless beast tamers. Examination rules. Eliminating one beast tamer earns you 1 point. The system will only calculate total scores and rankings after the last beast tamer falls. Notice 1. The examination area will continuously shrink over time. Those who fail to enter the safe zone on time will be directly eliminated. Notice 2. During the examination, your smart bracelets will lose functionality and cannot detect others' information. The beast taming examination now begins. Please immediately summon your beasts. Good luck to everyone. Before the broadcast's echo faded, Su Chen quickly processed the situation. Battle Royale mode. Only eliminations counted for points. With no survival rankings, hiding would be meaningless. With smart bracelets disabled, private team formations and targeting weak opponents were impossible. He inwardly sighed at the examination's brutality, yet it also stirred his fighting spirit. Understanding the rules, He raised his hand to summon his beast Han Han. A flash of light appeared, and a 300-pound fat bear crashed down from midair with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Han Han's two paws still clutched a large bag of beast feed, his mouth producing continuous munching sounds, completely exposing his foodie nature. Su Chen was both amused and exasperated, lightly tapping the bear's head as a reminder. Suddenly, the grass on his left rustled, and a figure emerged. Su Chen turned alertly. The newcomer wore flashy clothing with sequins that glinted blindingly in the sunlight. Beside the man stood a robust bear-type beast. With the smart bracelets disabled, Su Chen couldn't access the opponent's information and could only assess him by appearance. Their gazes clashed in the air. The man's eyes were sharp and arrogant. Seeing the silly, chubby bear beside Su Chen, his lips curved into a mocking smile as he muttered to himself, starting off against a weak Clinkthus points in the bag. The man also couldn't access Su Chen's information, but upon seeing Su Chen's adorably plump bear, he assumed the beast's strength wouldn't exceed the mature stage. Su Chen said with a half smile, "Oh, you're that confident you can beat me? You can tell who'll win just by looking." The man licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He pointed at the chubby creature beside Su Chen that was busy munching on beast feed, his voice rising. "Among all spirit beasts, a fierce appearance is key, and a powerful aura is essential. Your beast is just cute and dopey. Only knows how to stuff its face. What's the difference between it and livestock? You're lucky to face me. At least you'll get to witness a true powerhouse." With that, the man puffed out his chest and deliberately lowered his voice. "I'll let you in on something. Me spirit beast is a complete form demon beast. How about that? Scared now? A weakling like you probably hasn't even seen a demon beast before? Haha." The Beast Master examination attracted millions of participants nationwide, with vastly different skill levels. People from remote areas indeed might not have encountered demon-level spirit beasts. The more the man spoke, the more smug he became, his pride practically overflowing. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the beast behind the man. The creature was covered in spikes, had razor-sharp claws on all 4 feet, exposed fangs, and knife-like eyes. Its appearance alone was enough to make anyone shudder. In contrast, his own chubby was still crouched on the ground, crunching away at beast feed, its round body completely lacking any intimidating presence. No wonder the man was so overconfident. "Since you've shown your hand first, let me return the favor with some information," Su Chen said calmly. "My spirit beast is a second-tier complete form, divine beast quality." The man paused, looked the fat creature up and down again, then burst into exaggerated laughter a second later. "Huh? You're telling me this pig is a divine beast? Even bragging should have some limits. Fine, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you have the first move, so you'll lose with no complaints. If you let me go first, you'll be done for immediately," Su Chen said matter-of-factly. "Cut the crap. I said I'll let you, so I will. Hurry up, don't waste time." The man gestured to his spirit beast, and the spike-covered demon beast immediately crouched in place, eyes blazing with ferocity. Su Chen sighed. "All right then, I won't keep you waiting." He issued the attack command. Chubby looked up at the opposing beast, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes, then continued munching. Su Chen couldn't help but call out, "Fight first, eat later." Only then did Chubby slowly lumber forward a few steps. Seeing this, the man sneered. "Can't even control your own beast properly. A weakling is a weakling." He was certain of his victory. But the next second, bang! With a dull thud, the man's demon beast was sent flying dozens of meters as if struck by a giant hammer, crashing to the ground with agonized wails. The man's body trembled suddenly, the smug expression on his face freezing, replaced by absolute horror. "I'm impossible." Even a complete novice could feel the tremendous power fluctuation at that moment. The seemingly stupid and dopey fat creature had sent a complete form demon beast flying with just one strike. Without a doubt, its true combat power far exceeded that of its opponent. The man's mind buzzed, his thoughts grinding to a halt. Meanwhile, his prized demon beast status on the projection screen had already hit 0. "You have been eliminated by Su Chen's second-tier complete form divine beast. Your examination score, 0. The cold system notification appeared in the air like a bucket of ice water dumped over his head. Second-tier complete form. And it really is a divine beast. He was telling the truth, the man muttered to himself, his gaze vacant, regret and remorse intertwining as his chest felt stuffed with lead. Finally, as light flashed around him, his figure began to fade from the examination grounds, and he disappeared from the spot with a trace of unwillingness. "You have eliminated a beast tamer and earned 1 point." As the battle came to an end, a line of pale blue system text quickly appeared and faded before Su Chen's eyes. The young man sheathed his blade with an unchanged expression, muttering quietly, "Told you Suri, done for." The assessment rules were simple. Eliminate 1 beast tamer to earn 1 point. To claim the top spot on the leaderboard, one had to keep fighting continuously. The unfortunate man just defeated wasn't particularly weak. Had he not encountered Su Chen in the first round, he certainly wouldn't have ended up with 0 points. But such was the cruelty of the beast tamer assessment. The strong advance while the weak are eliminated early. Su Chen didn't linger, gently raising his hand to signal his divine beast to follow as he continued along the gravel path, searching for his next target. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away at Haicheng City Stadium, the atmosphere was rapidly heating up. 4 projection screens hung above the massive stage, one of which was broadcasting Su Chen's real-time perspective. The audience's smart wristbands allowed them to freely switch to other contestants' feeds, but at this moment, at least half of all eyes were firmly fixed on Su Chen. In the stands, heated discussions grew increasingly loud. I'm dying of laughter. Who was that fool who actually mocked Su Chen for never seeing a demon beast? The funniest part was how arrogant he was, giving Su Chen one free move who gave him that courage? Liang. Haha, what an idiot. He never imagined Su Chen had a divine beast. Right now, I just want to throw that fool's words right back at him. A weakling like you has probably never even seen a divine beast. Brothers, I found which city that fool is from. Let's go mock him on their forums. This is fun. Let's tell them Su Chen is our Haicheng City's genius beast tamer. With the opponent from another city making such arrogant remarks, Su Chen's beautiful victory made the Haicheng City audience feel incredibly vindicated. Haicheng City had consistently ranked at the bottom in beast tamer assessments for years, with virtually no one making it into the top 1,000 nationwide. Forums across the country had long made them a laughingstock. Haicheng will never produce a genius beast tamer. Therefore, they desperately longed for someone to prove with outstanding results that Haicheng City was no pushover. Once, Yu Xiaoro had been seen as a ray of hope due to her extraordinary talent. But she was from the capital after all. Only studying here temporarily for special reasons she didn't count as true Haicheng glory. Recently, Li Na had become the hope among local youth. And now the even more powerful Su Chen had emerged from nowhere, instantly igniting the passionate emotions throughout the entire stadium. Just as the audience was still enthusiastically mocking the previous eliminated contestant, Su Chen's score on the big screen jumped again 3 points, instantly credited. Holy shit. Everyone look. Su Chen just eliminated 3 more people. It's true. I just blinked and he instantly killed 3 more beasts. The replay showed Su Chen discovering 3 contestants in a chaotic battle ahead. He had intended to break up the fight, but instead raised his hand and unleashed 3 blazing lights, clearing the entire field in 1 second as 3 beasts collapsed instantly. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, ridiculously swift and decisive. The new score sent the stands into chaos. It's only been a few minutes since the start, right? Consecutively instant killing several beasts this speed is too outrageous. He's like a walking instant kill machine. Haha, Su Chen is bringing so much honor to our Haicheng City. Applause, cheers, and endless exclamations merged into thunderous waves that swept through every corner of the stadium. All previous doubts about Su Chen had long been cast aside. Strength is the ultimate truth. Only the strong earn respect. And this was just the beginning. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Su Chen moved as if he were in an empty field, his steps steady and unstoppable. Whether facing individuals or teams, he dispatched his opponents with a single move, effortlessly overwhelming them. The scoreboard numbers skyrocketed 103 points, 258 points, 328 points in just 2 hours. The cold numbers froze at a staggering 1,206 points. In the live stream, viewers locked onto Su Chen's perspective fell into collective silence. Words failed to capture their shock. They had never seen such a decisive and efficient beastmaster. If not for the vastness of the illusionary world and the scattered placement of participants, his score might have been even higher. At this thought, the chat exploded with a unified reaction. Hiss. The buzz quickly spread across major forums. What started as local posts from Haicheng soon flooded with comments from netizens nationwide, including Beastmasters Su Chen had eliminated. This guy's insane. I didn't even have time to react before my screen went black. Same here. I got taken out in passing, didn't even see him clearly. That big fat bear of his, how is that thing a divine beast? I saw it munching on snacks, and before I could blink, I got swatted out. Frustrating, isn't it? Dumb, clumsy, and always eating it. It sent me flying with one slap. The flood of complaints quickly pushed the phrase Haicheng monster to the top of the trending list. When the leaderboard finally froze first place, Su Chen, the discussions reached a fever pitch. For years, the top 20 in the Beastmaster exams had been dominated by prodigies from the capital, yet this year, an unknown teenager from a small, remote city had shaken the rankings. To audiences across the country, it was almost unbelievable. But the exam wasn't over yet, and the championship was still undecided. In stark contrast to the outside commotion, Su Chen himself was completely unaware. After 2 hours of relentless domination, a faint sense of boredom crept in. Half closing his eyes, he let out a long breath. He was now in the center of the illusionary world, and with the organizers' painfully slow shrinking of the map, it would take hours for other Beastmasters to reach him. These organizers must be bored out of their minds. Making a map this big and refusing to speed things up, he muttered, rolling his eyes before coming to a stop. Su Chen pulled out a massive pile of beast food from his beast space, stacking it like a mountain in front of his bear. Han Han. Han Han, take care of any noise yourself. I'm gonna take a nap. With that, he leaned against Han Han's soft belly and closed his eyes to rest. Han Han, paying no mind to its master, buried its round head into the mountain of food and began munching loudly. This scene left every viewer completely dumbfounded. The beast tamer is sleeping while his beast is feasting. The human sleeps like the dead, and the beast eats with pure bliss. In the audience, everyone watching Su Chen's perspective was instantly dumbfounded. Their eyes widened bigger than copper bells, mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg. Compared to his previous streak of instant victories, this scene was even more shocking. Hey. This is the beast tamer assessment, the crossroads that determines a beast tamer's future, and you're lying there sleeping. Even more outrageous was that fat bear sitting calmly beside Su Chen, munching away at its rations. Crunch. Crunch. The eating sounds were crystal clear as it devoured more than a full meal's worth of provisions. Not just the venue, but all of Haiching City exploded in chaos. Holy crap, he's actually lying flat. Can he please not mess around like this? The assessment is at its most intense. What if an opponent suddenly appears? Won't he be done for on the spot? Does he think he's already secured first place and it's over? That's impossible. He can't even check the rankings. Get up. You represent Haiching City's reputation. But the reality was Su Chen slept soundly, truly fast asleep. The stadium erupted in waves of noise as countless spectators shouted themselves hoarse, trying to wake him from the illusion realm. However, the assessment blocked external sounds, and all their screaming was futile. An awkward atmosphere spread throughout Haiching City. Should they feel angry or ashamed? In stark contrast, regional forums everywhere were celebrating wildly. Good lord, he's sleeping before the beast tamer assessment even ends? I hereby crown him the ultimate fool. Even weirder is that beast of his, calmly chowing down. That size, that appetite. This is a divine beast? Bullshit. Finally got to see Haiching City's talent. No wonder they say small cities breed weirdos. National forums instantly exploded, with posts about Su Chen dominating the rankings again. But this time, the buzz wasn't about his combat record, it was about his antics. Curious onlookers flocked in droves, and Su Chen's livestream viewer count skyrocketed once more. Seeing this spectacle, everyone called him a talent, but with mockery dripping from their words. Damn it, this kid had to act stupid at this exact moment. In the backstage rest area, Chun Danwen grabbed Lu Qing's collar and shook him violently. Lu Qing, wake him up right now. Lu Qing helplessly brushed off his hands. Outside interference with examinees isn't allowed, as you well know. That damn kid, don't screw us over. Chun Danwen sighed toward the heavens. He'd hoped Su Chen would shock the nation and bring glory to their academy, but never imagined it would be this kind of glory. Lu Qing was equally exasperated. In an assessment with millions of beast tamers fighting tooth and nail, he truly couldn't fathom how someone could fall dead asleep at such a crucial moment. The teachers on the sidelines were also stunned. 3 years of hard study. All for a nap at this moment? Somewhere in the capital. Chief. A man dressed as a servant came running, panting heavily as he stopped beneath a weeping willow. The willow leaves swayed gently as a white-haired elder sat calmly at a stone table, leisurely sipping his tea. His expression was as serene as drifting clouds, though his brow carried an unmistakable air of authority. Running in such haste, has something major happened in the Xia Kingdom? The elder looked up, his voice steady. No. Nothing's wrong with the Xia Kingdom. The servant waved his hands frantically, sweat beading on his forehead. If nothing's wrong, why are you panicking? The elder's tone grew slightly stern. The servant wiped his sweat and answered carefully. This year's beast taming examination has produced quite an extraordinary newcomer. Would you like to take a look? The elder didn't even lift his tea lid. It's just a group of young people taking exams. Naturally, 1 or 2 exceptional talents will emerge. What's so surprising about that? Though his tone was casual, he spoke the truth. Every year, millions of beast tamers flooded into the examination, and geniuses were abundant. Yet those who could truly succeed in the end were few and far between. In this world where the strong devoured the weak, momentary brilliance couldn't guarantee lifelong glory. Chief, this year is slightly different. The servant lowered his voice. This young man comes from a remote small city, and it took him less than 2 hours to reach the top of the rankings. The elder finally opened his eyes slightly. A remote small city? In previous years, the top 20 spots were almost monopolized by beast tamers from the capital, and the rankings remained stable from start to finish. For a young man from a small city to reach the top in 2 hours was indeed remarkable. Even if he maintains his position and becomes champion, so what? The elder lowered his gaze again. There's a champion every year. Why are you so worked up? Chief, his strength is only secondary. The servant activated a projection, and a forum post from Haiching City appeared clearly. Rumor has it that a week ago, he led his classmates into a twisted void, and dozens of people returned, not a single death. The elder's eyes snapped wide open. Impossible. No one survives the twisted void. Could this be a rumor? The Shangguan family's daughter was present at the time. The news is likely 80% true. The elder fell silent for a moment. Then a hint of interest curved his lips. Interesting. The beast-taming examination isn't over yet, is it? Switch to his perspective. Yes, Chief. The servant quickly switched the projection. As the light screen expanded, both men froze in unison in the image. The young man lay flat on his back in the grass, fast asleep, while his beast companion around, plump panda contentedly munched on its food. Sleeping during the beast-taming examination? The elder raised an eyebrow slightly. Even from his high position, he had never witnessed such an absurd operation. This is the young man I mentioned. The servant swallowed hard and nodded with difficulty. The elder studied the panda, then returned his gaze to the sleeping youth, his curiosity growing stronger. Come, let's go to the examination site and see for ourselves. 2 hours had passed. On the projection screen, Su Chen still lay on the grass with his arms folded, breathing as steadily as a sleeping stone. Meanwhile, his ranking on the Beast Tamer assessment leaderboard continued to plummet. The red digits, showing just over 1,000, were particularly jarring. As the illusory world kept shrinking, numerous beast tamers were forced into encounters, dramatically increasing the frequency of close combat. Those previously restrained prodigies finally began their sprint, with scores exploding like ignited gunpowder. Under normal circumstances, a beast tamer from a remote small city ranking over 1,000 would be proof enough of their abilities, easily securing admission to a second-tier prestigious university. However, the audience in Haicheng City had witnessed Su Chen's moment of triumph at the top, and now watching him lie motionless in slumber naturally sparked their anger. Comments like useless and slacking off rapidly flooded the chat, while even more viewers simply cursed and switched away from Su Chen's perspective. Even Haicheng City's official livestream couldn't hide their disappointment and decisively cut to other contestants. At this moment, the most prominent positions on the leaderboard were unsurprisingly dominated by the prodigies from the capital. Several surnames alternated at the top, with competition so fierce that rankings switched every few dozen seconds. Though smart bracelets were prohibited, the capital contestants knew each other well, often exchanging glances before quietly passing by when they met. They understood that direct confrontation would only result in mutual losses, affecting the final tally, so they tacitly chose to avoid each other. For contestants from other cities, this was undoubtedly a massive injustice. The Beast Tamer assessment was inherently a stage for the strong, with most others merely serving as pace setters. Forum discussions had also shifted from Su Chen to the capital's powerhouses, with complaints about the same script every year. The top 20 spots were historically monopolized by the capital, making the final elimination rounds feel more like a private showcase for those prodigies. At some point, a 5-person squad entered the vicinity around Su Chen. The assessment rules didn't prohibit alliances, and contestants with lesser abilities often banded together for warmth. However, random spawn points made it difficult for acquainted companions to reunite, while teaming up with strangers risked betrayal. This squad had extraordinary luck. All 5 came from the same city and had unexpectedly regrouped within half an hour of the start, immediately forming an alliance. All 5 were second-tier complete beast tamers, commanding for demon beasts and 1 sacred beast, in orderly formation. They had previously engaged briefly with a capital prodigy ranked 10th, remaining deadlocked for over 10 minutes until their opponent chose to retreat rather than waste time. This demonstrated the squad's formidable combat power. However, when they spotted Su Chen sleeping peacefully in the center of the grassland, with several beast companions leisurely grazing on spirit grass nearby, each person gripped their weapons tightly, eyes flashing with vigilant coldness. How can someone be sleeping here? And their beasts are actually eating? Too suspicious. Stay alert. It might be a trap to lure enemies. TCH, such crude acting. Do they really take us for fools? Don't let your guard down. He definitely has accomplices nearby. The 5 quickly spread into a fan formation, their gazes sweeping back and forth across every inch of grass and air. The plain was open, with only a massive boulder rising behind Su Chen. The leader sneered coldly, raising his hand to point at the rock. His accomplices are hiding behind that boulder. Thinking such petty tricks could fool me? Ridiculous. Third brother, send your firebird to scout ahead and root out those sneaky bastards. Third brother responded immediately, flicking his finger as the flame-wreathed firebird burst into the air with powerful wing beats, its blazing tail feathers spiraling through the sky. It swooped past the towering boulder, 3 times a man's height, its sharp eyes scanning carefully before diving back to perch on its master's shoulder with a low cry of report. What? No one behind the rock. The 5 men exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with surprise. The surrounding plain stretched endlessly in all directions. Not even a blade of grass could hide a person. It seemed this kid had no accomplices whatsoever. Their earlier caution now felt like they'd been guarding against thin air, making the situation thoroughly awkward. Damn it, scared the hell out of us. Thought there was an ambush. Just some idiot sleeping here. Taking a nap during the beast taming exam, that's really something. Free points for the taking. Let's finish him off. Before the words had fully left their lips, all five gave orders simultaneously, and five second-tier fully evolved tamed beasts charged forward with thunderous force. Flame wolf, earth-splitting armored rhino, thunder-striped leopard, nether serpent, and azure-marked crane, each radiating savage power, their momentum carving furrows through the grassland. In their eyes, this point was practically free for the taking. Without a beast tamer's guidance, even the strongest beast was just dead weight. Besides, they had five second-tier fully evolved beasts. How could they possibly lose to that fat bear? But then something jaw-dropping happened. The chubby bear remained leaning against the boulder, leisurely munching on beast feed with audible crunching sounds, completely unbothered by the enemies charging toward it. In the next second, it slowly drew a green blade from behind its back, a green dragon crescent blade. Cold steel gleamed as bear and blade created a bizarrely incongruous scene. Hey, you five brothers, have you ever seen a beast that wields weapons? No one answered. Everyone was stunned by this surreal sight. Oomph, just showing off. Tear that fat pig apart, the leader snarled through gritted teeth. All five beasts leaped simultaneously, unleashing their ultimate attacks: flaming fong, mountain crushing horn strike, lightning thunder fong, nether poison mist, and azure feather cloud pierce. Five-colored light merged into a raging torrent, surging toward the bear. Henin still held feed in one paw and the green blade in the other. The blade spun rapidly, forming a green barrier as metallic clanging rang out. All five ultimate attacks were completely blocked. Sparks flew and fierce winds swirled, yet the fat bear didn't budge an inch, not even glancing at the five men as it continued focusing on its snacks. How is this possible? It casually blocked everything. Even these five weren't stupid enough to miss the obvious. Any beast that could deflect five ultimate attacks with a single blade was no ordinary creature. Boss, this guy's no joke, probably some big shot from the capital. We can't afford to mess with him. Yeah, boss, let's get out of here while he's still asleep. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. After a few whispered exchanges, the leader felt retreat creeping into his thoughts. He was about to turn away when he suddenly froze, his expression darkening. Wait. He stared coldly at the sleeping Su Chen. So what if the beast is powerful? Kill the beast tamer. The others were momentarily stunned, then their expressions turned vicious. Beast tamers had fragile bodies, this was common knowledge. In direct combat, it was nearly impossible to reach the beast tamer, but with their target fast asleep and completely defenseless, this was a golden opportunity. With just a casual strike from any beast, a beast tamer without any defenses would be instantly eliminated from the exam. In the midst of a sea of humanity, the massive arena that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators was deafeningly loud. The crowd waved glow sticks and shouted at the top of their lungs, chanting the names of various beast tamers. Dozens of colorful banners were planted in the front rows of the stands, each bearing the names of elite young masters from the capital's prestigious families, fluttering dramatically with the rising and falling cheers. These were the support displays prepared by the great families for their prodigies. That a single beast taming examination could generate such a spectacle demonstrated the tremendous influence these talents wielded in the capital. Meanwhile, inside the arena itself, the scene was entirely different. All staff members suddenly stopped their work and lined up neatly along both sides of the corridors, their faces solemn, as if awaiting some heavyweight figure. A thunderous tiger's roar pierced the air. Immediately after, a massive tiger beast wreathed in blue electric arcs descended from above, lightning coiling around it as it landed with a resounding crash that shook the ground. On the tiger's back, an elderly man in white robes landed steadily, hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm, yet naturally commanding, with an aura that looked down upon all living beings, making people afraid to even breathe too loudly. We respectfully welcome Master Yi's honored presence. Dozens of staff members chorused in unison, as if they had rehearsed countless times. This person was none other than Su. After hearing about Su Chen at the old mansion, he had specifically come to the beast taming examination site. Su stroked his goatee, his laughter deep and low. No need for such formality. This old man is merely curious and came to take a look. With that, he walked directly toward the depths of the arena. A well-dressed manager hurried forward, bowing and scraping with the utmost respectful tone. We were unaware of Master Yi's personal visit. Do you have important instructions for us? There's a young man in the examination that this old man wishes to observe more clearly. The bracelet projection is too small, and these old eyes are dim, making it quite taxing to see. May I borrow your large screen? To have Master Yi personally select the screen is an honor for both us and that candidate. The manager nodded repeatedly, though his heart was churning with shock. Just who could this person be to make Su come in person? If nothing unexpected happened to this youth, his future prospects would surely be limitless. He immediately inquired further. May I ask which prodigy it is? Someone from Haicheng City, named Su Chen. The manager was slightly stunned, clearly unfamiliar with this name, but dared not show negligence. He quickly pulled up the search system, switched the main screen view to Su Chen's perspective on the control panel, and decisively projected it onto the largest display screen in the venue. In an instant, the camera feed that originally belonged to the Gongsun family's prodigy, the first place on the points leaderboard, was replaced with a young man lying down taking a nap. The audience erupted immediately. What's going on? Did they switch to the wrong view? What nobody is this? Why does he get the biggest screen? Where did this country bumpkin come from? I want to see the prodigies, not watch someone sleep. Director, switch it back. I want to see the Gongsun family's genius. The cacophony of protests merged into a wave of anger that shook the roof. Meanwhile, the Gongsun family's steward was striding purposefully toward the interior. The 5 individuals were so overwhelmed by the earth-shattering aura that they collapsed to the ground, their faces pale and their eyes filled with sheer terror. Their minds went blank, unable to process the source of the devastating strike they had just witnessed. Before they could react, a faint golden screen appeared before them. You have been eliminated by Su Chen's second stage fully evolved divine beast. What? A second stage fully evolved divine beast. The 5 were struck dumb, their voices trembling. Regret, fear, and despair intertwined within them as they finally realized the kind of monster they had provoked. That young man, who had dared to take a nap in the heat of battle, had done so with absolute confidence because his companion beast was a divine beast. The golden screen shattered into specks of light, and their figures gradually faded from the illusionary world, forcibly teleported out of the arena. At that moment, the Kyoto arena fell into complete silence. Every spectator sat with their mouths agape, their eyes glued to the massive projection screen. The replay of that earth-shaking moment looped on repeat. One slash, just one slash. That massive, lumbering brown bear had crouched and swung its blade, instantly reducing 5 companion beasts to shimmering fragments of light. And these weren't ordinary beasts, they were all second-stage, fully evolved creatures, 4 mystical beasts and 1 sacred beast. Even Kyoto's so-called top prodigy among beastmasters could never achieve such an overwhelming display of power. Who is this person? That was the question burning in the hearts of every spectator in the arena. The dead silence lingered for a full 30 seconds before an explosion of cheers erupted like a tidal wave. The entire arena shook under the deafening roar of the crowd, as though the roof might lift off. Most of the audience members were seasoned veterans who had seen their fair share of battles, yet the scene before them still defied their imagination. No one dared to dismiss the bear as a clumsy, adorable companion beast anymore. At the very least, it had to be a high-ear sacred beast. But in the next instant, the appraisal result appeared on the screen: divine beast. The steward of the Gongsun family looked as though he had been struck over the head with a club, his lips trembling. This is impossible. How could a boy from some remote town possibly command a divine beast? It wasn't just the Gongsun family. The other elite families in attendance also turned pale, their hearts churning with waves of shock. Throughout history, beastmasters capable of commanding divine beasts had almost always hailed from prestigious, well-established families. Most noble families, at best, could only obtain the offspring of a divine beast. Yet even the offspring were so unruly that ordinary beastmasters could hardly control them. Years ago, Shangwan Wan, the treasured daughter of the Shangwan family, had barely managed to gain the recognition of the vermilion bird thanks to her unparalleled talent, finally becoming a divine beastmaster. That alone was enough to demonstrate how difficult it was to tame such creatures. And now, this young man from a remote town had accomplished it so effortlessly. It was utterly inconceivable. No way, that fat bear is a divine beast. What species is this? I can't believe it. Who is this guy, and how does he have such incredible abilities? I've never seen a beastmaster from outside Kyoto with a divine beast. This is a first. A divine beast wielding a blade, insane. That blade technique is more professional than mine. Honestly, if you told me it was a person in disguise, I'd believe you. Exclamations rippled through the stands like waves, one after another. Meanwhile, information about Su Chen began spreading rapidly among the crowd, with every piece of news sparking fresh gasps and discussions. Everyone in the arena was utterly astounded. This beast tamer from a remote small town actually possessed a divine beast. The stunning reversal on the projection screen instantly ignited the stands, with shock, wild joy, and disbelief rolling through the audience in waves. That blade strike, gathering all its sharpness, stirred heaven and earth, its tangible sword intent piercing through the light barrier and forcefully striking everyone's heartstrings. Divine beasts were already rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, but a divine beast that could wield weapons was absolutely unheard of. While everyone marveled, they once again focused their attention on that young man to allow a divine beast to act independently while remaining as steady as Mount Tai. Such control had reached perfection. In the stands, Yi Tsongtian's eyes sparkled with starlight, rarely showing such interest. He grew increasingly curious about Su Chen. What extraordinary qualities did this youth who had returned alive from the twisted void realm possess? At the thought of that eerie forbidden domain, Tian couldn't help but frown, wariness appearing on his face. Within the illusory world, Henin's earth-shaking strike jolted Su Chen awake from his slumber. Su Chen sprang up with a start, looking around to find neither other people nor lurking beasts, only spiderweb cracks covering the ground beside him. Damn it! Why make such a huge commotion when there's no one around? He rolled his eyes and gave Henin's forehead a crisp flick. Henin whimpered pitifully, his round eyes full of grievance. This scene made quite a few audience members spit blood. Holy crap, he just hits a divine beast's head like that? Isn't he afraid of backlash? If I had a divine beast, I'd definitely worship it. Isn't he worried the divine beast might turn against him? Contempt, complaints, envy, and speechlessness intertwined. After all, most beast tamers in the world could only contract with exotic beasts. Those with some talent at best managed demonic beasts, and even wealthy families considered owning a sacred beast their limit. As for divine beasts, common beast tamers wouldn't even dare dream of it. Yet Su Chen casually knocked his divine beast's head, making everyone lament the unfairness of fate even more. The next moment, the illusory world's boundaries compressed again, forcing the remaining beast tamers to converge toward the center. Over half the contestants had been eliminated, the air thick with tension as battles erupted everywhere. The capital's many talents formed a strange tacit understanding, each occupying their own territory and crushing opponents with overwhelming force. When equally strong opponents met, they temporarily avoided battle to prevent premature exhaustion that might affect their final rankings. As the beast taming assessment neared its end, Su Chen felt it unwise to continue sleeping. He patted Henin and stood up, deciding to find some opponents at the edges for practice. In the distant sky, spiritual light from a chaotic battle shot skyward. He curved his lips. Time for this master's mediation session again. With that, he mounted Henin and charged toward the battlefield like lightning. Arriving within moments, he indeed found dozens engaged in melee combat, spiritual techniques, and beasts interweaving in utter chaos. Suddenly, a rough, bold roar split the air. "You damn bears, dare to mess with your tiger lord." The voice was all too familiar Wang Xiaohu. At this moment, Wang Xiaohu's clothes were tattered and his face blackened, looking extremely disheveled. He fought alone against 3 opponents, panting heavily, while his golden claw flame hound beside him was equally wounded, though its vertical pupils still burned with fierce flames. Even so, Wang Xiaohu's momentum remained undiminished. His blade and fist techniques combined with the flame hound grew fiercer with each exchange, forcing the 3 opponents to retreat repeatedly. Fear crept into their hearts as they couldn't help but be intimidated by Wang Xiaohu's reckless courage. The 3 attackers surrounding Wang Xiaohu all possessed the strength of low-tier complete beast tamers, matching Wang Yihu's power level. The trio positioned themselves in a triangle formation, attempting to overwhelm him with their numerical advantage, but Wang Xiaohu fought like an indestructible iron block, growing fiercer with each exchange and forcing them to retreat step by step. "Come on, this tiger isn't afraid of you. Damn it, watch me tear you apart. Think ganging up makes you tough? Stop running if you've got guts." Amidst his roars, murderous aura rolled around Wang Xiaohu's body, his presence alone enough to shake his opponent's resolve. Holy crap, did he take some kind of drug? He's insane. This guy's completely mad. Don't fight him, Hedon. Keep your distance and wear down his stamina. His beast is badly injured, it won't last much longer. Forced into caution, the 3 abandoned direct confrontation and switched to dispersed encirclement. Whenever Wang Xiaohu charged toward one side, that person would immediately retreat, while the other 2 seized the opportunity to attack his golden claw flame hound. This back-and-forth harassment frustrated Wang Xiaohu to no end, and he couldn't help but curse, shameless. Suddenly, a rock leopard silently crept behind the golden claw flame hound, its claws gleaming with cold light. Wang Xiaohu sensed the sneak attack, but was completely tied down by the beast in front of him, unable to defend. If this strike landed, his examination would be completely over. At that very moment, boom, a cyan energy wave tore through the air, fast as a high-frequency blade, directly cleaving the rock leopard in half. "You have been eliminated by Su Chen's second-tier complete divine beast." The cold notification appeared as the beast tamer cried out in shock. What? His form immediately became translucent as the illusory world forcibly teleported him away. In his final glimpse, he only managed to see a plump yet imposing black and white figure, a panda-like divine beast standing upright with a blade in hand, its cyan edge dripping blood, radiating fierce intimidation. With their companion instantly killed, the remaining 2 hadn't even seen their attacker clearly when another, more violent energy wave swept toward them, directly annihilating their beasts on the spot. "You have been eliminated by Su Chen's second-tier complete divine beast." The same projection message flashed by as they stared in stunned disbelief, only managing to squeeze out 2 words from their throats. Divine beast. They too were then teleported out. "Brother Chun." Wang Xiaohu recognized the figure and excitedly waved while shouting. Su Chen sheathed his blade and slung it over his shoulder, walking over with a smile. Not bad, fat tiger. You actually lasted this long. How many points did you get? Wang Xiaohu proudly lifted his chin. 1,282 points. Pretty impressive, right? Having never imagined he could achieve such results, his chest was practically bursting with pride. Holy shit, higher than mine? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, asking suspiciously. Fat tiger, you didn't just scavenge kills, did you? Wang Xiaohu froze for a moment, then patted his chest and shouted. What scavenging? This tiger fought tooth and nail for these points. Among the classmates I encountered, some broke 1,000 too, but I'm still the highest. Brother Chun, don't fall behind now, huh? In the massive examination crowd, breaking 1,000 was elite-level performance. For beast tamers from remote small cities, it was enough to receive olive branches from prestigious universities. Seeing Wang Xiaohu's smug expression, Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, never expecting to be outdone by this guy. Suddenly, a murderous aura stirred in the surrounding area. Looking toward the sound, he spotted someone commanding a crimson dragon, cutting through the crowd with devastating force. The blazing red scales reflected blinding light under the sun as the dragon's tail swept across, sending countless spirit beasts flying through the air while anguished cries echoed all around. The crimson scale dragon. That bastard again. Wang Xiaohu's eyes flashed with murderous intent, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists, fury written across his face. The man wore an ornate golden robe with a family crest hanging from his waist, the symbol of a prestigious clan from the capital. Beneath his feet was that high-ear sacred beast, the crimson scale dragon. Noticing Wang Xiaohu's emotional outburst, Su Chen quietly asked, Fat Tiger, do you know this guy? I do. Wang Xiaohu gritted his teeth. Xiao Ding from the Xiao family of the capital. Last time, Huang Yin, Xiao Sun, and I encountered him. Even with our combined strength, we couldn't break through his defenses. But that despicable coward waited until we were fighting others, then launched a sneak attack and eliminated Huang Yin and Xiao Sun. Remembering his teammate's fate, Wang Xiaohu's veins bulged with rage. He's nothing but a shameless scoundrel. Su Chen glanced coldly at Xiao Ding and patted Wang Xiaohu's shoulder. Fat tiger, rest here. I'll go settle the score for Huang Yin and Xiao Sun. Brother Chun, be careful. That crimson scale dragon is probably a complete third-tier beast. I've killed fourth-tier ones before. A mere third tier is nothing. Su Chen's eyes flashed with wild arrogance. Wang Xiaohu was momentarily stunned, recalling the terrifying scene of Su Chen single-handedly battling a fourth-tier complete yiksha in the Twisted Void realm. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Seems I was overthinking. The crimson scale dragon stretched over 30 feet long, its head alone measuring 6 feet like an armored battleship. Xiao Ding sat perched on the dragon's head, surveying all directions like a king ruling over his domain. The battlefield was filled with complete form spirit beasts, yet they were being slaughtered under the dragon's claws and tail, bodies and beasts flying everywhere, blood staining the ground. Haha, a bunch of trash. Xiao Ding laughed maniacally, his voice booming across the field. Remember this, I am Xiao Ding of the capital's Xiao family. Being defeated by me is your honor. What? It's actually the capital's genius, Xiao Ding. I heard his spirit beast is a high-tier sacred beast that's reached complete third tier. Just our luck. Running into this demon, let's get out of here. Terrified beast tamers scattered in all directions, but the crimson scale dragon moved like lightning, casually striking down spirit beasts with each pass, the gap in power painfully obvious. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure rode against the fleeing crowd on a chubby black and white bear. The bear moved with lazy steps, showing no impressive physique and appearing utterly ordinary, so unremarkable that even Xiao Ding barely spared it a glance. However, just 20 meters from the crimson scale dragon, the bear suddenly stopped. Its pudgy paw reached behind its back and drew out a cyan-colored blade. The sword hummed with power, cyan lights swirling into howling waves of energy as the bear raised its paw and slashed horizontally. Swoosh! The blade energy split the sky like thunder, cleaving the crimson scale dragon clean in half at the waist. The massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending dust clouds skyward. Only after the dust settled did Xiao Ding snap back to reality, staring at his spirit beast's severed remains with wide, disbelieving eyes. Every beast tamer around stood frozen like statues, completely dumbfounded. After all, that was a complete third-tier high-grade sacred beast, and it had been instantly killed by a fat bear in a single strike. The space around them seemed to freeze, suspended in time. Inside the massive Kyoto arena, the air felt as if it had been instantly sucked out, and hundreds of thousands of eyes in the audience widened simultaneously, expressions of disbelief exploding across every face. The projection screen in the arena coldly displayed the verdict. You have been eliminated by Su Chen's second-tier complete divine beast. Xiao Ding stared blankly at the crimson text, his pupils contracting sharply, his chest heaving violently. A divine beast? And only a second-tier complete form. His throat felt parched, yet his voice came out hoarse and frenzied. Impossible. Even if it's a divine beast, how could it instantly defeat my third-tier complete form? My beast is a high-tier sacred creature, no less powerful than yours. You must be cheating. His furious roar exploded in the center of the arena, and immediately after, Xiao Ding's figure was teleported away by the system's light beam, as if taking with him all his unwillingness and shock. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers, people even forgetting to breathe, left only with overwhelming astonishment. That divine beast is incredible. It actually defeated the Xiao family's genius, Xiao Ding, in one move. A high-tier sacred beast, third-tier complete form, defeated just like that? A second-tier complete form defeating a third-tier complete form. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never believe it. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. In just a few moments, exclamations rose one after another. Even the leaders of major prestigious families wore grave expressions, let alone ordinary spectators. A beast tamer from a remote small city was actually this formidable, completely shattering everyone's understanding. At the center of the battlefield, a cyan great sword hung in the air, with dark dragon shadows writhing along its blade. Wherever the dragon shadows passed, the ground cracked like a spider web within a 1,000-meter radius, stone fragments flying, and a kingly aura sweeping across the wilderness. A genius, even more terrifying than Xiao Ding, Su Chen, stood quietly at the center of the cracks, powerful winds swirling around him like invisible waves pressing toward the hundreds of beast tamers surrounding him. Those who had been fleeing in panic from Xiao Ding's pursuit now stood frozen in place, their eyes filled only with a darkness so profound it bordered on despair. If they couldn't escape the killing move that even Xiao Ding couldn't avoid, where could they possibly flee? The outcome seemed set in stone, and resistance would only add to their suffering. You've got to be kidding. Someone clenched their fists, yet didn't dare mobilize their spiritual power. More people directly recalled their beasts, shoulders trembling slightly, choosing to bow their heads in silence. The tragedy of the week was magnified to its extreme at this moment. Countless gazes filled with awe, terror, and submission simultaneously focused on Su Chen. Facing this almost tangible fear, he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over each face, and suddenly felt a trace of compassion in his heart. Forget it. Su Chen sheathed his sword and carried it on his back, his voice calm, yet clearly reaching everyone's ears. You're all just young people chasing dreams. Continue your battles. Pretend I was never here. With these words, he turned to leave the cracked and scorched earth. He's just leaving? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, wide-eyed with confusion. Finally, a slightly bolder young man mustered the courage to rush behind Su Chen and shouted loudly, "Please wait, Master. Are you really going to spare us?" The crowd stirred restlessly. If Su Chen wanted to, he could sweep them all away with a mere gesture that would be hundreds of points worth of scores, and he really didn't want them? Su Chen turned back, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Fighting you all would feel too much like bullying. Though his words were light, they pierced everyone's hearts like thin needles, painful, yet oddly making them breathe a sigh of relief, even feeling secretly grateful. Indeed, with Su Chen's strength, dealing with them would be as easy as turning his hand. However, Su Chen chose not to fight the weak. He stood his ground, shoulders straight and back erect, like a spear thrust into the earth. In that instant, the watching students felt a surge of respect for his figure, even softening their breathing. Then Su Chen's voice rang out, calm yet crystal clear. For me, defeating all the geniuses of the capital would be far more interesting. His words hit like a thunderbolt from clear skies. Defeat all the capital's geniuses? He can't be serious, can he? Is that even possible? Murmurs rippled through the crowd, yet no one thought Su Chen arrogant. After all, this was the man who possessed a divine beast. Even the boldest declarations seemed perfectly natural coming from him. Combined with his consistent refusal to bully the weak, he earned even more admiration. However, they ultimately thought too highly of Su Chen's nobility. Wang Xiaohu stroked his golden claw flame hound's head, licked his lips, and hummed with excitement. Haha, time for Master Tiger to show his might. Just as Fatty Tiger was about to charge forward, several more Class D students came running from the distance, their eyes blazing as they stared at the hundreds of opponents yet to be eliminated. It turned out Su Chen had deliberately saved these hundreds of elimination points for his classmates, letting them profit as well. After making these arrangements, Su Chen headed alone toward the edge of the illusory world. That area was populated by a considerable number of beast tamers. When he encountered opponents who were clearly weaker, as long as they didn't attack first, he never made a move. Before long, he encountered another capital genius, Gu Chuan, son of the Gu family. Su Chen recognized him for a simple reason. Gu Chuan's clothes bore an ostentatious embroidered character Gu, as eye-catching as a billboard. Only scions of the capital's great families would display such arrogance. Gu Chuan was a third-tier complete beast tamer, contracted with a fierce bird covered in sharp blade-like feathers, the wind blade tin phoenix falcon. This bird's ultimate technique, storm of wind blades, had a wide area of effect, and with this single move, Gu Chuan had eliminated numerous weaker beast tamers, climbing the rankings into the top 10. Everyone look, this kid is facing off against the Gu family genius, Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan is slightly weaker than Xiao Ding, so he probably won't be a match either. Even Xiao Ding got instantly defeated. Gu Chuan definitely won't be his opponent. Discussions erupted in the spectator stands. While the Gu family's leadership grew, so tense their faces turned ashen. They were all certain that Su Chen's strength far exceeded Gu Chuan's. Within the illusion, however, Gu Chuan remained oblivious. As a capital genius, he had always been arrogant. Seeing Su Chen's plain clothing, he concluded the newcomer was merely an outer city beast tamer and immediately labeled him as weak. Bold of you not to run when you see me, Gu Chuan. Gu Chuan lifted his chin and patted his chest, deliberately displaying the Gu character more clearly. Are you so ignorant that you don't know of the capital's Gu family? Or can you simply not read? He was certain his opponent would tremble with fear, address him as senior, and then he would leisurely announce his victory. But his expectations were instantly dashed. Su Chen merely glanced at him indifferently, his expression showing not the slightest ripple, continuing to approach with steady steps. Gu Chuan frowned. Apparently he'd encountered some country bumpkin who not only couldn't read, but had never even heard of the capital's Gu family. Just a reckless fool. He pointed forward and snorted coldly. To deal with you, one move is more than enough. Holy crap, you're the reckless fool here. Run for it. Stop showing off like an idiot. The Gu family's senior members all turned red-faced, anger and shame flooding their hearts simultaneously. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of spectators in the arena had their eyes fixed on Gu Chuan. Everyone knew he was no match for Su Chen. Yet only Gu Chuan himself remained oblivious to this fact. If he had simply lost to Su Chen, that would have been acceptable, considering the kid's terrifyingly overwhelming strength. But Gu Chuan insisted on putting on airs in front of him, and once he got slapped down, it would be the Gu family's face and indeed the entire capital's elite circles that would be lost. From the stands, a string of mocking voices quickly arose. Holy shit, the Gu family's young master is starting to show off. Haha, he even mocked his opponent for being illiterate, calling him a country bumpkin. That's the man with a divine beast. Gu Chuan actually stuck his face out for Su Chen to slap, showing off at a time like this. Let's see how he gets out of this when he's instantly defeated. I can already picture Gu Chuan's sour expression. Although the competition was held in the capital, many spectators watched Gu Chuan with the look of enjoying a good show, with almost no one cheering him on, clearly showing how much resentment his usual arrogant and domineering behavior in the capital had built up among the common people. The Gu family's senior members seemed to foresee the outcome as well, each covering their faces with their hands, wishing they could dig a hole and hide. How they hoped for a miracle to occur, for Gu Chuan to at least manage to last 10 moves. However, no miracle appeared. A flash of white light passed, and Gu Chuan was directly teleported back to the contestant seating area. His whole body trembled slightly. His eyes filled with terror and disbelief, hadn't even seen clearly what had just happened before he was eliminated. Yet he heard the mocking laughter crystal clear. Ha ha ha, instantly defeated, as expected. Still mocking others for not knowing how to read? Hilarious. Called someone else a reckless fool. Turns out he's the real fool. One move would be enough? Yeah, you got taken out in one move. Don't show off, or you'll get struck by lightning. Gu Chuan's face burned red with embarrassment. He wanted to retort, but had nowhere to vent with hundreds of thousands of spectators around him. Who could he lash out at? If I had known that was a divine beast, I would have run. He recalled Su Chen's stunning blade strike, still feeling frightened. It wouldn't have mattered. You couldn't have escaped. A voice suddenly came from beside him. It was Xiao Ding. Huh? You got eliminated too. Gu Chuan was stunned. The two had encountered each other in the preliminaries and had both tactfully avoided fighting. Gu Chuan had always thought Xiao Ding was slightly stronger than himself, never expecting the other to be eliminated even earlier. I was also taken out by that kid in one move. Xiao Ding sighed, his eyes filled with unwillingness. You too. Gu Chuan was speechless, his voice dropping immediately. Just then, the arena erupted in thunderous exclamations again. Another capital prodigy was swept back to the seating area by white light. Immediately after, figures began appearing one after another in the genius section. All eliminated capital elites. Gu Chuan and Xiao Ding's shock continued to magnify, leaving them nearly speechless. The audience's emotions completely reversed as well. The mocking voices were gradually replaced by astonishment, and the continuous cheering eventually turned into heartbroken wailing. As more and more capital prodigies were eliminated, the spectators could no longer sit still. A beast tamer from a remote small city was sweeping the capital's geniuses out of the competition one by one. As natives of the capital, their pride was being ruthlessly ground into the dirt by Su Chen. The audience fell into deathly silence. Within mere minutes, everyone realized the gravity of the situation. If this continued, the capital, the city hailed as the strongest in the Xia kingdom, would be utterly humiliated. This was supposed to be the sacred ground that attracted powerhouses from all corners of the realm, Yet now it was being swept clean by a young man from some remote backwater town. The shame was suffocating for every resident of the capital. They had always taken their identity as people of the capital for granted, looking down upon outsiders from their lofty perch. But now that innate sense of superiority was being torn to shreds, bit by bit, anxiety spread like wildfire through the stands. The arena no longer echoed with cheers, only gasps of shock remained, each one marking another fallen prodigy from the capital. Soon, even these sounds were swallowed by silence as hundreds of thousands of eyes fixed on the massive projection hanging in midair, their gazes filled with unwillingness and disbelief. In the projection, Su Chen moved like an unleashed beast, trampling the capital's finest underfoot. His selection process was brutally methodical, only targeted those bearing the title of capital prodigy, never wasting time on ordinary candidates. This blatant targeting infuriated the capital's audience, yet they were powerless to stop it. In stark contrast to the suffocating atmosphere in the capital, examination venues in other cities erupted in celebration. Lights flashed and applause thundered like a flood, with Haicheng City resembling a festival. The entire audience rose to their feet, faces flushed with excitement, some nearly fainting from excessive cheering. The atmosphere in the capital's arena grew increasingly tense. Bloodshot eyes filled the crowd. The young man had already cut down over 20 of the capital's prodigies. This is maddening. What on earth did he consume? Can anyone stop him? Where can the capital show its face now? Damn it! He's treating the capital like it has no one left. Amid the uproar, someone suddenly shouted, "Don't worry, we still have the twin paragons of the capital. Gongsun Yuan and Yu Xingxian." These two names dropped into the crowd like tranquilizers. Known as the twin paragons of the capital, both were merely 18 years old, yet their beast companions had already advanced to fourth-tier complete forms, both of divine beast quality. Their cultivation levels were a full 2 tiers above Su Chen's, making them the ultimate trump cards in the eyes of the capital's residents. I refuse to believe he can defeat even the twin paragons. Exactly. Same divine beasts, but the paragon's companions are 2 full tiers higher. There's simply no contest. Confidence crept back onto people's faces with this discussion, stabilizing the emotions of hundreds of thousands of spectators. Outside the venue, various factions had already locked their attention on Su Chen. Though his ranking on the points leaderboard had dropped to over 2,000 due to his selective targeting of the capital's elite, his record of defeating over 20 prodigies was enough to shake the world. Even if he ultimately fell to the twin paragons, it would do nothing to diminish his reputation. Many factions were already secretly planning to recruit this young man from the outer cities. At this very moment, Su Chen remained within the illusory world, completely unaware of the undercurrents swirling outside. He cared about only one thing: continuing his hunt for the remaining capital prodigies. As for his ranking in the beast-taming examination, he had never given it a second thought. The championship was nothing more than an empty title to him. Compared to mowing down weaklings for points, battling against the scions of prestigious families truly set his blood ablaze. Mowing down weaklings was something Su Chen despised. If he was going to mow anything down, it would be the prodigies of the capital. This isn't appropriate. If the higher-ups find out, I'm done for. In a secluded corner inside the arena, a young man in staff uniform was whispering his objections, but the middle-aged man he faced had a dark complexion and cold expression, radiating an irresistible aura of authority. This man was a high-ranking member of the Gongsun family, who had come here specifically today to force the staff member to relay intelligence to Gongsun Yuan, who was currently in the illusory world. As long as you don't tell, and I don't tell, who would know? The middle-aged man lowered his voice threateningly. The young man swallowed hard and finally nodded under the man's intimidating gaze. According to the rules, beast tamers who entered the illusory world couldn't receive information from the outside, with the exception of arena staff members. Moments later, an encrypted message was quietly sent to Gongsun Yuan's smart bracelet. At that moment, Gongsun Yuan was sweeping through the illusory jungle, defeating wave after wave of beast tamers to farm points. His wrist vibrated lightly, and he opened his bracelet with confusion. Immediately joined forces with Yu Xingtian to defeat Su Chen. The opponent has already eliminated over 20 talents from the capital. Do not underestimate him. There was no signature, clearly from a staff member, and staff members would never send such messages without reason. There was only one answer. The family's higher-ups had secretly bribed them. Su Chen? Never heard of him. Gongsun Yuan frowned, half doubting the claim about eliminating over 20 capital talents. But with his points lagging behind, he needed tough battles to turn things around. He immediately withdrew his hunting gaze, abandoned the numerous targets within reach, and sprinted toward the distance. He didn't go to rendezvous with Yu Xingtian, but headed straight for Su Chen. Although he and Yu Xingtian were both called the twin prodigies of the capital, with comparable strength, and despite their mutual respect and individual pride, getting them to truly cooperate was almost impossible. Meanwhile, Yu Xingtian was unaware of this secret message. He had only heard from other contestants that a madman had appeared in the illusion, having consecutively defeated over 20 elite talents from the capital. As the illusory domain continued to shrink, people kept gathering at the edge areas. A group of contestants from Haicheng met here. Guanming, Xingmingxian, Li Na, and Yu Xiaoro were all present. Suddenly, a snow-white giant ape surrounded by lightning broke through the air, instantly grasping the throats of Guanming's holy light lion and Xingmingshuan's ice thunder rhino. The two complete-form beast companions were lifted high by the 5-foot turtle giant arms, their limbs twitching, unable to move. Thunder red-armed ape, 4th tier complete form, divine beast quality, immensely strong, skilled in controlling lightning, with signature moves Thunder Stomp and Wind Thunder Meteor Strike. Before anyone could cry out in alarm, a grim-faced young man emerged from behind the giant ape Yu Xingtian. Little sister, after all these years, your strength is still so weak. His gaze steadily fell on Yu Xiaoro. It turned out they were from the same family. Yu Xingtian, my affairs are none of your business. If you want to fight, then fight. Cut the chatter. Yu Xiaoro's eyes were cold, her voice low, clearly harboring no fondness for this elder brother. Little sister? Yu Xingtian? The twin prodigies of the capital? All three cried out in shock, staring at Yu Xingtian in terror before turning their bewildered gazes toward Yu Xiaoro. The reputation of the capital's twin prodigies had already spread nationwide, even reaching the remote coastal city of Haicheng. They had only known that Yu Xiaoro wasn't a local, but never imagined she hailed from the prestigious Yu family of the Capitala revelation that sent shockwaves through everyone present. With Guanming and Xingmingshuan's spirit beasts easily subdued by Yu Xingtian, only Li Na and Yu Xiaoro remained capable of standing against him. However, Yu Xiaoro shared his bloodline and her allegiance remained uncertain, leaving Li Na under crushing pressure. Against one of the capital's twin prodigies, victory seemed impossible whether fighting alone or together. Yu Xingtian smiled slightly, his gaze lingering on his sister for a moment. Little sister, you're still as insufferable as when we were children. Out of family loyalty, I won't fight you directly, but everyone from Haicheng must be eliminated. He turned toward the others, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. Since Su Chen targets the capital's geniuses, I'll return the favor by specifically hunting down those from Haicheng. The moment his command fell, the thunder-armed crimson ape roared and leaped skyward, hurling Guanming and Xingmingshuan's spirit beasts into the air. Lightning instantly coiled around its body as blazing white electric serpents danced across its form, causing the two mature spirit beasts to shriek in agony. The next moment, the thunder-armed crimson ape plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground with thunderous force. The deafening impact sent a 100-foot pillar of electricity shooting skyward, while crackling arcs spread across the ground like swarming insects. This was its ultimate technique, Thunder Meteor Strike. For a full 30 seconds, the thunderous roar gradually faded, leaving the air thick with the acrid scent of scorched metal. Guanming and Xingmingshuan's faces turned ashen, their eyes still wide with uncontainable shock as they and their spirit beasts dissolved into white light and vanished from the illusion. Having dealt with them, Yu Xingtian's gaze locked precisely onto Li Na. Li Na's breathing quickened as she swiftly prepared her formation, ready for battle. Yu Xiaoro silently moved to stand beside her, making her allegiance clear through action. Yu Xingtian, why are you targeting people from Haicheng? Yu Xiaoro demanded sharply. Targeting? Yu Xingtian sneered coldly. The spirit beast examination has always been a stage for the strong to harvest the weak. The weak are merely grass, meant to be trampled. Throughout the entire nation, only the capital stands supreme. These rules exist precisely for us capital geniuses to display our strength. To me, everyone outside the capital is nothing but ants delivering free points. I'm in a good mood today, so I've chosen to slaughter those from Haicheng. His arrogance and conceit were laid bare in his voice. With those words, he issued another command. The thunder-armed crimson ape roared toward the heavens, lightning wrapping around its right leg as it stomped the ground with tremendous force. Thunder tore through the air as a massive electric dragon shot forth, charging straight at Li Na. The lightning moved too fast for the naked eye to follow, and even Li Na, hailed as the genius girl, couldn't dodge in time. Her pupils contracted sharply as unwillingness and fear intertwined in her heart. Just as the electric dragon was about to strike, the ground suddenly split open. A wide fissure spread at an incredible speed, reaching Li Na's position and forcibly blocking the lightning flow. How ungentlemanly of you, attacking our beautiful lady from Haicheng. A mocking voice rang out. Yu Xingtian frowned, his gaze sweeping back and forth across the debris-strewn wasteland. Yet he couldn't spot a single suspicious figure. Beneath his feet, the crack that had been torn open by some tremendous force snaked like black lightning, stretching for thousands of meters until it disappeared into the distant horizon. From the far side of the fissure, a figure was leisurely walking across the fractured rock layers. It's Su Chen. Yu Xiaoro's fingertips trembled as she couldn't help but cry out. Even from thousands of meters away, She could instantly recognize that alto familiar silhouette. Lina also broke into a smile, partly from relief at their narrow escape from death, and partly from barely contained joy at this long-awaited reunion. As the distance closed, everyone could finally make out the scene clearly. Su Chen was lazily riding on the back of a panda. The panda's fur was distinctly black and white, its round, plump body swaying as it ambled through the rubble, chewing on something unknown, looking utterly silly and adorable. So that's Su Chen? The Su Chen who defeated over 20 geniuses from the capital? Yu Shengtian squinted, first staring at Su Chen, then examining the panda, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. This guy actually won. He tried to probe with his spiritual sense, but was mysteriously blocked, leaving him to rely only on visual assessment. Seeing how relaxed both the man and bear appeared, he couldn't help but suspect that the so-called defeat of capital geniuses was nothing more than exaggerated rumors. The illusory realm cut off information flow and was notorious for spawning ridiculous tale stories that often became completely distorted in the telling. Su Chen patted the panda's soft head and leaped down from Henin's back, landing silently. His eyes locked onto Yu Xingtian with eagle-like sharpness. You guys go ahead, I'll handle this punk. Punk. Lina's mouth twitched. Probably only Su Chen in the entire capital would dare call one of the twin prodigies a common thug. No, Su Chen. Yu Xiaoro urgently tried to dissuade him. This guy is really strong. Yuri no match for him. She knew both were beast tamers, but she also understood the gap between them. Yu Xingtian's divine beast was already a fourth-tier complete form, a full 2 realms higher than Su Chen. Even more dangerous was that Yu Xingtian had contracts with 2 other fourth-tier complete form demonic beasts, though he hadn't summoned them yet to conserve his spiritual power. Once he felt threatened, those 2 beasts could appear at any moment. Little sister, it's one thing not to help your cousin, but now you're actually helping outsiders? Yu Xingtian's voice remained steady, yet carried a chilling undertone. I'll remind you one more time, leave them, or don't blame me for forgetting our family ties. The air felt as dry as if scorched by flames, with both sides' auras clashing, ready to spark deadly conflict at any moment. More and more spectators gathered around, yet none dared step closer. The invisible pressure alone was enough to leave ordinary beast tamers gasping for breath. My God, it's Yu Shangtian, one of the twin prodigies of the capital. First time seeing him in person, killed 2 second-tier complete forms in one move. No wonder they call him a prodigy. Who's that kid riding the bear? How did he manage to provoke one of the twin prodigies? From his accent, he doesn't sound like he's from the capital circle, probably a beast tamer from the outer cities. But that bear of his is so cute. All round and chubby. Can it actually fight? Maybe it's just here for comic relief. Speaking of which, won't we get caught in the crossfire watching from here? What if Yu Xingtian goes berserk and wipes us out too? Is it too late to run now? Run my ass. It's rare to see one of the twin prodigies in battle. How can we miss such a spectacle? That's if final circle is full of powerhouses anyway. There's no chance of scoring more points, so might as well sit back and enjoy the show. The spectators outside the arena buzzed with discussion. Some remarked that just watching the twin prodigies of the capital was worth it. Not to mention those 2 beauties, the ticket price had already paid for itself. Under the projection screen floating above the illusory world, beast tamers within a 1,000-meter radius stopped fighting and turned their attention to Su Chen's battle circle. Meanwhile, the capital arena in reality erupted as all spectators focused on this showdown. When Yu Xingtian's figure appeared on the massive screen, the entire venue exploded in deafening cheers. Excellent. It's Yu Xingtian. Haha. That's one of the twin prodigies of the capital. That Su Chen kid is finished. Finally, someone who can end his reign of terror. A country bumpkin from some backwater town. Now he'll learn what real capital talent looks like. Voices rose and fell throughout the crowd, nearly lifting the roof. Someone added, Yu Xingtian is also a monster who possesses a divine beast, and he's already reached the 4th-tier complete form. Let's see how that kid dies. Looking across all of Xia Kingdom, only Gongsun Yuan can match Yu Xingtian's talent. Applause mixed with mockery. The higher the praise for Yu Xingtian, the deeper the contempt for Su Chen. Though Su Chen had previously defeated over 20 capital prodigies in succession, shaking the entire nation, he had also shattered the capital audience's sense of superiority. They still refused to acknowledge this outsider. In the spectator stands, Yi Sangtian gazed at the projection with a slight smile and nodded approvingly. This young man is indeed extraordinary. No wonder he survived the twisted void realm. Su Chen had not only returned alive, but brought back dozens of classmates unharmed from that deadly place. Yi Sangtian knew well the dangers of the twisted void realm. Even Xia Kingdom's most elite beast tamers dared not venture there, shuddering at the mere mention of its name. To uncover Su Chen's background, he had just ordered an investigation, but found nothing. The boy came from ordinary origins with no prestigious connections. The only suspicious element was his beast, reportedly capable of devouring an entire bamboo forest in a single afternoon. Yi Sangtian was certain Su Chen harbored unknown secrets, which sparked his interest in recruitment. If this intention became public, it would surely shock the entire nation. In the illusory world, Su Chen and Yu Shengtian stood dozens of meters apart, their gazes meeting in the air. Su Chen's eyes flashed while Yu Shengtian remained outwardly calm, though murderous intent surged within. The next second, the earth rumbled as a thunderous dust explosion erupted at Yu Shengtian's feet. Su Chen's panda had struck first. Those thick paws clenched tight, carrying whistling winds as they slammed toward the azure thunder red-armed ape. The azure thunder red-armed ape roared, wrapping its arms in blue lightning to block the bear's fists. Violent shockwaves exploded in an arc, sending grass and debris flying everywhere. So fast, Yu Shengtian's heart jumped. Before he could fully react, a human figure silently swept in, fist cutting through air straight toward his face. It was Su Chen himself. Bang! The fist struck right between his brows. Yu Shengtian saw stars as he staggered back half a step. This scene left all spectators gasping. No one expected Su Chen's beast to launch the first assault, much less for the tamer himself to join the fight directly, landing a punch square on one of the twin prodigies' face. Whether the contestants who had paused their battles in the illusory realm or the tens of thousands of spectators in the arena, all were too shocked to speak, their faces showing expressions of utter disbelief. Not only were the spirit beasts fighting, but their tamers were engaged in combat as well. This was considered heretical, and any formal Dwella spirit beast performance relied on its tamer's mental power. The stronger the mind, the fiercer the beast. Conversely, once distracted, a battle pet's combat effectiveness would plummet. Yet Su Chen deliberately withdrew his suppression of the thunder red-armed ape and charged to the center of the arena, launching into close-quarters combat with Yu Shengtian. Both sides' mental power was forced to split, instantly disrupting the rhythm between tamers and their beasts. The spectators erupted in astonishment. Was this Su Chen's desperate gambit, or had he lost control in the heat of battle? Yu Shengtian had never encountered such tactics. His mind in chaos, he was immediately pressed by Su Chen's relentless close-range assault, retreating step by step. The thunder red-armed ape, deprived of mental guidance, similarly fell into a passive state. Its 5-meter-tall frame was actually being suppressed by the barely 2-meter-tall fat bear. Both man and beast found themselves at a disadvantage, defying everyone's expectations. Damn you, how dare you ambush me? The pain from repeated blows made Yu Shengtian roar in fury, power suddenly erupting from within. As a third-tier beast tamer, his physical prowess far exceeded ordinary people. A horizontal elbow strike forcibly blocked Su Chen's offensive. But Su Chen didn't retreat, clinging to his opponent like sticky candy. Yu Shengtian stepped forward, his fists like steel hammers, producing dull cannon-like sounds. All the pent-up frustration from being suppressed poured out in a flurry of dense punches. Su Chen remained utterly calm, dodging and deflecting, his eyes catching every opening. Now, he suddenly unleashed his power, driving a heavy punch into Yu Shengtian's abdomen. Yu Shengtian grunted, sent flying several meters back. His heels hit the ground hard, and he stomped forcefully to stop his slide, yet the stone slabs beneath his feet still cracked instantly. In just a few breaths, the entire arena fell silent, then erupted in gasps. A mere first-tier beast tamer, Su Chen, had actually forced back a third-tier beast tamer with pure physical strength. Even more outrageous was his clear, methodical punching rhythm, capable of both defense and counterattack, like a seasoned combat veteran. In the stands, Li Na's eyes widened, her heaving chest betraying her shock. I never expected Su Chen to have this trick up his sleeve. Yu Shengtian has been thrown off his rhythm. Yu Xiaoro beside her shook her head. No, it's too early to conclude. Yu Shengtian won't be defeated so easily. As a member of the Yu family, you haven't seen what makes him truly terrifying yet. On the arena, Yu Shengtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Very good. Those few punches alone have earned my respect. You've had your moment of glory now. It's my turn. He pressed his palms together, brilliant blue lightning crackling between his fingers, sparking and dancing like swimming dragons. Brank beast-taming art, lightning transformation palm. This rare close combat beast-taming technique was something few bothered to learn, let alone master. Who would have thought Yu Shengtian had acquired such skill? Empowered by the lightning force, Yu Shengtian's strength and speed were greatly enhanced. In just an instant, he appeared before Su Chen, striking out with his palm directly towards Su Chen's face. Beast tamers were naturally weaker in physical form compared to their beasts, and those with lower tamer levels were at a greater disadvantage. As a third-level beast tamer, Yu Shengtian was confident that this palm strike, enhanced by the Brank beast technique, thunder transformation palm, would be enough to completely overwhelm Su Chen. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as lightning scattered and blazing light nearly blinded everyone present. Yu Shengtian's heart trembled in that instant. He clearly saw Su Chen draw a green blade from nowhere, directly blocking his thunderous strike. Even more incredible was that this blade completely isolated the electric arcs, not allowing even the slightest residual power to penetrate and harm Su Chen. My show of power is just beginning. Su Chen's lips curved into a sinister smile as he flicked his wrist, sending the green dragon crescent blade sweeping outward. The fierce wind generated by the blade's momentum alone sent Yu Xingtian flying dozens of meters, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. This was an illusory world where beast tamers, phantom life points, replaced real flesh and blood otherwise. This single strike would have left Yu Xingtian severely injured. Even so, Yu Shengtian's phantom life points instantly dropped by more than half, leaving him just one hit away from being eliminated by the system. This is impossible. He staggered to his feet, his vision blurred due to his low life points, fear creeping into his heart. To avoid being approached again, he immediately summoned his remaining two fourth-tier complete form demon beasts, positioning them on his left and right as a solid defensive line. There they are, Yu Xingtian's other two fourth-tier complete form demon beasts. Off the field, Yu Xiaorou's pupils contracted. She knew her brother's capabilities well unless pushed to the absolute limit. Yu Xingtian would never release all his combat power at once. Among his peers, Su Chen was the first in the entire Xia Kingdom to force him to exhaust all his mental energy. You do have some skill. No wonder you could sweep away all the talents in the capital. Yu Xingtian composed himself, staring coldly at Su Chen. Kid, I acknowledge your strength. He no longer planned to rely on close combat for victory. With two demon beasts guarding his flanks, he could concentrate his mental energy on controlling his strongest battle pet, the thunder red-armed ape. Under the continuous infusion of mental power, lightning blazed around the ape demon's body. Its muscles bulged dramatically, and its aura climbed several levels higher. Su Chen remained calm, the green dragon crescent blade pointing diagonally toward the ground, his tone mocking. How boring you are. I wanted to stretch my rusty body a bit, but you brought two bodyguards for protection. Wouldn't a man-to-man battle be better? Stop putting on airs. Yu Xingtian sneered coldly. As soon as his command fell, the thunder red-armed ape thunderously stomped the ground, lightning crackling as it sent Su Chen's panda pet flying several meters. Now, he was truly beginning to exert his full power. Seeing this scene, Su Chen raised an eyebrow, tossing the green dragon crescent blade back to his simple panda's claws, saying in a deep voice, "Since you want to compete in beast combat, I'm not afraid to face you." The battle had reached a point that shocked audiences across the nation. The streaming platforms were boiling like oil in a hot pan, with bullet comments and posts flooded with Su Chen's name. Such shocking moments weren't unprecedented, but each one came with unexpected outcomes that left countless viewers both thrilled and amazed, their hearts unable to settle. A commoner beast tamer from a remote small city with no family background had repeatedly trampled the geniuses of the capital underfoot. He had even forced the renowned, twin prodigies of the capital, of the Xia Kingdom, into an evenly matched fight. How could the world not take notice? In the illusory world, Su Chen's performance had become almost mythical. Except for local audiences in the capital who were still cheering for their hometown contestants, the rest of the Xia Kingdom had overwhelmingly rallied behind Su Chen, and he had clearly become an idol in the hearts of commoner beast tamers. At this moment, the two divine beasts were still locked in bloodthirsty combat. Rubble was ground into powder as shockwaves rippled outward in circles. The thunder-armed crimson ape's arms crackled with lightning, while Lang Taosha wielded his green dragon crescent blade, each collision between blade light and lightning arcs causing the air to explode with deafening roars. Too incredible. I can barely breathe from this distance. Get any closer, and the illusion realm would drain our life force. To think he could fight the twin prodigies of the capital to this extent. The spectating beast tamers were terrified, yet had to admit, Su Chen was ridiculously powerful. A commoner who had contracted divine beasts, his talent and strength left his peers in despair. If his growth continued unimpeded, he would surely become one of the Xia Kingdom's most formidable powerhouses. This was the vision countless commoner beast tamers dreamed of. What should we do? Should we go help? Li Na asked anxiously. Absolutely not. Yu Xiaorou sternly stopped her. The aura of those two divine beasts is too strong. Our beasts would be instantly killed if they got close. Before her words had finished, a crystalline cold gleam suddenly lit up above the battlefield. The cold light exploded silently, like a meteor's refraction, plummeting down and striking precisely between the two divine beasts. In the next instant, the cold gleam burst into countless ice shards that scattered in all directions. Though it couldn't truly harm the divine beasts, it forcibly interrupted their offensive. Su Chen, I'm here to help you. A clear, delicate shout rang out as a teenage girl burst through the air. Lu Xiyan, along with her beast, the Frost Snow Sprite. The Frost Snow Sprite, a second-tier complete form demon beast covered in pristine white ice crystals, had just unleashed its ultimate technique, falling ice dust, the source of that cold gleam. To intervene in a battle of this caliber was undoubtedly dancing on a knife's edge, and onlookers cursed her as a fool. Immediately after, Yu Xingtian erupted in fury, another one seeking death. He growled and commanded a fourth-tier complete form demon beast beside him to pounce toward the Frost Snow Sprite. The demon beast moved like lightning, reaching its target in the blink of an eye. Xian, come back quickly. Li Na couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Yu Xiaoro immediately ordered her snow-white cat to attack, but the distance was too great, there simply wasn't enough time. Just as the fourth-tier fully evolved demon beast's fangs were about to tear into the ice snow sprite, a streak of green light came thundering forward like a cannonball. The green dragon crescent blade arrived with a piercing whistle through the air, driving into the ground and pinning the demon beast firmly in place. In the blink of an eye, blood pooled into a dark red puddle. Miss Lu, are you alright? Su Chen withdrew his blade and turned around, looking toward Lu Xian with his voice still gentle. Lu Xian's cheeks quickly flushed crimson as she shook her head softly. I'm fine. Good to hear. Su Chen nodded, his gaze calm. Thank you for coming to help. However, I can handle Yu Xingtian on my own. Please return to Li Na's side. Lu Xian stared at his profile in a daze, her heart surging with uncontrollable excitement. On the other side, Yu Xingtian had been watching everything unfold. Though he had mentally prepared himself for the strength of Su Chen's big fat bear, witnessing it again still made him sigh softly, a sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. If he didn't defeat Su Chen here today, the beast tamers of the capital would eventually be crushed beyond recovery. Without hesitation, he waved his hand. Attack! The thunder red-armed ape roared in response, lightning crackling around both arms as it charged forward with rolling thunder. Yu Xingtian unleashed all his techniques, yet still couldn't shake Su Chen, growing increasingly agitated. During close combat with Su Chen, his mental energy had been depleted by more than half, causing his ape beast speed and strength to visibly decline, far from its peak condition. Your mental energy is nearly exhausted, and your beast can't perform at full strength. This battle, I've won. Su Chen smiled slightly, his voice unhurried. It seems you've underestimated me. Yu Xingtian raised an eyebrow, still carrying some arrogance. Just as his words fell, his eyes widened in shock. Both he and the thunder red-armed ape suddenly felt their bodies grow heavy, as if bearing a 1,000-pound burden, even their breathing becoming labored. This was Su Chen's secretly deployed beast-taming technique, forcibly suppressing their movements. The thunder red-armed ape's speed dropped dramatically, creating immediate danger. In the distance, the black and white big fat bear once again raised its green blade, divine power resonating. As the blade descended with a dragon's roar, dark dragon shadow energy waves scattered through the air, the sky momentarily darkening as violent momentum crashed like waves against shore. If this strike landed, the ape beast would surely die. Around the viewing stands, everyone held their breath in stunned silence. Boom! The deafening crash shook the air as smoke and dust swirled, debris flying everywhere. Through the thick fog, two massive figures retreated simultaneously. The first to emerge was a giant stone humanoid that appeared cast from bronze, standing 10 meters tall with a deep, bone-visible gash on its right arm. It had directly blocked Lang Taosha's green dragon crescent blade. I must admit, your strength has exceeded our expectations. Before the dust had fully settled, a man stepped forward. Gongsun Yuan. His beast was precisely that bronze giant stone, the Supreme Golem. The Supreme Golem, a fourth-tier fully evolved divine beast, a 10-meter-tall humanoid stone giant with skin as hard as bronze covering its entire body, whose ultimate technique was the Annihilation Roar Blast. What terrifying power! It was absolutely horrifying. Even the light in the air seemed to be drained away, and the heavens suddenly turned dark. That familiar, razor-sharp strike descended once again, several times more vicious than when it had instantly killed the genius from the capital, as if it could split the thunder red-armed ape in half at any moment. The spectators' hearts trembled. That fat bear was clearly just a low-tier complete form, yet it unleashed a terrifying blade force capable of rivaling a fourth-tier complete form. Where was the logic in any of this? If other beast tamers hadn't forcibly intervened, the outcome would have been decided long ago. Just as the blade light was about to fall, a flash of green entered their vision. It was Gongsun Yuan's Supreme Golem. The stone giant, towering over 10 feet tall, threw its arm up to block the deadly strike of waves washing sand, forcibly dragging the thunder red-armed ape back from the brink of death. The crowd erupted in shock. Gongsun Yuan had arrived too? The twin prodigies of the capital were now gathered here, making the situation even more unpredictable. Why are you here too? Yu Xingtian's expression darkened, his voice suppressed to an extremely low tone. His rival had stepped in to save him, but rather than feeling grateful, he felt even more disgust at it. Gave him a humiliating sense of falling behind. My target is this guy too. Gongsun Yuan stated his position bluntly. Mind your own business. I encountered him first. If you want to make a move, I'm afraid you won't get the chance. Yu Xingtian had played all his trump cards, yet still couldn't take down Su Chen, leaving him frustrated. But facing Gongsun Yuan, he absolutely couldn't show weakness. That was his pride. Gongsun Yuan shook his head with a sigh. Brother Yu, let's not act tough right now. You know very well that if that strike had landed on the thunder red-armed ape, it would have died without question. As he spoke, His gaze swept toward the supreme golem's right arm. The stone skin that had once been as indestructible as bronze now bore a deep gash that cut to the bone, with stone fragments scattered everywhere, a shocking sight to behold. Yu Xingtian's heart jolted. He knew the supreme golem's defensive capabilities all too well, yet that fat bear had broken through its defense with a single strike. If that blade had fallen on his thunder-red-armed ape, the consequences would have been unthinkable. His pupils trembled slightly, but he still stubbornly protested. So you think you can handle him? Initially, I was just like you. I didn't take him seriously and planned to handle this alone. Gongsun Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. But that last exchange made it clear neither of us can do this alone. So, I want to join forces with you. At these words, both the spectators and Yu Xingtian showed expressions of shock. The twin prodigies of the capital were actually going to team up against a civilian beast tamer from some remote small city? If word of this got out, people would treat it as a joke, and the reputation of the twin prodigies would surely suffer. Yu Shengtian frowned and pondered for several seconds, finally suppressing his unease, but still questioned. The two of us teaming up against this guy? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Gongsun Yuan spread his hands and summarized helplessly. At this point, even if we choose to avoid battle, we'll still face criticism. If we lose to him again, we'll truly be nothing but empty names. Gongsun Yuan's voice was low but carried unmistakable anger and unwillingness. In that case, we might as well join forces against him. At least we can salvage some reputation. Facing Su Chen, Yu Xingtian had even revealed his trump cards, yet still couldn't claim victory, a fact he knew all too well. Should he lose again, the halo of capital's twin prodigies, Xia Kingdom's #1, that he had carefully cultivated for years would crumble completely, while Su Chen would rise to fame throughout the Xia Kingdom as the foremost talent of the new generation. At this thought, an indescribable resistance and unwillingness surged in Yu Xingtian's heart. Fine, let's join forces against him. After a brief silence, his eyes sharpened as he gave his ruthless reply. The massive weight in Gongsun Yuan's heart finally lifted. He was as proud as Yu Xingtian, believing he could defeat any peer through his own strength alone. But after witnessing Su Chen's nearly overwhelming power firsthand, this confidence immediately wavered. No wonder the family elders had risked sending urgent messages, urging him to be extremely cautious. Without Yu Xingtian's agreement, he truly didn't know how he could defeat Su Chen. Now that the twin prodigies have joined forces, no matter how strong Su Chen is, he can't possibly win. Gongsun Yuan secretly clenched his fists, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yu Xingtian, as their sharp gazes simultaneously fixed on Su Chen across the arena. At this moment, the audience erupted in chaos. Are they going to team up? My God, the capital's twin prodigies working together against Su Chen. Still looking down on Su Chen? Yu Xingtian nearly lost. Just now the twin prodigies joining forces is inevitable. But it's also tragic when you think about it. The capital's geniuses have already been thoroughly defeated. This battle is merely about salvaging some dignity. The discussions grew more intense, yet they couldn't change one fact: the stage of the beast-taming assessment had been forcibly claimed by Su Chen. A commoner beast-tamer from a remote small city had swept through the capital's elite, forcing the twin prodigies to unite just to stand against him. Even if the final result were reversed, he would still be famous throughout the Xia Kingdom. The atmosphere at Haiqing City's venue was completely different. Chun Danwen was like he'd been injected with adrenaline, clutching a megaphone and running back and forth beside the stage, his voice nearly hoarse from shouting. Did you see that? This is our Haiqing first high student. Isn't he amazing? His manner was like a child showing off a beloved action figure everywhere. Shang Daixian, her belly rounded with pregnancy, had eyes full of comfort and pride. Having a student achieve such success filled her with both pride and joy. In the audience, Haiqing citizens cheered in unison, no longer concerned about any competition pressure, all wildly supporting Su Chen. Only Lu Qing was overwhelmed with busyness. Communication requests from major capital families, beast-taming association headquarters, and even some secretive forces flooded in like a tide, all inquiring about Su Chen's whereabouts, openly and subtly asking Lu Qing to make connections and recruit Su Chen into their ranks. The beast-taming association headquarters applied the greatest pressure, ordering that Su Chen must be firmly retained within the association and absolutely not be poached by other forces. Lu Qing was swamped, the pressure truly overwhelming. Gongsun Yuan and Yu Xingtian stood side by side, their auras blazing with intense momentum. The two overwhelming presences clashed like sharp blades meeting in midair, forcing the spectators to instinctively step back several paces, their eyes filled with both fear and a hint of disdain. Everyone acknowledged Su Chen's strength, but in the new generation of the Xia Kingdom, the twin prodigies of the capital had always been revered as the finest. Yet here they were, joining forces against Su Chen alone. This bullying behavior left many feeling indignant on Su Chen's behalf. The arrogant conduct of the capital's geniuses had long made civilian beast-tamers angry, but afraid to speak out. But now, finally, someone stood up. Yu Xingtian, You call yourselves the twin prodigies of the capital, yet you gang up on one person. Yu Xiaoro shouted angrily. Don't you feel ashamed? Her clear voice echoed across the plaza, heard distinctly by everyone around. Yu Xingtian's face immediately darkened, his cold gaze sweeping harshly over his cousin. She was right, needing to team up despite being called the twin prodigies was indeed humiliating, but losing would be even more disgraceful. He never expected that the one publicly criticizing him would be his own cousin. Following Yu Xiaoro's lead, murmurs and snickers began to rise from the surrounding crowd. Though quiet, these sounds pierced their ears like fine needles, causing both their faces to flush red instantly. Fighting together works fine for me, at least it saves a lot of trouble, Su Chen said with a half smile, his tone confident, as if everything was under his control. That composure once again stirred up an uproar. Sensing the situation was unfavorable for Su Chen, Lu Xian was the first to step forward. Su Chen, if they're teaming up, we'll team up too. I, Yu Xiaoro, want to join as well. In that case, count me in Tuli Na. In an instant, 3 goddess-level girls stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Chen. The onlookers were stunned, then filled with envy. Damn, this guy's luck is incredible, 3 beauties coming to help him. Holy crap, I wish I could be like him. All 3 are goddess level, so lucky. Can't be envious, the gap in ability is right there. Sure enough, goddesses love geniuses, especially monster-level geniuses. The care from the 3 beauties warmed Su Chen's heart, but he simply smiled and waved his hand. I appreciate your intentions, but to deal with these 2, I alone am sufficient. You don't need to intervene, I'll handle this battle by myself. With that, he flashed a wicked smile and pulled out a golden, glowing energy orb from his beast space, the ancient essence he had obtained from the Chaos Demon King. Let's see what kind of effect this ancient essence can produce. With a flick of his hand, the essence transformed into a streak of light and instantly merged into Henin's body. The next moment, Henin's entire body surged with brilliant light, and its form shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, striking the supreme golem's abdomen with precision. Time seemed to freeze like a still curtain as everyone stared wide-eyed, shocked that Su Chen had launched the first attack. Roar! The supreme golem let out a long howl, its surface instantly covered with thick frost, while Henin's aura climbed steadily higher, breaking through to new heights in the blink of an eye. Its originally plump body became even more rotund. Under the sunlight, its distinct black and white fur was covered with a golden radiance, making it appear even more magnificently domineering. Where the long blade reached, a fierce and overwhelming aura erupted from thin air, making Gongsun Yuan's breath catch involuntarily as he felt the momentum vast as an ocean. Golden waves of energy rushed toward him, his throat went dry, and his gaze locked onto the golden glowing giant panda, his face filled with disbelief so intense it seemed almost tangible. Roar, accompanied by a clear and piercing dragon's cry. The supreme golem's abdomen suddenly exploded. As a 4th-tier complete divine beast, the golem's entire body was bronze, its skin hard as refined iron, yet under the energy waves stirred up by the green dragon crescent blade, its bronze skin and iron bones were pierced through like soap bubbles. Bang! A deafening crash echoed. With just one blade aura, a fist-sized hole had already appeared in the golem's abdomen. Immediately after, the giant panda swept the blade back horizontally. Arc light flashed, and surging power erupted again, directly cutting the golem in half at the waist. In the blink of an eye, this 4th-tier complete divine beast was chopped into 2 pieces without any resistance, its remains clanging to the ground. At such a scene, Yu Xingtian and Gongsun Yuan's faces both changed dramatically, their chests feeling as if struck by giant hammers. What's happening? How did his strength suddenly surge to this extent? Both men's eyes were filled with terror, no longer showing their previous confident composure. They racked their brains, but couldn't understand. Clearly, just a 2nd-tier complete form. Why had its momentum, power, and speed instantly multiplied several times? Even if it were some kind of amplification beast-taming technique, it shouldn't be so exaggerated as to crush a 4th-tier complete form. Gongsun Yuan felt his mind was a complete mess, making even thinking difficult. However, Su Chen gave them no chance to catch their breath. In a flash of lightning, the giant panda shot forward like a meteor to the thunder-red-armed ape's front and swung its blade again. The blade's momentum carried terrifying thunder, and countless electric serpents instantly pierced through the red-armed ape's chest, the brilliant white lightning illuminating the surroundings in ghastly pallor. Scorching smoke rose, and the smell of burning filled the air. Lightning at a higher level struck the thunder-type divine beast, and the thunder-red-armed ape's screams were drowned out by the thunder's roar. Its massive body swayed twice before heavily crashing to the ground, its blackened fur curled up, already dead beyond any doubt. Yu Xingtian's face instantly turned deathly pale, his heart sank heavily, his entire body frozen in place, lips trembling but unable to make a sound. The 2 beast tamers looked at each other, their eyes filled with nothing but collapse and bewilderment. Why had their originally foolproof joint strategy crumbled in the blink of an eye? Is that fat bear really a second-tier complete divine beast? Is Su Chen really only 18 years old? Both men simultaneously had this absurd thought flash through their minds, only to be swallowed by even deeper fear. This kind of strength would be putting it mildly to call it monstrous. In an instant, their two divine beasts were reduced to ashes and smoke, and the battle came to an end. Under everyone's watchful eyes, that fat bear struck like lightning, giving the enemy no chance to fight back at all, moving so fast that even they themselves hadn't reacted before. They could only watch helplessly as their beasts perished before them. Accompanied by the surrounding waves of astonished gazes, the two men's bodies gradually disappeared into the illusory world. Li Na and Yu Xiaoro stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Xian excitedly covered her mouth, letting out a muffled gasp. The surrounding audience seemed frozen in place, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. Only the howling shockwaves crashed violently against the protective barriers of the stands, causing a suffocating pressure in everyone's chest that defied description with any known words. Evolution Progress 100. Your Link to OSHA has met the evolution requirements and advanced to a third-tier complete form. The clear system notification exploded in Su Chen's mind. Hearing this, he nodded slightly, his respect for the energy contained within the ancient spirit core in his hand growing ever deeper. Golden chaotic energy swirled around the spirit core, and merely carrying it had multiplied his basic physical attributes several times over. Even more incredible was the natural resonance between the spirit core and Han. Golden light emanated from the core's surface, threading into Han-In's body where it merged seamlessly with its flesh and blood, elevating the divine beast's power to immeasurable heights. Su Chen gripped the ancient spirit core tightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. With a single thought, Han stood proudly at his side, its black armor gleaming brilliantly under the golden light. Witnessing this scene, Yizongtian couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He understood clearly that the true combat power displayed by this divine beast was at least that of a fifth-tier complete form, yet its realm was clearly only second-tier. The terrifying power unleashed by that single strike alone was enough to crush beasts of the same tier, and even opponents 2 or 3 tiers higher would struggle to withstand it. At this thought, undisguised burning desire flickered in his eyes, the craving for an unparalleled genius. The next second, roar! A thunderous cry pierced through the entire arena, heavy as a hurricane's momentum surging forth, instantly filling every inch of space. Gu Chuan froze completely in place. Shouting opened his mouth, but couldn't produce a single syllable. Meanwhile, Gongsun Yuan and Yu Xingtan were swept back to their respective examination seats by the light, both wearing wooden expressions, silent as if they had lost their voices, the oppressive turmoil in their chests nearly tearing them apart. This outcome had come too suddenly and was far too shocking. The audience in the arena maintained their singular pose of jaw-dropping amazement, their gazes glued to the battle footage on the projection screen. After a full half-minute of suffocating silence, the stands finally erupted. What? The capital's twin prodigies lost. Am I seeing things? Those were the capital's twin prodigies. Holy crap. The ceiling of Xian Nation's freshman talent just got eliminated like that. The chatter burst forth like an unleashed flood, instantly drowning every aisle in the stands. No one dared believe that the capital's twin prodigies, who stood at the pinnacle of Xian Nation, had been defeated by an unknown youth. Yet the facts were undeniable. Yu Xingtian and Gongsun Yuan had been forcibly teleported back to the rest area, officially eliminated. My god, who is he really? Is he truly a commoner beast tamer from a remote small city? Could he be a scion of some hidden noble family? Not only does he possess a divine beast, but every time he strikes, it's a one-hit kill. This is absolutely ridiculous. Exclamations rose one after another. The audience had already thought Su Chen's abilities were heaven-defying, but now they discovered he could continuously ascend to even higher levels, completely overturning their understanding. After the brief shock subsided, people's emotions quickly turned to anxiety, especially the various talented scions sitting in the audience seats. This anxiety spreading with the commotion, becoming increasingly apparent. Su Chen swept through the capital's geniuses one by one, his reputation echoing across the nation and even overshadowing all freshmen, making him the undisputed top newcomer. Without a doubt, he would become the focal point that major academies and powerful factions would compete to recruit. In the candidate seating area, Gongsun Yuan snapped out of his shock, his face instantly darkening as his gaze locked onto Su Chen on the projection screen. The young man clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his cheeks, his fists squeezed so tight, they made crackling sound. She never imagined Su Chen possessed such terrifying strength. The reputation of the capital's twin prodigies was about to be shattered, as their power levels were no longer in the same league. Damn it! Gongsun Yuan ground his teeth until they ached, anger nearly bursting from his pupils. On the other side, Yu Xingtian sat dejected. His unfocused eyes and dazed expression were filled with unwillingness. Recalling that earlier scene, the shock in his heart grew heavier. Even given countless chances to start over, he couldn't defeat Su Chen. His opponent's strength was simply too overwhelming. The beast-taming examination continued. Only the final circle remained in the illusory world, with thousands of people and beasts crammed into the narrow area. The scene of mass combat reached its peak intensity, with deafening sounds of battle echoing above the arena. In the spectator stands, everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on Su Chen in the illusory battlefield. The capital's geniuses had all been eliminated by him, and now throughout the entire illusion, Su Chen's strength stood in a tier of its own, was practically the king of this virtual battlefield. Logically, sweeping through the remaining beast tamers should be effortless for him. However, under everyone's watchful gaze, Su Chen didn't continue fighting. Instead, he sat down with his tamed beast, that chubby big bear, and began eating. This scene came without warning, instantly stunning the audience. It's the final circle, and instead of seizing time to score points, he's sitting there eating? Discussions erupted everywhere. At this moment, Su Chen's score was only around 2,000 points, dropping his national ranking to over 3,000. For a civilian beast tamer from a remote small city, this would be an impressive achievement, but the audience knew Su Chen was no ordinary person, could have easily competed for first place. Yet he chose to stop at this crucial moment, leaving everyone puzzled. Suddenly, wait, third tier? Complete third tier form. Someone noticed Su Chen's beast level, and their exclamation triggered an uproar throughout the spectator area. This is impossible. Wasn't his beast a complete second tier form? How did it become complete third tier? Did it just evolve? But how could a beast evolve in the illusory world? Various expressions of shock and confusion spread through the crowd, with countless gazes focused on that plump yet imposing fat bear. Not only was its combat power astonishing, but it had actually completed evolution in a virtual environment simply inconceivable. This, Tian also widened his eyes, this battle-hardened veteran showing bewilderment for the first time. The illusory world was a purely virtual space constructed by the Beast Taming Association for student examinations. Everything within was data, and even injuries or death wouldn't affect real-world strength. Yet Su Chen could actually achieve evolution in the virtual world. It was simply too incredible. If this were real-world evolution in the heat of battle, it would be one thing. While such cases are extremely rare, you can at least find a handful of documented instances in the records. But for someone like Su Chen to actually cross the threshold of evolution inside a completely sealed virtual illusion, that was truly the first case of its kind in history. Tian replayed the battle footage 3 times, still unable to comprehend what had happened, his entire head feeling like it was stuffed with cotton, even his breathing tinged with bewilderment. In the audience stands, deafening roars of amazement rose wave after wave, while Gongsun Yuan in the commentator's booth was even more shocked than the spectators. Just a second ago, he had been confidently analyzing the guaranteed victory relationship between a 2-star complete form and a 4-star complete form, only to have Su Chen slap him in the face with reality the next second. What the hell is going on? You can evolve inside an illusion. Gongsun Yuan gripped his microphone tightly, veins bulging. This guy must be cheating. He should be dragged off for drug testing. His face was ashen, the fury churning in his chest nearly spilling from his throat. They were both divine beasts, so why could a second-tier complete form instantly kill a fourth-tier complete form? No matter what, he couldn't swallow this outcome. Meanwhile, inside the illusory battlefield, the final moments were approaching. Waves of beast-taming techniques and killing moves from the spirit beasts wove together into an impenetrable net of energy, as if no one cared about spiritual power consumption, with attacks flying around like runaway meteors. Explosions and roars swept across the field, instantly turning the battlefield into a scene of devastation, with the number of contestants visibly dwindling. Without the suppression of the capital's prodigies, the remaining contestants were evenly matched, and their battles came down to nothing but raw fighting spirit and skill. This year's beast-taming examination thus became the most spectacular in history, with nearly all commentators giving it this same assessment. Previous years' exams had been mind-numbingly boring. The capital's talents mowed down ordinary civilians like a lawnmower, and even when it came to the final safe zone, they were too lazy to fight each other, preferring to hunt down weaklings for points. It was precisely this twisted system that had bred Su Chen's hatred, prompting him to do the exact opposite, specifically targeting the capital's prodigies. He had never cared about points from the weak. What he wanted was the most sensational stage. The final battle circle had completed its contraction. The sky-filling energy bombardment nearly ignited the air itself, yet Su Chen remained unmoved, like a monument guarding the center. His corner was eerily quiet, with the surrounding contestants giving him a wide berth. No one was foolish enough to provoke this human catastrophe. Seeing that Su Chen had stopped hunting for points, the group of aspiring youths felt a weight lift from their hearts and could finally throw themselves wholeheartedly into fair competition. Minutes later, the most dazzling name appeared on the audience scoreboard, Haicheng No. 1 High School. Only 3 people remained on the battlefield. Yu Xiaoro and Li Na were exhausted, sweat dripping down their faces, their chests heaving violently. After a half-minute standoff, the two looked at each other and smiled, then simultaneously turned and retreated toward the forbidden zone. As for Su Chen, he was leisurely crouched on the ground feeding bamboo leaves to his panda spirit beast. The beast-taming examination was decided by points, and simply surviving to the end provided no bonus whatsoever. Given this, trading 1 point for injury or even life was meaningless. And so, with the most dramatic pacing imaginable, this year's beast-taming examination came to an end. Su Chen hadn't participated in the final showdown, yet stood firmly at the last. The light screen flashed, and Su Chen's figure was teleported back to the center of Haicheng City Stadium. The long-awaiting audience erupted like ignited rockets, unleashing cheers that shook the dome. Incredible! This year's beast-taming exam was absolutely divine, totally worth the ticket price. Su Chen single-handedly ground all the capital's prodigies into the dirt. Exactly, so powerful. You're the pride of our Haicheng City. I'd love to see the expressions on the faces of those arrogant folks from Kyoto right now. The spectators erupted in a frenzy, their cheers rolling like waves, louder and louder with each passing moment. Even the legendary Kyoto duo had fallen to a single move from Su Chen. The sheer satisfaction of witnessing this moment left the audience from Haicheng breathless. Tens of thousands of eyes were fixed on the young Su Chen, their gazes filled with awe and fervor. Most of the people in the audience were beast tamers, and their trained eyes could instantly discern the levels of cultivation. Su Chen had crushed his opponents by leaping across 2 major cultivation stages, relying solely on the power of his second-tier fully evolved divine beast. He didn't just win, obliterated the Kyoto duo, who were considered the pinnacle of beast taming in Xia country. Such talent was nothing short of monstrous. This battle was destined to go down in the annals of this year's beast taming assessment. Over 20 prodigies from Kyoto had been reduced to mere supporting characters, and the Kyoto duo had been defeated in an instant. Rankings no longer mattered. The nation's focus had narrowed down to just 2 words: Su Chen. In the history of Xia country's assessments, no newcomer had ever caused such a seismic shock. Without a doubt, he had etched the title of the ultimate freshman talent into everyone's minds, creating a living legend. Backstage in the resting area, the moment the door opened, a wave of excitement surged in. Su Chen's classmates swarmed around him in an instant. "Brother Chen, you were incredible. You've made history." Wang Xiaohu was the first to rush over, attempting to give his idol a bear hug. Su Chen shifted his foot slightly, sending the chubby Xiaohu flying in a perfect arc through the air before landing with a resounding thud. Ha ha ha! The room erupted with laughter. "Xiaohu, you should really know your limits." "Exactly. If anyone's going to hug him, it should be us girls." Several girls chimed in, their playful teasing filling every corner of the room with joy and laughter. Standing at the edge of the crowd, their teacher Shang Daixin watched with a gentle smile. Seeing how far her students had come filled her heart with pride. "That was unbelievable," Li Na said as she approached Su Chen, her eyes shining with admiration and awe. "I never thought you'd dare challenge all the prodigies from Kyoto, let alone defeat the Kyoto duo." Lu Xian joined them, her cheeks flushed with excitement and a hint of shyness, though her eyes betrayed a trace of melancholy. "Today might be the last time we're all together like this. Once the assessment ends, our high school days will officially be over, and we'll soon go our separate ways." Her words were like a needle piercing a balloon, deflating the lively atmosphere in an instant. The room fell silent, and everyone lowered their heads in thought. The students from Class D, especially, were visibly emotional, with several girls quietly wiping away tears. The beast taming assessment was not just a national stage for beast tamers, but also the final exam for high school seniors. Once it ended, their high school journey would come to a close, and they would embark on different paths. The weight of impending separation hung in the air, suffocating everyone. Su Chen scanned the room, his lips curling into a faint smile. "Why the long faces? It's just a temporary separation for training, not life and death. The beast-taming world isn't that big, or that smile. It all comes down to strength. As long as none of us stop improving, we're bound to cross paths again." He paused, his tone firm. "The world of beast tamers is vast, yet small. In the end, those who can walk the same path are usually of similar strength. So work hard, get stronger, and we'll meet again in the same circle." Su Chen's words were like a shot of adrenaline, pulling everyone out of their gloom. Hearing his speech, the students nodded in agreement, their spirits reignited. The beast-taming assessment came to a perfect conclusion. The leaderboard was quickly updated, and this year's rankings were dramatically different from previous years. Li Na and Yu Xiaoro from Haicheng City had remarkably broken into the top 10, ranking 9th and 10th respectively. The 1st through 8th positions were still monopolized by the prodigies from the Capital Academy, with the Capital Twin Legends sharing identical scores and tying for 1st place. Even though both had been defeated by Su Chen on the spot and eliminated in disgrace, their frantic point gathering in the early hours had already created an insurmountable lead, allowing them to maintain their top position. The other capital candidates also achieved high scores. occupying all remaining spots in the top 10. However, in this assessment, almost no one cared about those numbers anymore. Su Chen's official score only ranked him in the 3000s, but in the eyes of the national audience, he was undoubtedly the true champion. Inside Haicheng City Stadium, Beast Taming Association staff members stood on the main platform, announcing the specific rankings of local candidates one by one. Most remarkably, all members of Class D had actually squeezed into the top 200. This achievement was enough to earn them acceptance letters from prestigious universities in the capital. Thinking back to just a few months ago, when they were inconspicuous, invisible students, and now they were followed by spotlights, this earth-shattering transformation all stemmed from one name: Su Chen. When the leaderboard scrolled to show Class D, the entire row of young people simultaneously clenched their fists, so excited their breathing became rapid. 1,000 words condensed into a single gaze as they looked towards Su Chen, their eyes filled with burning gratitude. Under the flashing lights, this formerly bottom-ranked class shone as brightly as newly minted stars. Handshakes, hugs, and congratulations echoed all around, and no surrounding classmates dared to look down on them anymore. On the other side, Lulu and his group hung their heads with drooping shoulders. "It's all your fault, Lulu. If you hadn't instigated us, how would we have left Class D? I should never have listened to you. Lulu, you bastard, get the hell away from me." The four students who had followed Lulu in leaving Class D blamed all their failures on him, regret and resentment intertwining. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. The news of Yu Xiaoro and Li Na breaking into the top 10 was enough to be recorded in Haicheng City's history. Everyone understood that Su Chen's influence was behind this achievement as well. So when the host announced the name, Su Chen, the previously noisy stadium suddenly erupted in thunderous applause. The applause spread from the surrounding stands, building layer upon layer, finally converging into a roar like thunder. Teachers from every academy couldn't help but rise to their feet and applaud. Even Xing Lei, who had once disapproved of him, had tears in his eyes. This was Haicheng City's most glorious year. Who wouldn't be excited? Below the main platform, Chun Danwen smiled so widely he couldn't close his mouth, looking at Su Chen with eyes full of amazement and pride. He suddenly slapped his thigh and burst into loud laughter. "Ha! I definitely bet on the right horse. You're an absolute genius, destined to soar to great heights." Chen Danwen was beaming with pride as he glanced at the principal of Shanghai High School. The principal immediately caught his gaze and trotted over with a face full of smiles. "Brother Chun, your eye for talent is far sharper than ours. This time, dozens of our students made it into the top 200, and one even broke into the top 10. Haicheng City hasn't seen such a legend in 100 years. Not to mention Su Chen, that kid is simply a prodigious genius." Our Yu Xiaoro from Shanghai also made the top 10, scoring 1 point higher than Li Na, but in terms of overall strength, we're still completely outclassed by Haicheng #1 High School. "I'm convinced, truly convinced." The Shanghai principal's humility and deference filled Chun Danwen's heart with satisfaction, and he grinned like a child. In truth, he himself was equally shocked. He had known Su Chen possessed a divine beast, but the boy's unpredictable behavior often left his heart in his throat. That scene of Su Chen sleeping during the beast-taming assessment nearly drove him mad. Just when the point rankings seemed hopeless, Su Chen did the opposite, choosing to sweep through all the capital's geniuses, not even taking the twin prodigies of the capital seriously, making his name known throughout the Xia Kingdom in an unprecedented way, and becoming the most dazzling rising star of the entire beast-taming assessment. "This kid really keeps me on edge." Chun Danwen sighed inwardly, then felt grateful that such a genius had emerged from his own institution. "Witnessing Su Chen's rise is the most prideful thing in my entire life." After the scoreboard was announced at Haicheng City Stadium, the audience erupted like ignited torches, cheering and taking photos excitedly in the stands, reluctantly dispersing only when night fell. Near midnight, Su Chen bid farewell to his classmates and returned to his lodging. As soon as the door closed, he immediately pulled up his personal information. Lengte Osha, 3rd tier complete form, evolution progress 0.1. Energy value, 117,500. Attributes, all attributes. Beast taming talent. Devour enhance evolution through continuous feeding. Ancient soul essence chaos. Can transform power into reality within any illusion. Immune to all illusions or mental interference. Personality, despises evil. Ultimate skills, rolling, crow flying airplane. Painting heaven and earth, chaos illusion. Painting heaven and earth. Draw the 5 elements scroll to attack enemies. Can mimic opponents' 5 elements techniques. Green dragon crescent blade. Wield the green dragon crescent blade to slash enemies. Chaos illusion. Disturb the mind, control or drive targets insane. The additional beast taming talent and ultimate skills on the information panel brought a flash of joy to Su Chen's eyes, all thanks to that ancient soul essence. He once again retrieved the ancient soul essence wreathed in ghostly light from his beast space, but his brow furrowed. What exactly was the connection between this thing and Henin? Why were they so compatible? The Chaos Demon King had said there were 4 ancient soul essences in total, with the other 3 scattered elsewhere, which he called gods. With just one, Henin had gained unimaginable power. If all 4 were gathered, what kind of transformation would occur? At this moment, Su Chen's beast tamer level had also risen to level 2, with his constitution and strength surging dramatically. Under the ancient soul essence's enhancement, he felt light as a swallow, with every gesture containing surging power. Even more surprising was that the essence's power not only strengthened his physical body, but also tore through barriers in the illusory world, allowing Henin to gain improvements and evolution as well, and possess the terrifying ability to truly kill enemies within illusions, though he hadn't done so, as it would be too shocking and might not be beneficial. However, keeping a low profile was one thing, but what needed to shake had already shaken. Su Chen had already stirred the entire Xia kingdom, shocking all forces and aristocratic families. The beast-taming assessment had concluded, and the senior year students' academic journey was complete. The major academies would no longer schedule any courses. Though classes had ended, students could still freely enter and exit the academy. The next morning, the renovated Haiqing No. 1 high school was adorned with red banners bearing golden characters, all reading, "Congratulations to Su Chen." The moment Su Chen stepped through the school gates, he felt gazes from all directions. Underclassmen gathered in groups, large and small, pointing and whispering about him. "Look, that's Su Chen. He defeated all the geniuses from the capital in the beast-taming assessment. I heard his beast companion is divine tier, not only incredibly talented, but capable of fighting above its level. What's even more incredible is that he used to be in the worst senior class, completely unknown until he suddenly exploded with power half a month ago like something out of a legend." Some students from Class D felt secretly motivated by sharing his former class, only to be silenced by others saying, "Don't even think about comparing yourself to a prodigy of that caliber." Praise echoed throughout his journey, as if wrapping Su Chen in an invisible aura of glory. Faced with such a scene, Su Chen remained calm and showed no trace of arrogance. He didn't refuse any requests for photos or autographs, always cooperating with a smile and never putting on airs. Only after finally extricating himself did he make his way to Chen Donwen's office. The originally cramped office was now packed with dozens of students, mostly from Class D, but also including several Class A students, with Li Na, Lu Xian, and Guan Ming prominently among them. "Brother Chen, you're here." Everyone immediately surrounded Su Chen, their eyes filled with admiration. Without Su Chen, they would hardly have achieved their current results. "You're now a genuine celebrity throughout the Xia kingdom," Li Na teased with a smile. Lu Xian's cheeks flushed red as she glanced up at Su Chen once, but couldn't utter a single word. "With your reputation, you could get into any university you want. Even the major factions are fighting over you." Guan Ming laughed heartily. He had once mistakenly believed Su Chen was competing with him for his beloved, harboring resentment as a result. But in the illusory realm, when his beast companion was defeated in a single move by Yu Xingtian, his pride was shattered. Later, witnessing Su Chen instantly defeat Yu Xingtian in return, he was completely won over. Now, even if Su Chen were truly competing with him, he felt unqualified to compete. Su Chen could only shake his head with a wry smile. The beast-taming assessment was merely an introductory trial for new students, hardly a real challenge. The true challenges are just beginning. Everyone was stunned by his words. Defeating the capital's geniuses already represented the ceiling for new students in the Xia kingdom. They truly couldn't imagine what could possibly challenge Su Chen. Even entering the most elite university in the capital, what new student could possibly rival him? After all, even the so-called twin paragons of the capital, considered the pinnacle of the Xia kingdom's strength, had fallen to his hands. Su Chen now represented the true ceiling of new student power in the Xia kingdom. Among his peers from now on, Su Chen could practically walk sideways with confidence. But when he mentioned the word challenge, no one in the classroom understood his true meaning. What churned in the depths of his mind were those godlike ancient spirits that the Chaos Demon King had spoken of. After a few minutes of hushed discussion, Chen Danwen pushed through the door carrying a thick stack of materials. His voice arrived before he did, heavy breathing betraying his urgency. Sweat from his forehead and temples trickled down his cheeks, which he didn't bother to wipe away. His shirt was soaked through with perspiration, yet he still beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Sorry to keep you all waiting." He slammed the materials down on the podium with a thud. The papers scattered, revealing acceptance letters and detailed school descriptions, all from prestigious institutions in the capital. A rough count showed that each student present had 3 or 4 acceptance letters, while the pile in front of Su Chen towered like a small mountain, numbering in the hundreds. Chen Donwen's smile faded as his tone turned serious. "Have you all thought about your future paths? This concerns your entire life's prospects. You cannot be careless about this decision." Only then did everyone realize that he had called them here so early, not for any other reason, but out of concern for their futures. A wave of warmth quietly filled the classroom. Yin and I have decided to attend Capital King's Academy together. Lina spoke first. Both she and Yin were core students from Class A with solid abilities, having already planned their direction. In contrast, the Class D students exchanged uncertain glances. Having long teetered on the edge of whether they could even get into college, they had never seriously considered the question of where to study. Now, with several acceptance letters laid out before them, they found themselves unable to decide. Although Chen Danwen had clearly marked each school's pros and cons, they still couldn't make up their minds. Eventually, all eyes focused on Su Chen again, as if clinging to this golden ticket would suddenly illuminate their path forward. Su Chen understood their thoughts and reminded them solemnly. You must forge your own paths in life only, then can you become truly strong. All good things must come to an end, but we will surely meet again. I hope that when we next encounter each other, you'll be standing as my equals. His words exploded like a bomb in the classroom. No one had expected Su Chen not to treat them as followers, but rather to anticipate them becoming future rivals. To stand shoulder to shoulder with Su Chen, who was destined for greatness, was itself an honor. Haha, Brother Chen, you said it. Next time we meet, don't lose to this tiger. Wang Xiaohu laughed heartily, opening the stack of materials and decisively choosing a prestigious university that suited him best. I understand, Brother Chen, but be careful, we won't go easy on you. Two more girls smiled with sparkling eyes as they confidently signed their applications. Following Su Chen's speech, more and more students stepped forward to the desk, firmly selecting their respective institutions. Only Guan Ming remained standing in place. After a long silence, he reached for an acceptance letter from an ordinary university in Haicheng City. The crushing blow dealt by Yu Xintian in the illusory world weighed heavily on his heart, and combined with not knowing how to face Li Na, his pride had been thoroughly worn away. As the crowd dispersed, the classroom fell quiet. In the end, only Su Chen remained without making a choice. Everyone go back and prepare. I need to speak with Su Chen privately. As Chen Danwen finished speaking, the trainees rose and left one by one, their footsteps fading from near to far until the door closed, leaving only the two of them facing each other in the spacious office. Chen Danwen walked around the large mahogany desk and stopped in front of Su Chen, his expression grave. Su Chen, although you made quite a name for yourself in the beast-taming assessment and gained nationwide recognition, your actions in the capital have already angered many people. I'm worried your days ahead won't be easy. The capital is filled with powerful families and countless strong individuals. To establish yourself there, you need a powerful backer. Lu Qing previously invited you to join the Beast-Taming Association. Why don't you seriously consider it? With the association's support, you could at least avoid a lot of trouble. His concerns weren't unfounded. Su Chen had indeed risen to fame, but by trampling on the dignity of numerous prestigious families. When he entered the capital in the future, every step might provoke their wrath. Su Chen nodded to show his understanding. I'll consider it. However, his heart remained calm the moment he made his decision in the illusory realm. He had anticipated offending all the capital's powerful families, yet he felt no regret and was prepared to stand against them if necessary. Seeing this, Chen Danwen asked again, have you decided which university to apply to? Not yet. Su Chen shook his head. There's still time, no rush. But there's something I'd like to ask you. How much do you know about the Twisted Void Realm? Twisted Void Realm. Chen Danwen was slightly taken aback. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Come to think of it, you should know more about it than I do. It was common knowledge that the Twisted Void Realm was recognized as one of Xia country's most dangerous dimensional spaces, yet no one could clearly describe its true nature. Legend had it that no one who entered ever returned alive, but Su Chen had emerged a fact that had already shocked the entire community. Su Chen chuckled softly. My return was indeed a matter of luck. He then recounted everything he had witnessed in the Twisted Void Realm in detail. Chaos demon kings, deity-like beings, talking fierce beasts. Each terrifying term challenged Chen Danwen's understanding. When Su Chen mentioned that 3 more such terrifying places existed in Xia country, Chen Danwen was so shocked he couldn't speak. Just hearing about it sent chills down his spine, making it impossible to imagine how Su Chen had survived such a desperate situation. After a moment of silence, Chen Danwen seemed to remember something. He turned to search through the bookshelf, pulled out a dusty file, and spread it on the desk. There's a place very similar to the Twisted Void Realm. Some analysts believe the evil energy from both locations shares the same source. No one has been able to explain how the Twisted Void Realm was formed, but someone has documented another similar dimensional space. Azure Rain Realm. Su Chen read the words on the cover in a low voice. Chen Danwen nodded. Equally dangerous, but unlike the Twisted Void Realm, it exists in the real world and is open to the public, serving as a trial ground for countless beast tamers. However, to this day, no one has been able to reach the deepest parts of the Azure Rain Realm. As for what secrets lie hidden in those depths, it remains a complete mystery. Su Chen's fingers moved swiftly as he flipped through the materials, but his gaze remained fixed on the colorful illustrations of exotic beasts' fangs, scales, and strange luminous patterns that were nearly identical to the fierce creatures from the twisted void realm. Those familiar silhouettes stirred something in his heart, perhaps what he had been desperately searching for lay within the Azure Rain realm. Where is this Azure Rain realm located? He asked casually while turning to the next page. You want to go to the Azure Rain realm? Chen Danwen suddenly looked up, clearly startled by the idea. It's in the suburbs of the capital, near a cluster of universities. To enter, you need permission from the academic institutions there. What if someone were a student at one of those universities? Su Chen's eyes lit up, and a meaningful smile curved his lips. Chen Danwen immediately caught his attention and exclaimed, You're planning to enroll directly at one of those universities? Exactly, Su Chen answered decisively. What's the name of that university? Chen Danwen looked down and pulled out a dust-covered document from the very bottom of a thick stack of files. Radiant Beast-Taming University, located in the outer suburbs of the capital. It's a third-tier beast-taming university. He paused, then added. However, this university didn't send you an admission letter. Su Chen's eyebrows shot up, nearly bumping into the desk corner. With over 100 admission letters piled in front of him, there wasn't one from Radiant Beast-Taming University? What did this mean? Were they looking down on him? Chen Danwen quickly explained. This school has been experiencing a sharp decline in enrollment in recent years and is on the verge of closure. They probably assumed that someone with your abilities wouldn't be interested. Radiant Beast-Taming University. Across the vast campus, weeds swayed in the wind, and several teaching buildings stood empty, with only a few scattered classrooms showing faint lights. In the principal's office, Wei Xingwang, a balding middle-aged man, held his phone between both hands while thick documents lay spread across his desk. He kept making calls, and with each polite rejection from the other end, his expression grew increasingly grim. That large stack consisted of admission materials he had sent to prospective students. Not a single response had been returned. Without new students, Radiant Beast-Taming University would have to close this year. Sigh. Before his sigh could fully escape, his smart bracelet suddenly vibrated. Seeing the caller ID, Haiching No. 1 High School, Chen Danwen, Wei Xingwang merely frowned but still answered the call. After a few pleasantries, Chen Danwen got straight to the point. Wei Xingwang's expression shifted from bewilderment to shock, his voice trembling. Wait, are you serious? Su Chen, the same Su Chen who swept through all the talented students in the capital during the beast-taming assessment. That's right, he wants to attend your university. Chen Danwen's firm confirmation came through the smart communication device. Wei Xingwang was so excited he nearly dropped his bracelet. Accept him. Of course we'll accept him. Chen Danwen then presented the condition. However, Su Chen has one requirement: hopes to enter the Azure Rain realm for trials. No problem. The Azure Rain realm is already open to students. Once he becomes a student at Radiant Beast-Taming University, he can enter anytime. Wei Xingwang guaranteed with a firm slap on his desk. Then it's settled. Su Chen will report to your university in a few days. Both parties ended the smart communication call. The principal of Radiant Beast-Taming University had already given a positive response, just waiting for Su Chen to pack his bags and report for enrollment. In the office, Chen Danwen's young face was filled with reluctance. This most prideful student of Haiching No. 1 High School was about to soar to even greater heights. With your abilities, you could easily get into the top universities in the capital. Chen Danwen couldn't help but remind him, his tone tinged with confusion. Su Chen met his gaze calmly. I'm only going for the Azure Sky Rain realm. Other institutions would also need to submit applications to Radiant Beast-Taming University anyway. I can't be bothered with all that hassle, might as well go there directly. After all, with his golden finger advantage, his cultivation didn't depend on school resources. It made no difference where he studied. After exchanging heartfelt farewells with Chen Danwen, Su Chen pushed open the door and left. Noon sunlight streamed through the end of the corridor. He thought the crowd gathered at the school gate were reporters and smiled wryly while straightening his school uniform. But when he actually stepped out of the school gate, the scene left him stunned. Su Chen's coming out, someone shouted. The crowded mass immediately parted to create a straight pathway. At the end of the pathway stood a young man in his early 20s, hands clasped behind his back. His brocade robe outlined a sturdy frame, and his eyes beneath thick brows were sharp as blades. Behind him stood a team of men in black suits, their expressions solemn, their synchronized steps carrying an aura of disciplined lethality. Just from the display alone, it was clear this young man was no ordinary person. The young man stepped forward, his gaze piercing. Humph, so you're Su Chen? I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Su Chen raised an eyebrow but didn't offer a pleasant expression. Who might you be, and why are you waiting for me here? The young man's face darkened. Surname Su. You really know how to put on an act. Su Chen was genuinely puzzled. The person looked somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't recall the name. He shrugged. Say it or don't up to you. With that, he prepared to step aside and leave. The young man's chest heaved with anger, nearly spitting blood. Listen well, I am one of the capital's twin prodigies, Gongsun Yuan. Oh no, I remember. Su Chen had a moment of realization. That greenstone creature I instantly defeated was your beast? Sorry about that, it ended so quickly, I didn't even notice you. This top-tier humble bragging explanation made the surrounding students cover their mouths to stifle laughter, and even the men in black suits looked awkward. Gongsun Yuan's ears turned red with rage. You didn't get cocky. I came here to challenge you, he practically roared. Su Chen stopped in his tracks, frowning slightly. Another match? Wasn't losing to me once in the Phantom Realm enough? Fighting again would yield the same result. Stop putting on airs. Gongsun Yuan pointed at Su Chen, grinding his teeth. Your victory over me in the Phantom Realm was nothing but opportunistic trickery. If I hadn't exhausted so much mental energy, there's no way you could have beaten me with your level of skill. Are you scared? Is that why you won't accept my challenge? Gongsun Yuan's voice was ice cold, though his eyes were bloodshot from prolonged battle. He had just escaped from the illusory realm, and hours of intense combat had severely drained his mental energy. But he deliberately concealed this fact, directing all his endless resentment towards Su Chen instead. Su Chen was equally exhausted earlier in the illusion. He had fought fiercely against the capital's prodigies, which had also consumed tremendous mental energy. To say either was taking advantage would be groundless. But Gongsun Yuan completely ignored this, focused only on saving face. He firmly believed Su Chen had only won by luck through the illusion's mechanisms, not through superior strength. As one of the twin prodigies of the capital, being defeated by a commoner with all of Xia Kingdom's trending topics revolving around Su Chen stuck in his throat like a fishbone. That glory should have been mine. The rage burning in Gongsun Yuan's heart nearly scorched his pupils. I must take it back with my own hands. Su Chen spread his hands and sighed helplessly. Since you insist on competing, how do you want to do this? A sinister smile curved Gongsun Yuan's lips. Since we're in the real world, let's have a real battle. I demand a fight to the death. As his words fell, gasps of shock erupted from the surrounding crowd. What? A fight to the death? Su Chen frowned. Are you serious? He wasn't afraid, just puzzled. He had no grudge against Gongsun Yuan, nothing worth fighting to the death over. He couldn't understand why the other man was being so vicious. Of course I'm serious. Gongsun Yuan sneered. What's wrong, scared? If you are, then publicly admit you're inferior to me, Gongsun Yuan. In that instant, smugness flashed in his eyes, convinced he had cornered Su Chen into backing down. Fine, I accept your challenge. Su Chen saw through his expression and smiled slightly. Gongsun Yuan, one of the twin prodigies of the capital who had lost to Su Chen in the illusion, had now traveled thousands of miles to Haicheng City to challenge him again. As the two faced off, discussions rippled through the crowd. We came at the right time today. We get to witness Gongsun Yuan challenging Su Chen again. Didn't he already lose in the illusion? Why is he still unsatisfied? Who knows? Let's just watch the show. A real fight to the death? This is one of the twin prodigies against the super rookie who swept the beast-taming assessment. If they're really fighting to the death, the outcome is hard to predict. The closer their strength, the more exciting it'll be. How long has it been since I've seen a death match? The discussions quickly fermented and spread wildly through the internet. In just moments, all of Haicheng City was buzzing. From every street and alley, crowds surged like a tide toward the chosen battleground, the arena in Haicheng City Plaza. The arena was already packed with people, drones circled overhead for live streaming, and the noise was deafening. Su Chen and Gongsun Yuan stood at opposite ends of the platform, killing intent and fighting spirit intertwining as if the very air had been ignited. Su Chen, are you really going to accept Gongsun Yuan's death match? Chen Danwen arrived at the scene immediately, worry creasing his brow as he asked quietly again. Su Chen sighed softly. He's the one holding a knife to my throat now. I don't have a choice but to accept. Chen Danwen could only sigh, seeing he couldn't prevent this. Gongsun Yuan was one of the twin prodigies of the capital, a long-established beast-taming genius. Before the battle even began, he raised his hand to open his contract space, and two pillars of light thundered down onto the center of the arena. In the spectator seats, breathing suddenly grew tense. The first contracted beast was massive, like a moving mountain. Blue ethereal muscles intertwined tightly with deep blue fish scales, their edges reflecting a cold gleam like natural armor. It walked upright on four thick yet agile limbs, its height of over 4 meters making the arena seem cramped. Red light flickered in the depths of its vertical pupils, and a heavy oppressive aura surged outward like a tide, causing many in the stands to unconsciously swallow hard. The other demonic beast formed a stark contrast, only about a meter tall with a childlike frame, yet horrifyingly ugly. Its rough brown skin was covered in bumps, with a flat head sporting narrow eye slits and a wide mouth that stretched nearly to its ears, identical to a toad's skull. It crouched on the ground, and with each breath, faint yellow poisonous mist drifted about. A water attribute scale armor demon and an earth attribute poison mist frog. Knowledgeable spectators quickly identified them. Both are 4th-tier complete forms, and their demonic beast class. The crowd erupted in commotion. Those two clearly aren't his main contracted beasts. That's right, his true main contracted beast is a divine beast. If mere demonic beasts have such strong presence, no wonder he's called one of the twin prodigies. Someone recalled the previous illusion tournament. He didn't even summon his main beast in the illusion to save mental energy, yet still lost to Su Chen. Yu Xingtian summoned everything too. Didn't he still get defeated by Su Chen? How can virtual combat compare to real life and death battles? There's a huge difference. In the stands, most were beast tamers or enthusiasts with decent judgment. They not only identified the attributes, but also assessed the combat power of both demonic beasts, incidentally re-ranking the strength of both participants. After all, this was a life and death battle where past virtual data had limited reference value. Discussions rose and fell in waves. Supporters of Su Chen and Gongsun Yuan were clearly divided, but most believed Gongsun Yuan had better odds. Life and death battles have no rules. The most effective strategy is to kill the beast tamer first. Su Chen only has one contracted beast, while his opponent has three. How can he withstand that? Let the supreme golem hold off the panda while the other two charge straight at Su Chen, and the battle's over. Don't forget, those are demonic beasts. Human bodies simply can't withstand them. Su Chen will probably die here. There's not much suspense. Sighs of resignation echoed around the arena. Real beast battles were often matters of life and death, and having two extra contracted beasts was enough to tip the scales. As several spectators noted, as long as one slightly stronger beast could restrain the opponent's beast, the rest could go straight for the beast tamer's life. Life and death battles had killing the enemy as their sole purpose, making any rules seem pale in comparison. Upon hearing of this matter, Li Na and Lu Xian hurried to the scene. When they saw the two fighters on the arena, worry crept across their faces. This is trouble. Li Na frowned slightly. She quickly made mental comparisons. Gongsun Yuan's spirit beasts not only outnumbered Su Chen's panda by one, but their cultivation levels were also generally higher. If this were a purely data-driven virtual battle, the gap could be bridged through skill, but in a real life-or-death fight, level suppression often meant complete domination. Li Na and Lu Xian's eyes met, both sighing simultaneously. The Scale Armor Demon and Poison Mist Frog were both fourth-tier complete forms. This level could easily handle beast tamers. Add the terrifyingly controlling Supreme Golem, and even the mighty Henin could only run for its life. Gongsun Yuan had clearly come prepared, unwilling to let any chance of victory slip away. After all, losing on this arena meant death. What a shame for Su Chen, just emerging only to stumble here. Many in the audience had already foreseen his fate, whispering their regrets. Lu Xian stared intently at Su Chen in the center of the arena, her fingers unconsciously clenching tight. Don't worry, he's not impulsive, Li Na whispered reassuringly. If he dared accept a death match, he must have prepared contingencies. Despite her words, her heart was equally unsettled. Su Chen's strength in the illusory world was indeed remarkable. Even the capital's twin prodigies fell to him, but whether that virtual prowess could be replicated in flesh-and-blood combat remained uncertain. At that moment, in the arena's center, Gongsun Yuan successively released the Scale Armor Demon and Poison Mist Frog, murderous aura rolling around his body. Then came a thunderous roar as the Supreme Golem crashed down from its summoning circle, its 10-meter stone body cracking the ground and scattering debris. The three spirit beasts formed an oppressive formation as Gongsun Yuan's star-like eyes narrowed, coldly fixing on Su Chen with killing intent so tangible that even spectators at the arena's edge held their breath. Yet facing this murderous aura, Su Chen remained as composed as a traveler in spring breeze. He smiled faintly, and with a flip of his hand, light flickered as an ink-washed silhouette descended from above. Henin's rotund form appeared before everyone, patting its bulging belly as usual, looking ready to feast at any moment. Laughter rippled through the crowd below, though none doubted this Foodie Bear's combat ability, given Henin's impressive track record. The moment Su Chen finished summoning, Gongsun Yuan could no longer restrain himself, shouting harshly, "Supreme Golem, attack!" The arena exploded into action. The Supreme Golem charged forward with steps that shook the entire arena, its chest runes blazing as it unleashed a gale-like energy breath, countless air blades tearing through the atmosphere straight at Henin. This was its ultimate technique, Annihilation Roar Breaker. Blade light flashed. Henin drew its green dragon crescent blade, the heavy weapon stirring up fierce winds as it executed seemingly clumsy yet precise consecutive slashes, sweeping away hundreds of air blades. Energy waves exploded, stone fragments falling like rain. With his ultimate technique instantly neutralized, Gongsun Yuan showed no panic but instead revealed a sinister smile. Your divine beast is indeed extraordinary, but can you handle the other two? Before his words faded, the Scale Armor Demon swung its metal-scaled claws while the Poison Mist Frog inflated its throat sac, spewing dark green toxic mist from mouth and nose. The two beasts flanked Su Chen from left and right. In the blink of an eye, two surging energies rose in midair like rushing tides, speeding towards Su Chen. Just two demon beasts. Su Chen murmured thoughtfully. Compared to beast tamers, humans were naturally frail in constitution. In a life-or-death battle, the most direct and effective strategy was to eliminate the beast tamer first, then deal with their beasts. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the scale armor demon and poison mist frog simultaneously lunged at him. The two fourth-tier complete-form demon beasts surged forward with overwhelming momentum, their claws and toxic mist striking down in tandem, but Su Chen merely smirked and sidestepped half a pace. In the next instant, his arm suddenly exerted force, sweeping back with tremendous power. A thunderous boom echoed like a heavy hammer striking the ground as both demon beasts were brutally smashed into the arena floor. The earth cracked and split, forming a crater half a person's depth in mere moments. Li Na and Lu Xian's pupils contracted sharply, while the audience around the arena fell into instant silence. Then came the synchronized sound of sharp intakes of breath, sweeping through like wind across water. Those were two fourth-tier complete-form demon beasts. He not only dodged them, but directly slammed them into the ground. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their minds buzzing with disbelief. This simple collision had revealed a terrifying truth. With his human body alone, Su Chen had effortlessly evaded the lightning-fast assault of fourth-tier demon beasts and used his physical strength to pound them into the earth. Such explosive power was something even fifth-level beast tamers might not achieve. Could his beast tamer level really be fifth tier? Someone whispered in shock. Are you kidding? His records show he's only second tier. Exclamations erupted one after another as astonishment swept through the stands like a hurricane. 18-year-old Su Chen, recognized as a second-tier beast tamer, had displayed terrifying strength far exceeding third-tier and approaching fifth-tier levels completely beyond everyone's comprehension. At the arena's edge, Chen Danwen first stood stunned, then broke into uncontainable excitement. I thought Su Chen would be at a disadvantage, but he's not falling behind at all. Li Na and Lu Xian felt equally ecstatic, yet puzzled. Clearly only second tier. So why was his physical body so incredibly powerful? In an inconspicuous corner outside the arena, Yu Shengtian's expression remained wooden. As one of the capital's twin prodigies, he had known early that Gongsun Yuan intended to challenge Su Chen, so he had quietly come to observe. Yet he had witnessed this shocking scene firsthand. Su Chen using pure physical strength to neutralize the combined attack of two fourth-tier complete-form demon beasts and slam them into the arena floor. This strength, could a second-tier beast tamer really possess such power? His throat bobbed as disbelief filled his mind. His gaze fell upon the center of the arena, where that slender yet upright figure overlapped with his memories, once again recalling their close combat in the Phantom World. The power behind each of Su Chen's punches remained vivid in his mind. Initially, Yu Shengtian thought the same as Gongsun Yuan, believing that his defeat to Su Chen in the illusory battlefield was largely due to underestimating his opponent and not preparing for serious combat. At this moment, he finally understood that even if that battle were moved from the illusion to a real arena, they still wouldn't be Su Chen's match. As this realization struck him, his chest felt hollow, and the former pride of the capital's twin prodigies vanished silently like dust scattered by the wind. Good thing you listened to my advice and didn't make a move against Su Chen. Otherwise, you would have ended up just like Gongsun Yuan, dead on the arena, Yu Xiao said, standing beside him. Her black hair was lifted by the breeze, her expression indifferent, her tone even colder. How you trust him that much? Yu Shengtian sneered, disdain flickering in his eyes. I don't believe he dares to kill Gongsun Yuan. Though they had indeed signed a life-and-death contract, Gongsun Yuan came from the prestigious Gongsun family of the capital. His status spoke for itself. Su Chen was just an ordinary beast tamer with no powerful backing, yet he would dare offend a noble family? That would be like an egg striking a stone. Any wise person would weigh their options. Victory could be claimed, but the opponent's life required careful consideration. To deliver a killing blow would mean making an enemy of the Gongsun family. So-called life-and-death duels were merely beautiful fantasies for commoners. When it came to actual mortal combat, commoners simply couldn't contend with powerful clans. For this reason, Yu Shengtian was certain that even if Su Chen won, he would never dare to actually take Gongsun Yuan's life. A playful smile curved Yu Xiao's lips. Then let's wait and see. Others might show such consideration, but Su Chen never plays by conventional rules. Around the arena, crowds surged. Countless spectators widened their eyes, afraid to miss a single moment. Though the battle had just begun, emotions were already boiling. The scale armor beast and poison mist frog that had been smashed into the ground by Su Chen's punch burst forth from the earth, debris flying as they pounced again with roaring sounds. As fourth-tier complete divine beasts, they weren't injured at all. The scale armor beast raised its claw and swept it forward, condensing azure water into sharp water blades. The poison mist frog puffed its throat and spewed forth a mass of emerald poison mist, charging straight at Su Chen. Every attack aimed for vital points, showing no mercy. The crowd below gasped. Gongsun Yuan's techniques were vicious, each strike a killing move clearly intent on putting Su Chen to death. Though Su Chen blocked the first attack, a beast tamer's physical body has its limits. Right, his panda divine beast is being held back, so he can only rely on himself. How can a beast tamer's physique compare to divine beasts? Discussions rose and fell, worry spreading among the audience. In the center of the arena, the two fourth-tier complete demonic beasts were like bloodthirsty demons, pressing forward step by step. While Su Chen moved with light steps, his form weaving between water blades and poison mist like silver thread through a needle, dangerous yet composed. The two beasts revealed their killing intent, determined to take his life. Yet he moved within mere inches of space, calm and unhurried. But Su Chen's talent and strength had reached heaven-defying levels, and facing the entanglement of two demonic beasts, he could still use his movement techniques to navigate around the arena. Moments later, a piercing shriek tore through the night, sending shockwaves of alarm through the spectators. Following the sound, they witnessed the scaled demon's entire arm crumbling inch by inch, shattered bone and blood spraying like a burst pipe, instantly painting the arena crimson. Clang! Su Chen approached through the blood, dragging a jade-green blade etched with dragon patterns, a faint smile playing at his lips. It was this azure dragon crescent blade that had just shattered the scaled demon's arm with a single strike. Su Chen seemed like a completely different person now, radiating murderous intent like a war god descended from heaven. He raised his blade for another sweeping strike, and with sheer blade force alone, sent the fourth-tier poison mist frog flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily into the barrier. Below the arena, Gongsun Yuan's face turned deathly pale, his ears ringing as if his soul had been drained. A mere second-tier beast tamer had consecutively wounded two fourth-tier fully evolved demonic beasts. This was utterly impossible. Meanwhile, the battle between Henin and the Supreme Golem was becoming clearer. The 10-meter-tall golem possessed unmatched defense and strength among its tier, but its speed was fatally sluggish. Henin moved like a phantom, dodging massive fists multiple times and counterattacking in the gaps, sending stone fragments flying. Though the outcome remained undecided, anyone with decent perception could see the tide turning. Su Chen held the upper hand, and Gongsun Yuan's defeat was inevitable. The audience understood the reality before them. Su Chen was a commoner, while Gongsun Yuan came from a powerful family. Everyone assumed Su Chen wouldn't dare kill, as the consequences would be endless. Though unfair to him, such were the cruel rules of this world. At the arena's center, Gongsun Yuan staggered, his mental energy nearly depleted, his three beast companions battered and clearly at their limit. He raised his hand and shouted, "I surrender." His voice carried unwillingness, but also helplessness. However, Su Chen's steps never faltered. Cold light flashed as his blade fell swiftly. Two dull thuds echoed as two demonic beasts' heads rolled across the arena, hot blood flowing like rivers. The crowd erupted in thunderous gasps. "How dare you kill my beast?" Gongsun Yuan roared, his eyes bloodshot. Su Chen looked at him indifferently. "You seem to have forgotten this match is a battle to the death. We both signed death contracts." As he spoke, his blade tip lightly flicked, sending sticky blood droplets sliding down the blade's spine. The coldness in his eyes seemed tangible as it pressed toward Gongsun Yuan. Gongsun Yuan staggered back 2 steps under this murderous pressure, collapsing onto the ground. His voice trembled, yet still carried forced arrogance. What do you want? To kill me? Can you handle the consequences? You'd better think carefully." Su Chen ignored him, slowly advancing as his azure dragon crescent blade scraped against the ground, creating ear-piercing sparks. "In a battle to the death, we determine not only superiority, but life and death as well." His tone was ice-cold, like a judge pronouncing sentence. Around the arena, all spectators held their breath, clearly sensing the boiling killing intent within Su Chen's chest. In that moment, everyone could see Su Chen's murderous resolve, and they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Meanwhile, several men in sharp suits emanated an intimidating aura that pressed directly towards Su Chen on the arena. "Young man, know when to stop. There's no need to go for the kill," the middle-aged leader said in a low voice that carried undeniable authority. They were all retainers of the Gongsun family, beast tamers who had reached the 5th level. Their presence pierced the air like steel needles, forcing the surrounding spectators to retreat as if an invisible giant hand was crushing their chests. Su Chen stood with his blade, a mocking smile playing at his lips. "You want me to know when to stop? When Gongsun Yuan was trying to take my life with every move, why didn't you tell him to stop? Now that he's outmatched, you're quick to jump in." His tone was contemptuous, his killing intent undiminished, sending chills through everyone in the stands. "This world has always been ruled by strength," the middle-aged retainer said, taking a deep breath to suppress his anger. "You're just a commoner. I advise you to keep a low profile and not make the wrong move." The death contract had been signed, so they couldn't interfere openly. But if Su Chen crossed the line even slightly, they would act regardless of the consequences to their reputation. Su Chen withdrew his blade's momentum and replied calmly, "You're right. Strength reigned supreme. The moment his blade tip touched the ground, every spectator thought he had surrendered, a commoner bowing to a powerful family. No one mocked him. There was only resignation. The retainers nodded with satisfaction. Li Na and Lu Xian quietly breathed sighs of relief. In the distance, Yu Shantian looked smugly at Yu Xiaoro, but she merely smiled faintly, her expression serene. Just when everyone believed Su Chen had given up on attacking the Gongsun family, Su Chen suddenly spun around, his long blade falling like thunder. Splash! Blood sprayed as the sharp blade pierced through Gongsun Yuan's chest. His body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, blood quickly staining the arena red. The area around the arena fell into instant silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, as if their voices had been stolen. This kid actually dared to kill Gongsun Yuan. Yu Xingtian exclaimed in shock from the distance. Yu Xiaoro replied calmly. I told you he would act. If you had stepped into that arena, the same would have happened to you. Yu Xingtian's throat bobbed as he swallowed, secretly grateful he hadn't challenged Su Chen. The air, compressed to its limit, seemed to solidify. The Gongsun family retainers exploded with rage, their murderous intent shrouding the arena. They flashed forward, instantly surrounding Su Chen. Several ninth-tier fully evolved beasts appeared simultaneously, their sharp eyes locked onto their target. You dare kill Gongsun Yuan? Come with us to the Gongsun family, in the capital. The middle-aged retainer's voice was ice cold. The death match had been initiated by Gongsun Yuan himself, so his defeat and death were technically legitimate. However, they had been ordered to protect their young master. With him now dead on the Haiqing arena, they couldn't escape blame. Their only option was to forcibly take Su Chen back for the family's higher-ups to decide his fate. The group advanced menacingly, clearly intent on dragging Su Chen away by force. 5 or 6 burly men in suits surrounded Su Chen on the arena platform. Almost simultaneously, they summoned their respective beast companions, all 9th-tier complete forms without exception. Scales and feathers gleamed, fangs bared menacingly, as their overwhelming presence spread like a tidal wave in all directions. The spectators finally snapped out of their daze, retreating in panic with terror written across their faces. I can't believe Su Chen actually dared to kill Gongsun Yuan. He's playing with fire. Youthful recklessness always comes with a price. Look, the Gongsun family's retainers have made their move, and with 9th-tier complete form beasts no less. Is the Gongsun family planning to drag him back? After killing one of their own, how could there be any mercy? Gongsun Yuan was the one who proposed the death match, yet they still want to settle scores afterward. How shameless. Su Chen is in deep trouble this time. Chaotic murmurs rose and fell, yet few dared to openly criticize the Gongsun family. Below the platform, Li Na and Lu Xian stepped forward, attempting to prevent the conflict, but were blocked by a black-clad man who said, "This is Gongsun family business. You two would be wise not to interfere." His tone was calm, yet carried a terrifying pressure that seemed to make the very air heavier, forcibly pinning both women in place. Li Na and Lu Xian were horrified. Anyone capable of releasing such oppressive force had to be at least a 5th-tier beastmaster. Looking across all the noble families in the Xia Kingdom, few could afford to have groups of 5th-tier beastmasters serving as bodyguards for their descendants, which showed the true depth of the Gongsun family's power. At the center of the arena, Su Chen remained composed, even wearing a slight smile. What's this? Can't the Gongsun family handle losing? Before his words had fully faded, Chun Danwen leaped onto the platform and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Both parties signed death contracts. Your actions seem rather inappropriate. The lead man in the suit showed no expression. Gongsun Yuan was a young master of the Gongsun family. Now that he's been beheaded, we naturally must bring Su Chen back for judgment. As for what's appropriate or not, that's for the Gongsun family to decide. If you wish to interfere, you'll have to get past US brothers first. As his words fell, 6 surging auras erupted simultaneously. The air became chaotic, wooden boards at the arena's edge creaked and groaned, and spectators cried out as they retreated even further. Chen Danwen clenched his fists but found himself breathing heavily under that long-absent killing intent. Having been away from battle for so long, he might not be able to hold them off in the short term. However, Su Chen stood shoulder to shoulder with his beast companion Henin. His eyes blazed as he pointed at his opponents. Gongsun Yuan was the one who proposed the death match. If his skills were lacking, he should accept his fate. Still trying to settle scores afterward? Is this the Gongsun family's way? My affairs are not for the Gongsun family to decide. With his furious roar, Henin suddenly unleashed its own aura, confronting the 6 9th-tier complete forms. Air currents swirled at the arena's center, forming an invisible vortex. The surrounding spectators gasped, watching intent. Lino 1 had expected Su Chen to be so defiant, showing not the slightest fear even when facing a group of 9th-tier complete form beasts, displaying every intention of fighting to the bitter end. Madman, absolute madman. Yu Shengtian stood at the back of the crowd, muttering under his breath. He couldn't fathom why Su Chen would publicly provoke the Gongsun family at such a tense moment. Wasn't he afraid of completely igniting that volcano? Doesn't he fear the Gongsun family's wrath? He unconsciously repeated. Below the stage, Yu Xiaorou's expression was grave, her gaze locked on the center of the arena. She keenly caught the sudden shift in the aura of those Gongsun family retainers, like blades being unsheathed, cold and menacing. Clearly, the Gongsun family's higher-ups had issued a kill order, stripping away even the last trace of mercy. This is bad. Her heart raced. They're going to eliminate Su Chen right here on the arena. At the other end of the platform, the man in sunglasses wore a cold sneer, his gaze venomous as a snake's. Kid, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being ruthless. He pressed down his protective eyewear, his voice hoarse and cutting. Remember, if there's a next life, learn some humility. That's how you live longer. Brothers, attack. Before his words finished echoing, he and 5 or 6 fifth-level beast tamers burst forward simultaneously, their 9th-tier complete form beasts roaring as they charged. Several massive streams of demonic power intertwined in midair like a missile barrage, thundering toward the arena. The tremendous impact sent stone fragments flying everywhere, causing the spectators' faces to change color and their breathing to quicken. Just when everyone thought Su Chen couldn't escape unscathed, another deafening boom echoed above the arena. Bang. The second impact was even more violent than the first, with dense waves of energy exploding in layers, enveloping the surroundings like steel barriers. Brilliant ice lights spread through the air, faintly carrying an irresistible royal majesty. The overwhelming pressure struck suddenly, making the Gongsun family retainers feel their chests tighten and their steps falter, while their beasts were forced to bow and prostrate themselves. A golden light descended from the heavens, instantly enveloping the arena. From within the radiance came waves of beast roars and screams as the 5th-level beast tamers retreated repeatedly, unable to hide their terror. All the beasts around, regardless of their rank, simultaneously prostrated themselves and cried out, as if welcoming a true king. Even those proud 9th-tier complete forms trembled as they crouched low and growled. Amidst the chaos, only Su Chen and Henin, one person and one beast, maintained an eerie calm. Henin still stood upright, lazily pulling out beast feed and crunching away noisily, completely ignoring the surrounding phenomena. As the golden light faded, a figure appeared in the center of the arena, one person and one beast. The beast, radiating golden brilliance throughout its robust form, was clearly extraordinary. On its back sat a white-haired old man in flowing white robes that moved without wind, his expression serene and composed. The old man was none other than Insatiable. The scene instantly fell silent. The air seemed to be sucked away as shock and awe spread across every face. We respectfully welcome Elder E. After a moment of deathly silence, 10,000 spectators cried out in unison. Even the Gongsun family retainers hurriedly restrained their killing intent, bowing their heads in respect, showing just how exalted Yi Sangtian's status was. Su Chen, however, stood frozen in place like a statue, staring blankly at this suddenly appeared elder. Meanwhile, Henin showed great interest in that golden radiant beast, shuffling over to stare at it eye to eye. Yi Sangtian walked forward with a smile, his steps leisurely, stopping before Su Chen. You are Su Chen? Su Chen held it in for a long while, with Henin still crunching noisily beside him, finally blurting out, "Who the hell are you?" The moment these words left his mouth, the surroundings instantly became as cold as an ice cellar. Everyone gasped in shock, their expressions horrified. Chen Donwen's face turned ashen, as if he might faint the next second. Li Na and Lu Xian both covered their faces and cried out in alarm, unable to believe Su Chen would commit such a bold and disrespectful act. Despite Su Chen's rudeness, Yi Sangtian remained completely unfazed, still greeting him with a warm smile. He turned to several retainers from the Gongsun family, his voice gentle. This old man wishes to discuss a few matters with this young friend. I hope we're not disturbing you, gentlemen. Though his words were soft, they pressed down on everyone's hearts like towering mountains. The retainers' breathing hitched, and sweat beaded on their foreheads. How dare we object? Since Elder E has business, naturally you take precedence. They bowed almost in unison, turned, and left with swift, decisive movements, without the slightest hesitation. When Yi Sangtian wanted to see Su Chen, no one in the entire Xia kingdom dared to obstruct him. The arena, which had been filled with smoke and murderous intent, instantly fell silent upon his arrival. The onlookers weren't surprised by the retainer's retreat. Yi Sangtian's status was beyond anyone's challenge. Young friend, might we speak elsewhere? Yi Sangtian smiled warmly. Certainly. Su Chen nodded and followed him. Thus, the life-and-death arena battle between Su Chen and Gongsun Yuan came to an end. Gongsun Yuan's death by Su Chen's blade, witnessed by several retainers, quickly swept through Haiqing and the entire Xia kingdom. My god, Gongsun Yuan really died at Su Chen's hands. He already lost once in the Phantom Realm, yet he still dared to challenge him to a death match. Who knows? I heard Su Chen took the full impact of Gongsun Yuan's two demonic beasts hidden, two fourth-tier complete forms. How could a normal human body withstand that? You'd need to be at least a fifth-level beast master. But I was right there. He not only blocked them, but counterattacked with a single strike. Absolutely incredible. Su Chen's only a second-level beast master, yet his power is this terrifying? The internet exploded instantly. Ever since Su Chen broke the beast-taming secret realm record, his name had dominated the trending searches, and now it soared even higher as countless people frantically searched for information about him. To the general public, an 18-year-old second-level beast master capable of confronting two fourth-tier, complete-form demonic beasts hidden was almost beyond comprehension. After leaving the arena, Yizhangtian brought Su Chen to Haiching's largest tea house. The entire establishment featured classical wooden beams and pillars, with upturned eaves and intricate carvings throughout, both elegant and magnificent. The two walked through corridors and arrived at a pavilion in the center of the lake. The pavilion bore the inscription, Qingfeng Pavilion, in three bold, steady characters that spoke of extraordinary refinement. Outside, gentle breezes caressed their faces while the lake shimmered, bringing peace to the mind. Young friend, please. Yi Sangtian personally took action, adjusting his robes as he sat, then fetching the teapot, warming the cups, and adding tea leaves, observing proper etiquette in every step. If outsiders had witnessed this scene, they would have been shocked beyond belief. The great Yi Sangtian personally brewing tea for a junior. Su Chen was equally courteous, accepting Yi Sangtian's teacup and draining it in one gulp. May I ask your name, sir? And why did you help me just now? As soon as Yi Sangtian appeared, the Gongsun family members scattered like frightened animals and fled in embarrassment. Su Chen naturally assumed that this elder had been secretly assisting him. Old Grandpa, Yi Sangtian raised an eyebrow with a smile, his voice calm yet tinged with amusement. I am indeed here to see you about something, but I wouldn't call it assistance. As for my name, just call me Elder Yi, like everyone else does. As he spoke, he gently stroked his spirit beast beside him, a magnificent golden tiger with sleek muscle lines, the exquisite crimson gold tiger. The firelight reflected off the tiger's golden fur like molten gold rippling. Yi Sangtian then turned to look at Su Chen's panda. At that moment, the panda was playfully wrestling with the exquisite crimson gold tiger, wildly swinging its paws and claws. The usually fierce and majestic exquisite crimson gold tiger acted like an amused kitten in front of the panda, even spinning in circles when the panda patted it. The comical scene filled the elder's eyes with deep amazement. Su Chen nodded slightly. Then, what exactly does Elder Yi want with me? Yi Sangtian chuckled. Young friend, you shone brilliantly in the spirit beast examination and became the most dazzling new star in the Xia Kingdom overnight. I want to ask, have you decided on your future path? I've decided to attend Radiance University in the capital. Su Chen answered straightforwardly. Oh, this answer is somewhat unexpected. Yi Sangtian's eyes flickered slightly. Indeed, you don't follow the conventional path. Have you considered which faction to align yourself with? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly, his tone becoming deeper. Elder Yi, please speak directly. Haha, young friend, you're truly straightforward. Yi Sangtian threw back his head and laughed heartily, his laughter echoing across the lake's surface. Su Chen silently complained to himself. It's not that I'm straightforward, just beating around the bush too much. As his laughter faded, Yi Sangtian composed himself. I would like to invite you to join us. What do you think? What faction is Elder Yi inviting me to join? Su Chen pressed. The Hidden Dragon Academy. Those three simple words seemed to drop like thunder in the air, causing ripples to spread across the lake water. The Hidden Dragon Academy, the most mysterious and powerful organization in the Xia Kingdom. Those who could establish themselves in the Hidden Dragon Academy were all exceptionally talented individuals. Its status was so high that even the great noble families in the capital could hardly compare. The Hidden Dragon Academy? Su Chen searched his memory, but could only find scattered fragments. The previous Su Chen had been too laid back and knew almost nothing about the Xia Kingdom's elite circles, which was understandable. After brief contemplation, Su Chen looked up, his tone calm yet firm. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I don't plan to align myself with any faction at the moment. Yi Sangtian's brow twitched slightly. I had never imagined anyone would refuse the Hidden Dragon Academy's invitation. Why? Do you know that the Hidden Dragon Academy would bring you no harm whatsoever? You might want to learn more first. Su Chen shook his head, interrupting. Thank you for your kind offer. But I'm sorry, I haven't figured out my future plans yet, and I currently have my own matters to attend to. From his journey through the Twisted Void Realm, he had obtained one piece of ancient essence and personally experienced that overwhelming ancient power. As long as he could gather all 4 pieces of ancient essence, he could completely unlock Henin's sealed power. For this purpose, Su Chen had to seek out the other 3 realm locations and get his hands on the remaining 3 pieces of ancient essence. Su Chen chose Radiance University precisely because of the Celestial Rain Realm. Su Chen was certain that the Celestial Rain Realm, like the Twisted Void Realm, must harbor a fierce king in its depths, and might even nurture an ancient spirit essence. Regardless of whether a fierce king truly existed there, he had to venture in personally to verify it. Moreover, beyond the celestial rain realm, he had other territories to explore one by one. For this reason, he refused to be bound by any faction, even if that faction was the Dragon Academy, recognized as the most prestigious institution in the Xia Kingdom. Sangtian gazed at the young man's resolute face, sighing inwardly with regret, yet still spoke in a deep voice. Since you have made up your mind, young friend, this old man will not press further. After speaking, he remembered something else and looked intently at Su Chen. However, I have one more question. I heard that you once entered the Twisted Void realm and emerged unscathed. Could you tell me the details? Su Chen pondered briefly, then decided to recount his experiences in the Twisted Void realm truthfully, only keeping silent about the ancient spirit essence. He described the bizarre terrain within the Void realm, the terrifying might of the fierce king, and how he had relied on composure and strength to escape danger. Upon hearing this, Sangtian's expression changed several times. An 18-year-old youth who not only survived the Twisted Void realm, but dared to face a fierce king directly, such monstrous talent was rarely seen in this world. Especially when Su Chen mentioned that within the Xia Kingdom's borders, there are 3 similar fierce kings. Sangtian was so shocked he couldn't speak. One location vaguely surfaced in his mind, and his thoughts immediately became active. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two parted ways. Su Chen still hadn't agreed to join the Dragon Academy, but this meeting left the outside world with endless speculation. Meanwhile, Radiance University's official account suddenly released bombshell news. The peerless genius Su Chen had officially enrolled at Radiance University. The news instantly ignited the Xia Kingdom's internet. Holy crap, what kind of move is this? Su Chen, who's famous throughout the Xia Kingdom, actually chose a school that's about to close down. What do you mean about to close down? It's truly unknown. He doesn't want prestigious universities, but chose Radiance University instead? I'm speechless. Let's go, let's go. I'm also applying to Radiance University to ride Su Chen's coattails. Wait for me upstairs. I can just barely get in too. Voices of doubt and amazement rose one after another. But precisely because of Su Chen's decision, hordes of beast tamers flocked there. Radiance University had always had low admission standards, and that very day tens of thousands of new students poured in, packing several teaching buildings to capacity. The once quiet campus suddenly became as bustling as a marketplace. Principal Wei Xingwang stood at the administrative building window, watching the crowds nearly surround the registration office completely, unable to suppress his smile. He had never imagined that a school on the brink of closure could be brought back to life because of one student. At this moment, in Wei Xingwang's eyes, Su Chen was more valuable than any treasure, and he wished he could worship him like an ancestor. The campus of Guanghui University was no longer desolate, but bustling with prosperity. Freshly hung welcome banners for various departments lined the tree-shade paths, while long queues from the cafeteria entrance snaked all the way to the sports field. Some original students at Guanghui University watched the lively scene with bewilderment. Holy crap, how did our school suddenly get so crowded? Am I seeing things? I heard some incredible genius arrived, and all these people came for him. An incredible genius? Is he some young master from a prestigious family in the capital? Would they even consider our university? No, not one of those pretentious rich kids. It's Su Chen, who became famous nationwide in the beast-taming assessment. What? Su Chen? The Su Chen from Haiqing City? How did he end up here? My god, with Su Chen's abilities, he could get into any top university in the capital. Why would he choose our Guanghui University? Who knows? But I heard Su Chen is incredibly talented. He took his high school class from complete losers to elite status. I heard that too. That class had an average strength of only growth stage, but Su Chen led them all to second-tier complete form, and the entire class advanced together. Holy shit, that's insane. Which class is Su Chen in? Can I repeat a grade? As long as I can be in the same class as Su Chen. Even in the eyes of all Guanghui University students, Su Chen remained everyone's golden ticket. That day, Su Chen arrived at Guanghui University for registration, carrying a backpack and dragging a suitcase. The moment he stepped through the school gates, he sensed something unusual. All the students at Guanghui University were staring at him in unison, with people whispering around him. Look, that's Su Chen, someone shouted, instantly igniting the entire scene. Then, thousands of students charged towards Su Chen like warriors on a battlefield, surrounding him in layers upon layers. Su Chen, you're so handsome. Can you give me an autograph? Boss Su Chen, I'm also from Haiqing City. We're fellow townspeople. Brother Su Chen, are you free later? Let's grab a meal together. Big brother Su Chen, can we exchange contact information? I don't understand some things about beast taming. Can I ask you for advice sometime? Su Chen, can we be friends? Boyfriend and girlfriend would work too. A crowd surrounded Su Chen so tightly that not even water could leak through, like stars surrounding the moon. They either tried to get close to him, asked for his contact information, or simply flattered him on the spot. However, Su Chen wasn't interested in this kind of social interaction. He could only give perfunctory responses and hurriedly look for gaps to escape. Su Chen almost couldn't get away. These people are way too enthusiastic. Can't help it. Su Chen is so famous that everyone wants to get close to him. I saw several beautiful girls asking Su Chen for his contact information, calling him Big Brother Su Chen. He's capable and handsome, so naturally he attracts beautiful women. What can you do? I never thought our school could have such an amazing person. And he's so handsome too. I really want his contact information. Those students who couldn't get close to Su Chen could only witness this crazy scene from afar, utterly amazed. The news of Su Chen's appearance at Guanghui University spread throughout the entire campus instantly, causing the university to completely boil over. To escape the crowd, Su Chen had no choice but to hide in the principal's office. Haha, truly worthy of a celebrity. What a lively spectacle. Principal Wei Xingwang looked through the window at the still excited students on campus and patted Su Chen's shoulder with a grin. After all, Guanghui University used to be lifeless, but now it had become incredibly lively. How could Principal Wei Xingwang not be delighted? At this moment, Wei Xingwang's smile was absolutely radiant. In fact, he still felt a dreamlike sense of disbelief such a perfect genius had actually chosen Guanghui University. There were at least dozens of prestigious schools better than Guanghui across the nation, and he never would have expected Su Chen to put his application here. This kid is practically my savior, Wei Xingwang thought to himself. As long as Su Chen stayed at the school, Guanghui University would continue to reap surprises, so he naturally had to take good care of him. With this thought, his expression as he looked at Su Chen gradually became sleazy, his facial muscles scrunching into a chrysanthemum shape. His smile so exaggerated it nearly spilled from the corners of his mouth. Su Chen frowned and disgustedly brushed away Wei Xingwang's hand from his shoulder. Handle the enrollment procedures for me. I need to enter the Tsangqiang Rain realm for training this afternoon. His tone was decisive and his gaze determined, clearly showing he couldn't wait any longer. The Tsangqiang Rain realm was precisely the fundamental reason he had chosen Guanghui University. With his current strength, he could hardly improve further in any university classroom, could only rely on constant training while searching for traces of ancient spirits. What? Enter the Tsangqiang Rain realm this afternoon. Wei Xingwang couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had witnessed Su Chen's power, he still worried that such an urgent pace might lead to trouble. Su Chen simply nodded calmly, his attitude resolute. Wei Xingwang pondered for a moment before finally compromising. All right, but you can only train in the outer areas, absolutely don't go deep inside. As he spoke, he retrieved a smooth jade token from his drawer and handed it over. This is your entry permit. Su Chen took the jade token and left the principal's office. That afternoon, he headed straight to the mountains behind Guanghui University. The Tsangqiang Rain realm was hidden among these peaks, with outer barriers sealing off the entire area, leaving only a dimensional space gate emanating a pale blue glow. Entry required the school's permission. Theoretically, anyone could enter regardless of their strength level, but the words, "at your own risk," weighed heavily on everyone's mind. The Tsangqiang Rain realm wasn't a virtual beast-taming secret realm, but an extremely dangerous real area. First, the barriers blocked smart bracelet signals, making rescue impossible. Second, the spirit beasts inside were several times more ferocious than their wilderness counterparts. Third, often humans were more dangerous than the beasts. Murder and robbery were not uncommon. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the back mountain. To his dismay, ever since leaving the principal's office, he had acquired a human tail, following behind him an endless stream of curious students whose cheers rose and fell continuously, impossible to shake off. Su Chen simply ignored them and walked straight toward the dimensional gate. Excuse me, you need to apply in advance to enter the Tsangqiang Rain realm. Standing before the dimensional space gate was a beautiful girl. Her tight-fitting clothes could barely contain her stunning figure, and her beautiful face gave off a refreshing, spring-like charm. The girl took the jade token Su Chen handed her, feeling its cool touch against her fingertips as the jade's surface gleamed with a soft, lustrous glow. With just one glance, she recognized it as a privilege pass for the Azure Rain realm. No advance application needed, granting access at any time. Throughout the entire Radiance University, only a handful of people possessed such a token, and its price was astronomically high. I applied to Principal Wei, and he gave this to me, Su Chen said calmly. The girl toyed with the jade token, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at Su Chen, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Murmurs from the crowd behind reached her ears. That's Su Chen, isn't it? She suddenly covered her lips, suppressing a gasp. You're Su Chen? In an instant, shock and admiration filled her eyes. I watched the beast taming assessment. You were absolutely incredible. I never expected you'd come to Radiance University. Her excitement brought a flush to her cheeks, drawing envious looks from those around them. Truly, excellent and handsome men were welcomed by beautiful women wherever they went. Can I enter the Azure Rain realm now? Su Chen's expression remained cold. Of course, no problem at all. You can go in right now. The girl nodded repeatedly, watching as Su Chen stepped into the passage. Only after his figure completely disappeared did she regain her previous composure, stopping the others. To enter the Azure Rain realm, you must apply in advance. Those without permits, please leave immediately. Su Chen had already thoroughly studied all available information about the Azure Rain realm. The outer areas of this secret realm were inhabited by various insect-type, fierce beasts all in their complete forms, ranging from 1st to 5th tier with full attribute coverage. However, his true target lay in the unknown regions deeper within. Stepping through the dimensional entrance, he was first greeted by a dense forest shrouded in fine rain. The rain fell diagonally, pattering against leaves and branches, while thick roots intertwined across the muddy ground like a slumbering plant behemoth primitive and brutal. Without hesitation, Su Chen summoned Han Han and pressed forward through the rain curtain. Rainwater mixed with mud splashed onto his boots, each step sinking deep into the ground. Compared to other wilderness areas, the Azure Rain realm differed only in its endless rain. As for the beasts, most were ordinary creatures that couldn't speak like those in the Twisted Void realm. Along the way, any beast that blocked their path, whether 1st tier or 4th tier, complete forms fell instantly under the coordinated attacks of Su Chen and Han Han. The sounds of rain, beast roars, and bodies hitting the ground intermingled before returning to silence. After an unknown amount of time, several adventurers finally appeared ahead. Their elaborate combat uniforms gleamed faintly in the rain, clearly indicating they weren't students from Radiance University, but rather training teams from other academies, or perhaps scions from prominent families in the capital. The group huddled together, discussing in low voices. Who's that kid? He looks somewhat familiar. Seems like a freshman. A freshman dares to come to the Azure Rain realm? How presumptuous. We're sophomores, and only just brave enough to venture here. Who does he think he is? Should we take him along? Considerate charity work will probably be grateful to tears, ha. The discussion ceased as the leading young man quickly approached, rainwater dripping from his chin without dampening his smug expression. Hey there, brother. Here for training too? Why don't you join our team? We'll take you on a run to familiarize yourself with the environment. All our beasts are 4th tier complete forms, and they're demon beast quality too. Pretty strong team, right? He lifted his chin high, waiting for Su Chen to show admiring eyes. However, Su Chen remained expressionless. Join you? Can you take me deep into the Azure Rain realm? As soon as these words were spoken, the group couldn't help but look at Su Chen with suspicion. What? You want to enter the depths of the Azure Rain realm? That's right. Su Chen's tone remained calm as he reached out to stroke the round, glossy-furred panda divine beast beside him. Everyone looked Su Chen up and down, then glanced at the particularly plump panda, their faces showing unanimous disdain. May I ask what level your beast companion has reached? Do you have the strength to venture deep into the Azure Rain realm? The short-haired young man leading the group, Zhang Yi, spoke first. He spoke rapidly, as if afraid others wouldn't hear his sense of superiority. All of our beast companions are 4th tier complete forms, and we beast tamers have reached level 3, yet we still wouldn't dare venture into the depths of the Rain realm. You're just a freshman, what makes you think you can break through? As he spoke, he exchanged glances with his companions, and they all smiled, clearly treating Su Chen like an ignorant elementary school student. I think you'd better join us. Zhang Yi adjusted his collar, as if bestowing charity. Traveling together, we can look out for each other. Sorry. Su Chen shook his head gently. I prefer to work alone. His straightforward refusal made Zhang Yi's expression darken instantly. Just as Zhang Yi was about to retort, a sarcastic voice interrupted. I say, Zhang Yi, if he doesn't appreciate the offer, forget it. A tall, burly man swaggered forward, shrugging his shoulders. With his flat nose bridge and triangular eyes narrowed to slits, his expression was full of smugness. Perhaps this gentleman here is some big shot, and having us team up might actually be a burden. He didn't even bother to look at Su Chen, just tilted his chin up with an "I'm the boss" attitude. Su Chen glanced at him sideways, shrugged slightly, and ignored him. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a clear female voice cut through the air. Ma Dage, stop talking nonsense. The crowd parted, and a woman who was both alluring and heroic strode to the front. Her name was Huang Yan, and she was now staring intently at Su Chen, her eyes full of disbelief. Ma Dage called out mockingly. What's this, Huang Yan? Have you taken a fancy to this pretty boy? Huang Yan's face flushed slightly at his words. She glared fiercely at Ma Dage and said reproachfully, do you even know who he is before you dare speak such nonsense? Ma Dage shrugged dismissively. Huh, just a freshman. Don't tell me you're going to claim he's one of the capital's twin prodigies. He burst into laughter. Huang Yan shook her head helplessly but looked at Su Chen with deep respect. Of course he's not one of the capital's twin prodigies. She paused, her voice quiet but each word landing with weight. But the capital's twin prodigies were defeated by him, and Gongsun Yuan also died by his hand. As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings fell so silent that even the soft sound of raindrops hitting fallen leaves became distinctly audible. The air seemed frozen in time. everyone standing motionless with only shock remaining on their faces. After a moment, everyone's gaze refocused on Su Chen. On the day the beast-taming examination ended, Su Chen had swept through over 20 geniuses from the capital with a second-tier complete form divine beast, defeating the combined forces of the capital's twin prodigies with 2 strikes. His name had already resounded throughout the Xia kingdom. Everyone present were second-year university students, and even if they didn't usually follow the beast-taming examinations, they had seen the overwhelming news coverage and naturally knew of Su Chen's reputation. However, none of them could have imagined that the legendary prodigious genius would appear in the Azure Rain realm. Isn't today the first day of school for new students? Coming here to train on the very first day? The crowd was stunned for a moment, then burst into hushed discussions. What, he's Su Chen? I heard he just killed Gongsun Yuan, one of the twin prodigies of the capital, a few days ago. No way, he dares to kill someone from the Gongsun family? Does he not want to survive in the capital anymore? I was there during that battle. Later, Elder Yi appeared, and the Gongsun family didn't dare to make a move. Hisso Elder Yi is backing him up. No wonder. The more they talked, the more alarmed everyone became. The young man before them looked ordinary, and his spirit beast beside him appeared quite adorable. Nothing about them seemed remarkable. Yet it was precisely this unremarkable appearance that was most unsettling. True monsters were often this low-key. Soon, all eyes turned to Big Ma with pity in their gazes. He was in trouble now. Big Ma was originally a second-year student who, relying on his seniority and superior family background, had mockingly taunted a first-year newcomer for refusing to join their team. Who would have known that the newcomer was the famous Su Chen? No wonder the other party had boldly declared his intention to venture straight into the depths of the Azure Rain realm. Thinking of his earlier arrogance, Big Ma's face instantly changed from ashen to the color of pig liver, his entire body frozen in place. Having offended a ruthless star who dared to kill even members of the Gongsun family would send chills down anyone's spine. Moreover, the Azure Rain realm was isolated from the outside world. If a fight really broke out, who could save him? Although Big Ma came from a prominent family in the capital and possessed considerable strength, with his spirit beast even reaching the 5th-tier complete form, he was still trembling with fear. Sweat beads rolled down from his temples as he steeled himself and walked up to Su Chen, his voice shaking. Sorry, Brother Chen. This lowly one was blind and foul-mouthed, not knowing you were Su Chen. Please, great sir, don't hold it against this small person. I was talking nonsense and truly deserve a beating. Su Chen merely waved his hand dismissively, neither saying much nor holding a grudge. Big Ma felt as if he had received a great pardon and immediately expressed his gratitude, pouring out all the flattering words he had accumulated in his lifetime, making the onlookers shake their heads. Everyone was unsurprised by his attitude change, yet couldn't help but sigh. With Su Chen's identity confirmed, everyone looked at him with newfound awe, and no one dared to suggest teaming up with him anymore. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat awkward, Huang Yin suddenly spoke up. Su Chen, I know the way to the depths of the Azure Rain realm. I can guide you there. This statement shocked everyone, causing them to turn their heads in unison. Actually, the route to the depths wasn't complicated. Anyone who had come here for training could find it. What was truly terrifying were the fierce beasts. They're all 5th-tier complete forms in great numbers. The key issue was that the depths of the Azure Rain realm were extremely dangerous, filled with 5th-tier complete form fierce beasts in abundance, making them very difficult to handle. Everyone's beast companions were at the 5th-tier complete form realm, seemingly matching the strength of the fierce beasts deep within the Azure Rain territory. However, in actual combat, the wild beasts were often more vicious and violent, maintaining the upper hand even at the same level, especially when attacking in packs. Many teams had been torn apart in an instant. Then I'll trouble this beautiful lady to lead the way. Su Chen nodded slightly. Being called a beauty by Su Chen made Huang Yan's heart flutter, her cheeks flushing red. The other beast tamers exchanged glances and all volunteered to accompany them, not as a team, but as guides, eager to witness firsthand whether this shadow tyrant's reputation was well-deserved. Several people formed an arc formation, flanking Su Chen on both sides. In the dense forest where vines tangled and canopies blocked the sky, occasional exotic beasts would leap out, but Su Chen merely raised his hand in signal, and his panda companion would deliver a heavy palm strike. Vines and roars exploded together in a single fatal blow. In mere moments, over 10 exotic beasts lay dead, leaving everyone amazed and increasingly awed. At the forest's edge lay a gray-green swamp. The mist was thick as wet cotton, and the putrid sweet stench mixed with the smell of mud assaulted their nostrils, causing several people to immediately cover their mouths and noses with their sleeves. However, Su Chen stopped at the mist's edge, shedding his usual gentle demeanor, his eyes sharp and piercing, as if resonating with some familiar energy. This is the place. The aura is nearly identical to the twisted void realm, he murmured. Huang Yin frowned, pressing the back of her hand against her nose. This is the depths of the Azure Rain territory. Everyone followed Su Chen's gaze into the mist, which was so thick it seemed like a wall, though they could sense twisted energy slowly churning within. Several beast tamers instinctively stepped back, their expressions wary. The mist contains toxins that cause hallucinations, Huang Yin explained. Very few people can actually enter. Combined with the strange beasts roaming inside, only teams of 6th tier and above can barely manage to venture in. Everyone silently thought the same thing. Though Su Chen was exceptionally talented, he was still only 5th tier. Surely, he wouldn't dare venture deep inside. But just as this thought arose, he was already stepping into the swamp. Miss Huang Yin, thank you for guiding me. When I return, I will surely present you with a generous gift. His voice was calm, yet filled with certainty, and his figure was soon swallowed by the mist. Shock was written across everyone's faces. Huang Yin stared blankly at his retreating figure, admiration welling up within her not for the promised generous gift, but because she was moved by that kind of decisive action. This was truly the bearing of a strong person. She stood there slightly dazed, her eyes bright as if they might overflow with tears. Seeing this, the others felt a pang of jealousy and began exchanging knowing looks. I say, Huang Yin, he's already gone in, what are you standing there for? You don't actually believe in his generous gift, do you? Haha, generous gift indeed, he'll be lucky if he comes back alive. What a pity a prodigious talent has met his downfall in the depths of the Azure Rain realm. The moment Su Chen's figure vanished into the Misty Valley entrance, the second-rate family disciples hiding in the shadows burst into unrestrained laughter. This is what happens when arrogance breeds delusion. And they called him a genius? Bah, we're really lucky, brothers, witnessing the fall of a so-called prodigy with our own eyes. Ha ha. Their hearts burned with jealousy and resentment, a commoner-born genius who could shake the entire Xia kingdom. This disparity made their mockery all the more grating. Huang Yin paid them no heed, silently clenching her fists before the curtain of rain, her resolute expression seeming to declare to everyone, Su Chen will return alive. Deep within the Azure Rain realm, mist rolled like tides. Su Chen gripped the ancient spirit essence radiating primitive light as he stepped into the gray-white poisonous fog. The energy emanating from the essence formed a faint protective barrier, rendering him completely immune to the deadly toxins in the mist. Beyond the fog, massive shadows drifted slowly, insectoid beasts of various shapes and sizes writhed across the damp ground. Simultaneously, the energy flow within Han Han's body became suddenly clear, his gray eyes blazing with brilliant light, identical to what had occurred in the Twisted Void realm. This place also harbors a special zone similar to the Twisted Void realm. Su Chen was certain in his heart as he gripped his blade tightly, advancing deeper alongside Han Han. This expedition had two primary objectives. First, to continue pursuing clues about the ancient spirit essence. Second, to find the god mentioned by the Chaos Beast King. He wasn't certain what manner of existence this god truly was. Perhaps, like the Chaos Beast King, it was a beast king ruling over a domain. But regardless, the power of beast kings was unfathomable, and he could only take things one step at a time. Kakik. A piercing shriek tore through the silence from deep within the sea of mist. Su Chen looked up to see a group of grotesque crawlers shambling forth. Their bodies were covered in dark green spikes, their shells bearing a metallic sheen. Though their torsos were merely 2 meters long, they dragged 8 limbs stretching a full 10 meters. These appendages bristled with thorns, their fangs jagged and gleaming with heart-chilling coldness. Iron-armed poison spiders, 5th-tier complete Earth-type beasts. Born with steel armor, their limbs contained deadly green spikes, with their ultimate technique being the 10,000 poison spike barrage. Numerous in quantity, they were among the most common beasts in the depths of the Azure Rain realm. Human, delicious, eat. The poison spiders' fangs dripped with foul-smelling mucus, their hoarse words proving they possessed language abilities like the beasts in the Twisted Void realm. Su Chen silently concluded, a powerful beast king must be hidden in this place. Without needing orders, Han Han charged into the spider swarm wielding his green dragon crescent blade. Blade light surged as emerald shells and severed limbs scattered through the rain and mist. Su Chen carried a third, secret mission on this journey, accelerating Han Han's evolution. The energy accumulated through feeding alone was negligible. Only high-intensity combat could continue his advancement. 5th-tier complete beasts were perfect for tempering. Within mere minutes, the spider swarm was torn to pieces, their remains creating a horrifying landscape of scattered spikes. Yet Han Han's evolution progress only increased by 10%. Su Chen frowned. Still too slow, needed to find higher-tier prey. He swept the 56 beast cores scattered about into his beast-taming space. Soon, new 5th-tier beasts surged forward, only to be swept away by Han Han like a whirlwind, until that massive shadow crushed the rocky ground. Thousand Hornworm, 6th-tier complete Earth-type beast, its entire body encased in heavy stone armor, its head crowned with a dense forest of bull horns, not literally 1,000, but certainly several hundred, each sharp as a spear. Their bodies were ponderous, causing rock debris to fall with every movement. their mouths also uttering garbled words. Human. Expel. Finally, a worthy opponent. A gleam flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he immediately commanded Han Han. Capture the thousand-horn worm alive. Back in the twisted void realm, the fierce beasts there could not only speak, but also possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans. However, upon stepping into the depths of the Azure Rain realm, Su Chen discovered that the fierce beasts here could at most utter a few unclear syllables, their minds like those of uncivilized wild animals. This stark contrast convinced him that this area was not the true Azure Rain realm, but merely its borderlands at best. In the capital, and even at Radiance University, information about the Azure Rain realm was scarce, with only a few fragmentary records mentioning the true depths. Perhaps no one had ever reached that genuine core region. For this reason, Su Chen planned to first control a fierce beast to guide him into deeper areas. Henin shared a telepathic connection with Su Chen and understood his master's plan with just a brief exchange. Its aura surged like crashing waves, and mountain-like pressure instantly enveloped the thousand-horn worm before them. The sixth-tier fierce beast was crushed breathless, its fighting spirit completely shattered as it cowered on the ground trembling, its eyes stripped of all killing intent and filled only with terror. Well done. Su Chen praised Henin, then walked toward the thousand-horn worm with piercing eyes. Take me to see the supreme ruler here, or die. The thousand-horn worm was utterly terrified, stammering. Ahead, terrifying. Before it could finish, it shook its head desperately. Henin stepped forward, battle blade raised lightly, divine beast pressure pouring forth once more, forcing the thousand-horn worm to tremble all over. Finally, it nodded with shattered courage, agreeing to guide Su Chen. One man and one beast followed the thousand-horn worm into the mist-shrouded swamp. The vast wetlands stretched endlessly, and through the rolling fog, fierce beasts would occasionally leap out to block their path. The beasts here mostly traveled in groups, often numbering in the hundreds, dense as stars. Initially, Henin swept through like a hurricane through fallen leaves, clearing a bloody path with each flash of blade light. As they ventured deeper, the appearing fierce beasts grew higher in rank, almost uniformly sixth-tier complete forms, forcing more intense battles and slowing Henin's pace as it had to fight harder. Fortunately, Su Chen's brank beast-taming technique, weight fluctuation, continuously reduced impact, greatly relieving Henin's burden. In a short time, Su Chen had collected hundreds of beast cores. He couldn't understand why Henin, just as in the Twisted Void realm, wouldn't even glance at the beast cores. If it were willing to devour them, these hundreds of cores would be enough to push it to fourth-tier complete form, or even higher. Su Chen checked Henin's information panel. Its evolution progress had reached 98, accumulated almost entirely through battle energy. Thinking of this, he felt both gratified and troubled. Hiss! The final death cry echoed as the last fierce beast crashed to the ground. Looking around, mountains of corpses and seas of blood formed walls, creating a shocking scene. At that moment, Henin's entire body blazed with brilliant evolutionary light. The barrier of third-tier complete form shattered with a thunderous crash, its aura surging upward as it officially stepped into fourth-tier complete form. Meanwhile, the thousand-horn worm watched in stunned amazement, its eyes filled with shock. This plump panda had previously managed to slay fierce beasts 2 to 3 tiers higher than itself with the power of a third-tier complete form, displaying utterly incredible combat prowess. The thousand-horn worm secretly felt relieved on the sidelines, grateful that it had obediently served as a guide, otherwise it would likely be lying dead in the wilderness by now. In the beast-taming space, hundreds of beast cores gleaming with lustrous light were piled into a small mountain. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. The series of fierce battles had not only enabled Henin to successfully evolve to a fourth-tier complete form, but the harvest was also quite substantial. Even if Henin didn't absorb them immediately, these beast cores could fetch astronomical prices at the beast market, enough to exchange for higher-grade food. Looks like I'll need to sell these and get you some delicious treats, Su Chen said, stroking Henin's round, chubby head. Henin's eyes sparkled like two black gems as it nodded repeatedly, even cooperatively letting out soft, ing-ing sounds, making Su Chen chuckle. You little fellow, you're such a complete foodie. Coming back to his senses, the sky had already grown somewhat dim. They had been deep in the Azure Rain realm for 2 to 3 hours, and in another hour, night would fall completely. Nighttime was when fierce beasts were most active, and also the most dangerous period. Yet Su Chen didn't stop, signaling the thousand-horn worm to continue leading the way. Another hour passed, and the surroundings became pitch black. The thousand-horn worm led the two to the foot of a massive mountain. The mountain stretched endlessly horizontally, and seemed to connect with the heavens vertically. Its surface was shrouded in a layer of eerie energy fluctuations visible to the naked eye, making it difficult to approach. The thousand-horn worm tremblingly pointed its antennae toward the mountain, its voice unclear but terrified. King. Here, death. What? Are you saying the ruler is inside this mountain? Su Chen frowned. The thousand-horn worm nodded vigorously. Su Chen approached and could clearly sense that vast and chaotic energy. He became increasingly certain in his heart. The other side of this mountain was the true core of the Azure Rain realm, while the outer areas and swamps were merely affected by the overflow of its energy. However, this mountain wall had no visible end and no entrance could be found, like the ultimate barrier of the world. Henin. Su Chen stepped back 2 paces. Understanding his intent, Henin raised its blade and stepped forward, striking with full force. Boom. The rock wall only gained a shallow scratch. Again, full power. The second strike fell as Henin unleashed all its fourth-tier complete form strength. The thunderous roar was deafening, and even the earth trembled slightly. However, the mountain suddenly reflected back a wave of chaotic energy, sending Su Chen and the thousand-horn worm flying several meters, while Henin staggered back 2 steps. This sturdy. Su Chen was shocked. This mountain wall remained completely unmoved even under Henin's full power strike, clearly protected by some kind of energy. Energy, barrier protection. The thousand-horn worm pointed at the mountain urgently. I see. To break through the mountain, we must first break this energy layer. Perhaps there's a secret entrance hidden here, and we can only enter by finding the proper way in. Su Chen looked at the thousand-horn worm again. The thousand-horn worm shook its head frantically, indicating it didn't know where the entrance was. Looking at the endless mountain wall, Su Chen understood that blind searching would only waste effort. He decisively decided to retreat temporarily and return after gathering more clues from the outside world. On the return journey, Su Chen didn't make things difficult for the thousand-horn worm. Instead, he took out 10 beast cores and handed them over as payment. This unexpected generous reward excited the thousand-horn worm so much it nearly prostrated itself. Not only had it escaped disaster, but it had also received such great benefits. The thousand-horn worm immediately expressed that Su Chen would be welcome to visit again anytime, and it would still be willing to serve as Su Chen's guide. The second day of freshman orientation. Kyoto's major social media platforms were suddenly flooded with explosive news. Su Chen, the nationally renowned prodigy, was suspected to have perished deep within the Azure Rain realm. Within a minute of posting, the news spread like wildfire through dry grass, with comments and shares skyrocketing. The post came from the group of students who had briefly encountered Su Chen at the outskirts of the Azure Rain realm. After the night realm ended, they retreated to the back mountains of Radiance University, and seeing that Su Chen hadn't returned for a long time, they concluded he must have died in the toxic mist. Is it true that Su Chen died deep in the Azure Rain realm? I have my doubts. Someone saw him walk straight into that deadly poisonous fog. Even second-year upperclassmen wouldn't dare go in there. What was a freshman thinking, charging in like that? It's suicide. Just shows how his arrogance finally caught up with him. What a shame, a brilliant rising star, gone just like that. Most netizens were pessimistic and mocking, declaring Su Chen's death a certainty. However, it wasn't long before opposing voices emerged, their stance as firm as steel. A mere Azure Rain realm thinks it can trap our brother Chen? Ridiculous. Su Chen can't be dead. I'll stake my reputation on it. Hell, I'll eat shit while doing a handstand if I'm wrong. You people have no idea what Brother Chen is capable of. The Azure Rain realm is nothing. Exactly. Brother Chen made it through the Twisted Void realm. How hard could the Azure Rain realm be? No matter how dangerous the Azure Rain realm is, can it really be worse than the Twisted Void realm? These spoiled brats just want to see others fail, but they don't understand how powerful Su Chen really is. Haha. Su Chen crushed every genius in Kyoto and scared the hell out of them. Of course they want him dead. These refuse to believe Su Chen is dead. Posts mostly came from Class D students who knew him personally, netizens from Haicheng City, and ordinary citizens who idolized him. What started as a discussion about life and death quickly escalated into a heated flame war. How can you even compare the Twisted Void realm to the Azure Rain realm? That's laughable. You country bumpkins should ask your parents if they've ever heard of the Azure Rain realm's mysteries and dangers. No one has uncovered its secrets for decades. Su Chen is definitely dead. That's an iron law. Country bumpkins will always be country bumpkins, just bootlicking their idol. Your idol is dead, that's a fact. Go ahead and cry about it, haha. Kyoto, at the second-tier Mingshu University. In the afternoon classroom, the blue glow from the projection screen reflected in a pair of excited eyes. A second-year male student frantically typed on his virtual keyboard was the creator of those venomous replies online. In just 10 seconds, he fired off another mocking comment. TCH, these country bumpkins really won't give up until they hit rock bottom. The young man leaned back, his face full of disdain. This person's name was He Yang, and he had been present at that moment when Su Chen was first encountered in the Celestial Rain realm. Ever since then, his hostility towards Su Chen had grown uncontrollably, all because of a girl named Huang Yan. He Yang and Huang Yan were classmates, and both were pursuing her. However, in the Celestial Rain realm, Huang Yan's almost infatuated gaze towards Su Chen burned like fire, igniting wild flames of jealousy in He Yang's heart. Knowing full well that his talent and abilities were inferior to Su Chen's, he settled for the next best thing, launching vicious online attacks against Su Chen to vent his frustration. Hyang, stop spreading those rumors. An angry female voice suddenly exploded. Hyang didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Huang Yan, I'm not spreading rumors. Everything I posted is fact. Nonsense. Su Chen isn't dead. With his abilities, how could he possibly die in the celestial rain realm? Ha ha. Hyang threw back his head and laughed loudly. That hallucinogenic mist in the depths of the celestial rain realm, even high-level beast tamers don't dare venture there lightly. He's just a second-level beast tamer. How could he possibly come out alive? You're worried about your pretty boy, aren't you? Everyone knew that the depths of the celestial rain realm were shrouded in a vast expanse of gray-white hallucinogenic fog, like an invisible barrier. If a beast tamer's level wasn't sufficient, their mind would easily be invaded by the mist, ultimately becoming lost in that muddy swampland. Su Chen was merely a second-level beast tamer. By all logic, he would inevitably become lost within and have no chance of survival. You. Huang Yan's cheeks flushed red with anger as she pointed at Hyang, momentarily speechless. It was nearly noon now, and from yesterday until now, almost a full day and night, there had been no news of Su Chen. Even Huang Yan herself couldn't help but worry that Su Chen's fate looked grim. The longer one remained in the hallucinogenic mist, the more the danger multiplied exponentially. Could Su Chen really be dead? The question churned in her heart, cutting like a knife. Yet she refused to accept this possibility. Hyang seized the opportunity to move closer, his voice so gentle it seemed to drip honey. Huang Yan, forget about him. Someone as foolish and recklessly arrogant as Su Chen isn't right for you. Huang Yan, immersed in her sorrow, didn't hear a word. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Excuse me, is Huang Yan in this class? Everyone spun around to see a young man lazily riding on the back of a round, plump panda as he swayed into the classroom. Su Chen. Hyang's legs trembled, his voice quavering with shock. The young man was indeed Su Chen, whom everyone had assumed was dead. What? That's Su Chen. He's actually alive. The classroom instantly erupted in commotion. Su Chen's gaze shifted as he smiled and walked toward Huang Yan. Huang Yan, so this is where you are. Apart from barely perceptible fatigue in his eyes, there wasn't a single wound visible on his body. His clothes were even pristine as new, nothing like someone who had just returned from a perilous situation. Su Chen, you're all right? Huang Yan's eyes widened, her face filled with delighted surprise. Su Chen patted the silly head of the panda beneath his feet and said with confusion, what could possibly be wrong with me? Oh right, I promised to give you a big gift earlier. I hope you won't mind it. As his words fell, he pulled out from his beast-taming space a large pile of golden crystals in one go, a full 55th tier complete form beast cores. Instantly, golden light blazed throughout the classroom. Everyone gasped in shock, completely stunned. 5th tier complete form beast cores, and 50 of them at that. That was an enormous fortune, and he was just giving them away like that. What incredible wealth. All of this is for me. Huang Yin stared blankly at the pile of gleaming beast cores before her, frozen like a statue. 55th tier complete beast cores arranged in a small golden mountain, each radiating brilliant light wealth beyond anything she had ever witnessed in her lifetime. During her past trials at the outskirts of the Azure Rain realm, she had at most shared 1 or 2 cores with her teammates, yet here Su Chen casually offered 50. Just imagining how many fierce beasts had to be slain to accumulate such spoils made her scalp tingle. Not only was she stunned, but the surrounding onlookers were also left speechless, as if the very air had been sucked away. The crowd buzzed with barely concealed shock and envy. Who wouldn't want such treatment just for serving as a guide? That's right, I promised this before, and I, Su Chen, always keep my word. Su Chen nodded slightly, his tone calm and composed. Huang Yan's fingers trembled slightly, her chest heaving violently, ears ringing as if she were in a dream. Yet she dared not reach out to touch them. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled again. Is this gift too small? Let me add a bit more. Before his words finished, he flipped his hand again, and 10 larger beast cores crashed down beside the original golden pile. The new cores bore deeper golden patterns on their shell. 6th tier complete beast cores. Holy shit, 6th tier complete beast cores. Damn, does he have to be this loaded? Jesus Christ, another 10 cores just like that. Crude exclamations erupted all around. Some clenched their fists, others clutched their chests. Damn it, a single 6th tier complete beast core sells for astronomical prices in the beast market, and he just gave away 10? Why wasn't it me? If he gave me those, forget pledging myself to him, I'd become his slave. My blood pressure is through the roof. The dull thud of 10 6th tier cores hitting the ground pushed all the gasps to their peak. Huang Yan's breathing nearly stopped. 55th tier cores plus 10 6th tier ones. This could elevate her beast companion by 2 entire realms. She waved her hands frantically. Su Chen, I can't accept this, it's too precious. Yet her gaze remained glued to that pile of golden radiance. It's not that precious, just take them. I still have plenty more, so it's no trouble. Su Chen's tone was casual as he pushed the beast cores into Huang Yan's arms. Still have plenty more? The crowd collectively gasped. Not only had he survived the perilous depths of the Azure Rain realm, but he had also brought back a massive haul of high-tier beast cores. If this wasn't cheating, what was? After a brief silence, the crowd completely erupted, with discussions and exclamations merging into a wave of heat. If they could do it over, they would camp at the entrance of the Azure Rain realm, fighting to serve as Su Chen's guide. 55th tier cores, 10 6th tier, ones who wouldn't be envious? They were practically drooling with desire. Huang Yan was so overwhelmed by this tremendous windfall that her legs went weak, nearly fainting on the spot. Ah! Her voice carried uncontainable excitement and bewilderment. Su Chen merely smiled faintly, securely placing the remaining beast cores in her arms. The golden radiance reflected on everyone's faces, silently proclaiming his immeasurable strength and wealth. Everyone lost their composure, looking at Su Chen with pure admiration. With such formidable strength, no wonder he dared venture deep into the Azure Rain realm. Everyone finally understood just how powerful Su Chen truly was. Anyone capable of bringing back an entire batch of beast cores from that perilous forbidden zone could never be dismissed as a fraud. The way the crowd looked at him completely transformed, shifting from initial skepticism to genuine awe. The most humiliated of all was Hiyang. Having been so arrogant moments before, he now stood with eyes wide as saucers, frozen in place like a statue, his lips trembling as he struggled to form a single coherent sentence. Huang Yan's heart pounded wildly as her delicate fingers clutched tightly at the hem of her clothes, her eyes bright with admiration that bordered on passionate infatuation. The group of girls behind her gazed with equally burning intensity, though most had devolved into complete swooning. They secretly calculated, if merely guiding the way earned such generous rewards, what heights might they reach if they actually became Su Chen's girlfriend? The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Many girls began running their fingers through their hair and adjusting their posture to show off their curves, each trying to outdo the others in allure, practically ready to leap to Su Chen's side at any moment. Even some of the male students watched with heated gazes, hoping that forming even a casual connection might bring tremendous benefits in the future. Su Chen placed the heavy bag of beast cores into Huang Yan's arms and nodded curtly. Your payment. Keep it safe. His gaze then shifted to Hiyang, lips curving slightly. Just now, someone seemed to call me foolish and extremely arrogant. Was that you? His voice wasn't loud, yet it struck like a death knell. Hiyang's legs trembled violently as he instinctively stepped back twice. I didn't mean it like that. Sweat trickled down his temples. Su Chen raised his eyes, expression cold. Then what exactly did you mean? Hiyang stammered incoherently. Please don't hold it against me. Just pretend I just farted. Even as he said it, his voice shook with terror. Unfortunately, I've never been that magnanimous. Su Chen's tone remained calm, but the invisible pressure bore down like a weight on the heart. Hiyang's mind flashed with rumors of Su Chen slaying Gongsun Yuan with a single blade, and not even considering the twin prodigies of the capital worth his attention. And he instantly felt as if he'd fallen into an icy abyss. Thud. He dropped to his knees, forehead touching the ground. I'm sorry. My mouth ran away with me. Please spare me. The surrounding spectators fell dead silent. Even Hiyang's friends dared not utter a single word in such an oppressive atmosphere. This was the intimidation of the truly powerful. Su Chen had always kept a low profile, but once his bottom line was crossed, he would never tolerate it again. Seeing Hiyang kowtowing frantically, Su Chen withdrew his aura, considering the lesson learned. He turned and waved goodbye to Huang Yan, then departed with Han Han in tow. Only after his figure disappeared did Hiyang dare to push himself up from the ground, chest heaving violently, face deathly pale. Thank God, I managed to keep my life. In that moment, he had genuinely felt the icy touch of death. Had he not immediately knelt down, the consequences would have been unthinkable. At that moment, a male student cautiously approached, voice trembling. Hiyang, you'd better delete all those posts online immediately, or else. Holy shit. Hiyang suddenly snapped to attention, hurriedly pulling up his personal projection screen to delete every single disparaging comment he'd ever posted about Su Chen, even adding some flattering remarks about him for good measure. Su Chen's sudden appearance at Mingshu University instantly caused a massive uproar. While people on the internet were still fiercely debating whether Su Chen was dead, a crystal-clear video emerged showing Su Chen presenting gifts to Huang Yan. The footage revealed gleaming beast cores piled up like a small mountain, causing the comment section to explode. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Am I seeing things right? 55th tier beast cores plus 10 6th tier beast cores. Even the richest trust fund kids in the capital couldn't pull off something like this. Who is this Huang Yan? Talk about incredible luck. Must be Su Chen's girlfriend, right? Having a boyfriend like that would make anyone jealous. I heard they're not dating, they just met once in the Azure Rain realm. Huang Yan showed him the way and got this as payment. What? Just for directions? Anyone can give directions. Count me in. Wait for me. As public opinion continued to ferment, Mingshu University in reality was packed with crowds. At the school gates, students, media, and even unidentified beast tamers surrounded Su Chen so tightly that not even water could pass through, with chants rising one after another. Young Master Su, leave all your troubles to me. I'll work like a dog for you. How about we make a deal? Hearing that last comment, Su Chen shuddered, veins bulging on his forehead. He had originally just wanted to thank Huang Yin in person, never expecting to cause such a commotion. After a moment's thought, inspiration struck. Since the crowd was so enthusiastic, why not take this opportunity to gather information about the depths of the Azure Rain realm? He raised both hands, signaling for quiet, and cleared his throat. Since everyone is so gracious, I do indeed have something I'd like your help with. Whoever can provide information about the depths of the Azure Rain realm will be generously rewarded. The crowd instantly fell silent, people exchanging glances with hesitant expressions. The depths of the Azure Rain realm had always been treacherous, with few able to return unscathed, let alone possess intelligence about what lay within. I know, a rough, hoarse voice called out from the back of the crowd. A burly man wearing a red headband pushed through the human wall and strode forward. The leader of the Crimson Adventure Group, someone whispered. The Crimson Adventure Group was notorious in the capital's adventuring circles, known for robbing resources and bullying beast tamers in the wilderness trial zones. The crowd's expressions grew complex as they quickly cleared a path for the burly man, clearly wary of him. The man basked in the attention, a proud smile playing at his lips as he walked step by step towards Su Chen. Regarding the depths of the Azure Rain realm, last year I led my team into that swamp and learned quite a bit about the conditions inside. We lost several brothers on that trip, so I've never leaked this intelligence before. The implication was clear, his price would be steep. Su Chen understood perfectly and raised his hand to interrupt. If your intelligence proves useful to me, the reward will not disappoint you. How about this? 105 deer beast cores and 26 deer beast cores. The surrounding crowd erupted. Even the burly man gasped, greed flashing in his eyes before he narrowed them to study Su Chen, his tone half skeptical. You're quite young to be talking so big. Do you have any idea what a massive fortune this represents? Do you know how much strength it would take to collect so many beast cores? I even suspect you don't actually have that many beast cores at Aluri, just talking big. The moment the burly man finished speaking, the crowd around them erupted in buzzing chatter, with waves of doubt and whispered discussions. Su Chen's lips curved slightly upward as he reached into his beast-taming space and pulled out a large handful of crystalline beast cores. Golden light spread across the sunlight like a dazzling ocean, causing everyone to instinctively squint. In the next moment, the entire area fell so silent that only the sound of sharp intakes of breath could be heard. Not a single person dared utter the word doubt again. The burly man stood stunned for several seconds, then greed surged in his eyes as he put on a fawning smile. Little brother, you're truly extraordinary to possess so many beast cores. Impressive, truly impressive. The information only counts if it's useful to me, Su Chen said coolly, repeating his earlier statement. Of course it's useful, the man replied confidently, pulling out a thick handwritten manual and presenting it with both hands. Su Chen took it and quickly flipped through the pages. The onlookers watched as his expression shifted from calm to disappointed, and finally to resigned headshaking and sighing. The manual did indeed record information about the depths of the Azure Rain realm, several route segments, the coverage ratio of hallucinogenic mist, and data on 2 fifth-tier complete form fierce beasts. If Su Chen had never been there, it might have held some value, but he had already ventured through once and possessed far more detailed information than this booklet contained. Anyone who truly understood the value of the Azure Rain realm's depths would certainly mention that mysterious mountain, yet the manual made no reference to it whatsoever. Clearly, the Crimson Adventure Group had never actually reached that location. I'm sorry, but your intelligence is completely worthless to me, Su Chen said, returning the manual unchanged. The burly man's brow furrowed sharply, his expression instantly darkening. What? You look at my information and then claim it's useless? Are you trying to get it for free? You think this little bit of information is even worth getting for free? Su Chen scoffed. I'll admit you did set foot in the Rain realm, but your route only covered a mere 1,000 meters, and you only encountered 2 fifth-tier complete form fierce beasts. Look at this pile of beast cores I have. There are even 6th-tier complete form ones among them. Do you really think I'd have less intelligence than you? His words left the man red-faced and speechless. The truth was exactly as Su Chen had stated. They had only lingered around the 1,000-meter mark, and the fierce beasts were indeed just those 2 fifth-tier complete forms. However, watching this windfall about to slip away, how could he be willing to give up? Enough nonsense, the man suddenly roared, his violent aura exploding outward and making the very air feel heavy, causing the surrounding spectators to retreat in fear. What? Want to try force? Su Chen sneered, unconsciously patting the big head of the simple-minded creature beside him. You little brat. Hand over that beast core, or you're not leaving here. The burly man's face darkened as he decided to drop all pretense. The beast mark in his palm blazed to life, and a massive shadow crashed down from thin air. It was a sixth-tier complete-form demonic beast, the golden silk emerald beetle. Its entire body was covered in jade-green alloy armor that reflected cold, metallic light under the sun. Each antenna was as fine as golden thread, creating a buzzing sound that cut through the air with every gentle movement. Most lethal of all was its signature attack. When its mouth parts opened, it could spray hundreds of razor-sharp steel wires, forming an impenetrable rain of linear death. What? Your tamed beast has already reached fourth-tier complete form. The man glanced at the panda demonic beast beside Su Chen, unable to hide his surprise. He remembered that just a week ago during the illusion trial, Su Chen's beast was only its second-tier complete form. Now it had somehow jumped 2 entire realms, and with that divine beast bloodline, it was enough to give anyone a headache. But the batch of beast cores in his possession was too tempting. Absolutely refused to back down. Not daring to fight alone, he decided to call for backup first. With this in mind, the man said in a deep voice, "Kid, do you dare to come out and fight?" If they fought inside Mingshu University, the school's higher-ups would definitely intervene, so he decided to move the battlefield outside. The asphalt road outside the school gate was slightly heated by the sun. Su Chen's lips curved into a smile as he readily agreed. Sure. The two walked out of the gate side by side, but the burly man kept looking around nervously, making excuses to stall for time. Su Chen glanced at him sideways. What? Trying to buy time to call for backup. So what if I am? Are you scared? The man's face flushed red after being exposed, but he forced himself to remain calm. How many are you calling? 500. Get lost. At least make your lies believable. I'd say 10 is enough. Come on, I'll wait right here at the school gate. The crowd of onlookers immediately followed them out, spontaneously forming a semicircle in the open space. The Blood Guild leader is no joke. That's a sixth-tier complete-form demonic beast. But Su Chen is even more ridiculous, advancing another tier. That leveling speed is monstrous. Don't forget how the capital's twin prodigies lost. Su Chen fights across realms like it's nothing. But if the Blood Adventure Guild swarms him all at once, no matter how good Su Chen is at fighting above his level, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Discussions rose and fell among the crowd. Before long, the Blood Adventure Guild arrived. Just as Su Chen had predicted, only 10 people came, but each of their tamed beasts was a 5th-tier complete-form exotic beast. Before they had even fully settled in, the ground was already painted in various colors by the summoning contract arrays they conjured. With his companions on the scene, the burly man's confidence surged. He crossed his arms and squinted at Su Chen, his gaze like a wolf eyeing its prey. One guild member looked at the young man across from them and curled his lip disdainfully. Boss, do we really need this many brothers to deal with this green kid? I could handle him alone. But the bearded strong man beside him suddenly grabbed the speaker's arm, his expression grave. Lu Zi, don't be reckless. That's Su Chen. What? Su Chen, the same Su Chen who defeated over 20 geniuses in the capital? I heard his beast companion is of divine quality. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so members of the Crimson Adventure Group froze in unison, instinctively looking toward their leader. The burly man snorted coldly. So what if it's a divine beast? So what if he defeated the capital's geniuses? He's just one person, while we have 11. Each of our beast companions is higher level than his. He broke his word first and blame us for ganging up on him. Though the Crimson Adventure Group had a notorious reputation, they understood that attacking without justification would weaken their position, so the burly man simply used breaking his word as an excuse. The members felt intimidated thinking about how Su Chen had contracted a divine beast at such a young age. His talent was truly monstrous. But then they reconsidered. Their side had 11 beast companions, all at 5th-tier complete form or above, which bolstered their confidence considerably. Their gazes fell upon the still pulsing beast core in Su Chen's arms, greed surging in their eyes. Without coordination, they all summoned their beast companions. Massive bodies, fangs, and scales instantly filled the clearing, roars echoing one after another as a murderous aura swept toward them. So it really is Su Chen. A wonder he's so arrogant. Kid still wet behind the ears, yet dares to extort our Crimson Adventure Group. Boy, you broke faith first and blame us for being ruthless. The group members looked down at Su Chen from their elevated positions, their mockery and killing intent unconcealed. What surprised them, however, was that facing 11 fifth-tier beast companions, Su Chen remained as calm as still water, seemingly confident. Even the divine beast beside him, nicknamed Henin, simply continued munching on its food without even lifting an eyelid. This composure made the Crimson members exchange glances, unease creeping into their hearts. The leader frowned. To remain so composed when outnumbered meant either he was bluffing or truly had solid backing. Which was Su Chen? Leader, he's just putting on airs, someone urged. Even if it's a divine beast, it's only 4th-tier complete form. How strong can it be? Let's all attack together. I don't believe he can take on all 11 of us alone. This statement completely swept away the burly man's hesitation. Attack together. Show him what we're made of, he roared. 11 beast companions surged forward like a thunderous wave, their fierce nature fully displayed. Watching the enemies surge toward them like a tide, the burly man grinned savagely, and the other members excitedly gripped their weapons, waiting to enjoy Su Chen's panicked expression. Henin, stop eating time for your performance. Su Chen casually curled his lip, seemingly uninterested in the approaching battle. Ing. Henin swallowed the last bite of food, lifted the green dragon crescent blade with one hand, and stepped forward. Under the sunlight, dark energy spread along the blade's edge like a swimming dragon weaving through the enemy formation. Wherever the blade's momentum reached, the air seemed to boil, churning and twisting violently, outlining a flowing landscape painting in dark ink. The 11 beast companions first froze in place, then trembled slightly. In the next instant, boom. Blinding sprays of blood exploded simultaneously, adding a splash of crimson to the dark ink landscape. In just the blink of an eye, the scene erupted with piercing, agonized screams. Crack! The solid ground instantly split apart, visible shockwaves rippling outward in all directions. Fissures spread like a vicious dragon's claws, sending rocks flying and dust soaring into the sky. In a flash, Henin transformed into a streak of brown lightning, landing steadily beside Su Chen. In just one breath, the battlefield had become ruins, all sounds seemingly muted as if someone had turned off the volume, leaving complete silence. The Crimson Adventure Group's rough laughter came to an abrupt halt. Dozens of eyes widened, mouths agape, yet not a single word could escape the scene before them completely exceeded their comprehension. 11 fifth-tier fully evolved spirit beasts lay scattered on the ground in deathly silence, defeated by nothing more than a 4th-tier fully evolved iron-armed brown bear. What? What just happened? Someone in the crowd mumbled hoarsely. 11 5th-tier fully evolved beasts, actually defeated by a single 4th tier. This is absolutely ridiculous. No wonder he could defeat over 20 geniuses from the capital. Murmurs rose and fell, shock written across every face. Su Chen stood at the center of the ruins, motionless yet radiating an aura as overwhelming as towering mountains. Someone swallowed hard, managing to croak out. Monster, an absolute monster. More people shuddered. The Crimson Adventure Group was surely doomed this time. The leader's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, regret gnawing at his insides like a venomous snake. Of all people, why did they have to provoke this harbinger of doom? Now their scheme had backfired spectacularly. His own spirit beast was gone, his subordinates' beasts completely annihilated, the entire Crimson Adventure Group wiped out by a single person. The 11 third-tier beast tamers had no hope of turning the tables. When even 5th-tier beasts could be instantly defeated, their level meant nothing but despair. Before their thoughts of escape could translate into action, a bone-chilling wind struck them. Frost spread outward from Su Chen as the center, instantly freezing their calves pale blue, rendering them immobile. The crushing pressure of impending death descended like an iron cage, leaving all 11 men trembling with terror, snot and tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces. Spare us, hero. We were blind fools. Please show us mercy. Wails and pleas intertwined as the Crimson Adventure Group members collapsed to the ground, kowtowing frantically like pecking chickens in their desperation. Onlookers stood slack-jawed, throats dry, no one daring to speak. The once feared Crimson Adventure Group had met such a pathetic end, bringing secret satisfaction to many hearts. The crowd remained frozen for a long moment, only snapping back to reality when ice crystals tinkled to the ground, collectively drawing sharp breaths. What no one expected was that Su Chen's power would be so overwhelming. With just a single strike, he annihilated all 11 beasts on the spot. The attack happened in an instant. Light exploded, dust billowed, and 11 massive beast corpses turned to charred remains in the shockwave, the stench of blood filling the air immediately. The surrounding spectators stood frozen, their breathing nearly stopped. So incredible. 1 against 11, fighting above his level, and he killed them instantly. Shocked exclamations rose one after another, yet no words could adequately describe the scene before them. People finally witnessed firsthand the true weight of the term divine beast, terrifying and irresistible. Though Su Chen had already made a name for himself throughout the Xia Kingdom, seeing it with their own eyes again left everyone completely stunned. This was an 18-year-old freshman. In contrast, the members of the Crimson Adventure Group were all in their 20s, making the gap in talent crystal clear. At this moment, the Crimson Adventure Group had lost all their arrogance. Terror, unease, and desperate pleas for mercy. Blood trickled down their foreheads as their once haughty figures became a pitiful bunch. As long as they could survive, dignity and pride crumbled in an instant. The crowd's amazement quickly turned to contempt. These cowards who feared death had once struck terror into countless hearts. Show ironic. The group knelt on the ground, their cries mixing together in a scene resembling a funeral procession. Su Chen merely curved his lips into a wicked smile, not bothering to say a word as he walked past them and left. Having lost their beasts, they were no longer beast tamers. Even if they formed new contracts, given their talents, it would take until they were 30 to return to fifth-tier complete form. But beast taming was a young person's game. Returning to peak condition at 30 would only put them at the bottom among their peers. Only after Su Chen's figure disappeared into the crowd did the Crimson Adventure Group collapse like boneless heaps. We survived, thank goodness. The burly man muttered to himself, realizing that if he hadn't knelt earlier, he would have died under that bone-chilling killing intent. They all wept bitterly, tears of survival mixing with dust and blood. However, before they could recover, hateful gazes had already surrounded them. The Crimson Adventure Group was notorious, having made countless enemies. Now that they had fallen so low, those they had once bullied naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Soon, fresh screams of agony echoed from the sidelines. Just who is this Su Chen? A freshman from some remote small city, yet he's stolen all the spotlight in this year's beast taming assessment. He also has a divine beast, though that divine beast looks kind of cute. He's been asking about the depths of the Azure Rain realm since enrollment, and he's planning to venture into the swamplands quite bold. He probably has some special purpose. In the distance, several elegantly dressed young men and women observed quietly. As third-year students from other academies, they had come to visit Mingshu University and happened to witness the entire event. Among them, one woman was particularly striking. Her skin was snow white, her long black hair elegantly bound up, her figure tall and graceful, with an aura as if she stood against the wind. Even her slightly furrowed brow was heartbreakingly beautiful. She was one of the famous twin beauties of the Xia Kingdom, Xian. The other twin beauty was named Nangong. That's Su Chen, the genius grandfather has always praised. Xian raised her eyebrows slightly, her gaze following Su Chen's retreating figure until he disappeared at the end of the corridor. Only then did she exhale softly. This guy is indeed different from the rest. Xian, you seem quite interested in this young man. A gentle male voice came from beside her. The speaker wore an exquisitely tailored robe with gemstone cufflinks that glinted under the lights. This was Huangfu Ming, an outstanding scion of the Huangfu family, the most prominent clan in the capital. With exceptional talent and superior abilities, these titles made him stand out among his peers. However, he harbored an almost obsessive possessiveness toward Xian. Any man who dared approach her would end up with broken hands or legs. This unwritten bloody rule had long spread among the younger generation. Seeing Xian glance at Su Chen a few times, jealousy flared in Huangfu Ming's heart, though his lips still curved in a gentle smile. If you're truly interested in him, I could. Xian cast him a cold sidelong glance, her tone frosty as winter. It's nothing. I'm just curious about his beast companion. With that, she flicked her long ponytail and walked away. I see. Huangfu Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just a beast companion wouldn't stoop to being jealous of a bear. At this thought, he smoothed his sleeves. With the Huangfu family's wealth, what kind of bear couldn't they buy? He'd visit the beast market later and spare no expense to find a similar-looking one to win Xian's favor. Leaving Mingshu University, Su Chen returned directly to Radiance University. The campus entrance was 10 times more chaotic than usual. Looking around, the entire tree-lined avenue was filled with figures sprinting toward the same academic building. Normally, when these students saw Su Chen, they would swarm him for photos and autographs, but now they only focused on running with their heads down. What's the big commotion? Did some celebrity make a surprise appearance? Su Chen frowned. In his previous life, he'd witnessed student crowds chasing star scenes comparable to tsunamis. The current spectacle at Radiance University was even more intense, and crucially, the crowd was converging on his classroom. The academic building was surrounded by layers upon layers of people, packed so tightly that not even water could seep through. Shouts rose and fell in waves, and the building itself seemed to tremble slightly. Su Chen looked up at the reinforced concrete structure, thinking it would collapse sooner or later if the crowding continued. Today's class probably won't happen. He smiled wryly, preparing to turn and leave. Just then, a clear, melodious female voice rang out across the sea of people. Su Chen. The voice cut through the noise like a lark, instantly electrifying the entire crowd. The previously impenetrable human tide spontaneously parted, forcibly creating a pathway. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on the end of the corridor, their expressions showing surprise, confusion, envy, and quite a few with hostile looks. Su Chen was stunned. Following the pathway with his eyes, he saw an elegantly refined woman standing in the sunlight, the breeze lifting her long hair. As gentle as he remembered it was Nangong, who had once served as a substitute teacher in Haicheng City. Teacher Nangong. Su Chen's expression showed shock mixed with excitement, as he couldn't help but exclaim. Hee, you're still calling me Teacher Nangong? You should call me Senior. Nangong lowered her eyes with a gentle smile, radiating countless charms. That hint of a smile was like brilliant sunset clouds. instantly lighting up everyone's hearts and capturing the gaze of nearly every onlooker. She was originally a third-year student at Beijing University, only temporarily teaching at Haiqing No. 1 High School because her cousin Shang Daixin was pregnant. Now with her identity changed again, the former teacher had become a true senior. Tap tap tap. The crisp sound of high-heeled boots striking the ground slowly echoed through the crowded corridor of the academic building. Each step was like drum beats hitting everyone's hearts, rhythmic and mesmerizing. So beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful. This is Nangong Wan, one of the twin beauties? She truly lives up to her reputation. Such beauty should only exist in heaven, rarely seen in the mortal world. She's like a fairy. If I could see her every day, this life would be complete. Exclamations arose everywhere, and the air seemed to warm with praise. A fragrant breeze brushed past as a devastatingly beautiful face drew near. Su Chen, usually composed, rarely showed a hint of shyness. Teacher Nong. Senior. What a coincidence meeting you here. Since leaving Haiqing No. 1 High School half a month ago, they had no contact. Back then, Nangong Wan was known for her strictness, and Su Chen respected her as a teacher. With the sudden change in their relationship, he couldn't adapt immediately, speaking with obvious restraint. Nangong Wan smiled and shook her head. What coincidence? I came here specifically to find you. As soon as she spoke, the surroundings erupted. What? Goddess Nangong came specifically for Su Chen. My god, she's really walking towards Su Chen, and she's smiling. Could the goddess have fallen for him? Wait, I heard Su Chen call her teacher. They already knew each other. Teacher? They're taking role-playing this far. Jealousy blazed as chaotic shouts filled their ears. You surnamed Su. How dare you steal my goddess? I, Yi Liangchen, will never coexist under the same sky with you. I swear to defend my most devoted love brothers. Charge. Wails and roars intertwined, shaking the entire academic building. Looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred converged like blades, all pointing at Su Chen. If looks could kill, he would have died a million times over. Looking at the agitated crowd around him, Su Chen silently groaned. He had done absolutely nothing. So why had he instantly become a pariah? No. Senior, how about we talk somewhere private? He lowered his voice. This isn't a good place to stay. Sure. Nangong Wan covered her red lips lightly, letting out a clear, soft laugh. The two quickly left the academic building. But how could that group of fanatic followers give up? The crowd followed like shadows, impossible to shake off. Nangong Wan turned around, stamped her heel with a sharp click, and scolded coquettishly. Ugh, stop following us, okay? Though her voice carried anger, the soft, sweet tone at the end came across as fatally charming, making countless male hearts skip beats. Oh my god, that voice is deadly. We'll listen to you. We won't follow anymore. But we won't go too far away, need to protect the goddess's safety. Right? What if that beast Su Chen does something inappropriate? He wouldn't dare? If Su Chen dares to touch the goddess even slightly, I, Yi Liangchen, will be the first to fight him. The crowd indeed stopped several hundred meters away but didn't disperse, watching from afar. Hearing those words, Su Chen felt a chill. What the hell? How did I become a beast? Su Chen and Nangong Wan arrived at a grove of trees. 100 meters away, crowds of people formed orderly ranks like an army, encircling the two as the center of attention-adoring gazes all fell upon Nangong Wan, while jealousy and wariness were directed unabashedly towards Su Chen. Such a stark contrast made Su Chen shake his head inwardly, finding it both amusing and exasperating. By the way, how did you all escape from the twisted void realm? Nangong Wan's smile faded as her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Thank goodness you're all safe, otherwise I would have felt guilty for the rest of my life. She recalled that day during the Wilderness Secret Realm trial. Upon learning that Su Chen and the Class D students had mistakenly entered the Twisted Void Realm, she had spent the entire night searching frantically throughout the trial grounds. Even when other instructors deemed there was no hope of survival and gradually withdrew, she refused to give up, demonstrating her kindness and deep sense of responsibility. Su Chen concealed nothing except for the ancient spirit essence, recounting everything he had witnessed and experienced in the Twisted Void Realm. Watching them, each one radiant with joy from their dramatically increased strength, Nangong Wan gently stroked the head of her adorable beast companion standing beside her, yet her heart surged with shock. She had witnessed Su Chen's meteoric rise before, thinking that was already extraordinarily talented, but she never expected that in just half a month, he would stand at the pinnacle among his peers and gain fame throughout the Xia Kingdom in the beast-taming assessment. Now, seeing with her own eyes that the young man was safe and sound, the guilt that had been weighing on her heart finally settled. Senior Nangong, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Su Chen spoke up. What question? No need to be formal. Nangong Wan smiled, her gentle demeanor captivating many onlookers and intensifying some people's jealousy towards Su Chen. I wonder if you've ever heard of the Azure Rain Realm. As his words fell, Nangong Wan's expression shifted slightly, her smile fading. The Azure Rain Realm? I saw online that people said you ventured deep into its depths. She suddenly became serious. Su Chen, listen to me and go there again. Su Chen asked in confusion. Why? Is there some secret hidden in the depths of the Azure Rain realm? Nangongwan nodded, her tone somber. Last year, I also ventured into the depths of the Azure Rain realm, and the terror there remains unforgettable to this day. It's true that it's an excellent training ground, but deep within lurks an extremely evil and mysterious force. It's not something we can easily explore. A mysterious force. Su Chen caught the key point and pressed eagerly. Could you tell me more details, senior? Nangongwan lowered her gaze in contemplation, seemingly weighing whether to speak, hesitating uncertainly. At that moment, a voice came from the distance. You want to know the secrets hidden deep within the Azure Rain realm? I can tell you a thing or two. High above in the sky, a snow-white tiger with twin wings on its back dove down through the air, its massive wings stirring up fierce winds. From the tiger's back, a young woman gracefully dismounted, her movements as light as falling snow. The moment she landed, another elegant figure followed closely behind. This woman's beauty rivaled that of Nangongwan, her skin whiter than snow, yet her eyes carried a bone-chilling coldness that seemed to keep everyone at arm's length, as if frost had settled upon her face. My God, another beauty has arrived. What beauty? That's goddessy. Holy crap, Su one of the twin beauties, is here too. The crowd erupted in excitement, with gasps and exclamations rising one after another. Someone clutched their chest in ecstasy. Today is incredibly lucky to see both twin beauties at once. I can die without regrets. More people gazed with burning eyes, secretly comparing the two. Each possessed their own unique charm, both equally stunning with otherworldly beauty. The air itself seemed filled with an intoxicating fragrance, and some onlookers greedily craned their necks. I could watch this enchanting scene for a lifetime. Is Goddess E also here looking for Su Chen? Damn, what kind of incredible luck does Su Chen have that even Goddess E comes looking for him? Su Chen wants to have both twin beauties? I, Yi Liangshun, am the first to object. Give it up with your pathetic abilities. What right do you have to object? Within moments, the noise from the spectators surged like waves. Ishuatian's appearance once again sparked a round of amazement. The twin beauties were not only unparalleled in beauty but also possessed first-rate talent, with spirit beasts of divine bloodlines. Nangongwan was the precious daughter of the Nangong family, while Ishuatian was the granddaughter of Qianlong Academy's director. Kangshanboth wielded tremendous influence in the Xia Kingdom. In contrast, Su Chen was merely a commoner from a remote small city. People couldn't understand what made him worthy of catching the attention of both twin beauties. As people came to their senses, their expressions gradually darkened, their gazes fixed intently on Su Chen. Divine beasts they could tolerate, talent they could accept, but daring to pursue their shared goddesses, this was absolutely unforgivable. Envy, jealousy, and hatred churned beneath the surface, with many wishing they could grind Su Chen to dust. In fact, while the twin beauties had appeared together before, they had never been in the same place because of the same man. This time, a new student who had been at the academy for only 2 days had managed to bring both beauties together, an unprecedented achievement. Many love-struck young men privately believed this honor far exceeded any talent or strength. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would never have believed it possible. What made it even harder to accept was that the person accomplishing all this was just a commoner named Su Chen. Although Su Chen had already made a name for himself across the Xia Kingdom this year, earning the title Most Prodigious Newcomer, he still seemed immature compared to established talents and was nowhere near the level of top figures from previous years. News of the twin beauties' appearance quickly stirred up Guanghui University, causing an uproar throughout the campus. Some people raised their devices to record, streaming the scene live online. In an instant, a flood of comments overwhelmed the screen as countless netizens rushed in, all hoping to witness this once-in-a-lifetime appearance of both beauties together. Su Chen's image once again dominated trending topics, sparking renewed discussions about him, with countless male netizens even declaring Su Chen their lifelong romantic rival. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. The twin beauties are in the same frame. This is a once-in-a-lifetime scene. Comments flooded the screen frantically as passionate netizens practically wanted to stick their heads through the screen. This stunning moment could keep them watching for a lifetime. Just as everyone's eyes were feasting on the sight, a male figure suddenly appeared in the camera. What the hell? Who's this guy that gets to hang out with the twin beauties? The next second, the comments recognized that alto familiar face. Damn, it's that Su Chen guy again. Always Su Chen. Why is he always the one going viral? Did this dude buy his way onto trending topics? He's dominating the internet every single day. Discontent spread instantly. Hell no, he's making moves on our goddess, so can't let this slide. Brothers, for our goddesses, let's take down Su Chen. Yeah, crush this punk. But how? This guy doesn't even have a personal Weibo. Hit up his university. Anyone willing to lead the charge? I'll be the leader. Let's crash Radiance University's forum together. The frenzied emotions escalated beyond control. A massive wave of angry netizens flooded into Radiance University's forum, copy-pasting furious rants about Su Chen under every single post. Within minutes, the forum servers were completely overloaded, pages went blank, and the entire system crashed. Meanwhile, deep within the campus, Su Chen remained completely oblivious to the online fury and couldn't care less about it. What truly concerned him was the statement Xian had made when she first appeared. As he studied the stunning woman before him and the snow-white beast beside her that radiated an imposing aura, he knew her identity was far from ordinary. His tone was calm, yet carried a hint of polite inquiry. "May I ask how I should address you?" As his words fell, Xian's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a flash of displeasure crossing her mind in the Xia kingdom. Someone actually didn't recognize Xian. One of the twin beauties? She figured Su Chen was either playing dumb or trying to get her attention through this act. Either way, she had no intention of playing along, so she remained silent, staring directly at Su Chen without uttering a word. The air instantly grew tense, leaving Su Chen awkwardly hanging as he muttered to himself. What's with this woman? She won't even answer a simple question. If Xian had heard this, who knows how she would have reacted, having been adored since childhood. She had never been described as a strange woman. With the atmosphere growing increasingly stiff, Nangongwan finally spoke up. Her name is Xian. Upon learning her name, Su Chen nodded slightly, his expression remaining composed. "Missy, hello. About what you said earlier, though, you truly know the secrets hidden deep within the Azure Rain realm." His demeanor was calm and collected, showing no unusual reaction to her otherworldly beauty, which only puzzled Xian further. She had grown accustomed to others' awestruck gazes and naturally assumed all men should react that way. Xian's eyes dimmed slightly as she curved her lips faintly. "The secret you're referring to is at the mysterious mountain deep within the Azure Rain realm?" As soon as she spoke, Su Chen's eyes widened dramatically. His breathing hitched for a moment, and he responded eagerly. Exactly. That mysterious mountain. Does Miss E know its secrets?" "Didn't I just say I know a thing or two?" Xian replied meaningfully. Su Chen's mouth twitched involuntarily. This Xian was really quite difficult. But given the importance of the matter, he still asked respectfully. "Then could you please enlighten me? I would be eternally grateful." Throughout their exchange, Nangongwan remained silent, quietly observing this confrontation. Though she shared the title of twin beauties with Xian, their relationship was merely cordial. Nangongwan knew well that Xian must have come with a purpose. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made this special trip to find him. She quietly observed the white-robed girl before her, her gaze flickering with a hint of knowing amusement. The other party was most likely here for the astonishing reward Su Chen had posted. Indeed, that bounty was so tempting it made one's teeth ache. 55th tier beast cores and 10 tier cores, all from fully mature fierce beasts. Even the most powerful families in the capital couldn't produce such a generous offer. Yet the numbers Su Chen had posted in his bounty were double even that. It was an astronomical amount of resources. Even Nangongwan, accustomed to grand displays, couldn't help but feel moved, and was deeply shaken by Su Chen's strength. To collect such a quantity of beast cores, he must have slain over 100 fierce beasts. Recalling that Su Chen had only entered the Azure Sky Rain realm yesterday afternoon and completed such a hunt in just half a day was simply incredible. Xian's previously smiling expression suddenly grew serious, her eyes sharp as blades, her tone cooling by several degrees. "Don't be too quick to thank me. I came here with a purpose. I don't want your reward. I only ask that you agree to 3 conditions, and I'll share all the information I possess." 3 conditions? Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice low. "Isn't that rather excessive? What if you ask me to do something impossible?" Xian lifted her brow calmly and replied. "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Each task is within your capabilities." "Let's hear them." Su Chen nodded with interest. "First, tell me your true purpose for venturing deep into the Azure Sky Rain realm. Second, join the Hidden Dragon Academy. This is my grandfather's wish. As for the third," Xian paused mysteriously, the corners of her lips curving slightly upward. "Wait until you agree to the first 2 before I tell you." "Hidden Dragon Academy? Your grandfather?" Su Chen's heart stirred as the image of the pale old man he'd encountered yesterday flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but exclaim softly. So this girl surnamed E was actually Yi Sangtian's granddaughter. To recruit him into the Hidden Dragon Academy, Yi Sangtian had even deployed his own granddaughter. Such persistence was both touching and amusing. Su Chen silently weighed his options. The first 2 conditions were trivial, but that third condition, could it be the typical arranged marriage plot from movies and dramas? His imagination began to run wild. "Very well, your 3 conditions aren't particularly difficult." After brief contemplation, Su Chen made his decision. After all, a single ancient spirit essence had brought tremendous power. If he could gather all 4, the might would be unimaginable. Henin was even more eager for the ancient spirit essences, seemingly having some unknown connection to them. Su Chen, Nangong Wan called out softly, worry evident in her voice. Su Chen gave her a reassuring look, then turned to Ishuasian. I entered the Azure Sky Rain realm because I had an encounter with the Chaos Beast King in the Twisted Void realm. The details are numerous. I can discuss them with you at length later. As for joining the Hidden Dragon Academy, that depends on whether your so-called some knowledge is actually useful to me. He deliberately didn't agree immediately, instead choosing to probe indirectly. If Ishuasian's intelligence was just the same old information, wouldn't he be walking straight into her predetermined game? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.